Chen Xuan traversed the vast expanse of the ancient wilderness continent, becoming the leader of the once great sect, the Misty Sect. Initially, he believed he would spend his days in solitude within the mountains, but unexpectedly, a system descended upon him, bestowing upon him the formidable cultivation of an emperor and an unparalleled weapon. It urged him to recruit disciples and develop his sect. Beep. Congratulations, host, for accepting a disciple with 9-star potential. Reward. Luxurious disciple recruitment package, including 2 sage summoning cards. Beep. Congratulations, host, for accepting a disciple with 10-star potential. Reward. Extravagant disciple recruitment package, including 2 emperor summoning cards and 2 sage summoning cards. Beep. Congratulations, host, for accepting a disciple with over 10-star potential. Reward. An extraordinarily lavish disciple recruitment package, including 1 immortal summoning card. Chapter 1. Sect System Binding. Initial compensation of Emperor-level cultivation. In the ancient wilderness continent, in the eastern domain, the wild state, at the Misty Sect, before a grave, a disheveled man sat on the ground, consumed by sorrow, his voice a cacophony of despair. Master, it has been 10 years since you left. Do you know how I have endured these 10 years? Had I not foolishly believed your words, I would not have agreed to cultivate with you. You have deceived me terribly. Chen Xuan wailed, tears and snot smeared on the grave, utterly bereft of the dignity expected of a cultivator. 10 years prior, he was a diligent young man working in a factory, living a mundane life. Although an orphan with no family, he maintained a sunny disposition, ever striving towards the light. According to his plans, he intended to work for a decade to save some money, then open a breakfast shop by the factory gate, find a girlfriend, and lead a fulfilling life with 2 children. However, one fateful night, the factory experienced a sudden power outage. Tasked with shutting off the assembly line circuit, he accidentally yanked off the circuit's wire. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he found himself in a fantastical realm known as the ancient wilderness continent. Indeed, this was the ancient wilderness continent, the very world beneath his feet. Upon his arrival, he learned that this was a realm of cultivation, where greater innate talent led to higher achievements in the arts of cultivation. Yet it was also a perilous world, teeming with cultivators, demonic beings, and ferocious beasts. He once witnessed a powerful demon transform into its true form, obscuring the sky, monstrous in size, devouring an entire city in one gulp. He also beheld a human warrior cleave that beast in half with a single sword. Moreover, he witnessed thousands of cultivators soaring through the skies, igniting a deep yearning within him for this world. Logically, upon crossing over, he should have been the fated child of destiny, destined to be sought after by illustrious figures, easily conquering all adversities with princesses vying for his affection, leading a life of unbridled glory. Yet, the reality was starkly different. The vastness of the ancient wilderness continent rendered him an ordinary individual. Unable to travel far, he could not even escape the confines of the wild state. In a bid to cultivate and defy his fate, he resorted to high-interest loans to purchase the most basic cultivation methods. Whether it was a scam or not, he found no results after months of practice. Ultimately, after exhausting his loans and being pursued by creditors, he was forced to flee and became a vagabond. During his wanderings, he learned of a disciple recruitment event in a certain location. Thinking it might be his chance, he traversed mountains and rivers to apply, only to find that no sect was willing to accept him, shattering his dreams of being the protagonist. Leaving the recruitment event, he became a true wanderer, until, in a moment of desperation, he encountered a venerable elder, who turned out to be his master, now peacefully resting in the grave before him. The elder had given him a medicinal pill that revitalized his weary spirit, leading him to believe he had finally met a discerning mentor. With great anticipation, the elder spoke the classic line, "You, young man, possess bright eyes and a charming demeanor, a rare talent indeed. Though now a gem covered in dust, with the right guidance, you shall soon shine brightly and illuminate the world. I am the 107th Sect Master of the Misty Sect. Would you be willing to become my disciple and embark on the grand path of fame, saving countless lives?" Upon hearing the elder's words and gazing into his magnetic eyes, Chen Xuan didn't need to think twice that of course he would accept. Having begged and endured countless hardships, he was finally recognized by a powerful figure, who praised him to the heavens. How could he refuse? Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt and bowed to become a disciple. Little did he know, the days that followed would mark the beginning of a nightmare. As time passed, the elder grew increasingly frail, and Chen Xuan devoted himself to serving him, even more attentively than he had for a girlfriend. Thus, the two of them endured for half a year until they finally reached the gates of the ancient wilderness sect. At that moment, however, the master could no longer hold on and passed away. Before departing, he bequeathed the position of Sect Master to Chen Xuan, making him the 108th Sect Master of the Misty Sect. Just after becoming a disciple, my master passes away. Is this what fate has in store for me? With such thoughts, Chen Xuan was filled with excitement as he carried his master's body up the mountain. Yet, upon reaching the sect, he was utterly dumbfounded. Before him lay not a glorious sect, but rather a desolate ruin. What nonsense about having tens of thousands of disciples during its peak, with countless powerful members, it was all a lie. At that moment, the entire sect was devoid of life. Save for a few standing structures, not a soul remained. Witnessing this scene, Chen Xuan broke down in tears. What nonsense about being the child of destiny? What Sect Master? This was a trap that could lead to ruin. How could a mere ordinary person like him navigate the treacherous ancient wilderness mountains? With no other option, Chen Xuan settled at the mountain gate and began a life of seclusion. However, despair deepened as he practiced the teachings left by his master, only to find no results. He often questioned whether the cultivation methods were genuine. Yet, even if they were false, there was no escape due to the rampant beasts and ferocious creatures in the ancient wilderness. He remained trapped. Days turned into years, and 10 years slipped by like a fleeting moment. One morning, Chen Xuan awoke from his meditation, finally sensing the presence of spiritual energy, successfully entering the first realm of cultivation, the qi refinement stage. Overcome with emotion, he rushed to his master's grave to vent his frustrations. Master, how could you deceive me so? 10 years, and am still at the first level. My talent must be lesser than that of a dog. You claimed I was a prodigy destined to save the world. Was it merely to prevent the Misty Sect from going extinct that you lied to me? Rest assured, your disciple is truly in despair. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. Just at that moment, his stomach growled, forcing him to halt his complaints. Wiping away his tears, he unsteadily rose, deciding to fill his belly before continuing his lamentations. After all, time was plentiful in the mountains, yet just as he stood, an ethereal voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Beep. 15 years of charging complete. Congratulations, host, for successfully binding the strongest sect system of the myriad realms. Boom! As the voice echoed, Chen Xuan trembled, astonished at a system. Oh my goodness, there truly is a system. This is incredible. When did you arrive? You had me waiting so long. In that moment, Chen Xuan was overwhelmed with joy. Had the system not emerged, he had resigned himself to a life of obscurity in the mountains. To think that a system would truly manifest. Indeed, the novels had not deceived him. Ding. This system has existed prior to the host traversal, however. An unforeseen circumstance occurred during the transition, causing the host to wait longer than anticipated. I apologize for the delay. Existed prior to my traversal? In an instant, Chen Xuan was taken aback, utterly astonished. It turned out that he had been present 15 years ago. What a revelation. Now, it has resurfaced. Reflecting on those 15 years, Chen Xuan could not restrain the tumult of emotions within him, exclaiming with fervor, 15 years, 15 long years. Do you have any notion of how I endured this time? Ding. I sincerely apologize. This system will provide the host with compensation. The system's voice resonated with regret. Compensation? Chen Xuan was momentarily stunned. His sorrow abruptly halted, his gaze sharpened as he pressed. What kind of compensation? Let me make it clear, if it is inadequate, I shall refuse it. Would a portion of the Emperor's cultivation suffice as compensation? After a brief pause, the system cautiously inquired. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Emperor's cultivation? Did the system misstate, or had he misheard? This represented the pinnacle of realms within the ancient continent. In disbelief, Chen Xuan questioned, what did you just say? Compensation includes a portion of the Emperor's cultivation, along with an unparalleled weapon, the Taiwan sword. Would that be acceptable? This is the utmost compensation this system can offer. The system, anticipating dissatisfaction with its initial offer, added an additional weapon. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan could no longer contain his excitement. 15 years exchanged for a portion of Emperor's cultivation and an extraordinary weapon. It was invaluable, absolutely priceless. Thus, he eagerly nodded, akin to a chick pecking at grains, exclaiming, yes, yes, indeed. Quickly, let me receive my compensation. Chapter 2. The Supreme Weapon, the Taiwan Sword, can cleave the stars with a mere wave. The Emperor, the most powerful cultivator of the primordial continent. The statement that all beneath the emperor are but ants serves as the finest testament to the strength of the emperor. Though there exists a higher realm known as the Immortal, it has never manifested in reality. Even the once great emperors have tirelessly sought the existence of immortals, suggesting that they may merely be an ethereal state, perhaps non-existent. Thus, the emperor stands as the mightiest force on the continent. A single drop of blood can slay gods and demons, and a single strand of hair can collapse the ancient heavens. As for the supreme weapons, they are treasures of unparalleled might, rivaling even the emperor. These weapons, known as supreme weapons, are exclusive to the emperor. The materials required for crafting such weapons are exceedingly rare. Many emperors spend their entire lives in search of the components needed to forge even one supreme weapon, making it so that not every emperor can possess one. Those emperors who do wield supreme weapons are the epitome of strength. It is said that a peak emperor with a supreme weapon can contend with immortals, even if the emperor remains inactive. Merely wielding a supreme weapon allows one to sweep through all realms beneath the emperor with ease. One can only imagine the formidable strength of the emperor alongside the supreme weapon. Now that he has acquired these two rewards, he can traverse the primordial continent with unparalleled confidence. Even the seasoned emperors pose no threat to him. As the emperor's cultivation begins to merge within Chen Xuan, the system prompts him to prepare for the influx. In an instant, Chen Xuan feels a jolt throughout his body as he wholeheartedly begins to absorb the emperor's power. Boom, boom, boom. The cultivation pours into him. Chen Xuan's aura shifts, and his realm begins to soar. In a mere moment, he completes the 9th layer of the Qi refinement stage and ascends to the foundation establishment stage. The frenzied pace of his breakthroughs leaves Chen Xuan astounded. Yet, the cultivation being infused into him is but a droplet in the vast ocean. One can only fathom the terrifying heights he would reach upon fully embracing this ocean of power. Boom. Foundation establishment at the 9th layer. Boom. Spirit Sea convergence. Spirit Sea at the 9th layer. Boom. Sky control realm. Concentration realm. Heavenly king realm. Imperial realm. Semi-saint. Saint. Semi-emperor realm. Boom. As Chen Xuan surpasses the semi-emperor stage, explosive sounds echo within him. Flesh and blood undergo evolution. Cells undergo metamorphosis. Boom, 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 boom. A continuous series of muffled sounds resound. All 66 trillion of Chen Xuan's cells undergo ultimate transformation. Subsequently, all 206 bones in his body shatter their constraints, transcending the bounds of rules, impervious to even the laws of heaven and earth. In an instant, the surrounding void distorts, and countless resonances flow into his flesh and blood. Time is an enigma. Eventually, Chen Xuan completes the most terrifying ultimate evolution. Every inch of his flesh and blood pulsates with resonances, even as his lifespan wanes. This body shall endure eternally for countless years. Should he unleash his aura, the surrounding void would likely shatter under the pressure. Feeling the surge of his newfound strength, Chen Xuan slowly opens his eyes, astonishment reflected in his gaze. What an incredible body! A single drop of blood can subdue countless gods and demons, and a single strand of hair can indeed collapse the ancient heavens. If I were to release my restraint, even a mere breath would shatter the entire ethereal sect. Thankfully, the system helped me contain the overwhelming aura during my breakthrough. After this moment of reflection, Chen Xuan continues, System. Claim the Taiwan sword. Ding. The Taiwan sword has been issued. Please check for receipt. Suddenly, the void before him trembles, and an ancient long sword slowly tears through the fabric of reality, materializing before Chen Xuan. The Taiwan sword appears calm and unassuming, its blade inscribed with the 3 characters of Taiwan sword. While it may not seem extraordinary at first glance, Chen Xuan knows that within its blade lies immense power. Once fully awakened, even a saint would be unable to withstand it. Hence, Chen Xuan reaches out to grasp the sword's hilt. Boom. In an instant, the aura of the Taiwan sword completely revives, resonating with Chen Xuan. At that moment, he feels as though he could effortlessly sink an entire continent with a mere flick of his wrist. With this thought, Chen Xuan, unable to contain his excitement, vanishes in a flash, soaring into the heavens. In the blink of an eye, he finds himself amidst the cosmos, gazing at the distant stars. Chen Xuan raises his hand and swings the sword. In an instant, a star in the distance explodes, reduced to dust. Meanwhile, on the primordial continent, the powerful beings observing the celestial phenomena are taken aback. It is not merely a disappearance. It has exploded. It seems something has shattered it. Hiss. Has there been some upheaval in the cosmos? The observers are filled with trepidation. Many ancestral figures from sacred lands simultaneously open their eyes, gazing into the starry expanse. I sense the aura of an emperor, and the aura of an imperial weapon. Could an emperor have awakened? A great era is approaching. Relay the news. All disciples of the sacred lands shall receive tenfold resources for cultivation, and the sacred land's secret realms shall be opened. The Emperor has emerged, my 8th and 9th brothers. Let us venture into the cosmos to pay homage to the Emperor. Within the starry void, Chen Xuan observes the exploded star, inwardly marveling. The power of the Emperor, combined with a supreme weapon, is indeed formidable. With a mere gesture, he can pluck stars and slice through the moon. His years of perseverance have not been in vain. Ding! A 10-star genius has been detected. Please proceed to recruit disciples. Suddenly, the system's cold voice echoes. Chen Xuan realizes he has yet to fully comprehend the system's functionalities. Thus, he lightly inquires, System, what functions do you possess? Is there a reward for recruiting disciples? If the rewards are lacking or unsatisfactory, I must decline your task, as I already possess the cultivation of an emperor and a supreme weapon, rendering me indifferent to trivial matters. System, my dear host. The bestowal of emperor-level cultivation and a supreme weapon is not meant for idleness. The system, exuding a sense of helplessness, explains, it's not difficult, it's quite simple. Then please elaborate. Chen Xuan nods, slowly sheathing the Taiwang sword. The Taiwang sword seemingly melds with him, obediently diving into the spirit sea to bask in the nourishing aura. Alright, this system is called the strongest sect system of all realms. As the name suggests, it requires the host to develop their sect into the strongest among all realms. Naturally, the development of a sect necessitates disciples, hence the host must recruit disciples to populate the sect, to incentivize the host's enthusiasm for recruiting disciples. The rewards for recruitment are as follows. Recruit a disciple with 10-star potential and receive an extravagant recruitment gift pack, which includes at least one immortal summoning card and other random rewards. Recruit a disciple with 10-star potential and receive a luxurious recruitment gift pack, which guarantees 2 Emperor summoning cards, 2 Saint summoning cards, and other random rewards. Recruit a disciple with 9-star potential and receive a deluxe recruitment gift pack, which guarantees 2 Saint summoning cards and other random rewards. Recruit a disciple with potential below 9 stars but above 6 stars and receive an ordinary recruitment gift pack, which contains 1 Heavenly King summoning card. Note, all summoned strong individuals are absolutely loyal to the host. Furthermore, every 10 summoning cards of the same level can be synthesized into a stronger individual. Additionally, Emperor cards and Saint cards can only be synthesized once, while Heavenly King cards are of lower grade and can be synthesized twice, but not thrice. Realm levels: Chi Refinement, Foundation Establishment, Spirit Sea, Sky Control, Concentration, Heavenly King, Imperial, Saint, Emperor, Immortal. Chapter 3. The Emergence of the 10-Star Genius, Lin Fan, the Ancient Sword Body. 100% loyal strong individual summoning card. And it can be synthesized. The rewards are quite promising, although the requirements for recruiting disciples are somewhat high. Observing the system's prompt, Chen Xuan falls into contemplation. However, with his emperor-level cultivation, as long as he is determined to recruit disciples, it should not be too challenging. After all, the primordial continent is vast, teeming with numerous 10-star talents. With this thought, Chen Xuan nods and declares, I accept this task. Excellent host. To facilitate the host's discernment of the disciples' talents, the system grants an additional reward, a pair of eyes of insight, capable of detecting both overt and hidden abilities in individuals. Furthermore, an infrastructure blueprint is provided, enabling the construction of foundational facilities, which will inherently house a super spirit gathering array. The host should promptly gather disciples to avoid being outmaneuvered. With a nod of affirmation, Chen Xuan vanished in an instant, heading straight for the location indicated by the system. This location was perfectly situated within the vast region of his own sect, on the edge of a precipice in the eastern domain of the ancient continent, Huazhou. Several disciples from a rival sect were pursuing a fellow sect member. Lin Fan, you cannot escape. It would be wise to surrender. We, your senior brothers, can grant you a swift end. No, I shall not grant him such mercy. I intend to torment him severely for having killed my dear brother. He must suffer. Disciples clad in the garb of the Divine Sword Sect slowly approached the cliff's edge. Lin Fan, wounded and cornered, gazed upon the faces of his fellow disciples and could no longer suppress his derisive laughter. Ha ha ha, a pack of sycophants. Wang Chong bullies his peers and seizes my resources. I merely defended my rights and injured him in the process. The sect refuses to uphold justice for me and has expelled me, issuing a manhunt against me. Who is truly in the wrong here? If I do not perish today, I shall exact vengeance upon Wang Chong and all of you lackeys. Lin Fan bellowed at the heavens, venting his inner anguish. He had once been a prominent disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, a powerful force in Huangzhou. Upon joining the sect, he had been filled with fervor, eager to serve, though his talent was modest. His innate comprehension of the sword path allowed him to enter the inner sect, earning him the respect of many. He had believed he would dedicate his life to the Divine Sword Sect. Yet, Wang Chong, the son of an elder, wielded his influence to torment his peers, subjecting numerous female disciples to his tyranny. To cultivate and repay the sect's nurturing, Lin Fan had tolerated it all. However, Wang Chang grew increasingly brazen, attempting to eliminate him during a training expedition. In a moment of self-defense, Lin Fan unintentionally injured Wang Chang, leading to his unjust expulsion and a relentless manhunt by the sect. Such a sect left him heartbroken, feeling as though his loyalty had been squandered. Haha, Wang's shitty is indeed excessive, but who could blame him when he is the favored son of an elder? Perhaps had he not provoked me, I would not have faced such dire consequences. Alas, today you shall surely die. The contemptuous expressions of his fellow disciples grew ever closer. Lin Fan, acutely aware of his likely demise, understood the might of the Divine Sword Sect, one of the two dominant forces in Huangzhou, and the only supreme sect. As a mere pawn, he had offended an elder, sealing his fate. Yet even in death, he wished to retain control. He gazed skyward and declared, "Ah, my fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens." With that, he turned to leap from the cliff. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before him. "Wait, do not jump." "Huh?" Lin Fan halted, perplexed as he regarded the newcomer. Was this an elder from the Divine Sword Sect? No, they seemed too youthful. Could it be that this individual had come to save him? Yet, how could anyone dare to oppose the Divine Sword Sect, the sole supreme sect in Huangzhou? The man continued with a smile, "Young man, I observe that your features are as radiant as jade, your demeanor elegant and spirited. You are indeed a rare, prodigious talent. Though currently obscured by dust, with proper guidance, you shall soon shine brilliantly, illuminating the mountains and rivers. I am the 108th generation leader of the mysterious sect. Would you consider becoming my disciple? Together, we can embark on a path of fame and glory, saving the world." At this proclamation, not only was Lin Fan taken aback, but those around him were equally astonished. Take on disciples? Do you not perceive the present situation? And you wish to recruit a disciple being hunted by the Divine Sword Sect? A disciple from the Divine Sword Sect immediately retorted, "How dare you? A mere insignificant sect. Attempt to harbor a traitor in front of us? Do you seek to challenge the Divine Sword Sect?" Silence. With a resounding clap, the disciple was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Gasp. A collective intake of breath filled the air. Lin Fan's eyes widened in shock. To slay a 5th-level spiritual sea cultivator in a single strike? Who was this man to challenge the Divine Sword Sect? Was he perhaps from a hidden sect? One that rarely emerged, thus unaware of the Divine Sword Sect's reputation? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Fan urged, "Senior, you have killed a member of the Divine Sword Sect. They will not let you escape. You should leave swiftly to avoid trouble. Indeed, you dare to kill one of ours, you are doomed. Even if you are a master of flight, you cannot evade the wrath of the Divine Sword Sect." The disciples of the sect threatened boldly, emboldened by the knowledge that many masters resided within their ranks. The fearsome reputation of the Divine Sword Sect was enough to make most tremble at its mere mention. The Divine Sword Sect is but a trifling concern. I can extinguish it with a mere flick of my hand. Chen Xuan replied with an air of calm detachment, gazing at Lin Fan. "Now, tell me, will you accept my mentorship? If you do, I shall avenge you upon these fools. If not, I shall take my leave." "Vengeance for me?" Lin Fan was startled. Questioning, "Senior, are you aware of my conflict with the Divine Sword Sect?" "No, I know not your tale, but your visage tells a story of its own." Chen Xuan smiled slightly as he summoned Lin Fan's information. Name, Lin Fan. Realm, 4th level of the spiritual sea. Constitution, dormant ancient sword body. One of the most formidable physiques from antiquity, possessing an innate affinity for the sword path. Once activated, it will command the sword, and at its zenith, one may reign as an emperor of the sword. Potential, 10 stars. Experience, inner disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, having endured hardships to join. Despite his diligence, he has been oppressed and harmed by the elder's son, leading to his expulsion and manhunt. Indeed, Chen Xuan spoke the truth. Lin Fan's face was a canvas of tales. Thus, he had shown no hesitation in slaying those from the Divine Sword Sect. A killer must be prepared to face death. I am willing to become your disciple." Lin Fan hesitated briefly, but ultimately acquiesced. Initially, he feared implicating the mysterious sect. But upon hearing the man's acknowledgement of his plight and confidence in challenging the Divine Sword Sect, he felt assured in his decision. Without the protection of a sect, he would inevitably face annihilation at their hands. To find refuge was a tremendous boon. "Excellent. I shall first avenge your grievances." Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction before turning to face the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect. In an instant, the disciples trembled in fear. "Why you dare? You will not escape unscathed for this. Brothers, let us attack together." The disciples, now terrified, launched themselves at Chen Xuan. Yet, before they could unleash their abilities, Chen Xuan merely snapped his fingers. With a sharp crack, a sound echoed from his fingertips. Instantly, all the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect trembled violently, and then boom. All of them erupted into a mist of blood, scattering into the cosmos, vanishing without a trace. Gasp. Lin Fan's pupils constricted once more. Good heavens. With a mere snap of his fingers, several spiritual sea cultivators were obliterated. Such feats are beyond the capabilities of those in the Sky Sovereign realm. Only elders of the Spirit Concentration realm could achieve such power. I have indeed chosen the right master. In this moment, Lin Fan's gaze towards Chen Xuan was filled with profound reverence. Disciple, why are you not kneeling to pay your respects to your master? The ethereal voice broke Lin Fan from his stupor. A shiver ran through him, and with a thud, he knelt, exclaiming, Disciple Lin Fan pays homage to master. The sound of 3 resounding bows echoed powerfully. Shortly thereafter, Chen Xuan received a notification from the system in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 10-star potential disciple. The luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack has been credited. Hearing the system's rewards, Chen Xuan could hardly contain his joy as he lifted Lin Fan, soaring into the sky. At the peak of the ethereal sect, Lin Fan gazed at the dilapidated mountains and crumbling buildings, bewildered. Master, is this truly the ethereal sect? Why does it appear so desolate? Oh no. I completely forgot to renovate the sect. Chen Xuan, caught off guard, quickly fabricated an excuse. Ah, this is merely an illusion. I shall dispel it and reveal the true sect. He then silently urged the system. Quickly, use the sect construction card. Ding. Sect construction card successfully used. Sect facilities are materializing. The system announced. The construction card vanished from existence. Chen Xuan then waved his hand dramatically. Boom. In an instant, the earth trembled. Countless peaks rose majestically, adorned with magnificent pavilions and grand halls. In the blink of an eye, a brand new sect revealed itself. Simultaneously, as the sect facilities emerged, the super spirit gathering array embedded within the construction card began to activate. An overwhelming tide of spiritual energy surged forth, amplifying the surrounding spiritual essence 1,000-fold. As Lin Fan felt the increasingly dense spiritual energy, his body began to instinctively absorb it. Even his injuries were subtly healing. Hiss. Is this the true visage of the ethereal sect? Indeed, it is a hidden major sect, the spiritual energy surpassing that of the Divine Sword sect by countless times. One day of cultivation here is surely equivalent to months in the outside world. Lin Fan was astounded. Following closely behind Chen Xuan, his reverence for the sect sword. Ahead, Chen Xuan led the way while quietly opening the luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack. System, open the luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack. Ding. Luxurious disciple gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations. Host, you have received 2 Emperor summoning cards. Guaranteed reward. Congratulations. Host, you have received 2 Sage summoning cards. Guaranteed reward. Note, all summoned powerful beings will be unconditionally loyal to the host. Accumulate 10 cards of the same level to summon higher tier beings. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 9 celestial meridians for sect facilities. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the grand success Ancient Sword Body. Ancient Sword Body. Each cell within contains supreme sword intent, granting unparalleled mastery over the sword path, allowing 1,000 swords to submit. Congratulations, host. You have received the Ancient Chaos Sword Classic. Ancient Chaos Sword Classic, a sword cultivation technique. Left behind by sword immortals of the ancient era, it can reverse the yin and yang, traversing the river of history to glimpse the past and future. Thus, it is called chaos. As the rewards arrived, a tremor coursed through Chen Xuan's body, elevating his understanding of sword intent to its zenith. In the main hall of the Sect Master, the figures of master and disciple gradually appeared. Gazing at the imposing bronze hall, Lin Fan's steps began to slow. Disciple, why are you walking so slowly? Come forth. Lin Fan shivered and cautiously replied, Master, why have we not encountered a single senior brother or elder along the way? At that moment, he felt as though he might have arrived at a dreadfully perilous place. Although the surrounding spiritual energy was abundant, resembling an immortal realm, the vast sect remained eerily silent, with only the 2 of them traversing its expanse, an unsettling notion indeed. Since our sect closed its doors and became reclusive, we have not taken in new disciples. The previous disciples have all ascended to the rank of elder. Our elders either remain in seclusion or have wandered afar. My emergence from seclusion is to recruit disciples and re-establish the ethereal sect, Chen Xuan explained, his composure unwavering and without a flaw. He even had no need to utilize the summoning cards he had just acquired. He intended to save them for higher tier summons. Is that so? Then does that mean I am the eldest disciple of this generation? Lin Fan, upon hearing the explanation, not only sighed in relief but also felt a surge of joy. He quickly followed in his master's footsteps. Moments ago, he feared he had been duped into a terrifying realm, but it turned out the sect's reclusiveness was the reason. No wonder the spiritual energy was so potent. Moreover, his fortune was indeed remarkable. Not only had he joined a reclusive sect, but he had also become the master's eldest disciple, the eldest disciple of his sect. No less. Just the thought of it filled him with exhilaration. In an instant, Lin Fan beamed with joy. Observing this, Chen Xuan smiled faintly and continued to lead the way, soon bringing him into the Master Hall. The Master Hall, as its name suggests, was the residence of the Sect Master. Upon entering the hall, Chen Xuan beckoned, "Disciple, come here. I will assist you in activating the ancient sword body." Ancient sword body. Do I possess a special physique? Lin Fan gasped, hastening forward while unable to restrain his curiosity. Master, do you mean to say I have the special ancient sword body? Lin Fan was aware that the ancient sword body was the most tyrannical sword path physique from ancient times, naturally attuned to the sword path. Indeed, you possess the ancient sword body, Chen Xuan affirmed with a nod. Receiving his master's confirmation, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. No wonder I have always felt an innate affinity for swords, and cultivating sword techniques and divine abilities comes so easily. It turns out I possess the most formidable physique, the ancient sword body. However, I have heard that fully activating the ancient sword body requires the essence of ancient sword intent. In this era of great change, it is nearly impossible to find even the ancient sword intent, let alone the ancient corpses. With this thought, Lin Fan felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, expressing, "Master, I have heard that the ancient sword body requires ancient sword intent to fully activate. Otherwise, I will forever only possess an affinity for the sword path without grasping the true essence. Mere ancient sword intent is a trivial matter for me." Chen Xuan chuckled lightly, then raised his hand to condense a strand of sword intent, infusing it into Lin Fan's body. In an instant, Lin Fan's entire being trembled as the ancient sword intent activated and awakened within him. Every inch of his skin revived, deepening his comprehension of the sword path. This only heightened his admiration for his master. Yet there was no time to ponder further as he continued to grasp the sword path. Time passed, and suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated within Lin Fan. Following that, his body erupted with the harmonious sound of 1,000 swords. This signified the complete activation of the ancient sword body. With a flash, Lin Fan opened his eyes, his understanding of the sword path elevated to an entirely new realm. He had also activated the innate abilities of the ancient sword body. In that moment, his hair danced without wind, and with a raised arm, he spoke to the void. "Sword, come." Boom. The sound reverberated throughout the hall, spreading outward. Clang. Where the sound traveled, whether in the mountains or the earth, the resonance of swords could be felt. Soon, countless broken and rusted swords emerged from the soil and water, flying toward the ethereal sect in unison. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of long swords entered the Master Hall, surrounding Chen Xuan and Lin Fan, assuming a posture of submission. This was the innate ability of the ancient sword body, a natural dominance over swords. However, these swords were not only incomplete, but also low-grade weapons, rendering them useless. Chen Xuan merely uttered a single word, scram. Clang. Chapter 5, bestowing the Celestial Classic, a glance across space. To Lin Fan's astonishment, his master was revealed to be an ancient sword body. He gasped in disbelief at this revelation. No wonder his master possessed the essence of the ancient sword. Realizing that his master shared this rare constitution instilled in him an overwhelming admiration for Chen Xuan that was beyond words. His master's act of saving his life and awakening his potential felt akin to granting him a second chance at existence. Such a debt of gratitude was one that he could never repay in his lifetime. Instantly, Lin Fan knelt down, expressing his heartfelt thanks. Disciple pays respects to master. Do not be overly formal, my disciple. You are the current eldest senior brother of our sect. I hope you will diligently cultivate and uphold the prestige of our sect. His master continued, by the way, I have a celestial scripture that is perfectly suited for the cultivation of the sword path, and I shall pass it on to you. As he spoke, a tome appeared in Lin Fan's hands, and upon inspection, he was astonished to see the word celestial scripture emblazoned on its cover. The ancient chaos sword art. Mastering it to perfection can reverse the chaos of yin and yang, allowing one to traverse the river of time with a sword, thereby proving oneself as an emperor. Lin Fan's heart raced, and he began to question whether he had been slain by the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect, and was now merely experiencing a final fantasy before death. Heavens! A celestial scripture. How could this be? Such a treasure is beyond the reach of even the Holy Lands. His master had casually handed it over to him, and he had only just begun his journey. The trust his master placed in him was overwhelming. Overcome with excitement, Lin Fan pinched his thigh to confirm the reality of the situation, the sharp pain eliciting a gasp of disbelief. "Thank you, Master," he exclaimed. "Let us begin your training." Chen Xuan replied with a gentle smile. "The initial stages are the most challenging, and fortunately, I have the time to guide you now." "Yes." Hearing that his master would personally instruct him, Lin Fan eagerly opened the scripture and began to peruse its contents. Soon, he encountered a few passages he found perplexing and looked up to seek his master's clarification. However, as he lifted his gaze, he noticed his master frowning and directing his attention elsewhere, uttering 2 words, "Impudent." "Master, what troubles you?" Lin Fan inquired, taken aback by his master's demeanor. "It is nothing. Merely chastising someone who is unaware of their own insignificance," his master replied nonchalantly. But Lin Fan was puzzled. They were in the grand hall of the sect, and there were no others present. How could such a chastisement occur? He dismissed the thought and proceeded to ask his questions, awaiting his master's elucidation. A quarter of an hour earlier, in the grand hall of the Divine Sword sect, several elders stood below, engaged in fervent discussion, while the sect leader, Xuan, maintained a stoic expression. "Have we ascertained the situation?" Xuan inquired, casting a calm gaze upon the elders. One elder responsible for investigating the disappearance of disciples reported. "Sect leader, the soul tokens of 6 inner disciples have shattered. Upon investigation, there were no traces left at the scene of their demise. Is there truly no clue whatsoever? No residual energy?" Xuan's brows furrowed in dissatisfaction. Earlier that morning, he had received news of a traitor within the sect and had thus issued a manhunt. However, the manhunt involved only disciples, as it was meant to serve as a trial for them. He had not anticipated that 6 inner disciples would perish simultaneously, prompting him to assign the matter to the elder in charge of discipline. Yet, after half a day, the only report he received was a complete lack of information. This was indeed bewildering. Not a trace left behind. It is as if they vanished into thin air at the edge of a cliff. The elder of discipline shook his head. "Elder, could it be that Lin Fan sought assistance? Perhaps his accomplices eliminated our disciples and then rescued him? After all, Lin Fan's body has yet to be found." At this moment, Wang Bin, the elder of the arts pavilion, could no longer contain his query. He was the father of Wang Chong, an elder of the arts pavilion. His concern was less for the number of disciples lost and more for capturing Lin Fan, the one who had nearly robbed his son of his manhood. If he did not avenge his son, he would have no way to explain himself and would remain unable to rid himself of this grievance. That seems unlikely. Lin Fan has a clean background, with no ties in the secular world. No one would aid him. Moreover, to simultaneously slay 6 of our core disciples without leaving a trace requires a practitioner of the spirit transformation realm, which is beyond Lin Fan's reach as an ordinary inner disciple. I suspect it is other forces targeting us. The elder of discipline analyzed seriously, then bowed to Xuan. "Sect leader, we have many talented individuals within our sect, and we are about to commence a new recruitment event. This might incite jealousy from other factions. I implore you to utilize the Void Mirror to investigate the cause of these events. If other forces seek to undermine us and threaten our position as a dominant sect, we must take precautions. The Void Mirror is merely a fragmented divine weapon. Each use diminishes its lifespan. Are you certain that our Divine Sword sect is being targeted?" Xuan expressed reluctance. Weapons are categorized as spiritual artifacts, divine weapons, and imperial weapons. Divine weapons are rare, and even their dominant sect possesses only one incomplete divine weapon. It was precisely this weapon that secured their position in the wasteland as a dominant force. However, using the Void Mirror would reduce its lifespan with each use, ultimately leading to its complete destruction. To expend the life of a divine weapon merely to uncover the cause of the disciples' deaths seemed an extravagant use of resources. "Sect leader, it would be acceptable if the disciples were mistakenly killed, but if there truly are other forces covertly targeting us, knowing earlier would allow us to prepare." The elder of discipline continued. "As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. There are many sects in the wasteland that wish to replace our Divine Sword sect." Seeing Xuan's reluctance, the elder of discipline pressed on with his analysis. The other elders concurred. "Indeed, I support the elder of discipline's proposal. I am in agreement. Only a divine weapon can reveal the truth." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xuan promptly acquiesced. "Very well. In that case, let us utilize the divine weapon." With a grand gesture, he summoned forth a cracked mirror. The mirror hovered in the air, directed at the shattered soul tokens. Xuan raised his hand and infused spiritual energy into the void mirror. In that instant, the mirror spun wildly, seeking the last trace of energy left by the soul tokens. Before long, the scene within the mirror froze at the edge of a cliff. Upon confirming it was indeed the suspected location, sect leader Xuan hastened to channel more spiritual energy for further investigation. The mirror's interior once again descended into chaos. However, this time, Before the scene could stabilize, a pair of deep-set eyes suddenly materialized within the void mirror. It seemed those eyes could see through the mirror, gazing directly at them. In that instant, everyone in the hall was taken aback. Sect leader Xuan, in particular, was so startled that he hastily interrupted the flow of spiritual energy. Yet, at that moment, a voice emerged from the depths of the void mirror, belonging to those very eyes. Impudent. The sound reverberated through the void mirror, sending the sect leader of the Divine Sword sect flying. Xuan staggered back, spitting blood in his wake. Soon after, the scene within the void mirror dissipated, and the divine weapon was reduced to ashes. How powerful! How astonishing! Xuan had no time to lament the loss of the void mirror, his eyes widening in terror. Sect leader, are you all right? Quickly, take a healing elixir. The other elders rushed to his side, alarmed. It was known that their sect leader was a formidable practitioner at the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm. Yet he had sustained harm from the void mirror, which was truly unfathomable. Supported by the elders, Xuan quickly consumed a healing elixir, regaining his composure as he glanced anxiously at the spot where the void mirror had been destroyed. Only upon realizing that the pair of eyes had vanished did he finally exhale a sigh of relief. Chapter 6. Merging 9 Celestial Veins. 5,000 times the density of spiritual energy. Master, what on earth has transpired? Why is there a voice emanating from the void mirror? It seems the mirror cannot replicate sound. The elders inquired anxiously, their concerns palpable. The recent events had utterly surpassed their comprehension. Shu, do not speak recklessly. Xuan furrowed his brow, hastily admonishing the elders. He then proceeded cautiously. Those eyes can traverse the void, perceiving us through the mirror. We have laid ourselves bare before his gaze. Moreover, I sense that he has merely issued a warning. Otherwise, with just that mirror, we would be obliterated. What? Hiss. How terrifying. My goodness. To see us across space? What level of cultivation must that be? Could it be a king-level expert? No, a king should not possess such capabilities. It must be at least an emperor or a half-saint. What? A half-saint? Instantly, every elder was taken aback by the mere mention of the term. After all, a half-saint is a being that exists only within the holy grounds. Have we incurred the wrath of the holy grounds? A chill swept through the assembly. I do not know, but I can feel that those eyes can pierce through everything, regardless of whether he is an emperor or a half-saint. There is no need to investigate the matter of the disciple's death. If we were to offend those eyes, our Divine Sword sect would surely face annihilation. I may not comprehend his strength, but I am acutely aware that those eyes are not to be trifled with. Very well. This formidable being must have been offended by one of our disciples, who was casually eliminated by him. He did not strike down the Sect Master. So I believe he will not lay the blame at our feet. This matter must remain confidential and not be disclosed. What about the pursuit order for Lin Fan? The elder from the martial arts pavilion, still unwilling to relent, cautiously glanced at the Sect Master. The Sect Master hesitated for a moment before responding. Lin Fan should not be connected to those eyes. Let us retract the pursuit order and change it to a covert capture. Remember, we must capture him alive. And at no point should we offend anyone during the process. If we truly cannot capture him, then it shall be. Misty Sect. Under the guidance of Chen Xuan, Lin Fan had already begun to grasp the fundamentals. The reasons for his rapid enlightenment were quite simple. Firstly, his ancient sword body endowed him with an innate affinity for the sword path. Secondly, the celestial scriptures, derived from a sword Immortals deductions, were exceptionally suited for those with a sword body. Thirdly, the abundance of spiritual energy in this realm greatly facilitated cultivation. With all these favorable conditions, his learning accelerated remarkably. Disciple, there are many rooms outside the main hall. Feel free to choose one to reside in. Upon exiting the Sect Master's main hall, Chen Xuan gestured towards the nearby buildings. Understood. Lin Fan nodded, subsequently selecting a room to report to his master. However, upon turning, he found that Chen Xuan had already soared into the skies. At that moment, 9 transparent colossal dragons suddenly emerged from Chen Xuan's hands, rushing towards the ground at his command. Hiss. Is this a spiritual vein? No, this aura is even more potent than a spiritual vein. Could it be a divine vein? Surely, it cannot be a celestial vein. Lin Fan was astounded to witness his master manifesting a celestial vein with his bare hands. Spiritual veins are formless entities formed from the convergence of the world's spiritual energy, typically nurtured by nature. As for celestial veins, they are even rarer. Most cultivators have never laid eyes on a divine vein, let alone a celestial vein. Yet, his master could effortlessly create a celestial vein. In a stupor, Lin Fan stood frozen, watching as his master arranged the celestial vein. Soon, as the first celestial vein merged into the mountains and rivers, the surrounding spiritual energy surged, and the barrier of this realm began to wane. This is 1,500 times the spiritual energy. It truly is a celestial vein. With the deployment of the first celestial vein, Lin Fan was immediately aware of the exponential increase in spiritual energy, leaving him in shock. Boom. The second celestial vein also plunged into the mountains and rivers. The surrounding spiritual energy continued to escalate. Hiss 2,000 times. The barrier of the realm weakened further. Lin Fan's eyes widened once more. This was merely the second celestial vein. What might the spiritual energy reach if all 9 were deployed? Amidst Lin Fan's astonished gaze, one after another, the celestial veins, at Chen Xuan's behest, continuously descended into the mountains and rivers. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, all 9 celestial veins were fully integrated into the land. The spiritual energy at the peak of the Misty Sect instantaneously soared to 5,000 times that of the outside world. Of course, this was at the main peak. However, the other peaks were also experiencing over 4,000 times the density of spiritual energy, even in the secluded corners beneath each peak. The concentration of spiritual energy reached 3,000 times. Yet, when compared to the realm's barrier, this spiritual energy was insignificant. For at this moment, the barrier within the Misty Sect had become exceedingly fragile, allowing various harmonies and rules of the world to be felt effortlessly. In certain areas, even the harmonies of the Tao seeped through the barrier, visible to the naked eye. This, indeed, was true terror. What is the greatest fear in cultivation? Is it seclusion? Or battle? Neither. The greatest fear in cultivation is the inability to comprehend. Without comprehension, no matter how arduous the training, advancement in cultivation is impossible. Especially in the later stages, breakthroughs are solely achieved through various insights. Now, with the rules of the Misty Sect manifesting and the harmonies of the Tao flowing, remaining here to cultivate equates to facing virtually no formidable bottlenecks. As long as one is willing to endure hardship and training, breakthroughs are inevitable. It is no exaggeration to say that if a dog were thrown into the Misty Sect, it would likely achieve the status of a formidable beast in no time. Our sect truly possesses grandeur. I must cultivate diligently, not to disappoint my master's high hopes or the environment of the sect. Lin Fan, filled with astonishment, entered his room and began his intense training. On the other side, after arranging the celestial veins, Chen Xuan smiled with satisfaction. The rewards from the system were indeed exceptional. With such transformations in the sect, recruiting disciples should become significantly easier in the future. As for the summoning cards, Chen Xuan had no intention of using them for the time being. Firstly, he was already at the level of an emperor. Summoning 1 or 2 more emperors would not evoke any sense of novelty. It was better to save them for synthesizing celestials. As for the saint summoning card, it was even less necessary. Who would need a saint when they could synthesize an emperor? After all, the system had stated that cards could be synthesized. However, emperors and saints cannot be synthesized a second time. This means that a saint summoning card can only synthesize into an emperor, and the resulting card cannot be further synthesized. It can only be summoned for use. However, the emperor's summoning card can synthesize into a celestial. Thus, the optimal strategy for maximizing the benefits of summoning cards is to synthesize emperors into celestials and saints into emperors. After all, it has been countless millennia since a celestial has been seen in this world. If the sect could possess one, it would undoubtedly be impressive. Once a celestial is acquired, gathering a host of emperors as elders would also be quite splendid. As for the rewards for lower-level disciples, they could all be synthesized into saints to serve as outer elders. After all, the elders of the Misty Sect must not fall below the rank of saints. Otherwise, it would not uphold the prestige of being the strongest sect. At that time, as the Sect Master, with a mere wave of his hand, countless saints, emperors, and celestials would heed his command. What a magnificent sight that would be. With such thoughts, Chen Xuan grinned widely. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps the system detected his intentions, as it suddenly chimed in with a notification. Ding! A disciple recruitment conference will be held in 3 days at Sword City, where a genius with 10-star potential will appear. Please ensure you attend the event to recruit disciples. A recruitment conference? Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. System, are you mistaken? You want me to compete for disciples at the Sword Sect? Ding! Not at all, host. Although it is the Sword Sect recruiting disciples, you need not venture into their sect. Simply attend the Sword City under the Sword Sect. Numerous sects will be present, not just the Sword Sect. And many smaller sects and various factions will be there to pick up discarded disciples. Thus, you can attend under the pretense of seeking opportunities. The discarded disciple. Chen Xuan. How could I, a future supreme sect leader at the imperial level, stoop to scavenging at the doorstep of a mere hegemonic force? Chen Xuan muttered under his breath in irritation. However, when he recalled that the other party was a disciple with 10-star talent, his annoyance dissipated instantly. After all, the sensation of praise was indeed exhilarating. Fine. I understand. I shall be there. With that, Chen Xuan flickered and entered the grand hall of the sect leader. Chapter 7. The Senior Disciples' Continuous Breakthroughs, heading to the recruitment conference for opportunities. 3 days later, at the peak of the mysterious cloud sect, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a cloud of turbid air. Phew, I have reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm. In just 3 days. He had remarkably crossed 5 minor realms. This environment was truly a paradise on earth. Moreover, the celestial-level cultivation technique bestowed upon me by my master was indeed powerful. After practicing it, my combat prowess has soared by several dozen times. My master has mentioned taking me to recruit new disciples. I should inquire when we shall depart. Lin Fan rose and walked out of his chamber, arriving at the main hall where he clasped his fists and said, Master, I have completed my training and have now reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm. When shall we set off? With anticipation in his heart, he eagerly awaited his master's praise. After all, crossing 5 minor realms in 3 days was not something even the most gifted geniuses in the sacred lands could achieve so effortlessly. At the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm? Not bad, Chen Xuan replied, though he mused that compared to his own progress, Lin Fan was still a tad slow. Back in the day, he had broken through from the 1st to the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm in a mere breath. Chen Xuan smiled slightly and offered a compliment, albeit one that inadvertently included himself. To break through 9 minor realms in a single breath? Lin Fan was taken aback, utterly incredulous. Humph, that's mere bragging. Even the ancient emperors could not achieve such a feat. No matter how formidable my master is, it cannot be done. Despite his skepticism, Lin Fan still offered a compliment. I am but a foolish disciple, unworthy of comparison with my master. Just know that, and let us depart. Chen Xuan nodded with satisfaction and promptly soared into the sky. Lin Fan hurriedly followed suit. Thus, the master and disciple flew towards the Divine Sword City. But mindful of Lin Fan's past association with Divine Sword City, he donned a bronze mask to conceal his identity, preventing any trouble that might arise from being recognized. Divine Sword City, a city affiliated with the Divine Sword Sect. Due to its proximity to the sect, it had become a haven for those seeking to become disciples. At this moment, outside Divine Sword City, a throng of people bustled about, creating a vibrant atmosphere that nearly overwhelmed the city. Such is the allure of a hegemonic sect. Aspirants flocked incessantly, all dreaming of ascending to greatness by joining the Divine Sword Sect. Naturally, those seeking to seize opportunities were also plentiful, for high potential disciples were congregated here. Picking up a few gems here was far more fruitful than searching at one's own doorstep. Stop. What is your purpose here? At the city gate. As Chen Xuan and Lin Fan were about to enter, they were halted by 2 gatekeepers. Chen Xuan came to a halt and calmly stated, We are here to recruit disciples. Recruiting disciples? The gatekeepers displayed no emotion, seemingly accustomed to such declarations, and immediately motioned for them to proceed. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xuan swiftly grasped the implication. No wonder the Divine Sword Sect allowed people to seize opportunities. It was also a means to generate income. How much? He inquired nonchalantly. 300 spirit stones. Quite reasonable. Chen Xuan remarked, Don't dawdle. Hurry and collect the payment. There are many others waiting to enter. The gatekeeper, seeing the confidence exuding from Chen Xuan, hastily urged him on. It's merely 300 spirit stones. Chen Xuan nodded, turning to Lin Fan. Disciple, pay the fee. Lin Fan, although momentarily startled by his master's reminder, felt no displeasure whatsoever. To assist his master was a blessing he cherished dearly. So, he happily retrieved 300 spirit stones and tossed them over. Once inside, remember that recruitment must not be coercive. Everything should be based on free will. Should anyone dare to pressure or force, they shall bear the consequences. The gatekeeper added this warning as they entered Divine Sword City. Upon stepping into the bustling streets of Divine Sword City, a vibrant scene unfolded before them. The sounds of pedestrians, street vendors, and haggling echoed in the air. Even Chen Xuan was captivated by the sights, for he had hidden away in the mountains for a decade and had not encountered such a lively crowd in ages. The streets were predominantly filled with handsome young men and beautiful young women. Of course, there were also some middle-aged or elderly individuals weaving through the crowd, casting furtive glances and occasionally lurking in the alleys to intercept some of the youth. Fear not, they are not robbers, but rather opportunists. Youth, I can see that you possess a promising future. Would you be interested in joining my Moon Cycle sect? Membership guarantees inner disciple status. Step aside. I have no interest in your Moon Cycle sect. I aspire to join the Divine Sword sect as an outer disciple. Young lady, I observed the celestial patterns last night and discerned that a prodigious talent has emerged. Might you consider joining my carefree sect? I would take you as my direct disciple. Step back. I intend to join the Divine Sword sect as an outer disciple, and I've never heard of your carefree sect. One after another, Crafty elderly men lurked in the alleys, enticing young men and women with their offers. Chen Xuan was taken aback, for he had once used similar words when recruiting Lin Fan. He turned to glance at Lin Fan, who remained composed. Having been a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, he had experienced numerous such scenarios, so he felt no emotional upheaval. At this moment, Chen Xuan felt a bit embarrassed, discreetly leading the way forward. Master, should we find a place to stay first, or shall we directly seek out the person you are looking for? Lin Fan respectfully inquired along the way. Chen Xuan looked in the direction indicated by the system's locator and soon spotted a young girl dressed in a fitted sheer skirt. Although there were many attractive individuals on the street, her appearance still caused quite a stir. She was tall and graceful, and wherever she went, all the other beauties seemed to pale in comparison to her charm. In an instant, countless gazes were drawn to her, filled with admiration. Yi Qingqing name. Yi Qingqiang, reincarnation of a future emperor, realm, 6th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Potential, 10 stars. Detailed information floated before Chen Xuan's eyes. Chen Xuan smiled faintly, murmuring to himself, a girl from 1,000 years hence, disciple, you have a junior sister now. With that, he strode directly towards the young girl. What? A junior sister? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively following in his master's footsteps. Upon seeing the young man's appearance, Lin Fan halted abruptly and quickly reminded, Master, that is Wang Chong, the son of the elder of the Technique Pavilion. It is because of him that I have been pursued. Is that so? What a coincidence. In that case, you can take your revenge on him later. I will back you up, Chen Xuan said nonchalantly. However, such a bold statement startled Lin Fan, who worriedly replied, But won't that bring trouble to you, Master? This is the affiliated city of the Divine Sword Sect, where many sect disciples reside, and it is very close to the Divine Sword Sect. If anything happens, the Divine Sword Sect will be the first to receive the news. Fear not. Remember, my mysterious cloud sect fears no power, even if an emperor were to come. You need not fear. Everything is covered by the sect. Boom. With these words, Lin Fan felt a surge of determination, invigorated by the audacity of Chen Xuan's declaration. The mysterious cloud sect fears no force. Even if the emperor arrives, there is no need for fear. Everything is safeguarded by the sect. Could it be that there are no unparalleled powerhouses within the sect? Upon contemplating this, Lin Fan was utterly exhilarated. He nodded vigorously and declared, All right, I shall take revenge for my brother. Do not approach just yet. Let us observe what he intends to do with your junior sister. Chapter 8. The Reincarnation Celestial Body, 1,000 years hence. Wang Chong's eyes sparkled with an excited, wicked glint as he scrutinized Yi Qingqing intently. A rare gem, truly exceptional. How it must make one feel euphoric. In an instant, Wang Chong's gaze was filled with desire. He had not encountered such a rarity in a long time. Now that he had finally found one, to let it slip away would be a disservice to his title as a dandy of the Divine Sword Sect. Thus, with a beaming smile, Wang Chong positioned himself in front of Yi Qingqing and feigned concern. Miss, you must be here for the Divine Sword Sect's disciple recruitment event, correct? The entrance test has already commenced. Why have you not attended? Are you perhaps lost? Allow me to escort you to the Divine Sword Sect for the entrance examination. No need. Yi Qingqing frowned and shook her head, firmly rejecting his offer. Yet, the young man remained unfazed, his gaze still filled with desire. Miss, I am Wang Chang, a disciple of the inner sect of the Divine Sword Sect. My father is an elder of the Techniques Pavilion. I can recommend you for entry, saving you a great deal of trouble. Furthermore, as long as you perform well in the outer sect, I can utilize my influence to facilitate your admission to the inner sect. What do you say? Shall we get acquainted? After speaking, he looked at her with eager anticipation, as if everything was already in the bag. However, the outcome was unexpectedly contrary. Yi Qingqing's response was nonchalant. She merely shook her head in refusal once more. The reason for her refusal was quite simple. Lin Fan was no longer a part of the Divine Sword Sect. Why would she join? Moreover, with her exceptional talents, she could directly enter the inner sect without any recommendations. Apologies, but I am not interested in joining any sect at this time, Yi Qingqing stated calmly as she turned to leave. Yet, such an attitude instantly extinguished Wang Chong's patience. His expression darkened, and he coldly threatened, If you do not wish to join the Divine Sword Sect, then why are you here? Do you take my Divine Sword Sect for granted? Coming and going as you please? What are you doing here? Hearing these words, Yi Qingqing couldn't help but smile bitterly. She did not wish to be here either. However, she had been thrust into this situation against her will. In her previous life, she resided on the ancient continent 1,000 years later. In that era, she was exceptionally gifted, growing through numerous adventures. Although she was an orphan without family, her path in cultivation was remarkably smooth, akin to a destined protagonist in a novel. Yet later, she encountered a woman named Lung Shi, who completely altered her perception of her own identity. She came to realize that she was not the protagonist, but rather a supporting character. For every time Lung Shi appeared, she would kill her for various reasons. And she could never escape her fate, perishing repeatedly. During her first life, while growing up, she dealt with a few obstacles due to conflicts. Subsequently, a girl named Lung Shi, who had achieved considerable cultivation, found her and mercilessly obliterated her in a single strike, claiming it was for revenge against her family. This made her understand that the obstacles she had previously dealt with were indeed connected to Lung Shi's family. This time, she was extra cautious, taking care not to offend that prodigious Lung Shi's family. Even when encountering them, she would smile and build rapport, fearful that if Lung Shi surpassed her in cultivation, she would come to kill her. Yet fate has a way of playing tricks on people, as the heavens arranged for a man to be by her side, enamored with her to the point of madness. Although she held no feelings for that man, who knew that Lung Shi would once again confront her, attempting to seize that man and subsequently annihilate her, for that man was her boyfriend. Upon learning of this, Chen was infuriated. Ultimately, she unexpectedly stumbled upon the two of them in a corner, with the outcome being her demise once more. According to the timeline, that girl was nowhere near her match at that time, far from reaching the quasi-emperor realm. Thus, she confidently ventured forth. Indeed, as she anticipated, the girl appeared again. Yet her cultivation level was vastly inferior. She was no match for her at all. Just when she thought she could easily eliminate her, another unfamiliar man emerged, obliterating her. A quasi-emperor, with a single strike. In her final moments, she discovered that this newly appeared man was the girl's senior brother, possessing the prowess of an emperor, far superior to her. Moreover, their master was a man named Lin Fan. When Chen learned this news, she was utterly stunned. That girl was already absurd enough. Now, a senior brother had emerged. A senior brother who was an emperor. Not only did he obliterate her, but it turned out they had a master above them as well. Good heavens! Just how formidable was Lin Fan, that even his disciples could be emperors. Opposing them would surely lead to dire consequences. Even if she could continuously reincarnate, it seemed she would still struggle to escape her fate of being obliterated. Who knows what realm Lin Fan had attained? This shattered all her plans, especially when she considered the possibility of encountering that girl who had always suppressed her. 1,000 years hence, she couldn't help but feel a renewed sense of anxiety. However, upon awakening her memories, she fortuitously learned that the Divine Sword Sect was holding its triennial disciple recruitment event, and her father, the clan leader, had been extolling the virtues of the Divine Sword Sect, reminding her of snippets from her previous life. Lin Fan, it seemed, hailed from the Divine Sword Sect. Later, for reasons unknown, he had distanced himself from the sect, soaring to great heights. Had she crossed over to Lin Fan's era? She was greatly shaken, eagerly investigating information regarding Lin Fan, soon discovering that he was indeed a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, and furthermore, an inner sect disciple who was not particularly valued by the sect. Upon learning this, without hesitation, she decided to follow her father's wishes and came alone to partake in the Divine Sword Sect's recruitment event. She confidently assured her father that she had absolute faith in becoming an inner sect disciple directly. At that time, her father was so excited that he presented her with numerous treasures to enhance her strength. Yet, as fate would have it, destiny always loves to jest. This morning, as she confidently prepared to attend the test, she discovered that Lin Fan had been expelled from the sect. The reason was unknown. His whereabouts were unknown. Her hopes of clinging to his coattails were dashed once more. As for joining the Divine Sword Sect, her enthusiasm had completely evaporated. All she could think about was where to find Lin Fan. Thus, she harbored no goodwill towards the Divine Sword Sect disciple before her. After all, with her strength, even if she joined the sect, her status would undoubtedly surpass that of this individual. However, considering Lin Fan's expulsion, if she joined the Divine Sword Sect, it might lead her into a position of opposition against him. Thus, she resolutely abandoned the idea of joining the Divine Sword Sect. Nevertheless, in this life, she had family and responsibilities, unlike her previous solitary existence. If she were to offend a dominant force like the Divine Sword Sect, her family would also be in jeopardy. Hence, she softened her tone slightly and stated, "I apologize, but I truly do not wish to join the Divine Sword Sect at this moment. Today, whether you want to or not, you will join. Otherwise, you shall not leave." Wang Chong sneered, waving his hand toward the distance. In an instant, several disciples of the Divine Sword Sect appeared, surrounding Yi Qingsheng. Chapter 9. Clinging to the right leg, Yi Qingsheng joins the sect. Stop! Just as Wang Chong was about to take action, a cold shout suddenly rang out. Following this, two men, one tall and one short, slowly approached them. Could it be that the Divine Sword Sect would force her into submission to join? The newcomers were none other than Chen Xuan and Lin Fan. It was Lin Fan who spoke. He wore a bronze eye patch, his expression inscrutable. Lin Fan? Upon seeing the newcomers, Wang Chong instinctively shouted Lin Fan's name. Lin Fan replied, "You could recognize me even under these circumstances? Heh, daring to oppose me without any backing. You are the only one in the entire sect. Even if you turn to ashes, I will still recognize you." Wang Chong let out a cold laugh and shouted, "Well, you actually dare to appear in the Divine Sword City. Last time you ambushed and injured me, this time you won't escape. Brothers, let's go together. Capture him for me." As soon as the command was issued, the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect dispersed, surrounding Lin Fan and Chen Xuan. On the other side, upon hearing their conversation, Yi Qiqing trembled, her heart racing. Instinctively, she turned to look at Lin Fan. Lin Fan? Could he be the revered master of Cold Shi? The formidable warrior who would become legendary a millennium later? For a moment, Yi Qiqing was dumbfounded. She never expected that her quest would yield such effortless results. She must cling to this powerful figure. When Lin Fan engages in battle, she would seize the opportunity to express her allegiance and strive to earn his trust. With this thought, Yi Qiqing gradually became alert, ready to intervene and rescue. Even if the elders arrived, she was confident she could quickly lead Lin Fan to safety. However, at that moment, the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect suddenly found themselves unable to move, their legs seemingly rooted to the ground. Me too. It's as if my legs have grown into the earth. I can't move. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Meanwhile, Lin Fan smiled. He knew that his master had intervened, granting him the chance for revenge. He turned to Wang Chong and coldly declared, "Wang Chong, prepare to meet your end." With that, he raised his hand, gathering his spiritual energy into a palm and directed it toward Wang Chong. Wang Chong was taken aback. However, being at the 5th level of the spiritual sea, he believed himself to be a rank above Lin Fan. Although he felt a bit weak, he was still at a higher realm. Even without assistance, he remained unafraid. Lin Fan, in a direct confrontation, you are no match for me. Today, you shall witness the might of the 5th level of the spiritual sea. Tiger Fist. With that, he unleashed his 5th level aura, conjuring a pair of fists that surged toward Lin Fan's palm. Boom. In an instant, the two powers collided. However, Wang Chong's Tiger Fist disintegrated upon contact with Lin Fan's palm, which continued its descent with an overwhelming force toward Wang Chong's head. Hiss. Wang Chang gasped in shock, disbelief flooding his mind. Impossible. Impossible. You are merely at the 4th level of the spiritual sea. How could you so effortlessly shatter my Tiger Fist? He was astonished and hurriedly summoned his spiritual energy for defense. However, before his protective barrier could take shape, the massive palm descended upon his head and pressed down fiercely. Boom. A muffled sound echoed as the bluestone floor was smashed into a deep pit. Wang Chong vanished without a trace. The surrounding crowd was stunned, peering into the pit. All they saw was a blur of blood and flesh. Who said I was at the 4th level of the spiritual sea? I am now at the 9th level of the spiritual sea. Lin Fan murmured to himself. With vengeance fulfilled, the hatred that had consumed him dissipated entirely. Boom. At this revelation, the crowd finally snapped out of their daze. Good heavens, the inner disciples of the Divine Sword Sect have been reduced to mere mud. A murder has occurred. The disciples of the Divine Sword Sect have been killed. Run. In an instant, the young men and women around were startled, fleeing in all directions. These were disciples of the Divine Sword Sect. Moreover, they were on the sect's territory. To dare commit murder here, was that not akin to courting death? Those who remained to watch were either of high status or believed themselves to possess considerable strength. As the crowd dispersed, the few disciples of the Divine Sword Sect were left dumbfounded. Even though they had regained their ability to move, they had lost the confidence to capture the assailant. The 9th level of the spiritual sea. Good heavens, did Lin Fan really break through 5 realms in just 3 days? How could this be possible? And what about the person beside him who had remained silent? Is he his master? No wonder they were unable to move earlier. It must have been his master's doing. The disciples were filled with shock, not daring to utter threats, quickly retreating to signal the elders of their sect, all the while watching Lin Fan and Chen Xuan from a distance, fearful of their escape. However, it was evident they underestimated Lin Fan and Chen Xuan. Escape? That was the act of the week. At this moment, Chen Xuan did not flee. Instead, he nodded appreciatively and said, "Well done. You acted when necessary, embodying the true spirit of my Misty Sect." With that, he slowly approached Yi Qiqing, smiling gently. "My dear, I see great potential in you. I believe you will achieve great things. Would you be willing to take me as your master and join my Misty Sect? I am the 108th generation Sect Master of the Misty Sect, a powerful force with deep roots, and I shall cultivate you into an emperor." Swish. As soon as Chen Xian's words were spoken, the onlookers were left in utter disbelief. Good heavens, he is not fleeing and dares to recruit disciples. What audacity! In my lifetime, I have never seen such boldness. The Misty Sect? I have never heard of this sect, have you? I haven't either. It must be an inconsequential sect. Yet, how brazen they are. To kill a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect, and still dare to recruit disciples on the spot. Is that not courting death? In an instant, shock enveloped the crowd. Yi Qingqing was equally astonished. The Misty Sect? The 108th generation Sect Master? Lin Fan's master? Could she have encountered the ultimate ally? Her luck was truly extraordinary. If not now, when? Without a second thought, Yi Qingqing knelt before Chen Xuan. Her voice trembling with excitement, disciple Yi Qingqing pays respects to master. With that, she knocked her head 3 times against the ground, the sound echoing against the bluestone floor. This scene left all the onlookers with their eyes wide open, mouths agape, utterly unable to believe what they were witnessing. She did it. She truly did it. Good heavens. Is she not seeking her own demise? Oh dear, this girl. What a waste. Offending the Divine Sword Sect will surely lead to a dire fate. Yet she dares to take a master? TSK, such a pity. This girl seems extraordinary, her aptitude likely exceptional, but alas, her life is surely short-lived. The leaders and elders of the surrounding minor sect sighed in lamentation. Chen Xuan was unfazed, for the system's rewards had just arrived. Ding. Congratulations to the host for accepting a disciple with 10-star potential. The luxurious disciple recruitment gift package has been received. Please check. Chapter 10. A single sentence shatters the elders. And those eyes appear again. Good. My obedient disciple, quickly rise. The ground is cold. After successfully accepting a disciple, Chen Xuan excitedly helped Yi Qingqing to her feet. With a smile, he pointed to Lin Fan and introduced, Qingqing, this is your senior brother, Lin Fan. From now on, you shall be my second disciple. Yi Qingqing greeted her senior brother, her heart brimming with excitement. Now, she is Lin Fan's junior sister. A millennium later, she would no longer fear that cold she. When the time comes, standing before cold she, would she still fear being harmed by her senior uncle? Moreover, if her master could teach Lin Fan to such heights, he would undoubtedly guide her well. Greetings, junior sister. There is no need for concern. We are all disciples of the sect. Let us strive together. Lin Fan returned the greeting with a fist salute. All right, now that you are acquainted, let us depart. But just then, a thunderous shout rang out in Divine Sword City. Boldly, to kill my Divine Sword Sect's disciple and still dare to leave? Surrender at once. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through. Moments later, 2 elders of the Divine Sword Sect descended from the sky, landing on the street. Where is my son? Where is my son? One of the elders, Wang Bin, who was also Wang Chang's father, upon his arrival, immediately began to search for news of his son. Today marks the first day of the Disciple Recruitment Conference, and he was assigned to patrol the area outside the sect with his cousin to maintain order. Suddenly, he received a communication from the Sword City. The message stated that Lin Fan had appeared in Sword City and had killed his son. Upon hearing this news, Wang Bin nearly collapsed, urgently dragging his cousin to rush over. Quickly tell me, where's my son? He seized a disciple from Sword City, fervently inquiring. Elder Wang. Junior brother Wang. He is. Speak quickly. Wang Bin's agitation caused him to spray saliva all over the disciple's face. The disciple, frightened, momentarily forgot how to respond. Fortunately, at that moment, other disciples provided the answer. Elder Wang, junior brother Wang, is in the pit. With a flash, Wang Bin appeared at the pit's edge. Upon seeing the pile of muck within, he instantly broke down. Ah, my son, my son. Wang Bin held to the heavens. His formidable aura of a powerful being unable to be contained, fully unleashed. Boom. A tremendous pressure erupted from his body, instantly suffocating all the young men and women nearby. Hiss. Such overwhelming pressure, I can hardly breathe. Is this the half-step condensation realm? The dominance of a supreme power is indeed formidable. It is said that the inner elders of the Sword Sect are at least at the late stage of the Skyward Realm. Those true guardian elders are all in the condensation realm. Is this the might of the late stage of the Skyward Realm? Although I am also at the Skyward Realm. Facing this pressure, I fear I could not withstand even a single strike. Truly, in the path of cultivation, the higher the realm, the greater the disparity between each level. In an instant, the surrounding crowd was astonished, hastily attempting to resist this overwhelming force. Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing also changed their expressions, feeling the immense pressure. However, at that moment, Chen Xuan slightly raised his head, and the pressure on both of them vanished instantly. It is the master. They glanced at Chen Xuan, their hearts filled with a sense of safety. Lin Fan, you dare to kill my son. Prepare to pay with your life. At this moment, Wang Bin suddenly struck, charging towards Lin Fan with blinding speed, leaving everyone bewildered and unable to react. Lin Fan was utterly speechless. He had donned a blindfold. Yet how could someone still recognize him as Lin Fan? But at this moment, Chen Xuan was not to be trifled with. To dare to harm his disciple in his presence was akin to digging at the roots of the Tai Sui, a death wish. Ant. Chen Xuan expressionlessly uttered those two words. Boom. The words ant transformed into a wave of pressure, surging towards Wang Bin. Upon being struck by those two words, Wang Bin's body exploded in an instant, becoming a rain of blood. He didn't even have time to utter a sound. Hiss. Everyone collectively gasped in shock. Exploded? Good heavens. This man seems to be the 108th generation Sect Master of the Misty Sect? Is the Misty Sect so powerful? Just uttering two words detonated a peak elder of the Skyward Realm? Could he be in the Condensation Realm? The pressure contained in those two words is no less than that of the Condensation Realm. Wang Bin was, after all, at the peak of the Skyward Realm. Even the Sect Master of the Sword Sect in the Condensation Realm would be unable to obliterate a peak elder of the Skyward Realm with mere words. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. He cannot possibly be stronger than the Sect Master of the Sword Sect. In an instant, everyone turned their vigilant gazes towards Chen Xuan, fearing he might suddenly strike at them. Even the two disciples beside Chen Xuan were astonished by his display, especially Yi Qingcheng, whose beautiful eyes widened, her heart brimming with excitement, filled with admiration. Master is so imposing, truly worthy of being the one who could mentor senior brother Lin Fan. I hope to inherit even a fraction of Master S abilities in the future. Lin Fan thought to himself, the Master is indeed the Master when he strikes. It is a decisive move. Even a peak elder of the Skyward Realm can be instantly annihilated. Chen Xuan rolled his eyes and waved his hand, lifting Lin Fan and Yi Qingcheng into the air. Throughout the entire process, no one dared to intervene. Even Wang Bin's cousin, Wang Shuang, stood in stunned silence, unable to speak. Afterward, he took out a communication talisman, reporting, Sect Master, a major incident has occurred in Sword City. An elder from the Scripture Pavilion was obliterated by a single word from Lin Fan's master. Requesting assistance, requesting assistance. Whoosh. The communication talisman instantly shot out a beam of white light, heading towards the Sword Sect. He then stood still, murmuring to the place where his cousin had turned to ashes, Cousin, do not blame me for not intervening. He is simply too powerful, should I act. I would surely be reduced to ashes. Your son is already dead, and now you have perished as well. Grandpa has only the two of us as grandsons. I have no descendants either. We cannot let Grandpa's lineage end with us, can we? Moments later, the Sword Sect Master, Xuan, arrived with several inner elders. Soaring through the air, he surveyed the scene while listening to the reports. Misty Sect? I have never heard of such a sect. And aside from that inner disciple, how did Elder Wang leave no trace whatsoever? Even if he exploded, there should still be some residual energy. Xuan gazed at the spot where Wang Bin had perished. Puzzled. Sect Master, the place where Elder Wang vanished seems to leave no traces, just like those 6 disciples. Suddenly, the reminder from the Law Elder jolted Xuan awake. He trembled, incredulously exclaiming, could it be the eyes from the void mirror? Very likely. Upon hearing those eyes, the Law Elder's heart quaked. After all, the last incident involving the void mirror had instilled deep fear in them. Quick, does anyone remember what that person looked like? Draw it for me. Xuan urgently inquired of those present. I remember what that person looked like. Soon, a minor Sect Master stepped forward, excitedly exclaiming, I remember that person's appearance. Quickly, let me draw it. Xuan urged impatiently. The individual nodded, took out paper and brush, and soon sketched Chen Xuan and the 2 disciples' likenesses. 3 figures lay neatly on the parchment. Sect Master, it's done. The individual handed the drawing over. Xuan eagerly accepted and unfolded it to examine. In an instant, those familiar eyes appeared on the paper. Xuan and the Law Elder felt a simultaneous shudder in their hearts. Indeed, it was those eyes. However, before they could express their astonishment, the eyes on the drawing suddenly blinked at them. In an instant, both men reflexively flung the drawing away, jumping in unison and emitting terrified cries. Ah, what the hell? Sect Master? What happened to the Sect Master? The other elders, startled by the reactions of the Sect Master and the Law Elder, hurriedly approached to inquire. But Xuan had no time to respond to them, for at that moment, his heart raced uncontrollably and his scalp tingled. It's him. It's him. It is truly him. Good heavens. I have offended him once again. Damn it. However, he merely blinked at me, seemingly not angered. With this thought, Xuan, trembling with trepidation, picked up the drawing from the ground and commanded those around him. Inner disciple Wang Cheng and inner elder Wang Bin, relying on their status as elders of the Sword Sect, have engaged in wrongdoing, maliciously harming fellow disciple Lin Fan, and thus deserve death. Now, during the investigation of Wang Bin and Wang Chong, they have inexplicably offended other sect powers, bringing trouble to the Sword Sect. And now having been killed, They have brought this upon themselves. Convey my orders. This matter is hereby concluded. No one is to continue investigating this affair, and furthermore, within the sect, we shall clear Lin Fan's name and wash away his grievances. All right, everyone disperse. With a wave of his hand, Yuxian took the lead in departing Sword City. He did not resume presiding over the disciple recruitment conference, but instead retreated into the Sect Master's hall, hiding away. Still shaken, those eyes had terrified him twice. Anyone would be left in a state of collapse. Fortunately, the other party refrained from causing further trouble, leaving him uncertain about how to respond. Within the Divine Sword City, Yuxian's words rapidly spread, and the name of the Misty Sect began to circulate. However, that was merely a matter for later. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan sensed someone sketching his portrait and blinked to startle the artist. After all, the individual was merely observing his appearance without any ill intent, so he refrained from retaliating fiercely. Junior sister, prepare yourself. We are about to enter the Misty Sect. Lin Fan reminded his junior sister before the entrance of the sect. Yi Qingqing paused, puzzled by her senior brother's words. For she saw no need for preparation before entering a sect. Did it require overcoming challenges? Not dwelling on her confusion, she nodded and replied, yes. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. With that, she followed her master and senior brother into the Misty Sect. Instantly, a vast aura of spiritual energy enveloped them, causing Yi Qingqing to tremble in astonishment. Even she, who had treaded the threshold of the quasi-imperial realm, had never encountered such a rich source of spiritual energy. It felt as though her soul had ascended. She could not help but spread her arms wide, embracing the overwhelming energy. This energy is remarkably dense, she murmured. This is merely the beginning, junior sister. Take a moment to feel it more deeply, Lin Fan chuckled, offering another prompt. Yi Qingqing blinked in surprise and focused on her perception. Before long, her eyes widened in disbelief. The barrier between heaven and earth is so fragile. It seems as though it could be pierced with a single poke. Is this the environment of a sect? To cultivate here would be exponentially more effective than in the outer world. Her heart raced, and her pupils dilated in awe. Was the cold chi of my past life nurtured in such an environment? Under these conditions, it's only natural that I couldn't compete. Noticing her dazed expression, Lin Fan beamed. Junior sister, being able to join the Misty Sect is our fortune. You must cultivate diligently and avoid laziness. Yes, thank you for your guidance, senior brother, she replied, casting a glance at Chen Xuan, who walked ahead with a calm demeanor, seemingly indifferent to introducing the sect, giving no indication of wanting to speak. This made Yi Qingqing pout, for she had many questions to ask, such as why the sect was so quiet, or why they hadn't encountered any other disciples along the way. Yet, with her master silent, she hesitated to inquire, turning instead to Lin Fan. Though Lin Fan had not contemplated many details, as the senior brother, he felt it was his duty to introduce the sect. He relayed to Yi Qingqing everything Chen Xuan had told him, leaving her in a state of shock, especially upon learning that the Misty Sect was a hidden sect and that all disciples had ascended to the elder level. The strength of such a foundation was astounding. Moreover, as she was the sect leader's personally taught second disciple, just this title alone was remarkable. Excitedly, Yi Qingqing turned to look at her master, who remained expressionless, leading the way. However, Chen Xuan wasn't merely maintaining an air of profundity, he was receiving system rewards. Luxurious disciple recruitment package opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 Emperor Summon cards. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 2 Sage Summon cards. Congratulations, host. You have received the Ultimate Illusion Tower for sect facilities. The Ultimate Illusion Tower, 9 levels in total, with thousands of rooms. Each level can manifest various realms and perilous environments, allowing cultivator spirits to enter the illusion for training. Time flows within the illusion 10 times faster than in the outside world. Entering the illusion for 10 days equates to 1 day outside. Note, cultivator spirits will experience a 100 genuine sensation. Any injuries or deaths experienced within the environment will feel entirely real, but the physical body will remain unharmed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ultimate skill, 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 tons of Enlightenment Tea. Enlightenment Tea contains the essence of Tao and the rules of heaven and earth, assisting cultivators in comprehending the Tao. Ding. The Ultimate Illusion Tower has been manifested within the sect. As the system's voice faded, the rewards were instantaneously credited. Chen Xuan smacked his lips while surveying the treasures in the system space. He had already amassed 4 Emperor Summon cards and 4 Sage Summon cards. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could summon an Immortal. Additionally, the Ultimate Illusion Tower would serve as a training facility for the disciples. The only thing he could utilize himself was the 10 tons of Enlightenment Tea. Wow, 10 tons. Might that be a tad excessive? It'll take ages to consume, he mused, realizing it would likely have to be distributed among the disciples. As he strolled toward the main peak, he mentally calculated the system rewards. Meanwhile, a colossal tower, rivaling a mountain, suddenly materialized in the sect's clearing, gradually transitioning from illusion to reality, ultimately solidifying into a towering structure. Chapter 012, Family Letter, Yi Family Mobilization Conference. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the giant tower, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Master, look! A giant tower has appeared over there." Awakened by his disciples' exclamations, Chen Xuan cast a glance at the ultimate illusion tower and began his lecture earnestly. "Disciples, there is no need for alarm. This tower is the ultimate illusion tower. Once cultivators enter it, their spirits will traverse through various secret realms and perilous environments conjured within, all while their physical bodies remain completely unharmed. It serves as a training tool for our sect's disciples. You may also take the opportunity to experience it." Wow, such remarkable functionality. The body remains unharmed. Doesn't that equate to having an immortal body? In an instant, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing were greatly astonished. After all, cultivators often faced battles, and only through combat could they continually break their limits. Yet, battles often came with the risk of death. Having such a training tower would significantly reduce the life and death crises in their cultivation journey. Moreover, the fact that only the Master's personally taught disciples could enter without restrictions meant that those not directly taught by him would face limitations. As the Master's personally taught disciples, they could enter whenever they desired. Goodness, joining the Master's sect is indeed a stroke of luck. They could access all the good resources first. In that moment, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing were rendered speechless with excitement. Ding! 10-star potential disciples detected. They will appear near the rule's secret realm in 7 days. Please prepare to recruit disciples. Host. At the main peak, in front of the Master's hall. Chen Xuan hadn't even had a moment to catch his breath when the system's recruitment prompt chimed again. In 7 days? We'll address that when the time comes. Chen Xuan dismissed the system notification without a second thought. 7 days? There is still plenty of time. No need to worry about it for now. With that thought, Chen Xuan raised his finger slightly, and both Yi Qingqing and Lin Fan simultaneously found a book in their hands. Yes, they quickly bowed, then picked up the books to examine them. Lin Fan reacted relatively well, having already seen the celestial scriptures. Thus, encountering the ultimate skill scriptures was not as shocking. Although the ultimate skill was one of the most powerful techniques in the world and was largely considered lost, it still paled in comparison to the celestial scriptures. Conversely, Yi Qingqing was far more astonished. Celestial scriptures. The celestial scriptures. The Misty Sect even possesses the celestial scriptures. This is utterly terrifying. Grasping the celestial scriptures, she felt at a loss for words to describe her current state. No wonder she had never been able to defeat Cold She in any lifetime. It turned out the opportunities inherited by Cold She had exceeded her imagination. In such a formidable sect, if she could defeat them, it would indeed be a miracle. What you are studying are all celestial scripture techniques. It may be somewhat challenging to cultivate. I shall provide you with additional enlightenment tea if you encounter any uncertainties. You may use the tea for comprehension. Should you still lack understanding, feel free to approach me. Having spoken, Chen Xuan reached into the void, grasping 2 handfuls of enlightenment tea leaves and casting them towards the 2 individuals. Upon witnessing the floating leaves before them, both were instantly taken aback, their pupils narrowing in astonishment. So many, indeed, an abundance. They had anticipated that their master would bestow upon each of them a single leaf, yet to their surprise, it was a handful each. Each handful contained no less than 100 leaves. Their master's generosity was truly astonishing. Grateful for the master's benevolence, the disciples vowed to diligently cultivate, striving to bring honor to their master and their sect. As the 2 received the tea leaves, they hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Yes, go forth and cultivate. Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction, preparing to ascend to the pinnacle of the ultimate illusion tower. However, at that moment, Yi Qingqing politely inquired, "Master, your disciple has been away from home for several days. May I send a message to my family to inform them that I have become your disciple and that they need not worry?" The communication talisman could transmit messages over long distances, albeit at the risk of revealing its origin, hence her hesitation to act without her master's consent. Certainly, our sect has emerged. We need not fear exposure. Chen Xuan nodded in agreement, then stepped towards the ultimate illusion tower, his figure vanishing in an instant. Filled with excitement at his approval, Yi Qingqing bowed in the direction of her master's disappearance, expressing her gratitude. "Junior sister, feel free to choose any of the vacant rooms, as they are unoccupied. I shall be preparing for the rule's secret realm in 7 days, where many sovereign-level powers will participate. The forces from nearby states will also be present, so you must cultivate diligently to avoid disappointing our master. Lin Fan kindly reminded her as they exited the grand hall. Yu Qiqing immediately clasped her hands in thanks, replying, "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. I have heard of the rule's secret realm. It is said to be an ancient space filled with treasures. Only cultivators under the age of 30 may enter. When the time comes, the talents from surrounding states will gather to compete. I shall not let our master down. Indeed, strive to ensure that our Misty Sect's name resonates in the rule's secret realm." With that, the two entered their respective chambers to commence their rigorous training. However, Yu Qiqing did not begin her cultivation immediately. She cautiously placed the celestial scriptures and the enlightenment tea leaves on her bedside before retrieving the communication talisman to send a message to her father. After all, she had confidently declared upon leaving home that she would surely become a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect. "Father, your daughter has entered the sect, and all is well. Do not worry." Meanwhile, within one of the premier families of Huangzhou, the Yi family, the clan leader, Yi Changxing, was addressing the entire assembly of elders and ancestors, rallying the young disciples of the Yi family in a motivational conference. In the vast training ground, over 1,000 young disciples, mostly in their teens, stood under the scorching sun, gazing intently ahead. Before them lay an extensive table, stretching several meters, behind which sat a long row of family elders, including the esteemed ancestor Yi Junlin, who was present to listen to the clan leader's address. Though the ancestor held the highest status, this was the clan leader's occasion, and he was not to intervene, regardless of his rank. Such was the custom of the Yi family. Observing the throng of young family members, Yi Changxing raised his voice. "My worthy sons of the Yi family, it is well known that cultivation is arduous, exhausting, and perilous. Yet countless individuals continue to join the ranks. All for what? Is it for longevity? No. Is it for vanity? No. It is to grow stronger. And why must we grow stronger? Perhaps many do not comprehend. But the singular purpose of strength is to safeguard oneself, protect one's family, and provide shelter for future generations. Fear not the hardships. The family thrives because of you. And it is your presence that beautifies our lineage." Chapter 013. The enraged clan leader Yi, off to seek talent at the Misty Sect. Yu Changxing paused to sip water before continuing with fervor. "Imagine, decades hence, when you stand in my position, facing your own children and grandchildren. Should you lack the necessary strength, how will they flourish? How will they mature? Just as we were once your age, if we had not diligently cultivated and persevered. You would not enjoy such a comfortable upbringing. You might find yourselves oppressed or face threats to your lives from powerful adversaries, endangering your parents, siblings, and kin. Thus, we now are the future you, and you are the past us. You are destined to become the pillars of our family, to uphold our legacy." The more Yi Changxing spoke, the more impassioned he became, his voice resonating throughout the training hall. The children began to feel the weight of his words, sensing the consequences of neglecting their cultivation. Some ambitious youths clenched their fists, their resolve visibly strengthening. Even the elders seated on either side were moved, secretly admiring Yi Changxing's compelling oratory. Seeing the crowd's spirits uplifted, Yi Changxing felt a surge of satisfaction and raised his voice once more. "Now, let us join together in singing our Yi family anthem." He began, "In the face of storms, we prepare, sing. This pain in the storm means nothing, dry your tears. Fear not, for we still have dreams." In an instant, the harmonious voices of thousands echoed throughout the Yi family estate, with even the elders joining in. Their faces flushed and throats strained from the exuberance of the song. Undeniably, their first ancestor was a true visionary, having not only initiated the motivational gatherings for the youth but also composed the family anthem. It was these two remarkable innovations that had allowed the Yi family to endure through time. Whenever the family faced decline, extraordinary figures inspired by these inventions would emerge, leading the family back to prosperity. Thus, even though the Yi family was not exceptionally powerful and had yet to attain sovereign status, they remained resilient and their lineage unbroken. Suddenly, the communication talisman in Yi Changxing's possession flickered. He bent slightly and whispered to the ancestor beside him, "Ancestor, I must take my leave for a moment. Once the singing concludes, you may announce the end." His excitement stemmed from the fact that this talisman was connected to his daughter. Its illumination signified that a message had arrived. The family had been amassing resources, eagerly awaiting the day when his daughter would join the Divine Sword Sect as a prominent disciple, thus allowing them to negotiate resources with sovereign-level powers, ultimately achieving a transformative leap in status. Thus, he awaited his daughter's message with great anticipation, as did the entire family. Taking a deep breath, Yi Changxing infused the communication talisman with spiritual energy. Soon, Yi Changxing's voice resonated forth, "Father, your daughter has entered the sect, and all is well. Do not worry." "Entered the sect? Ah, wonderful. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Yi Changxing sighed in relief. Yet, upon listening again, he realized he had not discerned whether she had become a disciple of the sect leader nor the difficulties of the entrance examination. This left him feeling perplexed. After much contemplation, he resolved to inquire further. Thus, he sent a message to his daughter, Qi, have you become a disciple of the Divine Sword Sect's leader? Was the entrance examination difficult? I knew you would not disappoint me. In the sect, be sure to get along well with your senior brothers and sisters. I shall arrange for someone to bring you spiritual artifacts and elixirs to strengthen your bonds with them. With a swift motion, the message was sent. After a brief moment, Yi Qiqing arrived at the ethereal sect, startling her during her cultivation. She picked up the communication talisman, feeling somewhat helpless, yet she listened intently. The truth was that she had not joined the Divine Sword Sect but had instead become a disciple of the ethereal sect. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Qiqing ultimately decided to speak candidly. Thus, she sent a message. Father, I have become a disciple under the Sect Master. Furthermore, the assessment was not challenging at all. The sect does not have a test, and the Master accepted me because she valued my potential. Please do not send any medicinal pills, currently. There are only 2 disciples in the sect, myself and my senior brother. The elder generation of disciples has already aged. Whoosh. The message was sent. No assessment. Just 2 disciples? The elder generation has aged? Is this truly the Divine Sword Sect? Surely no sect could be this absurd. Oh no. Could my daughter have been deceived? I had warned her repeatedly not to trust anyone from the Divine Sword City. Upon this realization, Yi Changxing became extremely anxious and exclaimed, Daughter, did you truly join the Divine Sword Sect? You must not have been deceived. Yi Qingcheng replied, Father, to be honest, I joined the ethereal sect. At that moment, Yi Changxing held the communication talisman, on the verge of tears, nearly collapsing under the weight of despair. His daughter had indeed been misled. Yi Qiqing retorted, Father, you must not speak ill of the ethereal sect. My master would be displeased. Moreover, the ethereal sect is not as inadequate as you claim. It is a hidden great sect of the wilderness region, and since it has only recently emerged, it is natural that you have not heard of it. Furthermore, this place is a paradise. The cultivation environment is 1,000 times better than that of the Divine Sword Sect. My cultivation speed here is astonishing, and my master has even granted me celestial scriptures for my training. Yi Qingcheng articulated all the benefits of the ethereal sect to Yi Changxing. However, how could Yi Changxing believe such nonsense? Hidden sect? Elder disciples in slumber? A paradise? Celestial scriptures? These were clearly the words of a child. Not even a fool would believe them. With that, Yi Qiqing closed the communication talisman and resumed her cultivation. After all, continuing this conversation would lead nowhere. And neither could convince the other. Eventually, when she achieved remarkable progress in her cultivation and shone brilliantly in the realm of rules, he would naturally come to understand that the ethereal sect was indeed an unparalleled great sect. With this thought, Yi Qingqing smiled and immersed herself in her training. On the other side, the family's most talented genius, the sole hope of the Yi family, had been deceived into joining an obscure sect. What a calamity! When the ancestor learned that Yi Qingqing had not joined the Divine Sword Sect, but had instead been tricked away by an unknown minor sect, he was nearly beside himself with anxiety. What did you say? Qingqing was deceived by an unknown sect? Chapter 014. Father, why are you here? Boom. Upon hearing this information, the ancestor immediately gave Yi Changxing a fierce smack on the head. I told you to accompany Qingqing, but you refused. Look what has happened now. She has been hoodwinked. You have driven me to the brink. If anything happens to her, do not blame me for turning against you. The ancestor fumed, his beard bristling and eyes wide in anger. Yet, while scolding, he did not cease his work. Soon, he used the communication talisman to trace the origin of the information. Found it. It is located in the chaotic, ancient mountain range. I will go with you, the ancestor declared, tossing the communication talisman aside and preparing to lead the way. Seeing this, Yi Changxing hurriedly stopped the ancestor, saying, No need, ancestor. It is not a major sect, with only 2 disciples. It must be a small sect of mixed backgrounds. I can handle it. You stay at home and wait for my news. With that, Yi Changxing soared into the sky, heading towards the chaotic, ancient mountain range. As he flew upwards, the surrounding families were left dumbfounded. Wow. Yi Changxing has been concealing his cultivation all these years. No wonder the Yi family has been so confident in everything they do. Turns out, he's a hidden powerhouse. What is he so flustered about? Could something have happened to the Yi family? In an instant, the people of the nearby cities began to discuss among themselves, especially the head of the Sun family. The longtime rivals of the Yi family, who, at this moment, clenched his fist in frustration. Well done, Yi Changxing. I never expected you to be hiding your strength. But soon enough, our ancestor will break through to the spirit concentration realm. You probably don't even know that, do you? Hee hee. Just imagine how splendid your face will look when you meet our ancestor in the spirit concentration realm, at the entrance of the ethereal sect. After a day and a half of strenuous flying, Xianxiang finally arrived at the designated location. Looking at the desolate mountain gate, he sent a terse message to his daughter, demanding she come out. At the peak, after a night of cultivation, Xianxiang slowly opened her eyes. Wow, she had actually reached the 8th level of the spirit sea. The cultivation environment here was indeed terrifying, although she had only cultivated for a night and a half. It had allowed her to break through 2 small realms. This demonstrated just how extraordinary the environment of the ethereal sect truly was. Swish. At that moment, the communication talisman resting by her bedside flickered. She glanced at it and ultimately decided to listen, as she had not paid attention to the previous messages. Come out, daughter. I am at the entrance of the ethereal sect. If you do not come out, do not blame me for barging in and causing a scene. After the last message, the communication talisman fell silent. Xianxiang was startled, quickly leaping out of bed and dashing outside while sending a message to her father. Father, please do not act impulsively. I will come out right away. Saying this, she hurriedly opened the door and rushed down the mountain. To be honest, she had never expected her father to come in person. She silently prayed for her father to remain calm. Otherwise, if he barged into the mountain gate, she would have no idea how to plead her case to her master. Before long, at the sect's main gate, Xianxiang spotted her father, Xianxiang, surveying the surroundings. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. Quickening her pace to approach him, she scolded, Father, what are you doing here? Daughter. Xianxiang's eyes lit up as he began to circle around Xianxiang, inspecting her. Xianxiang felt uneasy under his gaze and retorted, Father, what are you looking at? Do I have flowers on me? Upon confirming that Xianxiang was unharmed, Xianxiang grasped her hand and attempted to lead her away. Xianxiang was left speechless by her father's actions, rooted in place, her feet feeling as heavy as lead as she patiently explained, Father, I cannot leave. I am a disciple of the ethereal sect and cannot leave the sect without permission. You are driving me to madness. The ethereal sect, is it? Very well. If that is the case, I must see what is so special about the ethereal sect that it has bewitched you. Unable to pull his daughter along, Xianxiang became angry and turned to storm into the sect. Seeing this, Xianxiang was immediately alarmed and rushed to stop him, saying, Father, you cannot barge into the sect. Otherwise, I will have no way to explain to my master. Heh. Explain? You think I care? If you have the ability, stop me. Xianxiang sneered, determined to enter. With no other choice, Xianxiang unleashed a punch, forcing Xianxiang back, and calmly urged, Father, if you continue to press forward, do not blame me for taking action. Xianxiang replied, Very well. For the sake of a mere sect, you dare to lay hands on me. Today, I shall overturn this sect. As he spoke, Xianxiang began to retaliate. However, as the battle commenced, he discovered that his daughter's strength had remarkably grown. While he sensed that she had broken through, regardless of her advancement, she was still in the spirit sea realm, while he was in existence of the 4th level of the sky control realm. In an instant, he found himself unable to suppress her without using his full strength. Father, please, can you stop this madness? If you truly wish to enter and take a look, be honest. I will report to the master, and only with the master's consent will I allow you to enter. Not bad. Your combat prowess is growing stronger. Today, let us see if you can truly stop me. Xianxiang, ignoring the question, immediately increased his combat strength. Then, taking advantage of Xianxiang's momentary lapse in attention, he dashed towards the sect. It's over. Watching her father's retreating figure, Xianxiang began to formulate her apology for later. Boom. The instant Xianxiang crossed into the sect, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy surged in from all directions. In that moment, countless celestial rules and the essence of the Tao began to manifest intermittently. Xianxiang's entire body trembled, and he instinctively halted, frozen in place. Is this the realm of Immortals? His head spun, and he felt as though his soul had detached from his body, floating in a state of bliss. Momentarily forgetting the purpose of his intrusion, completely lost in the experience. Chapter 015. A deep father-daughter bond. The second disciple takes her father on a tour of the sect. The ultimate illusion tower. Top floor. Chen Xuan opened his eyes, a galaxy shimmering within his gaze. The ultimate illusion tower. Still a bit lacking. It cannot confine those of the Emperor realm. A stranger has appeared in the sect? Suddenly, the changes within the sect caught Chen Xuan's attention. He flickered and vanished, instantly appearing before Xianxiang. Who are you to dare invade the Misty Sect? Chen Xuan spoke coolly, his voice resonating like thunder, instantly shaking Xianxiang to his core, evoking an involuntary desire to worship. That sensation was far more intense than meeting the leader of the Divine Sword Sect. Could he be the leader of the Misty Sect? Xianxiang's heart tightened, momentarily at a loss for words. He realized that this sect was indeed unlike what he had imagined. The overwhelming spiritual energy and the pervasive celestial rules and Tao essence. To call it a realm of immortals is no exaggeration. Perhaps it truly is a hidden super sect, and he had inadvertently trespassed into this super sect. How could he possibly explain this? In that moment, Xianxia felt a wave of trepidation, quickly pondering his defense. Fortunately, just then, Xianxia approached and provided an explanation. Master, this is my father. I am at fault for allowing my father entry without permission. I beseech you to punish me. As she spoke, Xianxia knelt down. Upon seeing this, Xianxia immediately reacted, hastily kneeling beside her, urgently declaring, Master, please forgive us. I was unaware that my daughter had entered the Misty Sect. My affection for her led me to intrude. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me alone. Do not blame my daughter. At that moment, he fully believed his daughter's words. He clearly felt the power and mystery of the Misty Sect. Realizing that the Divine Sword Sect could not even be mentioned in the same breath, leaving him with no thoughts of resistance, only reverence. Since you are the father of Qiqing, you shall be pardoned. However, should this happen again, my sect shall not show mercy. Rise. Hearing that the man was Yi Qingqing's father, Chen Xuan, in a magnanimous manner, chose not to be angry. After offering a few words of caution, he raised his hand slightly, lifting both of them from the ground. Feeling the enveloping force, Yi Qingqing was once again stunned. For even this single surge of power rendered him incapable of resistance. It was evident that everything his daughter had claimed was true. Thank you, Master. I shall remember your teachings. The two hurriedly clasped their fists in gratitude. No need for such formality. Since you are here, let us proceed to the hall for a discussion. Chen Xuan nodded, waving his hand, and the three ascended into the air, spinning and swirling, arriving in the main hall of the sect in the blink of an eye. Then, with another wave of his hand, 2 cups of tea appeared on the nearby table. He smiled slightly and said, Patriarchy, having traveled a long way, this humble tea is but a token of respect. Please. I dare not refuse. Thank you, Senior. Yi Qingqing had no thought of declining, carefully taking his seat and reaching for the tea. But when he beheld the tea leaves within the cup, he was once again jolted, exclaiming involuntarily, Enlightenment tea. 2 leaves. Indeed, the tea in his hand was enlightenment tea, with 2 leaves. My heavens, such a precious item. The master of his daughter actually used it to entertain guests and placed 2 leaves. This is an extravagant waste. In an instant, Yi Qingqing was utterly astonished. Hurriedly lifting the cup to drink. After finishing the tea, he did not forget to roll the leaves into his mouth, leaving not a single drop behind. In that moment, the long-standing challenges in his cultivation were entirely resolved. Upon opening his eyes once more, he felt as if he had transformed into a different person. He was overwhelmed with excitement, realizing that the enlightenment tea was indeed as legendary as rumored, possessing extraordinary effects on understanding. Seeing this, Chen Xuan waved his hand again, refilling Yi Qingqing's cup. Yi Qingqing quickly clasped his fists in thanks and eagerly drank it all down. He even rolled the leaves onto his tongue, reluctantly savoring the remnants on the cup. His exaggerated manner of drinking left Yi Qingqing speechless. Yet, she could not remind him in front of the master, resorting to a feigned cough to draw her father's attention. Ahem. Yi Qingqing remained oblivious, continuing to lick the cup. Ahem. She coughed again. Finally, this caught Yi Qingqing's attention. While licking the cup, he looked up in confusion and asked, Daughter, what's wrong? Is your throat uncomfortable? If so, drink less tea and more water. Hand me your cup. Yi Qingqing silently pushed her cup forward. Yi Qingqing downed it in one gulp again. The sight left Yi Qingqing with a black line on her face. How had she not realized that her father had such a thick skin? Qingqing. Suddenly, the master's voice resonated from the main seat. Yi Qingqing was startled, quickly rising to clasp her fists. Disciple is here. Since your father has arrived, take him around to explore, so he can feel at ease. Chen Xuan seemed to sense their unspoken words and smiled as he instructed. Seeing this, Yi Qingqing hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Yes, thank you, master. She then discreetly gestured for Yi Qingqing to rise quickly. Reluctantly, Yi Qingqing stood up from his seat, clasped his fists in respect to Chen Xuan, and followed his daughter out of the main hall. My daughter, this place is truly wonderful. Outside the hall, gazing at the picturesque scenery and abundant spiritual energy, Yi Qingqing exclaimed. Without the master present, he felt less constrained, his demeanor significantly relaxed. Humph. Who was it that said the Misty Sect was not worth visiting? Yi Qingqing immediately pouted, retorting. However, before she could finish her sentence, Yi Qingqing suddenly covered his daughter's mouth, warily scanning the surroundings, whispering, Shh, quiet, don't let the master hear. Humph. Observing her father's growing reverence for her sect, Yi Qiqing felt an unexpected sense of pride and immediately bragged with a couple of huffs. Qiqing, I was wrong before. I misunderstood you without investigating properly. You may cultivate here diligently. Never let your master be dissatisfied with you. Our Yi family's rise depends on you. I certainly know to cultivate diligently. Father, let me show you around. The master said I should take you on a tour to put your mind at ease. Yi Qiqing rolled her eyes and began leading the way. Rest assured, absolutely at ease. Yi Qiqing quickly offered a smile, then muttered softly, with the master around. I've been forgotten. I'll heed what the master says, but not what you say. Yi Qiqing's face lit up with joy. It's nothing at all. I just think your master is truly remarkable, treating me to enlightenment tea on our first meeting. As he spoke, he carefully fished out 6 pieces of enlightenment tea leaves from his mouth and stuffed them into his daughter's hands. Daughter, here's a treasure for you. Quick. Hold it well, and don't let your master see. Yi Qiqing exclaimed, observing her father's crumpled and damp dao tea leaves in his hands. The meal she had consumed 3 days prior almost made her retch. She clenched her fists tightly, unable to budge them despite her father's persistent attempts to pry them open. Come on, you silly girl. This is something your father specifically saved for you. I couldn't bear to eat it. Yi Qiqing scolded in a hushed tone, clearly flustered. Chapter 016. The Yi family submits, rewarded with the 9 curves Yellow River formation. Witnessing her father's anxious demeanor, Yi Qiqing felt a wave of warmth in her heart. Although it was somewhat nauseating to dig the dao tea leaves from his mouth, it was a gesture of her father's goodwill. It reminded her of her childhood when she would often snatch food from her parents, oblivious to whether they had eaten it first. However, while she appreciated the sentiment, she was now a grown woman and could not resort to such unrefined behavior. Rolling her eyes, she sighed. Father, you should just eat it. My master has provided me with some. As she spoke, she revealed a handful of dao tea leaves to Yi Qiqing. Good things are never too many. Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Qiqing's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he exclaimed, What? So much? Indeed, it was an astonishing amount. He had felt incredibly fortunate to have saved 6 pieces, yet here was his daughter with an entire handful. It seemed the leader of the Miao Liao sect truly regarded her as a disciple. In an instant, Yi Qiqing was filled with excitement, but he also became more reserved. Since the sect was kindly nurturing his daughter, he felt compelled to set a good example and leave no negative impression. He straightened his posture, exclaiming, Wonderful. Take some for yourself, dear. I can't possibly use all of this. Yi Qiqing offered him half of her stash, and he quickly stuffed 6 pieces back into his mouth. Father, could you not tremble so? She remarked, exasperated as they whispered to each other. Just then, Lin Fan emerged from the cultivation tower and, seeing the two in hushed conversation, asked curiously, Junior sister, what are you two up to? His unexpected voice startled Yi Qiqing into a jolt. Senior brother. It's nothing. My father came to visit, and my master asked me to show him around. Yi Qiqing quickly greeted Lin Fan and provided an explanation. Upon learning that this was his junior sister's father, Lin Fan became more polite, immediately bowing respectfully. Ah, it is Uncle Yi. I am Qiqing's senior brother. It is a pleasure to meet you. Greetings. Yi Qiqing returned the courtesy, equally respectful. Both men were taken aback, quickly reciprocating their bows, creating a comical scene of mutual reverence. Ah, senior brother. My father and I have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave. We shall talk later. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Yi Qiqing hastily pulled her father away from the awkward situation. Sometimes she felt utterly helpless, watching the departing figures of father and daughter. Lin Fan's eyes flickered with envy. Unfortunately, he was all alone, without family. Yet, since the day he joined the sect, it had become his home, and his fellow disciples were like family to him. He continued to ponder the challenges he faced in his cultivation. In the afternoon, after a day of exploration, Yi Qiqing fully grasped the strength of the sect. Before departing, he returned to bid farewell to the sect leader. In the grand hall, he respectfully sat at a lower position, finished his dao tea, and stood to clasp his hands, saying, Esteemed sect leader, your sect has just emerged and is unfamiliar with the outside world. Though the Yi family is not a dominant force in the wilderness continent, we are a notable family. If the Miao Liao sect ever requires assistance from the Yi family, please do not hesitate to speak. We shall certainly oblige. Ding. The system detected the Yi family's loyalty. How could a powerful sect lack forces to rely on? Please accept the Yi family as a vassal force and provide them with a reward. Granting the 9 curves Yellow River Formation. 9 curves Yellow River Formation contains the mysteries of heaven and earth, possessing the power to confound immortals. Those beneath immortals shall surely perish upon entry. Only an immortal may break this formation. It is a perfect protective formation for the mountain. Suddenly, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Upon seeing the reward, Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback. This reward was indeed impressive. It could serve as a protective formation for the mountain. However, how should he sweeten the deal for them? After all, normal vassal forces were required to pay a certain tribute each year, and only when they encountered difficulties would the upper echelons intervene. But he himself did not lack in tributes. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Xuan devised a plan and smiled gently. Patriarchy, you are too polite. Our sect has just emerged and currently has no eyes or ears in the outside world. Would you consider making the Yi family a vassal of our Miao sect? Of course, our sect does not require any tribute, and we shall also provide a training opportunity for your vassal forces. You may send one person to our sect for training. Really? In an instant, Yi Changxing trembled with excitement. To be a vassal of the Miao sect? That was precisely what he had hoped for. Despite having to pay some tribute, being affiliated with a powerful sect would bring protection to his family. Yet, the fact that there was no tribute required and that a training slot was offered was beyond his wildest dreams. It felt like a stroke of luck. Indeed, but to be a vassal of our sect, absolute loyalty must be maintained. There can be no second thoughts, Chen Xuan replied, nodding slowly. At this moment, Yi Changxing was thoroughly convinced. He excitedly clasped his hands and began to pledge, I, Yi Changxing, the patriarch of the Yi family, hereby swear on behalf of the Yi family to become a vassal of the Miao sect from this day forth. Soon, Yi Changxing fervently swore an oath, affirming his loyalty. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of accepting a vassal force. The 9 Curves Yellow River formation has been received. In an instant, the reward was bestowed. Yes, thank you for your grace, sect leader. I shall take my leave. Such a celestial realm, if only one could be sent there, would be an immense opportunity. Though not an official disciple, it mattered little. As for food and drink, he could manage that himself. After all, as long as he could remain in such an environment, even doing menial tasks was a grand opportunity. Master, I shall see my father off. Yi Changxing also rose to accompany him. Chen Xuan nodded, and his figure vanished, setting up the 9 Curves Yellow River formation. In the grand hall, only Lin Fan remained. Glancing around the empty space, he rolled his eyes and also took his leave. Outside the sect, Yi Changxing inquired, Father, who do you plan to send for training? Neither your second cousin nor your 6th brother possesses remarkable talent. Perhaps we could consider your 3rd or 9th sisters. Their abilities are commendable as well. They won't do. Our generation lacks individuals with exceptional talent. Yi Changxing shook his head, outright rejecting his daughter's suggestion. Yi Changcheng was taken aback, puzzled. Then who do you intend to send? Kiki, you will find out soon enough. I must take my leave now. You must focus on your cultivation. Yi Changxing chuckled mysteriously before leaping into the air and departing. Chapter 017. The Ancestors' Training, the Identity of the Elder of Miscellaneous Affairs. After a day and a half of vigorous flying, Changsheng, where are Qingqing and the others? Ancestor. Qingqing is cultivating. Yi Changxing chuckled. Ancestor, please don't be angry. Allow me to explain. He hurriedly recounted the wonders and might of the Miao sect. After listening, Yi Junlin was clearly taken aback, somewhat bewildered. Is this real? Such places exist in the world? You are not deceiving me, are you? It is true, Ancestor. Moreover, I have sworn allegiance to the Miao sect. From now on, we shall be a vassal force. Additionally, the sect leader has granted us a training opportunity to send someone to the sect for cultivation. Such a great opportunity? Who do you intend to send? Yi Junlin gradually began to trust Yi Changxing's words. After all, as the leader of a sect, what he said often pertained to the fate of the entire clan, and he would surely not speak frivolously. You should go. Yi Changxing smiled slightly. The elder was momentarily taken aback. Me? At my age? Wouldn't he, the sect leader, think less of me? Not at all. It's anonymous anyway. It doesn't matter who goes. Our Yi family has few highly talented descendants. You were exceptionally gifted in your youth, making you the most suitable candidate. Yi Changxing earnestly analyzed the situation with the elder. Upon hearing this, the elder nodded thoughtfully. Although it felt somewhat peculiar for him, an old man, to pursue further studies, it was undoubtedly the best for the clan. After all, he was already at the 9th level of the Void Realm and had lived for several centuries. If he did not break through soon, he would indeed face death. By then, if Yi Changxing had not yet matured, the clan would suddenly lose a powerful figure, leading to turmoil. Very well, I shall depart at once. Not in a rush. First, gather your belongings, including a change of clothes and personal items. The sect covers lodging, but not meals. Once you're ready, I will announce the clan's affiliation with the mysterious sect. All right, I leave the household in your care. I will pack my things immediately. Elder Yi Junlin nodded and departed from Yi Changxing. After preparing his belongings, Yi Changxing organized a farewell gathering, urging the elder to study diligently. Elder Yi Junlin, with a heavy heart, shouldered his pack, wiped away a tear, waved goodbye to his clan, and then leapt into the air, soaring into the heavens. Observing the elder of the Yi family flying above with his pack, the surrounding factions were bewildered. How strange. The elder seems to be traveling far to break through the spirit realm? I recall his lifespan is likely less than 10 years. Quickly, inquire within the Yi family to see if they have discovered any relics. Head of the family. We found out that the Yi family has become a vassal of a sect called the Mysterious Sect, and their elder has gone to study there. Another day and a half passed. Yi Junlin arrived at the gates of the Mysterious Sect, his pack in tow, gazing at the towering peaks and the abundant spiritual energy. He was fully convinced of Yu Changxing's words. He instinctively adjusted his shoulder bag, feeling somewhat anxious as he knocked on the sect's grand formation. As for why he carried a pack, it was simple. He had too many items prepared, and his storage bag could not accommodate them all. The grand formation echoed with his knock, and Yi Qingcheng emerged. After the grand formation was set up, the task of guarding the entrance had been passed from the sect leader to her and her senior brother. Thus, when the formation sounded, she received the news immediately and came to open the gate. However, upon arriving and seeing the familiar silhouette of the elder gazing into the distance, she instinctively called out, "Elder, is that you?" Hearing his name, Yi Junlin slowly turned. A gentle breeze stirred, tousling his beard, and with a beaming smile, he replied, "Qiqing." After entering the sect, Yi Junlin swiftly completed the necessary procedures. Under Yi Qingqing's guidance, he met the sect leader and settled at the foot of the mountain. Although he held no privileges or status as a student, Chen Xuan granted him the opportunity to train for 2 days each month within the Ultimate Illusion Tower. Understanding the sect's magnitude, Yi Junlin was aware of the necessity to contribute. Thus, he dedicated half of his time to maintaining the sect's cleanliness, tending to the flowers, and polishing the stone pillars. The remaining time was devoted to his cultivation. His diligent efforts gradually enhanced the sect's environment, and his cultivation level began to rise rapidly. Within just a few days, he ascended from the 9th level of the Void Realm to the 2nd level of the Spirit Realm, further deepening his appreciation for the sect's mystery and strength. Far from feeling embarrassed about performing menial tasks, he began to take pride in them. After all, in such a celestial realm, merely being allowed to work, let alone serve as a slave, was a privilege. Moreover, recognizing Yi Junlin's commendable attitude and unwavering work ethic, Chen Xuan generously conferred upon him the title of Elder of Miscellaneous Affairs, enabling him to oversee the management of the miscellaneous workers in the future. As the sect expanded, the necessity for such roles became apparent, and with this title, the Yi family firmly established their footing within the mysterious sect. Countless years later, their descendants would regard the elder's decisions with gratitude, for it was due to his hard work and loyalty that numerous prodigies arose within the mysterious sect. However, that was a tale for another time. Currently, the Yi family faced ridicule from numerous factions due to the elder's actions, as many had secretly followed Yi Junlin and witnessed him cleaning the sect's grounds daily. Thus, this became a topic of gossip among many. Did you hear? Elder Yi Junlin is sweeping the grounds of a third-rate sect. Haha. When I first heard he was going to study, I thought it was some grand opportunity. But it turns out he has merely become a handyman. What a laugh. A dignified elder, having lived for centuries, not choosing to remain at home, but instead opting to serve as a handyman. Surely, he could have secured a position as an outer elder in the Sword God sect, or at least a guardian elder in smaller sects, given his late-stage Void Realm status. Yet, he chose to work at an obscure sect. What was he thinking? Word had it that the new generation prodigy, Yu Qiqing, was also among the disciples there. What a disgrace for the entire family. Next time, we'll mock the sect leader of the Yi family together. Yes, mock him. Countless families and factions continued to jeer at the Yi family, unaware of the immense power that Elder Yi Junlin's title of Elder of Miscellaneous Affairs would wield in the near future, as top-tier cultivators, even saints, would soon be clamoring to join his ranks. Chapter 018, The Rules of the Secret Realm and the 3 Major Super Sects. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the Rules Secret Realm's opening had arrived. On this day, Chen Xuan set forth with his disciples, Lin Fan and Yi Qiqing, flying from the Chaos Ancient Mountain straight to the side of the Rules Secret Realm. Along the way, he took the opportunity to instruct his disciples. Lin Fan, Qingcheng, given your current cultivation levels, you need not worry about others competing for resources within the secret realm. However, vigilance is essential, as the dangers within are real. As fellow disciples, you must look out for one another and uphold the honor of the mysterious sect. Yes, I will certainly take care of my junior sister, Lin Fan assured confidently. Rest easy, master. I have recently broken into the 7th level of the Void Realm. Those under 30 at this level are exceedingly rare, and I will also look after my senior brother, Yi Qiqing declared proudly. Having recently surpassed several minor realms and even crossed a major one, feeling she had reached her peak. With a radiant smile, She glanced at Lin Fan, eager to boast. Senior brother, what level have you reached? Not much. I have just broken through to the 9th level of the Void Realm, Lin Fan replied calmly with a slight smile. 9th level? Well, Yi Qiqing's expression froze, momentarily stunned. She had assumed her senior brother would be at a similar level, only to discover he surpassed her by 2 minor realms. But, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Lin Fan was a prodigious talent of the millennium, and it was only natural for her to lag behind. With a cheerful demeanor, she exclaimed, Senior brother is truly impressive. I will rely on you to look after your little sister in the secret realm. Instantly, her heart warmed at the thought of her senior brother being so kind. Thank you, senior brother. However, the junior sister is not one to be trifled with. With a confident smile gracing her lips, she exudes self-assurance. The three of them chatted and laughed as they gradually faded into the horizon, leaving behind the elder Yi Junlin to guard the desolate entrance alone. The reason the realm is called the Realm of Rules is that only cultivators under the age of 30 are permitted to enter. Moreover, the internal space is vast, housing numerous rare treasures and exotic beasts from ancient times. Yet the internal rules are chaotic. One moment it may be scorching sun, and the next, a chilling winter. The irregular seasons manifest, with a disordered spatial structure, varying speeds of time flow, and the sun and moon turned upside down, where all manners of disorderly rules coexist in the same place, hence the name Realm of Rules. This realm is nestled at the edge of the Wild State. At the junction of 3 states, surrounded by Wild State, Cloud State, and Green State. Each time the realm opens, it draws people from surrounding states to explore. At this moment, outside the entrance of the realm, it is teeming with people. Everywhere one looks, the mountain peaks are crowded with cultivators. Many are engaged in discussions about the happenings within the realm before its opening. Have you heard? Several superpowers are sending people inside this time to the Realm of Rules. Is that surprising? They have entered before. What is the fuss about? It is different this time, entirely different. While disciples from superpowers have entered previously, their sects did not intervene. It was solely the disciples' personal choices. But this time, all the major superpowers are dispatching their strongest disciples. Really? Is there something extraordinary inside that has even the superpowers eager, sending their top disciples? Those who entered last time mentioned that a unique valley emerged within the ruins, concealing a supreme technique, the Great Void Technique, left behind by a great sage from ancient times. It is said that all the major superpowers are sending their finest geniuses to comprehend the Great Void Technique and incorporate it into their sects. A supreme technique? Is that true? I wonder if we will have the chance to encounter it. Even if we do, it would be of no use. The disciple who discovered the ancient sage's ruins last time lacked the talent to comprehend it, despite realizing its significance. Thus, this time, they are sending their strongest geniuses. I have also heard. It is said that the Flying Heaven sect has sent its strongest disciple, Yunfei Yang. What? Yunfei Yang is here? The one whose mysterious identity has shocked the ancestors of the Flying Heaven sect upon entering, and who has been hidden by the sect since. Indeed, not only him, but also Li Taishan from the Taihe sect and Zhao Ritin from the Wujizong. Well, all 3 of these prodigies have arrived. It seems that this time, the Realm of Rules may witness unprecedented chaos. Just as they landed, Chen Xuan and the others overheard the discussions of others. Upon hearing the names of these 3 geniuses, even Lin Fan and Yi Qiqing couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. Superpowers are those forces that transcend the level of dominance. Hence they are referred to as superpowers. Each superpower is a force that has achieved the pinnacle of strength. It is no exaggeration to say that beyond superpowers lies the realm of sacred lands. They never expected that superpowers would send their strongest geniuses to vie for that supreme technique. However, this supreme technique is firmly in the grasp of the Piamiao sect. As the inaugural battle for the Piamiao sect, they would never allow their sect to be humiliated, not even by superpowers. Look! The battleship of the Flying Heaven sect is approaching. Suddenly, someone shouted, and everyone instinctively looked up. A massive ancient warship appeared in the sky, hovering gracefully above the crowd, despite its modest size of about 100 meters. At the edge of the battlefield stood some elders, gazing intently. Clearly members of the sect's elite, personally escorting their talented disciples. But before the crowd could express their envy, another spectacle arose from a different direction. A thunderous roar echoed. From that direction, a 100-meter-long dragon surged forth. The dragon coiled in the sky, its tail dragging a 3-story black palace, which also came to rest above the crowd. Its grand entrance overshadowed even that of the Flying Heaven sect's warship. It was the mount of the Great Elder of Wujizong, the 7-colored dragon. My goodness, the Great Elder of Wujizong has personally come to escort the sect's disciples. These geniuses are truly remarkable. TSK, with a dragon pulling a palace, it must be that Zhao Ritin, the strongest genius of Wujizong, is inside. It is said that Zhao Ritian is the great elder's direct disciple, hailed as the future hope of Wuzhong, no less formidable than Yun Feiyang. No wonder the great elder has come personally. Such extraordinary talents must be safeguarded by any sect. Amid the crowd's exclamations, the Taihe Sect's warship arrived as scheduled. Thus, the three major superpowers stood at three different positions, quietly awaiting the realm's opening. Observing the grand entrance of the three superpowers, Chen Xuan felt somewhat helpless. The level of protection for these talented disciples is truly remarkable. However, if one were to make a careful comparison, his own imperial-level strength should not be any less impressive in escorting his disciples. These displays are beneath the Piaomiao Sect's standards. Dragons ought to be feasted upon, not paraded about. I shall prepare a dragon stew for you all another day, Chen Xuan remarked to his two disciples. They wholeheartedly believed him and nodded in agreement. Thank you, Master. However, while his disciples had faith, others were not so convinced. Someone immediately muttered, "Humph, bragging. Eating dragon? Why not just claim to move the heavens? My master will certainly make dragon stew. Why should you doubt him?" Lin Fan retorted angrily upon hearing the mutterings of others. It is unacceptable to question my master. Yi Qingqing also glared at the skeptic, her expression frosty. She was serious about defending her master. The wandering cultivator had anticipated that his single comment would provoke discontent, causing him to shrink back, rendered speechless. This made Chen Xuan feel that if he didn't catch a dragon for a stew, it would be ungrateful to their filial devotion. However, before he could elaborate further, he sensed the arrival of his third disciple. Yes, we respectfully bid farewell to our master. The two promptly clasped their fists in reverence. Chen Xuan nodded, taking a step forward, and in an instant, vanished from sight. The muttering disciple witnessed this scene, his pupils dilating in shock. Goodness! The opening of the realm of rules indeed attracts powerful beings. He had thought it was merely an inconsequential sect, but it turned out to be a formidable presence. He was glad he had retreated quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how he would meet his end. With this thought, the cultivator quickly moved further away. 100 miles outside the realm of rules, at the entrance of a sprawling mountain range, stood a 17 or 18-year-old maiden, Morong Ingluo. Her features are exquisite. Her skin fair, wielding a blue long sword, dressed in a timeless fitted gown. This gown is unlike any other. Not only is it splendid, but it also accentuates her figure, enhancing her already graceful form, making her appear even more striking. If she were not surrounded, Morong Ingluo, surrender at once. You are no match for us. A circle of black-clad figures surrounded her. These individuals donned black attire and masks, obscuring their identities. Yet, Morong Ingluo recognized the speaker at once and disdainfully remarked, "You are from the Northern King's faction, aren't you? I had long suspected your intentions to rebel, but I didn't expect you to be so impatient." "Hiki, the princess indeed possesses sharp insight. Since you know we aim to rebel, yet dare venture beyond the palace into the realm of rules, your courage is commendable. Or do you believe that as a girl in the third layer of the Void Realm, you can defeat me, a cultivator at the Condensation Realm?" The leader removed his mask without pretense, revealing his true identity. Upon seeing his face, Morong Ingluo's earlier calm demeanor vanished, replaced by disbelief. "Luisho? Even you have come to capture me? Haha, not just him, but also me." With that, another individual removed his mask, disclosing his identity as Lu Haiduo, a capable subordinate of the Northern King and a formidable practitioner of the Spirit Consolidation Realm. Faced with these two, along with a dozen subordinates at the Skyward Realm, the previously composed Morong Ingluo found her poise crumbling. After all, while she could manage one spirit consolidation expert, two posed a significant threat. She tightened her grip on her sword and remarked, "Isn't it a bit excessive for two spirit consolidation experts to pursue a mere Skyward Realm practitioner like myself? Am I truly that formidable? Do not underestimate her. Despite being of the Skyward Realm, she can unleash the powers of the Spirit Consolidation Realm." Without further ado, they declared, "Capture her and present her to the prince." With that, they conjured two enormous transparent hands, enveloping Morong Ingluo in their grasp. "When did I reveal my abilities?" She mused with a bitter smile. Fortunately, her exposure was not complete. Otherwise, if the Soul Temple discovered her, her ancestor would be in grave danger. Quickly, she relinquished control of her body, silently communicating with the ring on her finger. "Ancestor, I entrust control to you." Indeed, the investigation proves accurate. She possesses the strength of the Spirit Consolidation Realm. Seize her. We must not allow her to rise. The two pursuers exchanged glances and immediately lunged forward to pursue her. Meanwhile, Morong's ancestor, taking control of her body, fled while deploying the formations she had prepared for her secret expedition as obstacles. She scattered numerous formations, causing Morong Ingluo to feel a pang of regret. Although crafting these formations was not particularly difficult, their absence would hinder her survival in the secret realm. The ancestor's spirit was weak and could only possess her for limited durations. If the journey went smoothly, all would be well. If not, trouble awaited. However, deploying formations was a necessity. She had to enter the secret realm, find treasures to enhance her strength, and strive to restore her ancestor's corporeal form. Otherwise, the Northern King would eventually rebel, plunging the Murong dynasty into chaos. As a princess, she might find herself sent away for a political marriage, a fate she wished to avoid. After all, she was a transmigrator. Yes, a transmigrator from a highly advanced technological planet. And she had arrived as a princess. Yet, from the moment of her arrival, her father had constantly warned her of the Northern King's potential rebellion, leading her to grow up surrounded by such ominous tidings. However, an unexpected incident had occurred when she stumbled into her ancestral grave and accidentally released her ancestor trapped within a bottle. Recognizing her innate affinity for formations, her ancestor chose to reside within her ring and began imparting knowledge of formations to her. She proved to be a diligent learner, mastering the craft with increasing proficiency. But as the Northern King's movements grew more pronounced, Murong Ingluo felt an urgent need to act. The Murong royal family and the Northern King were nearly equal in strength. If this stalemate continued, a rebellion would lead to a catastrophic battle. Losing was not merely a matter of political marriage. Her family would be utterly destroyed. This was not a war between nations. It was a rebellion. Should the insurgents succeed, survival for them was out of the question. Thus, a powerful figure was needed to decisively suppress the Northern King and quell the internal strife. This motivated her to accelerate her growth, aiming to resurrect her ancestor and enlist his help against the prince's treachery. Upon learning that the secret realm was opening, filled with treasures, she promptly made the decision to sneak out. Her ancestor supported her wholeheartedly, and they had prepared numerous formations as contingencies before setting off. However, to her dismay, the Northern King had discovered her ability to rapidly enhance her strength and sought to eliminate her. This forced her to deploy the formations she had prepared much earlier than intended. Otherwise, if she overexerted her ancestor's power now, he would be unable to assist her within the secret realm. Why can't I encounter a domineering master or a deeply devoted senior brother like those in novels? Murong Ingluo sighed in resignation. Based on the novel she had read, the female protagonist usually met a powerful or charismatic male lead upon transmigrating, who would protect her, support her, and love her unconditionally. She did not require the latter to be obsessively in love. She merely hoped for affection. Even if he loved multiple women, she could accept that. After all, having spent so long in a royal palace, she had grown accustomed to the notion of men having multiple wives. Unfortunately, despite over 18 years of transmigration, she had yet to meet a domineering master, while having encountered numerous suitors. This had severely shaken her faith in the authenticity of such novels. She could no longer trust romance fiction. Chapter 20. The Domineering Master Takes a Disciple, Transmigrate a Murong Ingluo. Behind her, Lu Yishou and Lu Haiduo seemed aware of her status as a master of formations, opting to avoid her traps whenever she deployed them. However, they had not pursued too far when they inadvertently stepped into an area filled with her formations. Instantly, the surroundings transformed from a dense forest to the grand hall of a royal mansion. Suddenly, a man of imposing demeanor, crowned with a regal tiara, emerged. At the sight of him, Lu Yishou and Lu Haiduo trembled, hastily kneeling. "We greet the prince." "Incompetence. You cannot even capture a mere girl. Take your own lives." The prince's voice was laced with fury. Upon hearing this, they were momentarily startled but sensed something was amiss. In that moment of hesitation, voices from their subordinates echoed nearby. "My lord, Lu Yishou, why are you on the ground?" In an instant, realization dawned on them, and they dismissed the illusory prince with a wave of their hands. The surroundings reverted to the mountainous terrain, where their subordinates stood further away. "Damn it, this wretched girl's formations are becoming increasingly sophisticated. Curse it. Continue the pursuit." They cursed angrily, resuming their chase. Meanwhile, Murong Ingluo was fleeing swiftly, but was abruptly confronted by two cloaked figures. Sensing the aura emanating from them, she had no choice but to halt her flight. For spirit consolidation experts, it seems the Northern King is relentless. Murong Ingluo narrowed her eyes. No longer resembling a young girl, but instead exuding an air of maturity. "You cannot escape." The two black-clad figures stood firm at either side, immovable as mountains. Though they did not attack, she understood they were waiting for the other two pursuers to catch up. Her ancestor also recognized that they could not delay any longer, prompting her to brandish her sword and strike at one of the black-clad figures. Snow dances in the sky. A towering crimson sword, stretching dozens of meters, materialized in the sky, slicing down toward the black-clad figure. The black-clad figure quickly conjured his weapon to defend, Yet he underestimated the might of Murong Ingluo's attack. His weapon dissipated instantly. Before she could flee, the other black-clad figure raised his hand, summoning a mountain to bear down upon her with immense pressure, forcing her to defend herself immediately. Boom! The mountain crumbled. As the dust settled, Murong Ingluo was about to escape when Lu Yishou and Lu Haiduo had already caught up. In an instant, the four spirit consolidation experts encircled Murong Ingluo completely. "Ancestor, what should we do? Can we break through?" Murong Yinran hastily inquired within her heart. Although she had lost control, she could still perceive the surrounding scenery. She could, but once true power was unleashed, it would be of no assistance to you after entering the secret realm. However, at that moment, an unfamiliar figure suddenly appeared before Murong Ingluo. Instantly, it startled both Murong Ingluo and the four formidable experts of the spirit concentration realm. None of those present had noticed how this man had materialized. In a split second, Murong's ancestral figure reflexively took a step back, filled with vigilance. If the newcomer were also a subordinate of the Northern Kings, then he would indeed need to exert all his strength. Yet, the subsequent reactions of the four spirit concentration experts surprisingly allowed the two of them to breathe a sigh of relief. "May I ask who you are? Please refrain from interfering in our matters." Lu Yishou's expression changed as he questioned in a deep voice. However, Chen Xuan paid them no heed, instead smiling warmly at Murong Ingluo. Name: Murong Ingluo, Transmigrator. Realm: third level of Sky Control Realm. Physique: innate Dao body. Incomplete. Activating the full version requires restoring the missing Dao rhythm. Potential: 10 stars. Experience: having traversed from a yellow planet, she became a princess of the Murong dynasty. Living daily under the shadow of a potential rebellion by the feudal lord, she inadvertently shattered a family vase, releasing the soul of her ancestor, Murong Zhantian, and learned formations under his guidance. Now preparing to venture into the secret realm for opportunities, she was discovered by the feudal lord's subordinates who sought to obstruct and capture her. What a transmigrator! An innate Dao body, indeed impressive. Observing the information about Murong Ingluo, Chen Xuan felt increasingly satisfied, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rising slightly. "My dear girl, I see a dark omen upon your brow. There may be great misfortune ahead. Would you be willing to take me as your master, allowing me to help you avert this crisis?" Murong Ingluo? The four spirit concentration experts? Who is this person? Is he out of his mind to take on disciples here? A moment of collective silence enveloped the crowd. After all, Chen Xuan's entrance was exceedingly bizarre. No one dared to underestimate him. Even Murong Zhantian discreetly withdrew into his ring, concealing his aura. He was afraid that the newcomer might be from the Soul Palace. After all, it is well known that the Soul Palace delights in capturing souls. No matter how powerful a soul, none would dare to confront the Soul Palace directly. "All right, I almost forgot to introduce myself." Noticing their lack of response, Chen Xuan suddenly remembered to self-introduce. "I am the 108th generation Sect Master of the Misty Sect. If you take me as your master, I can help you deal with these minor nuisances." Boom. As these words fell, everyone was momentarily taken aback. The four spirit concentration experts instantly heightened their vigilance. Were they considered minor nuisances? Is the Misty Sect truly that powerful? Do they disregard even the spirit concentration realm? The atmosphere grew particularly peculiar. Murong Ingluo, too, felt a bit at a loss. She was unsure if she should be elated or bewildered. Could it be that her formidable master had finally appeared? For a moment, she felt her heart stir. However, the gravity of the situation prevented her from making rash decisions, so she quickly inquired internally, "Ancestor, what should I do? She wants to take me as her disciple. Should I agree?" "Murong Zhantian, the other party is not simple. I cannot see through him. You must decide for yourself." Murong Ingluo. Unable to obtain a definitive answer, Murong Ingluo ultimately resolved to follow her heart. What if she gained a powerful master? That would surely elevate her status. Even if she did not ascend, at least her current troubles would be resolved. Perhaps with a formidable master backing her, the feudal lord would hesitate to rebel. Moreover, in novels, such figures are generally great beings, often the male protagonist. Missing this opportunity would be a grave mistake. With this thought, Murong Ingluo's face flushed, as she unwittingly envisioned a long serialized romance novel, filled with many mature themes. Should she accept the apprenticeship? If she declines, she might miss out. Finally, another reminder jolted her back to reality. Chapter 021. Instant annihilation of the four spirit concentration experts. Opening of the secret realm. Murong Ingluo, disregarding her shyness, quickly nodded. I am willing." My goodness, it sounded like a marriage vow. How embarrassing. "All right, bow." Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Murong Ingluo promptly bent her knees, kneeling on the ground to proclaim, "Disciple Murong Ingluo pays respects to master." 3 resounding bows. A luxurious apprenticeship package arrived. Chen Xuan beamed as he helped her up, then glanced at the 4 individuals nearby, casually stating, "Since you are now my disciple, I shall take care of them for you." Swish. The 4 were instantly taken aback. Several distant Sky Control Realm practitioners dared not approach. They even cautiously began to retreat. However, as formidable experts of the Spirit Concentration Realm, they were not the type to easily back down. Instead, they cautiously deliberated. "Since you have taken on a disciple today, can we consider this matter settled?" "Not acceptable." Chen Xuan shook his head, slowly raising his hand. In an instant, the Northern King's men grew increasingly vigilant. Louis Shou could not contain his anger. "You are far too arrogant. In that case, let us see what you are capable of." Snap. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Xuan snapped his fingers. Immediately, the man's voice was abruptly silenced. Following that, the 4 spirit concentration experts and all nearby Sky Control Realm practitioners exploded in a cacophony of sounds. Boom, 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 boom. All were transformed into blood mist, vanishing without a trace, as if they had never existed. Gasp. Morong Ingluo inhaled sharply. The ancestor within the ring trembled, nearly losing his soul in fright. My goodness. With just a snap of his fingers, and without even releasing any pressure, he annihilated 4 initial stage spirit concentration experts? Even a half-step heavenly king would struggle to achieve such a silent feat. In that moment, Morong Ingluo's gaze began to brim with admiration. Her mind once again wandered into fanciful scenarios. According to the tropes of novels, wouldn't her master one day accidentally discover her bathing, then become infatuated with her? And ultimately they would have a delightful little baby together? Oh, how scandalous. While Morong Ingluo was lost in her imaginings, Chen Xuan's voice suddenly pulled her back to reality. "Disciple, come, I shall take you to meet your senior brothers and sisters." "Huh? Oh, yes, master." She nodded eagerly, then followed Chun as they flew toward the Rule's secret realm. On a mountaintop outside the secret realm, the 2 descended slowly, drawing no attention from anyone. For in this place, where strong individuals congregated, takeoffs and landings were far too common. "Master, yes, this is my new disciple, Morong Ingluo." Chen Xuan nodded, first introducing Morong Ingluo to them, then turning to her. "This is your senior brother, Lin Fan, and your senior sister, Yi Qingcheng. From now on, you are all family. Make sure to get along well, and when the secret realm opens, you 3 must look out for each other and avoid acting rashly." "Yes." The 3 clasped their fists in unison. They then sized each other up. Meanwhile, Yi Qingcheng was also observing Morong Ingluo, secretly thinking how lovely her dress was, wondering where her junior sister had purchased it, vowing to buy one for herself. As for Morong Ingluo, her mind was already racing with wild fantasies. Senior brother Lin Fan seemed so honest. In her past life, he would undoubtedly have been a reliable partner. Senior sister Qi Qing was so beautiful. She had entered the sect before her. Surely Master had no feelings for her? Surely she wouldn't usurp my protagonist's status? I hope Master and I don't misunderstand because of her. In that moment, all 3 were silently contemplating their own thoughts. But just then, a dazzling multicolored aurora suddenly streaked across the sky, soaring upward. With the appearance of the aurora, someone immediately shouted in excitement. "The Rule's secret realm has opened. It's open, it's open. Let us rush in." In an instant, countless cultivators soared into the air, hastily rushing towards the secret realm. However, those who managed to reach first were merely loose cultivators or members of small sects. The true representatives of the 3 great superpowers and the dominant factions did not enter immediately. Indeed, they were waiting for this group to delve in and scout the way. After all, the entrance to the secret realm varies with each activation. Disciples, the secret realm is fraught with peril. I shall leave a trace of my essence for you. If you encounter insurmountable danger, you may invoke this essence, and I shall come to your aid. Thank you, Master. We shall proceed. The trio clasped their fists in gratitude and gradually took to the skies. Yet at that moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared, hovering above the crowd. These 3 were none other than the most formidable talents of the 3 great superpowers, Li Taishan, Yun Feiyong, and Zhao Ritian. Their presence commanded attention, stunning all those present, causing everyone to gaze upward in awe. However, the trio did not regard those below. Instead, they were focused intently on one another. Brother Zhao, shall we have a contest?" Yun Feiyong suggested nonchalantly, observing the other 2. "Oh, how shall we compete?" Li Taishan, expressionless and as robust as a mountain, inquired. "Hee, let us race to see who reaches the Saints' Valley first." Zhao Ritian exclaimed eagerly. "Very well. And what of you, Brother Zhao?" Both men turned their attention to Zhao Ritian. With a war spear in hand, Zhao Ritian disdainfully replied. As a being of the great sun physique, I shall crush all foes. If you have the ability, come and chase me." With that, he vanished in a flash, charging directly into the secret realm. The other two were momentarily taken aback, realizing this meant he had accepted the challenge, and quickly followed suit, creating a tempest in their wake and even stepping atop the heads of some loose cultivators to assert their dominance. The loose cultivators seethed with indignation yet dared not voice their frustrations. Witnessing the arrogance of the trio, Lin Fan, Yiqicheng, and Murong Ingluo exchanged glances, filled with disdain. True strength is not born from arrogance. The three resolved to reach the Saints' Valley first, aiming to contribute a remarkable skill to their sect. Thus, they too surged forth, entering the secret realm. As the number of cultivators dwindled around them, Chen Xuan atop the mountain did not linger, but departed for the nearest city to rest. The rules of the secret realm dictate that it remains open for several days, and he had no desire to stand idle for that long. His purpose for venturing out was to accept disciples. Having secured his apprentices, he felt no obligation to concern himself further. As for exploring the secret realm, he was already an emperor. Such realms hardly attracted the attention of even the sacred lands, let alone pique his interest. Instead of wasting time in exploration, he preferred to indulge in the pleasures of the city. Before long, Chen Xuan arrived at a city known as Kaoshan City. He entered a flower house, taking a seat on the second floor, and began to enjoy the performances while munching on sunflower seeds, embarking on a leisurely day. Time passed slowly. Within the secret realm, battles erupted incessantly in every corner, and the number of fallen cultivators continued to rise. "Wang Tai, I just saw you acquire a heavenly spirit fruit. Hand it over, or you shan't escape. Hiki, if you want it, let us see if you have the strength. Is anyone forming a team? I discovered a heavenly spirit fruit tree, laden with fruits. Alas, a late-stage beast guards it, and none are willing to team up to seize the fruits. Heavenly spirit fruit tree? Don't bother. It was stripped clean long ago, and you're still trying to form a team. What? Impossible. How could it be taken so quickly? That beast was at the late stage. Could it be the three top talents acted? No, it was 3 individuals from the mysterious sect. Those 3 are utterly ridiculous. Likely not weaker than the top 3 talents, especially the leading man, who slayed the late-stage beast with a single sword strike. Damn. There are truly many geniuses in this secret realm. I've never heard of the mysterious sect. Could they be a superpower from even further away? Chapter 022. Dividing the Spirit Fruits. Defeating Zhao Ritian. Sisters, there are a total of 360 spirit fruits. Let us divide them equally. 120 each. Lin Fan proclaimed, extracting the fruits to share with Yiqicheng and Murong Ingluo. However, the two had hardly contributed to the harvest and felt embarrassed to divide them equally. They immediately declined Lin Fan's proposal. "Brother, I hardly contributed. You should keep a bit less." "Yes, Brother Lin, I did little. You handled the beast, whereas I merely dealt with some ambushes. I shouldn't take so much. You take the larger share." Murong Ingluo insisted, waving her hands. Yet Lin Fan smiled gently, embodying an elder brother's care. "Sisters, we are all of the same sect, trained under one master. There is no need for such meticulous division. Since we are a team, we shall split evenly, without favoring one over the other. Quickly gather your fruits. It's 120 each." "Very well. Thank you, brother." Seeing Lin Fan's insistence and his indifference to the matter, the two sisters finally felt at ease to collect their heavenly spirit fruits. However, just as they secured the fruits, a domineering voice suddenly boomed from above, startling the trio. "Indeed, you are here." They looked up and immediately recognized the figure hovering above. They were none other than the renowned genius, Zhao Ritian. At this moment, Zhao Ritian descended with his war spear in hand, his expression cold as he fixated on the trio. "Hand over the heavenly spirit fruits. Heavenly treasures belong to whomever acquires them first. Why should we surrender them to you? Hehe. To refuse me is to invite death as your only fate." Zhao Ritian raised his war spear, lowering it before the trio. Although he was racing against the other two geniuses, competition aside, he would not neglect any treasures he encountered. Having missed the fruits in his haste, he had only now learned that an entire tree's worth of heavenly spirit fruits had been harvested, prompting him to seek out the culprits. What he did not expect, however, was that 2 of these individuals were quite beautiful. This sparked a fleeting sense of sympathy within him. Keeping them as handmaidens would be a delightful prospect. They could serve him in times of irritation while cultivating himself. As for the mysterious sect, he had never even heard of it. There was no need to regard it at all. Besides, with his great sun physique, he need not pay heed to anyone or any faction. To do so would only disrupt his mindset and hinder his path to supremacy. "You too. Would you be willing to submit to me, serving as my personal maidens, attending to me day and night? If you agree, I might spare your lives and guide you through the secret realm." Zhao Ritian inquired, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at the 2 women. Instantly, Yi Qingqing and Murong Ingluo felt a wave of disgust. To be honest, they had never encountered someone so self-assured. Such shameless words were spoken with an unflinching demeanor. Where did he draw such audacity? It was utterly revolting. Huh, rubbish. You dare call yourself a top genius? Just another insufferable man. The two women retorted vehemently. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, stepping protectively in front of his two companions, his stature unwavering. You speak arrogantly. To insult my sisters is to invite death. With that, he drew his sword and swung it toward Zhao Ritian. In an instant, a sword of spiritual energy, dozens of meters in length, coalesced, sweeping toward Zhao Ritian. Aha. If that is the case, then perish. Zhao Ritian laughed maniacally, thrusting his war spear into the ground, unleashing an overwhelming aura that effortlessly countered Lin Fan's attack. Your late-stage mastery pales in comparison to mine. He scoffed disdainfully, then gripped his war spear with both hands and leaped forward, aiming a fierce strike at Lin Fan. In an instant, a formidable pressure surged from afar, causing Lin Fan and his two junior sisters' hair to fly back dramatically. Is that so? Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, showing no intention of retreat. Since they are both at the 9th level of chi control, it is the perfect opportunity to test just how much he falls short of a top-tier genius. Second sister, third sister, step back for now. Allow me to gauge his power. With that, Lin Fan brandished his sword, sprang into the air, and met the war spear head-on. Boom. In that moment, where their weapons clashed, a tremendous aura erupted, instantly snapping surrounding trees in half. On the ground, Yi Qingqing and Murong Ingluo exchanged glances and simultaneously sprang into action. As for their senior brother's order to retreat, nonsense. Even if their senior could win, they wouldn't withdraw. The secret realm holds countless treasures waiting to be plundered. Who has time to waste here? The sooner they finish, the sooner they can seek treasure. Thus, both women launched their assaults, unleashing powers far exceeding their own realms. Dragon capture. Yi Qingqing suddenly conjured a massive hand that aimed directly at Zhao Ritian's head. Zhao Ritian hastily defended himself, feeling his body quiver. Immediately after, another attack followed suit. It was Murong Ingluo. Aware of her weaker realm, she relinquished control of her body to the ancestor. After all, the heavenly spirit fruit could restore the ancestor's strength, so she was no longer concerned about exhausting his power. Boom. The grand formation emerged, and the environment around Zhao Ritian shifted drastically, engulfed in a thick white mist that disoriented him. Not only was he lost, but he could also see no enemies. Even his 5 senses were obscured. Damn, what kind of formation is this? Zhao Ritian seethed with fury, darting chaotically within the formation, wildly swinging his spear. But at that moment, a sudden divine attack struck him. It was a colossal sword body. Just a glance confirmed it was released by that man earlier. Zhao Ritian quickly defended and cleaved the sword body, but immediately afterward, a torrent of divine attacks descended upon him, overwhelming him. Boom. Yi Qingqing's dragon capture hand sent him crashing to the ground. Before he could rise, a phantom mountain suddenly descended upon him, pinning him down. Boom. The earth trembled, creating a deep pit. Zhao Ritian fell completely silent. Junior sister Ingluo, you possess the strength of the spirit-gathering realm? Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing's pupils contracted slightly. After all, it is best not to disclose the ancestors' matters. So that is how it is. Yi Qingqing and Lin Fan nodded, not dwelling on the issue. Let us move quickly. There are many more treasures ahead, and we must not allow others to seize them first. All right, let us hurry. Murong Ingluo nodded in agreement. The three of them took flight, venturing deeper into the realm. Not long after the trio departed, slower cultivators arrived in this forest. However, upon seeing the traces of battle, they immediately slowed their pace, on high alert. Look, there is someone in the pit. Suddenly, one cultivator approached the pit's edge and discovered Zhao Ritian, missing half his body. The crowd gathered around in shock. And upon seeing the gruesome state of the corpse, they were all taken aback. Chapter 023. Opportunity and Crisis Coexist, the Secret Realm's Bounty Hunting Order. At this moment, Zhao Ritian was grotesquely mangled, half his body gone, revealing stark, white bones. It was horrifying. This is Zhao Ritian? No way. He really is Zhao Ritian. Did he actually die here? Could it be that Yun Feiyong and Li Taishan colluded to kill him? A wave of panic washed over the crowd, causing them to gasp in shock. Quickly, let us leave. If we are mistaken for being affiliated with the Wuji sect, it will be trouble. Yes, retreat. In an instant. Many cultivators fled in all directions. Before long, only a few scattered cultivators remained. These scattered cultivators, both male and female, realized they had not fled and understood each other's intentions. Thus, one suggested, friends, how about we split the spoils later? All right, no problem. I agree. No one objected. Seeing this, The speaker leaped into the pit to search for Zhao Ritian's storage bag and ring. But just as he grasped Zhao Ritian's hand, Zhao Ritian suddenly opened his eyes wide. Startled, the cultivator attempting to take the ring instinctively recoiled. The others surrounding the pit were so terrified they nearly lost their souls, vanishing without a trace. Only the cultivator in the pit trembled in fear, stammering, please don't kill me. I was just here to clean up, not to take your things." Suddenly, a faint sound startled the trembling cultivator. He quickly looked up. He saw Zhao Ritian ignoring him, instead holding a spirit talisman and murmuring something, his voice extremely weak, barely audible. Then, the talisman shot into the sky and disappeared. As the talisman soared away, Zhao Ritian fell silent entirely. Dead? Is he dead? The cultivator paused, cautiously poking Zhao Ritian's arm with a stick. Still, there was no response. Damn. You scared me half to death. The cultivator sighed in relief, then began to remove his ring and storage bag. It wouldn't be long before Zhao Ritian's fellow disciples would arrive, so he dared not waste time and hurriedly gathered Zhao Ritian's valuables. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Even knowing Zhao Ritian's comrades would soon come, he couldn't resist. A cultivator must not overly value their own life, or opportunities will forever elude them. Just like his friend, Daoist. He had warned him that cultivation is a struggle against heaven, earth, and man, and hiding in a cave every day will lead to no success. Brother Zhao, thank you. If I have the chance, I will definitely burn Zhao's paper for you. The cultivator finished collecting his belongings and quickly climbed out of the deep pit, fleeing in the opposite direction. At that moment, several disciples from the Wuji sect appeared in the sky. Upon seeing him, the Wuji disciples frowned, immediately unleashing a palm strike that sent the cultivator flying. He spat blood, his insides feeling as if they were about to burst, collapsing onto the ground and losing consciousness. Damn it, what kind of trash dares to approach? My brother's belongings are not for you to take. Even though they had learned through a message talisman that senior brother Zhao Wujing had been killed, witnessing Zhao Wujing's horrendous state still shocked everyone. The assailant was too ruthless. Half of Zhao's body was gone. The Miao Sect, huh? Never heard of this sect before. It can't be helped. Otherwise, if we do nothing, we will surely be punished. All right, it's decided. Let us go. The group leaped into action, transforming into streaks of light, vanishing from sight. Before long, the bounty hunting order spread throughout the secret realm. Everyone learned that 3 disciples from the Miao sect had slain the most formidable genius of the Wuji sect, Zhao Ritian. Anyone who could provide information on the Miao disciples' location or assist in their extermination would not only receive all of the Miao sect's resources, but also substantial spirit stones and other benefits provided by the Wuji sect. In an instant, the secret realm was abuzz. Countless individuals began searching for the Miao sect's whereabouts. Some even formed hunting squads, rallying numerous scattered cultivators, embarking on a quest to find and hunt down the 3 disciples from the Miao sect. Of course, that is a tale for another time. I cannot believe I am still alive. In the thick grass, a cultivator leans against a great tree, blood continuously trickling from the corner of his mouth. He is the rogue cultivator who was struck by a disciple of the Wuji sect, driven by his greed for Zhao Ritian's treasures, though he has not succumbed to death. As a practitioner of the Spirit Sea realm, he has suffered a devastating blow from someone in the Sky Ascendancy realm, leaving his internal organs displaced and shattered. With only a few days left to live, ultimately he cannot escape the clutches of death. Coughing up blood, he wears a bitter smile. Indeed, as Daoist said, opportunity and risk coexist. With that, he struggles to rise, doing everything in his power to protect his internal organs, staggering towards the exit. He cannot die yet. He has a wife and daughter waiting at home. He must endure. Endure until the exit reopens. Endure until he can entrust his wife and daughter to Daoist. Believing in Shun's character and recalling the care he has received over the years, he is certain that Shun will take good care of them. Back to the matter at hand. Deep within the secret realm, Lin Fan, Yi Qiqing, and Murong Yingluo are consumed by rage, even with hundreds of corpses strewn around them. They demand, "Why do you persist in hunting us?" Lin Fan presses a sword against the cultivator's neck, adorned with rings on his fingers, interrogating coldly. "Please, spare me. It is the Wuji sect that has issued a bounty for your capture, promising great rewards for those who can either kill you or disclose your whereabouts." The kneeling cultivator, terrified to the point of losing control, has bloodshot eyes. The foul odor forces Yi Qiqing and Murong Yingluo to step back, creating distance. So it is the Wuji sect behind this relentless pursuit. How arrogant they are to think the rewards are so easily attainable. Do they believe our Miao sect is so easily bullied? Lin Fan frowns, swiftly slicing the opponent's throat with his sword. Chapter 024, 1,000 Pursuers. Even the bold demon clan is bewildered. Senior brother, the number of pursuers is increasing. From the initial dozens, it has grown to a team of hundreds. Yu Qiqing urgently suggests, let us head directly to the Sage Valley. If we delay, we risk being overtaken. Moronging Luo nods in agreement. After days of interaction, she has come to admire her senior brother and sister thoroughly, although she has yet to set foot in the sect since becoming their disciple. She already feels a sense of belonging. As the weakest among the three, she is constantly cared for by her senior brother and sister, making her acutely aware of their support, a stark contrast to her previous life in the palace. Have we gathered the spoils? Lin Fan inquires. Initially, they had not considered scavenging, but as the number of pursuers swelled, valuable items began to appear, prompting them to start collecting. Their fingers are now adorned with numerous spatial rings, and their waists are laden with storage bags, resembling a beggar clan elder with bags full of treasures. All gathered. Good. Let us depart. The trio takes to the skies once more. However, it is only a brief moment before their whereabouts are revealed. Someone has spotted them. The Piao Miao Sect trio, come quickly. With a swift motion, Lin Fan eliminates the shouter and continues onward with his two junior sisters. Yet the cry has already drawn countless eyes upon them. In an instant, thousands of cultivators soar from the mountain range, converging towards them. By the heavens! So many? Run! The three are alarmed and hasten their flight. Quick, catch up to them. The men are for the Wuji sect, and we shall take turns with the women. Kill. After decades of cultivation, this is the first exhilarating chase they have experienced, and they revel in it. Take her down. It has been ages since I had the pleasure of pursuing a prime female cultivator. At that moment, the sky is filled with a massive horde. Dark as a looming cloud. These pursuers ride flying swords, wielding weapons, and some fly through the air, representing two distinct realms of power. Although the Spirit Sea realm is relatively low, they are emboldened by the presence of numerous Sky Ascendancy experts. After all, they are all in the Sky Ascendancy realm. Even if one is powerful, they possess a multitude of allies from the Spirit Sea realm. Together, they can wear down any foe. Unless the trio from the Piao Miao sect are all in the Spirit Concentration realm, they would not dare to approach. Otherwise, even if they are merely half a step into the Spirit Concentration realm, they would still be willing to strike. In that moment, groups of pursuers emerge from every corner of the land. These groups converge, forming an even larger collective, providing the Spirit Sea cultivators with greater confidence. Ahead. The Piao Miao sect trio runs ahead, not daring to pause. The pursuing army, having gathered along the way, now numbers nearly 10,000. Damn it. A pack of mad dogs. Moronging Luo curses under her breath, relinquishing control to her ancestor. Otherwise, with her current prowess, escape would be impossible. Ing Luo, inform your senior brother to run leftward. Lead this crowd into the Bull Demon clan's territory. The Bull Demons can only reach the peak of the Sky Ascendancy realm. You should be safe to pass through and can hinder the pursuers behind. Suddenly, Morong Zhantian's voice emerges from within her ring. As a long-existing secret realm, he had explored it in his youth. Hearing this, Moronging Luo's eyes brighten, and she conveys the information to Lin Fan. As the leading senior brother, Lin Fan immediately agrees with her suggestion and flies towards the Bull Demon clan's territory. Though both the demon tribe and beasts are classified as animals, they are entirely different species. Fiendish beasts are savage creatures with low intelligence, unlike the current Bull Demon clan. Even though they take on human form, they still possess distinctly visible bull horns. Forgive me. I did not intend to intrude upon your territory. It was a mistake. Please spare me. I shall leave at once. In the Bull Demon clan, a human cultivator kneels in abject terror, pleading for mercy. Surrounding him is a large pot, with fierce flames roaring beneath it, filled with the corpses of human cultivators. Scattered around are numerous half-human, half-bull demons. Humph. Humans are such a nuisance, appearing only once every decade to be devoured. How many is this now? The leader of the Bull Demon clan snorts heavily, exhaling a puff of white smoke. As the demon tribe of this realm, they have been cursed, forever unable to evolve into greater demons, eternally stuck below the realm of great demons, equivalent to the peak of the Sky Ascendancy realm. Moreover, every decade, a group of human cultivators appears, much to his dissatisfaction, forcing him to indulge in cannibalism for amusement. Leader, this is the 98th one. 98. Not enough to satisfy. Let us cook him first. We must find an opportunity to capture more. Yes. The young demons promptly lift the human cultivator and toss him into the boiling pot. Instantly, the pot bubbles ominously. But just then, several black dots swiftly appear overhead. The young demons quickly alert. Leader, more humans are approaching from the sky. 3. Not enough to fill the gaps. However, these three appear strong. Neo Air, Neo San, Neo Si, Neo Wu, accompany me to bring them down. Yes. In an instant, 5 bull demons soar into the air, blocking the path of the Piao Miao sect trio. It's the bull demons. We have entered their territory. Yu Qiqing warns urgently, they are here to stop us. Stay close to me, junior sisters. Lin Fan decisively offered a suggestion, swiftly unleashing a terrifying sword strike. The immense blade swept across, while Lin Fan, accompanied by the two women, hastened in its wake. The two women were not idle either, each launching their own attacks. Yi Qingqing closely followed with her dragon capture hand, while Murong Ingluo raised her hand, summoning a towering mountain. The trio, embodying three distinct powers, charged fiercely towards the 5 members of the bull tribe. In an instant, the 5 bulls were startled, believing the humans had come specifically to confront them. After all, it was their first encounter with humans who immediately engaged in battle. Consequently, upon witnessing this scene, the 5 bulls instinctively scattered to evade the onslaught. With the bull demons dodging, the area ahead became increasingly open. The trio from the Piamiao sect swiftly traversed past the 5 bulls, heading towards the distance, their powers barely unleashed. Chief, it seems they are fleeing. Curse it. We seem to have been played. Should we pursue them, Chief? The 5 bulls seethed with anger as they watched the trio's retreating figures, snorting white mist from their nostrils. The chief growled fiercely, "Pursue them, we must catch up." As he prepared to take off, a subordinate suddenly exclaimed, "Chief, look behind." Behind? What is happening back there? The chief turned, only to be met with a dark, ominous cloud. Is it about to rain? He queried, puzzled. No, Chief, it's people, it's people. His subordinate warned in terror. What? All of them are humans? The bull tribe leader was taken aback, having never seen so many humans before. Chief, we always preyed upon them. They must be here for revenge. We should flee. What should we do, Chief? We're cornered. The subordinates urged. We might as well fight. It's certain death otherwise. The chief's expression hardened as he glanced at the looming boundary. Finally, he steeled himself, commanding, fight. Kill. Kill. Ah, damn it. It's the demon tribe. The humans rallied. Brothers, don't hesitate. Let us fight. We outnumber them. They had heard that the demon tribe loved to hoard treasures. Let us seize their treasures and women. After all, this is a secret realm. The demon tribe won't find us here. Damn it. I've never been with a demoness. Today is the day to try. A bull demon is still a demon. Ah, I'll take you down. Boom. In an instant. The massive army clashed with the 5 bulls. Countless cultivators fell like dumplings from the mountains. Yet, among these humans, there were many in the void flight realm. At least several hundred, all disciples of major sections. As these hundreds engaged, the 5 bulls began to accumulate injuries, soon witnessing the first bull fall, then the second, and the third. Naturally, the number of human cultivators also dwindled rapidly. When the battle finally ceased, only a handful of human cultivators remained, with no pursuers. The trio from the Piamiao sect felt a wave of relief as they swiftly arrived at the Valley of Saints. However, they were met with a throng of cultivators at the valley's entrance. The path leading to the valley was similarly crowded, the number of people decreasing as they approached. It appeared something was impeding their progress. As they neared the valley, only 2 figures stood alone, Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang. They seemed to be grappling with a dilemma. Motionless, brow furrowed in deep contemplation. At the end of the path lay a bizarrely shaped valley, rumored to hold the clues to the Great Void technique. Yet, even entering the valley proved exceedingly challenging, let alone obtaining the technique. The grand formation left by the saint. Murong Ingluo recognized the array blocking the way. Can your junior sister decipher this formation? Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing were taken aback, unable to believe it. I've seen it before. Follow me, senior brothers and sisters. I have a way in. Murong Ingluo smiled slightly, transitioning from follower to guide, leading them forward. Soon, the trio navigated through the crowd, catching up to Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang with ease. The entire process faced no hindrances, leaving Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing astonished, realizing their junior sister was extraordinary. Murong Ingluo merely smiled in response, offering no further explanation, as all of this was the result of her ancestors' years of research. Under Murong Ingluo's guidance, they rapidly surpassed Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang. The 2 men stood dumbfounded, incredulously watching as the distance between them and the trio widened. The surrounding crowd was equally bewildered, unable to believe their eyes. Am I seeing things? How did they get in? No way, it's impossible. My senior brother Yun Feiyang couldn't enter. How did they manage? They seem to be the Piamiao sect trio, right? They actually killed Zhao Ritian and are being hunted. Reports indicated that tens of thousands were pursuing them. How could they be here? Had they dealt with their pursuers? In an instant, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. Being here undoubtedly indicated they had resolved the threat. Look, they are beginning to comprehend. Suddenly, within the valley, the trio from the Piamiao sect halted, starting to sense the peculiar shapes around them in search of the Great Void technique. Observing this, the crowd furrowed their brows again, now even more astonished. My goodness, that was too fast. What kind of sect is Piamiao? Have they cultivated 3 top-tier geniuses? In a moment, Those who initially intended to leave lingered, eager to witness the Great Void technique and perhaps gain some advantage. Meanwhile, Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang seemed to have unraveled the riddle before them, taking a few more steps closer to the valley. But just then, an unexpected event occurred. A certain mountain within the valley suddenly radiated a brilliant light. In unison, the three opened their eyes, exclaiming, "We found it." At this proclamation, a jade slip shot forth from the mountain. Outside the valley, everyone stood in stunned silence. Even Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang were equally bewildered. Yun Feiyang stared into the valley, muttering, "Impossible, this can't be happening. How could it be so quick? It must be a trick." Li Taishan, equally dazed, murmured, "I must be dreaming. I'm definitely dreaming. Wake up, young man." Boom. As the jade slip soared forth, the valley trembled. The surrounding formation weakened until it vanished entirely. Instantly, everyone lost their obstacles and surged towards the valley. The barrier is lifted. It must be a supreme technique. Rush and seize it. In a flash, countless individuals surged forward. Even Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang were no exception, all flying towards the valley in unison. This moment heightened the vigilance of the three individuals within the valley. Lin Fan stowed away the jade slip and, upon observing the individuals outside, could not help but adopt a serious demeanor. Yi Qiqing and Murong Yingluo were even more on guard, glancing at Lin Fan and suggesting, "Senior brother, should we notify the master?" "No need. There isn't even a single cultivator at the spirit gathering realm. It would be too embarrassing to notify the master." Lin Fan immediately declined, his expression growing grave as he instructed, "You two, step back. I am about to unleash the ultimate technique taught by our master." "What? Senior brother has an ultimate technique?" Both women were momentarily taken aback, instinctively retreating. At that moment, Lin Fan could no longer suppress himself. Faced with the multitude of cultivators outside, he finally prepared to execute his most formidable move. Observing the crowd, he wore an expression devoid of fear, slowly raising his right hand to assume a sword-grasping posture in the void. In an instant, his garments fluttered as if stirred by an unseen wind. Then, gathering his energy, he suddenly bellowed towards the sky, "Sword, come." Chapter 026. Departure from the Secret Realm. The Heavenly King blocks the path. Boom. The sound resonated in every cultivator's ears like a rumbling thunder. All cultivators halted in their tracks, perplexed as they looked around. What is he shouting about? It seems nothing has changed. I was terrified, thinking it was some divine ability, but it turns out to be just empty shouting. Observing the unchanged surroundings, everyone was bewildered. Yi Qiqing and Murong Yingluo were likewise dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what their senior brother was up to. Could it be that he intended to frighten the crowd and then find an opportunity to escape? Yet, how could so many thousands be intimidated by a single shout? It appeared that a bloody battle was inevitable. The two women quickly prepared their divine abilities, ready to carve a bloody path. But at that moment, a mournful cry suddenly echoed through the sky. Clang. It was the sound of a sword vibrating. Following that, the second, third, and fourth cries of lamentation resonated one after another. The swords in the hands of thousands of cultivators broke free from control, unsheathing and soaring towards Lin Fan's head, quickly gathering into a mass of flying swords. In that instant, everyone gasped in astonishment. Wow, over 10,000 swords. What kind of divine ability is this? Look. Even more swords are coming. As the swords of the cultivators took flight, those long swords buried in the dust and broken swords scattered around the valley also soared into the air, heading towards Lin Fan's head. Sword, come. Boom, boom, boom. Those two words spread outward. Wherever the sound traveled, countless swords awakened. Whether they were buried deep underground or rusted and decayed, all were roused by the sound, trembling as they converged towards its source. In the blink of an eye, a dense cloud of swords gathered above Lin Fan, accumulating into hundreds of thousands. Those present were utterly stunned, astonished. A slight smile crept onto Lin Fan's lips. Finally, he was about to employ this technique. The innate talent of his physique, combined with the swordsmanship bestowed by his master, along with the unique skills of his special constitution. When these two forces merged, how immense would the power of this technique be? Lin Fan pondered silently, then swiftly formed hand seals. As he pressed his seals, he spread his arms wide and shouted once more. All swords returned to their origin. Kill. Boom. With Lin Fan's declaration, the hundreds of thousands of swords surged towards the throngs of cultivators. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled. It was as if a rain of swords had begun to fall. Each sword charged forth with the intent of mutual destruction. Run. This is terrifying. It can't possibly be the power of someone at the airborne realm. Go, hurry. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cries of despair. Countless cultivators were pierced through on the spot. Although some managed to momentarily resist, they faced an endless onslaught of flying swords, their spiritual energy waning until they were ultimately pierced by the myriad of blades. However, Lin Fan was aware that this widespread attack could not eliminate truly formidable opponents, so he immediately led his two junior sisters to flee. "Junior sisters, let us go." The trio soared into the air, leaving behind the multitude struggling against the torrential rain of swords. Uncertain how much time had passed, the hundreds of thousands of swords were eventually exhausted. Among the thousands of cultivators remaining, only a few hundred stood, many heavily injured. Ultimate divine abilities. At this moment, Li Taishan, with disheveled hair, stood amidst the forest of swords, staring in the direction of the trio from the Qingmiao sect, murmuring to himself. He then looked towards Yun Feiyang, who was equally disheveled, and proposed, "Brother Yun, why not join forces? With our two ultimate techniques, we can combine the strengths of our two sects. I never expected my first emergence would encounter such a formidable rival. Very well, let us unite." Without a second thought, Yun Feiyang agreed. The two then began to gather their surviving disciples, launching yet another wave of pursuit against the trio from the Qingmiao sect. Days passed. The trio from the Qingmiao sect, while fleeing, sought treasures far and wide. Over the next few days, they thoroughly turned the entire secret realm upside down. Meanwhile, Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang, along with their disciples and numerous elite disciples from various sects, relentlessly pursued them. Yet each time, they suffered heavy losses. Li Taishan and Yun Feiyang were even injured multiple times. The continuous setbacks intensified the hostility of these two top talents. Thus, the group decided to cease the chase and resort to ambush tactics. With a new strategy in place, the two top talents began to lay in wait at the exit of the secret realm. They waited until the day the secret realm opened. At that moment, it was nightfall. The earth was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the bright moon above, guiding their way. As the secret realm opened wide, the trio from the Qingmiao sect gradually emerged from the distance, heading towards the exit. "Senior brother, considering we've offended so many, essentially antagonizing all the major powers in the neighboring 9 provinces, do you think it might bring trouble to our sect?" Morong Ingluo expressed her concern while gazing at the exit. Although the journey had been exhilarating, she feared that if so many forces retaliated, even the male protagonist could not withstand it. She did not wish to encounter the male protagonist only to see him falter. And if he were to falter, her own dynasty would surely face ruin as well. This time, the commotion had indeed escalated far too much. Having come from 1,000 years into the future, she had already come to trust in the strength of the sect through Lin Fan's introductions. Lin Fan, unperturbed, remarked, "Indeed. Moreover, none of this is our fault. They first seized our spiritual fruits and then snatched our ultimate techniques. If we were to hand them over without a fight, wouldn't that bring disgrace to our master and our sect? The master would never permit us to bring shame upon our sect. Wow, so our sect is that powerful." Morong Ingluo thought to herself, resolved to perform well upon returning to the sect. As such, the trio drew closer to the exit. But just then, the forest below suddenly stirred. Following that, a multitude of cultivators erupted from the woods, flocking towards them like a massive swarm of birds. They shouted in unison, "They're here. Charge. Don't let them escape. The sect elders are just outside. Drive them out." The ambush of tens of thousands of cultivators, akin to a flock of birds taking flight from the mountains, burst forth in an instant. Upon witnessing this scene, the trio from the Qingmiao sect was taken aback. They had not anticipated an ambush at the exit. "Senior brother, senior sister, they're coming again. Run." The trio from the Qingmiao sect dared not linger and immediately quickened their pace, dashing out of the secret realm. However, just as they emerged from the secret realm, they found their path blocked by the waiting cultivators outside. Upon closer inspection, they recognized the elders of the 3 major superpowers. It was evident that they had received news from within the secret realm and were now filled with fury. "Elder, it was they who killed our brother Zhao Ritian, and they possessed 2 sets of ultimate techniques," a disciple reported to the Grand Elder of the Wuji sect. In an instant, everyone around was taken aback. While they were aware that the 3 individuals inside had been causing chaos, they never anticipated that 2 sets of extraordinary skills would emerge. Once the sect acquires these 2 sets of techniques, its power would undoubtedly ascend to a new level. Consequently, numerous smaller sects and loose cultivators lingered to observe the unfolding drama. Of course, they were merely spectators. After all, the 3 major sects would inevitably vie for these exceptional skills, which would have nothing to do with them. In the sky, the trio from the Piaomiao sect found themselves blocked ahead and pursued from behind, ensnared in a dire predicament. Witnessing this, the 3 felt a surge of anxiety. The individuals at the forefront were all formidable elders from the 3 major super sects, escorting their disciples. It is worth noting that the strongest elders from super sects are all at the Heavenly King realm. One breath could annihilate them all. Thus, the pressure weighed heavily on the trio. However, as the eldest brother, Lin Fan bravely clasped his fists and said, "The resources within the secret realm are unclaimed. and it is first come, first served. Why do you, esteemed seniors, obstruct our path? At this moment, an elder from the Taiha sect also stepped forward, asserting, "Wait a moment, Taoist brother. They have also slain many disciples of our Taiha sect. We must take them with us. Only your two sects have suffered casualties. Does our Fatian sect have no fallen disciples? We too must take them away." In an instant, the three major superpowers began to contend fiercely. It was evident to all that their intentions were clear. If it were merely vengeance, they would have killed on the spot. The desire to take them away was undoubtedly for the acquisition of those two sets of extraordinary skills. Soon, the Grand Elder of the Wuji sect proposed a compromise. After all, prolonged contention would yield no benefits. Should the people from the Holy Land intervene, it would pose a grave problem. The extraordinary skills would not go unnoticed by them. Agreed. This is indeed favorable. The elders of the other two sects immediately concurred. For the Wuji sect had lost its most talented genius, and refusal would make it challenging to find a suitable resolution. Once the three elders reached a consensus, they turned their gazes toward the trio from the Piamiao sect. Witnessing their fates so casually disregarded by others ignited a spark of indignation within the three. Yet they remained unyielding. After all, each bore the aura left by their master. If all else failed, they could invoke their master's presence for assistance. Naturally, the trio did not dwell on this, as they assumed their master was occupied with other matters. Thus, the lead disciple Lin Fan took the initiative and insisted, "It was your disciples who unprovokedly sought to seize our treasures, prompting our resistance. Are you not being overly unjust?" Upon hearing this, the three elders were momentarily taken aback. They then revealed expressions of disdainful amusement, as if to say, "Do you truly believe you have the right to discuss morality with us?" Youthful naivety indeed. The three elders, wearing smiles that masked their contempt, responded, "Is that so? Others merely covet the treasures in your possession, yet you claim to have suffered numerous fatalities? Do you dare assert your innocence? Yes, you could have surrendered the items first and sought our justice. We would naturally punish those disciples and return your belongings. This is not a justification for your killings. Indeed, others only sought your possessions, not your lives. You may resist, but should never resort to murder." Each elder spoke in turn. Instantly, the trio from the Piamiao sect felt a surge of frustration, their blood pressure soaring. They only wished to reclaim their treasures. Yet they were accused of intent to kill, surrender their treasures first, and then seek justice from their elders. Was this truly a reasonable proposition? Many cultivators surrounding them found it intolerable. Yet, before the three major sects, no one dared voice their dissent. After all, super sects transcended the limits of power, existing in an entirely different realm compared to dominant sects, which is precisely why they were termed super sects. Who would dare provoke them? Silence enveloped the crowd. The trio from the Piamiao sect was particularly infuriated, especially Murong Ingluo, a girl transported from a technologically advanced world, who found such remarks infuriating. Unable to restrain herself, she invoked her sect, expressing her discontent. "You all hold the Piamiao sect in such low regard." "Ha! The Piamiao sect? What a pitiful sect to dare speak of us. Come with us. We shall discuss this further at our sect's law hall." With that, the Grand Elder of the Wuji sect waved his hand, conjuring a massive palm that reached toward the trio from the Piamiao sect. The trio's pupils constricted, realizing they were powerless against a Heavenly King realm expert. They immediately prepared to invoke their aura for assistance. However, at that moment, a sudden voice rang out, shattering the massive hand. "Who dares to call my Piamiao sect trash?" The voice echoed fiercely. The trio from the Piamiao sect rejoiced, looking up to the sky, exclaiming, "Master!" Indeed, it was the voice of Chen Xuan. As his voice resonated, his figure materialized within the encirclement. He stood tall, his demeanor calm, hands clasped behind him, surveying the crowd with an air of authority. Instantly, everyone furrowed their brows, unable to contain their inquiries. "Who are you?" "I am Chen Xuan, the Sect Master of the Piamiao sect," he stated coolly, locking his gaze on the three elders, who just referred to my Piamiao sect as trash. Having absorbed the aura from his disciples, he was already aware of the unfolding events, which lent his words an icy tone. "Master, it was him." At this moment, Murong Ingluo swiftly floated to Chen Xuan's side, pointing to the elder from the Taiha sect. The Taiha elder was momentarily startled, then brazenly admitted, "So what if it was me? The Piamiao sect, an inconsequential trash sect, dares to compare itself with us." Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Xuan raised his hand, and a phantom palm materialized above the Taiha elder's head, descending with tremendous force. In an instant, the Taiha elder was reduced to mere pulp. Gasp. At that moment, every cultivator present inhaled sharply, their pupils narrowing to the extreme. My heavens, the Taiha elder has perished? What a terrifying display of power. Impossible. The Taiha elder was at the 8th level of the Heavenly King realm. Did he not evade the attack? No evasion. He has truly been obliterated. I saw it clearly. The Sect Master of the Piao Sect is this powerful? Goodness, with a single slap. He has slain a late-stage heavenly king. What level of power does he possess? Could he have reached the ultimate realm of cultivation, the sovereign realm? That is the pinnacle of cultivation. Upon reaching this realm, further progress through mere cultivation becomes impossible, for it is the culmination of training. To advance beyond this point, one must attain enlightenment. Countless cultivators in the ancient continent have found themselves stymied at the sovereign realm, unable to progress until their lifespans were exhausted. Thus, to reach the sovereign realm signifies one has become an unparalleled powerhouse. If a sect produces a sovereign realm expert, it can effortlessly forge a small superpower. In an instant, all cultivators fell silent, daring only to observe the unfolding scene. Particularly, the two elders from the Wuji and Taya sects were taken aback. However, as members of superpowers, they too possessed sovereign realm experts. Thus, while they feared Chen Xuan, they did not cower. Are you being excessively unreasonable? Our superpowers are not without sovereign realm experts. Your actions will only bring trouble to your sect. The Grand Elder of the Wuji sect said darkly. Is that so? You too shall perish. Chen Xuan scoffed, lifting his hand once more for another strike. Boom. The Grand Elder of the Wuji sect met his end. All disciples of the Wujizong and the accompanying elders trembled in place, silenced by fear. What a joke. To kill at will. Who would dare provoke such wrath? It was all a misunderstanding. At that moment, the only surviving elder of the Feitian sect was drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing, and he immediately capitulated, saying, Senior, it's all a misunderstanding. I harbor no ill will. I shall take my leave. Chapter 028, Slaying Three Great Kings, the Revenge Conference of the Three Sects commences. With that, he swiftly turned to his disciples, gesturing for them to make haste. Do they wish to obstruct the disciples of the Piao sect? Death awaits. Boom. Chen Xuan raised his hand, delivering a mighty slap aimed at the crown of the Feitian sect elder. Yet the elder had been on guard, his pupils constricting as he swiftly turned around, coldly declaring, You wish to kill me? It won't be that easy. With that, he unleashed his full power as a peak king, and an overwhelming battle intent surged forth, suffocating those present. He surrounded himself with a thick layer of spiritual energy for protection and desperately unleashed countless mystical techniques to counter that palm strike from the void. Yet it was evident he had underestimated Chen Xuan's strength. The palm he conjured, despite being bombarded by the elder's myriad techniques, maintained its speed and ferocity, charging toward him like a thunderclap. Moreover, the closer it drew, the heavier the pressure it exerted, making it increasingly difficult for him to move. My Feitian sect will not let this go. The elder cried out in terror. Then boom. The Feitian sect elder was instantly reduced to dust. All his resistance was rendered futile beneath that colossal palm, like a mere jester. Hiss. Everyone present gasped in shock, indelibly imprinting the name Piao sect in their memories. Yet, these memories were far from positive. After all, offending three great super sects, no one believed the Piao sect could endure for long. Furthermore, in the vast expanse of the Jiuzhou, the emergence of new forces over millennia was not limited to the Piao sect alone. Numerous newly rising superpowers ultimately fell into the annals of history. Why had only the three great super sects endured? It was precisely due to their formidable foundations. They were true super forces. Once, a sect not inferior to the superpowers had risen, but, due to their arrogance, had provoked the three great super sects, which sent forth their mightiest to obliterate that force, revealing the true depth of the immortal legacy. Having dealt with the three kings, Chen Xuan turned kindly to his three disciples. His youngest disciple's eyes glimmered not just with admiration, but sheer reverence. Master, the flood dragon, Lin Fan suddenly whispered, pointing to a distant flood dragon. Astonishing. Truly, my disciples never cease to amaze me. I nearly forgot. Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded, raising his hand to slay the formidable flood dragon before collecting it. Finally, he ascended into the sky with his three disciples, leaving countless cultivators dumbfounded. Had they just taken the Wujizong's flood dragon as well? It certainly seemed so. How ruthless, even slaying the flood dragon. What sheer dominance. TSK, TSK, TSK. The Wujizong must be going mad. Indeed, with the death of their grand elder and top genius, and now the flood dragon gone, they'd lost face completely. The cultivators murmured in astonishment before gradually departing. As they dispersed, the reputation of the Piao sect began to spread throughout the nearby Jiuzhou lands. Hey, have you heard of the Piao sect? This sect has produced three genius disciples who wreaked havoc in the Rule's secret realm, taking on tens of thousands. Even the top genius of the superpower, Zhao Ritian, was slain. Hiss? So fierce? Is that true? I heard Zhao Ritian is a top genius. one that the Wujizong is usually reluctant to let out for training. How could he be killed by a disciple of a minor sect? You clearly don't know. The Piamiao sect is no minor sect. It's said to be an emerging hermit sect. Their leader is a powerhouse at the royal level. 1 slap to kill a late king, 3 slaps to slay 3 kings. They even took the Wujizong's Grand Elder's mount, the 7-colored flood dragon. How audacious. Humph, you're just boasting. The Grand Elder of the Wujizong is a late king. What you claim is impossible. Who is boasting? I was there at the scene. How about we make a wager? Extra. The hermit sect Piamiao sect has emerged. And their first act was to slay the strongest elder of the 3 great super sects. For the latest news, come to Shimon Garden, 1 spirit stone per person. And you can listen from dawn till dusk. Is it true? They killed the elders of the 3 great super sects? Will the 3 great super sects allow this? Want to know more? Come to Shimon Garden. 1 spirit stone guarantees you 1 T regret it, and experience you 1 T forget. Alright, where is Shimon Garden? Show me the way. Too much. Inside the Wujizong. The sect leader shattered the teacup in his hand, enraged. A mere Piamiao sect dares to kill my grand elder. Slay my top genius, and seize my sect's flood dragon. If I do not avenge this, how can my Wujizong maintain its face in Jiuzhou? Leader. The leader of the Piamiao sect is at the royal level. The other 2 great super sect elders also perished at his hands. An outer elder cautiously reported on the Piamiao sect leader's strength. Upon hearing of the royal level, the Wujizong leader's brow furrowed, dismissively saying, "What of the royal level? Every sect has a few royal level experts. Have we not showcased our foundation in too long, allowing the world to forget our might? Immediately convey my orders, summon our foundation. Unleash the royal level and march against the Piamiao sect. Leader, do not act impulsively. The Piamiao sect has suddenly emerged. We know not their foundation. And they have a royal level expert. There may be other strong forces within. Their willingness to offend our 3 super sects may indicate they possess some confidence. It would be better to deliberate." Suddenly, an elder intervened, analyzing the power dynamics. Upon hearing the elder's analysis, the Wujizong leader's expression darkened, displeased. Why deliberate? Even if they have more royal level experts, our foundation can withstand any royal level. We simply need to bring our foundation along. Moreover, the Piamiao sect possesses 2 unique techniques. If we could acquire these 2 techniques, we would undoubtedly surpass the other 2 super sects. This matter cannot simply be dismissed. The leader completely underestimated the Piamiao sect. Yet, he indeed had reason to feel confident. However, the elders remained concerned, pondering before offering another suggestion. Leader, even so, should we carry our foundation away? What if the other 2 great super sects ambush us? Additionally, we covet those 2 unique techniques. The Tahi sect and Feitian sect will certainly have their eyes on them. Why not convene a tri-sect meeting? We can all mobilize against the Piamiao sect, ensuring we bring our foundation along, thus guaranteeing success. It would also demonstrate the strength of a super sect to the world. Indeed, that idea is sound. However, if we do that, we cannot monopolize the unique techniques. The leader hesitated, clearly reluctant. Leader, even if we manage to annihilate the Piamiao sect, we cannot monopolize those unique techniques. The other 2 great super sects will certainly not stand idly by. If they were to ambush us, it would spell trouble. Currently, collaboration among the 3 families is the best course of action. They will surely agree. The elder continued to analyze the pros and cons. This time, the Wujizong leader fully understood the stakes, slamming his thigh, declaring, "All right, we shall proceed as you suggest. Immediately notify the 2 great super sects to convene a tri-sect conference to discuss the mobilization and division of the unique techniques." Understood. Chapter 029. A disciple with over 10-star potential, a charred willow tree. In the Murong dynasty, the inner palace. As Chen Xuan and his companions landed, they were immediately surrounded by a throng of cultivators clad in yellow vests. It is indeed the imperial guard of the Murong dynasty. Upon seeing the princess among them, the captain of the guards immediately admonished, "Who dares to abduct the princess and trespass into the royal palace? Release her at once." Murong Ingluo swiftly stepped forward to reprimand them. Upon realizing that these individuals were actually the princess's fellow disciples and her master, the captain was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing towards Chen Xuan. Yet, apart from his striking appearance and the swiftness with which he had arrived, there seemed to be no apparent difference. Nevertheless, that singular aspect of his speed was sufficient to command respect. After all, as the captain of the guards, a formidable figure at the 4th level of the concentration realm, he had only noticed their presence after they had landed, indicating that the man was not to be underestimated. Moreover, the fact that the princess had a master was not to be overlooked. Given the recent unusual activities of the Northern Duke, he was increasingly concerned that the princess's master might be an agent of the Northern Duke, deliberately infiltrating the palace. Thus, The captain did not dismiss his men, but instead clasped his hands respectfully towards Chen Xuan, stating, "My apologies, sir. The palace is currently not tranquil. I am tasked with safeguarding it, and thus I cannot withdraw." It was evident that he harbored suspicions about Chen Xuan's identity. Although his tone was courteous, Morong Ingluo felt displeased. Being suspected by the palace guards upon her return home was a slight to her master's dignity. However, the captain was correct. He was responsible for the palace's safety, and it was not something she could easily sway with mere words. Chen Xuan, however, remained unfazed, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he replied, "No matter. Let us wait here." How could he allow his master to wait here? "Master, please accompany me into the hall to rest." Seeing that her master was not angered, Morong Ingluo quickly led the way. This time, the captain did not obstruct them, but merely followed cautiously, remaining vigilant to prevent any dangerous actions from Chen Xuan and his companions. At that moment, however, a voice suddenly echoed in Chen Xuan's mind, causing him to halt in his tracks. "Ding! A disciple with potential exceeding 10 stars has been detected. Please pay attention, host." Potential exceeding 10 stars? Chen Xuan's eyes instantly brightened, and he reflexively turned towards the Imperial Garden. The system prompted him that the disciple with extraordinary potential was indeed in the garden. Has the system finally opened its eyes? Has he finally encountered a disciple with such remarkable potential? Chen Xuan was overwhelmed with excitement. After all, acquiring a talent with potential beyond 10 stars would grant him a summoning card for celestial beings. At that point, he would be invincible. "Master, why have you stopped?" Noticing Chen Xuan's unusual behavior, Morong Ingluo inquired with concern. Morong Ingluo was momentarily stunned, feeling perplexed. The Imperial Garden was a place where the women of the royal harem wandered. Surely, her master wouldn't be intending to. He appeared quite serious. Morong Ingluo shivered and promptly replied, "Of course. Master, please follow me." With that, she continued to lead the way. The other guards could not say much, merely following silently. However, as they entered the Imperial Garden, chaos ensued. The concubines who were strolling in the garden were startled by the large group entering, quickly hiding behind trees and rock formations, peering out with curious heads. Yet, Chen Xuan's focus was not on them. He fixed his gaze intently upon a charred willow tree by the lake, which stood as little more than a trunk. Name, Luyu. In slumber. Race, Wood Clan. Realm, none. Physique, none. Potential, exceeding 10 stars. Luyu? A common willow branch becoming immortal? The Dark Sovereign's ambush? Upon seeing this information, Chen Xuan was taken aback. While it was indeed absurd for a mere willow branch to attain immortality, what was this Dark Sovereign? How could it dare to ambush even celestial beings, nearly succeeding? Was this world truly so terrifying? Could even celestial beings not protect themselves? Contemplating this, Chen Xuan hastily inquired of the system. The system promptly provided an explanation. Ding. Alert for the host. The Dark Sovereign is a being infused with dark power, capable of detecting the aura of those who have just become immortal. It preys upon newly ascended immortals to enhance its strength. Only powerful celestial beings can escape the clutches of the Dark Sovereign. Good heavens! How terrifying! Upon hearing the system's explanation, Chen Xuan was alarmed. The ability to sense the aura of newly ascended immortals, who could withstand that? Did this mean that many emperors, even upon achieving immortality, would find it difficult to escape being devoured by the Dark Sovereign? Thank goodness he learned of this early. Otherwise, when it was his turn to ascend, he would inevitably attract the Dark Sovereign. Fortunately, since he was aware beforehand, he could prepare. A mere Dark Sovereign. What could it do against him? With this thought, Chen Xuan felt considerably reassured. As long as he diligently collected cards, he had faith that a Dark Sovereign could not wreak havoc. "Master, that willow trunk fell from the heavens decades ago. It appears to be dead, yet it has not decayed. My father believed it to be an auspicious omen and has left it untouched." Seeing Chen Xuan lost in thought while staring at the charred willow tree, Morong Ingluo quickly provided an explanation. "If Master likes it, you may take it." "Indeed. I do like it, but I must first ask if she is willing to accompany me." Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction at Morong Ingluo's filial piety. He then turned towards the willow trunk and called out, "Luyu, awaken." The surrounding individuals were momentarily stunned, all gazing at Chen Xuan in confusion. Even the concubines who had hidden themselves were now curious about him, whispering and pointing. Was he speaking to that willow tree? From their conversation, it seemed this man was Ingluo's master. When did Ingluo take a master? What an intriguing man, speaking to a tree. This man is quite interesting. Fool, the willow tree cannot speak. The concubines chuckled, their eyes narrowing in amusement. Having long been secluded within the depths of the palace, their lives were dull and tedious. Encountering such a peculiar man piqued their curiosity, making even the smallest occurrences stir their emotions. In no time, the concubines were quietly discussing amongst themselves. The guards and disciples remained silent, watching the willow tree intently. They were not weaklings and did not believe that a powerful figure like Chen Xuan would converse with a tree without reason. At that moment, even Murong Zhantian, hidden within Murong Yingluo's ring, could not suppress his curiosity. After all, he often accompanied Murong Yingluo and had never noticed anything unusual. The scene fell into silence. Yet, the next moment left everyone astonished. The trunk of the willow tree suddenly twitched. Following that, a spectral figure began to materialize upon the trunk, becoming increasingly distinct. In no time, a transparent woman with an alluring figure and fair skin emerged from the trunk. Lu Yu, Chapter 30. Accepting a disciple, Lu Yu, and Murong Fubo's plan. Wow! Upon witnessing the translucent woman manifesting from the trunk, everyone gasped in shock. The Imperial Guards instantly gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes filled with vigilance. A soul existed within the Imperial Garden. As the captain of the guards, he had been oblivious. Fortunately, this soul had not acted maliciously. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this thought, a bead of cold sweat trickled down the captain's forehead, and he felt a renewed admiration for Chen Xuan's strength. Was it you who awakened me? Lu Yu gazed at Chen Xuan with curiosity. She could sense that it was his aura that had roused her. Yes, it is I. Chen Xuan smiled gently, exuding warmth like a spring breeze. Am I called Lu Yu? Lu Yu appeared momentarily taken aback, a contemplative expression crossing her face. Chen Xuan nodded again. For reasons unknown, Lu Yu felt an inexplicable sense of affinity towards him, leading her to trust the words of the person before her almost instinctively. Thank you for telling me your name, Lu Yu said, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her voice imbued with joy. However, a moment later, curiosity flickered in her eyes as she asked, by the way, did you wake me for a specific reason? Despite her mature figure, which boasted alluring curves, her demeanor resembled that of a newly awakened being, filled with wonder and curiosity, a stark contrast to her perfect physique. You were on the brink of death. Chen Xuan suddenly revealed a shocking piece of information. The word struck Lu Yu like a thunderclap, causing her to momentarily gasp in surprise. Yet, she seemed to sense something amiss. After a brief pause, she continued to smile brightly, saying, Indeed, the spiritual energy here is rather sparse, and I feel gravely injured. Do you have a way to save me? I do. Would you be willing to take me as your master? I can lead you to a place rich in spiritual energy that will facilitate your swift recovery. Chen Xuan replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu was taken aback for a moment, but after a brief contemplation, she knelt down and bowed her head, proclaiming, Lu Yu pays her respects to the esteemed master. With 3 silent bows, Chen Xuan's mind was inundated with a system prompt. Congratulations, host, for accepting a disciple with exceptional potential. A lavish gift pack has been credited. Hearing the sound of rewards being granted, a faint smile crept onto Chen Xuan's lips. Finally, the celestial gift pack had arrived. With a wave of his hand, the charred willow tree shot up from the ground and soared into his spiritual sea. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the onlookers. Goodness, the spiritual sea can actually sustain life? Could it be that the princess has truly joined a powerful sect? Amidst the crowd's astonishment, the emperor of the Murong dynasty, who had been covertly observing for some time, felt his pupils constrict slightly. No longer wishing to remain hidden, he stepped forward, protected by an elderly eunuch. I, Murong Fubo, the emperor of the Murong dynasty, pay my respects to the esteemed elder. He greeted Chen Xuan with utmost politeness, clearly now convinced of Chen Xuan's identity. After all, such strength was certainly beyond that of the northern king. Father, you have finally arrived. Please order the guards to withdraw. They have been following my master everywhere, and it is quite bothersome. Murong Yingluo excitedly clung to Murong Fubo's arm, playfully pouting. Very well. It was our oversight. You all may leave. Following the command of the captain of the guards, they promptly retreated. Simultaneously, the eavesdropping concubines were also dismissed. In an instant, the Imperial Garden was left with only the ethereal master-disciple pair, Murong Fubo, and an elderly eunuch. Once the others departed, Murong Yingluo expressed her thoughts. Upon learning from his subordinates that his daughter had joined a sect, Murong Fubo, without a second thought, readily agreed to her wishes after hearing her words again. Then, with a gleam in his eye, he smiled and said, to follow the esteemed elder in cultivation is indeed a tremendous opportunity. However, as the day is drawing to a close, why not postpone your departure until tomorrow? This way, your master can have a moment to rest. And you can also have a word with your mother. With that, Murong Fubo politely turned his gaze towards Chen Xuan, clearly seeking his approval despite speaking to his daughter. Murong Yingluo, upon hearing her father's proposal, found it quite reasonable. Her mother had always doted on her since childhood, and it indeed seemed inappropriate to leave without saying goodbye. Thus, She looked at Chen Xuan with anticipation, somewhat shyly suggesting, "Master, perhaps you could stay here for the night? My senior brother and sister must be weary after navigating the secret realm." "Very well, let us stay for the night." Chen Xuan readily agreed, recognizing Murong Ingluo's intentions, seizing the opportunity to explore the contents of the gift pack during their stay. "Thank you, Master. You are truly kind." With Chen Xuan's affirmation, Murong Ingluo was instantly filled with excitement, joyfully wrapping her arms around his, bouncing with glee. It was not until Murong Fubo coughed to remind her that she became aware of her indiscreet behavior. "Ahem, Ingluo, you mustn't be rude. Quickly, take the esteemed elder and your fellow disciples to rest." Murong Fubo promptly instructed his daughter to attend to their guests, flushing with embarrassment. Murong Ingluo quickly released Chen Xuan's arm and hurriedly led the way for everyone. "Master, senior brother, senior sister, allow me to show you to your quarters. Follow me." Chen Xuan sighed gently, taking leisurely steps behind her. It was understandable for a disciple to be somewhat affectionate towards their master. Otherwise, it could lead to rebellion. Thus, Chen Xuan paid no mind to the occasional displays of affection from his disciples. Before long, under the guidance of Murong Ingluo and Murong Fubo, they arrived at a courtyard. "Master, senior brother, senior sister, please rest well. I will go bid farewell to my mother." The father and daughter duo bid farewell to Chen Xuan as they departed. Once outside the small courtyard, they parted ways once more. Murong Ingluo headed towards her mother, while Murong Fubo, accompanied by the eunuch, made his way in another direction within the palace. As they walked, Murong Fubo gazed ahead, speaking to himself. "Are you unable to discern his cultivation level as well?" "Indeed. It is quite mysterious." According to the captain of the guards, the four of them suddenly appeared above the palace without triggering any formations. It was only after their arrival that the captain realized their presence. The elderly eunuch spoke in a low, almost inaudible voice, his head bowed. "It seems that Ingluo has indeed found a remarkably powerful master. I hope the Northern King acts against us tonight. Otherwise, once they leave, the palace will face further troubles." "Is the emperor keeping the princess's master around to use him against the Northern King?" the eunuch cautiously inquired. Murong Fubo immediately shook his head, stating, "No, that esteemed elder's strength is far too enigmatic for us to scheme against. However, he certainly cannot stand idly by while his disciple's family is in peril. Thus, I hope the Northern King makes a move tonight. It would be a perfect opportunity to resolve everything once and for all. Your Majesty is indeed wise." "Wise, my foot. I nearly broke my heart over this dynasty," he muttered irritably, halting his steps in front of a secluded courtyard. At that moment, the courtyard gate stood wide open, revealing a pair of identical twin sisters gazing upwards in a daze, utterly oblivious to their presence. Chapter 031. The lavish gift of accepting disciples, late-night visits from palace concubines. Upon noticing this, the elderly eunuch raised his voice and announced, "The emperor has arrived." After the announcement, both entered the courtyard. Inside, the twin sisters, though dressed in ordinary garments and seated on stone benches, could not hide their enchanting figures, even while remaining still, lost in thought as they gazed at the moon. They radiated an alluring charm that made it difficult for others to resist approaching them. Suddenly, upon hearing the announcement of the emperor's arrival, one of the sisters jolted from her reverie. "Did not the ministers declare us to be harbingers of calamity, warning that we would bring misfortune to the dynasty? Were we not forbidden from interacting with the court? Why has the emperor come so unexpectedly?" With no time for further contemplation, the sisters hastily rose and knelt in greeting, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to your Majesty." "Rise," Murong Fubo replied with a stoic expression, nodding slightly. "I have a task for you. If you perform well, you shall regain your freedom. Please, your Majesty, command us." The twins, having been sent to the palace by their family, had been confined to this small courtyard since their arrival. Moreover, they had been threatened by ministers who labeled them as reincarnated demons, claiming they would bring ruin to the dynasty and must not be allowed to remain. Was it simply because of their beauty that men would be bewitched, and thus they were deemed unworthy of staying? It was clearly the men's own lust that captivated them, making it impossible for them to avert their gaze. How could that possibly be their fault? Fortunately, the emperor did not heed the minister's advice and chose not to eliminate them. Yet, he has not returned to this courtyard, as if he has completely forgotten their existence. Now, upon hearing that they might regain their freedom, the two women are taken aback with disbelief. Observing their reaction, Murong Fubo feels a sense of relief and promptly shares his thoughts. "Do you understand what I mean?" Soon, the matter is clarified, and a flush of crimson appears on their faces. Although Murong Fubo speaks in a somewhat veiled manner, the two women grasp his meaning instantly, albeit with some difficulty in articulating it. "Do not be shy. If this comes to fruition, you may even have to bow to me in the future. Do you understand? If so, prepare yourselves and come over." "Yes, we shall obey." The two women, blushing, respond, and then rush into the room to adorn themselves. In the courtyard, only Chen Xuan remains seated at the desk, eagerly anticipating the moment of unwrapping his gift package. System, open the luxurious disciple recruitment package. Ding. The luxurious disciple recruitment package has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 Emperor summoning cards and 2 Sage summoning cards. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a battle arena that allows disciples to compete or test their abilities, capable of withstanding Emperor-level attacks without leaving a trace. It has manifested within the sect. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Chaos Immortal Scripture. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 Blood Fusion Pill and 1 Heavenly King-level Lotus Incarnation. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 Immortal Elixir. Note, except for the first elixir, consuming additional elixirs will have the effect each time. Soon, all the items from the package are accounted for. Seeing these rewards, Chen Xuan feels somewhat helpless, as this time the rewards seem rather meager compared to the previous 10 tons of enlightenment tea. The quantity is simply too small. Thus, Chen Xuan takes out an immortal elixir and consumes it on the spot. Surprisingly, it is quite crisp and delightful. As he savors the elixir, he arranges the summoning cards on the table. Before long, 6 Emperor summoning cards and 6 Sage summoning cards are neatly displayed before him. If I gather 4 more Emperor summoning cards, I can summon an Immortal. I wonder if the lavish package contains any Immortal summoning cards, or if it only provides Emperor summoning cards. After finishing 1 Immortal elixir, Chen Xuan smacks his lips, feeling his lifespan extend by another 10,000 years. Although the quantity of Immortal elixirs is somewhat limited, their quality is commendable. Even if the effects diminish with subsequent consumption, it will still grant him many more years. Forget it, I shall save the rest for later. With this thought, Chen Xuan proceeds to command in his mind, System, open the Lavish Disciple Recruitment Package. Ding. The Lavish Disciple Recruitment Package has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 Immortal Summoning Card. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Sect Facility, the 10,000 Scrolls Library. Note, it contains powerful techniques and abilities from across the myriad realms, as well as encyclopedic knowledge on alchemy and chi training formations. Disciples will automatically be matched with suitable techniques and abilities, saving them time in selection. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a copy of the Willow God technique. Congratulations, host. You have received a peach orchard spanning 100 acres, containing 3,000 sacred peach trees. This has manifested within the sect. Note, the sacred peach trees bloom every 300 years, bear fruit every 300 years, and mature every 300 years. Consuming 1 can extend lifespan by 1,000 years. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 Realm Advancement card. This card can elevate the host by 1 minor realm. Ding. As this is the host's first time opening the Lavish Disciple Recruitment Package, an additional reward of 3 Emperor Summoning cards is granted. Note, additional rewards cannot be synthesized. Each time the system's voice resonates, Chen Xuan's eyes widen with astonishment. When all the rewards are accounted for, he can't help but smirk. What splendid treasures! Truly worthy of the Lavish Disciple Recruitment Package. A 10,000 Scrolls Library, a 100-acre peach orchard, a Realm Advancement card, and 3 additional Emperor Summoning cards. It's a pity that the extra 3 Emperor Summoning cards cannot be synthesized. However, it matters little. My disciple count is increasing, and it is time to summon a few helpers. With this thought, he is suddenly interrupted by footsteps approaching the door. Chen Xuan is momentarily taken aback, quickly retracting the summoning cards from the table and glancing toward the entrance. At the door, a pair of identical twin sisters gracefully appear, dressed in exquisite garments. They exude an air of shyness as they glide in, their delicate figures swaying like willows. Noticing Chen Xuan's gaze, their cheeks flush, and they quickly bow in greeting. I am Fenghua. I am Shuiyue. We have come to pay our respects to the esteemed senior. Chen Xuan, observing the unfamiliar pair, is filled with confusion and opens their information panels. Name, Fenghua. Realm, Foundation Establishment 9th Layer. Physique, Enchanting Body. Naturally possesses an allure that attracts men. Potential, 4 stars. Name, Shuiyue. Realm, Foundation Establishment 9th Layer. Physique, Enchanting Body. Naturally possesses an allure that attracts men. Potential, 4 stars. In no time, 2 identical information entries appear before Chen Xuan. The Emperor's consorts? The women of his disciple's father? What are they doing in his chamber at midnight? Chen Xuan is utterly bewildered. Do you have something to discuss? Chapter 032. Serving the senior as if serving the Emperor, Morong Inglua's speechlessness. The palace maidservants were careless, and we were commanded to serve the esteemed senior's rest. The 2 women explain as they approach Chen Xuan, soon positioning themselves on either side of him. They do not act with impudence, but rather respectfully carry out their tasks. Yes, they are indeed working. One pours tea, while the other tidies the scattered items on the desk. However, it feels rather strange for the emperor's consorts to be serving him. What peculiar preferences does the emperor possess? Nevertheless, their demeanor remains proper, and their actions are entirely reasonable. Chen Xuan cannot dismiss them, so he rises and heads toward the adjacent room. I shall take my rest. Once you have tidied up, you may leave. With that, he strides directly into the side chamber. The side chamber is spacious, complete with a screen. Beyond the screen is not a bedroom, but a bathing pool. Yes, a pool. Although he is not dirty at all, Chen Xuan decides to take a bath before sleeping. With a wave of his hand, he sheds his clothing and enters the water. Yet, shortly after he begins to soak, Fenghua and Xue re-enter the room. Unbeknownst to him, they have changed into semi-transparent garments, holding towels and other items that shimmer and dance as they move. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Xuan is startled, instinctively exclaiming, "Halt! Did I not instruct you to leave? Who permitted you to enter? Esteemed senior, we have come to assist you in bathing. It is our duty to scrub your back." The two women halt their steps, quickly offering their explanations, their obedient and timid demeanor amplifying their enchanting allure. However, the enchanting body is merely an inconsequential trait, far from meeting Chen Xuan's requirements for accepting disciples. Naturally, he is not interested. Moreover, as they cease their advances upon his reprimand, Chen Xuan cannot hold it against them. After all, it is customary in the palace for maidservants to serve in such a manner, tending to bathing and dressing as trivial matters. Yet, he did not expect the emperor's consorts to adhere so strictly to the palace's rules in serving him. If it were any other cultivator, they might have unwittingly placed a green hat upon the emperor. Fortunately, he is a serious cultivator. Thus, Chen Xuan remains free of any distracting thoughts at this moment. He merely shakes his head and says with a calm demeanor, "Leave. I do not require assistance." "Very well. We shall take our leave." Seeing this, the two women are somewhat perplexed, yet they obediently exit without further insistence. This aspect leaves Chen Xuan feeling moderately satisfied. However, the presence of two lofty concubines attending to him at this late hour, assisting with his bath, surely hinted at a more intricate plot. After all, even during royal receptions for esteemed guests, one would not typically employ their own women for such duties. Thus, it became evident that the emperor, aware of Murong Yinglaw's exceptional prowess, sought to curry favor, hoping she might assist in quelling the rebellion of the northern king. Yet he hesitated to make a direct request. This led him to resort to an unorthodox strategy, sending forth two beautiful concubines in hopes of appeasing her. It is often said that those who partake of another's generosity find it difficult to refuse subsequent requests. One must admit, the emperor's audacity was remarkable. He acted decisively without hesitation, albeit it was entirely unnecessary for her. "Rest assured, as I take your daughter as my disciple, I shall not allow your dynasty to crumble. Coincidentally, the system has rewarded me with a lotus embodiment. Tonight, I shall present you with a grand gift, fulfilling your wishes." Chen Xuan shook his head, murmuring to himself, before resuming his bath with a sense of tranquility. Little did he realize, after the two women exited the bathing chamber, they did not depart but instead made their way directly to his bedroom, quietly slipping under the covers. Unbeknownst to him, while he continued bathing, Murong Yingluo had concluded her conversation with the empress and stood at his bedroom door, puzzled by the open entrance. "Why has my master not closed the door?" she wondered, stepping inside. However, upon reaching the depths of the room and spotting two heads peeking from beneath the blankets, she was left utterly dumbfounded. "Fenghua and Xiueme? What are you two doing in my master's bed?" Murong Yingluo exclaimed in shock. The two women, nestled under the covers, revealed only their heads. Their faces flushed as they had not anticipated the princess's appearance, leading to an awkward moment. Despite their age being comparable to hers, in terms of seniority, they were indeed her elders. With flushed cheeks, they stammered, "Princess, we came to warm the bed for our esteemed senior." "Warming my master's bed?" Murong Yingluo, after a moment of confusion, finally grasped the situation. Her expression darkened as she sternly declared, "You dare to betray my father, the emperor, as concubines? This is a crime punishable by exterminating 9 clans. Are you not afraid of my father learning of this?" Fenghua and Xiueme shrank back, whispering, "It was the emperor who sent us. He said the palace maids were too clumsy and feared they would not serve our esteemed senior well. So he instructed us to assist. Even if my father commanded you to serve my master, you cannot simply climb into his bed. This is utterly inappropriate. Furthermore, should my father discover you have taken such liberties?" Before she could finish her threat, Fenghua and Xiueme hurriedly clarified, "Princess, the emperor said he wishes to fulfill any request of our esteemed senior. If there are no specific requests, we shall serve as we do the emperor." Murong Yingluo, realizing that this entire situation was orchestrated by her father, found herself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. After a brief pause, she turned to leave, resigned. If my father is willing, then I shall not concern myself with it. After all, this is a fantastical realm where men are the protagonists, and women merely serve as embellishments. As long as my father is unperturbed, I shall not meddle. With that, she stepped out, only to collide head-on with Chen Xuan, who had just entered. The two found themselves face to face at the doorway. Ingluo, did you not accompany your mother? How is it you are in my room? Master, I came to see if you were comfortable and if the maids were attending to you adequately. But it seems they have done quite well. Morong Ingluo pouted, her words laden with meaning. Chen Xuan, taken aback, was left confused. However, he quickly noticed the two women on the bed, instantly understanding her insinuation. What in the world? How did those two end up in my bed? Goodness, my reputation is utterly ruined. Upon hearing the word enthusiastic, Morong Ingluo felt her cheeks flush, internally scoffing at the situation. Indeed, it was rather excessive, sending forth his own concubines. Yet, she was resigned to her fate, born into a royal family. The emperor's heart was known to be cold, having witnessed the treachery of princes and the ruthless actions of emperors in times of strife. Thus, she had grown accustomed to such occurrences, reflecting on her father's insistence for her master to rest for the night and his late-night delivery of women. It was clear he sought her master's assistance with the Northern King's rebellion. With a sigh of resignation, Morong Ingluo spoke, since this is my father's goodwill. I kindly ask that you do not feel burdened, master. Why does this feel so peculiar? Chen Xuan pondered, feeling somewhat exasperated and unwilling to delve further into the matter. Will I be disturbing your rest, master? They are still waiting in the room. Upon hearing the two women, Chen Xuan retorted, Are you mocking me? To me, women are merely delicate skeletons, and you are no exception. Humph. I am not just a delicate skeleton. I wish to bear your children. Morong Ingluo teased, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. How do you plan to restore my constitution, master? Is it true that being good-looking is a special constitution? Physical appearance has no bearing on one's constitution. You possess a flawed innate Tao body, and I aim to restore your deficiencies, allowing you to become a true innate Tao body. What? I have a flawed innate Tao body. But can a flawed constitution truly be repaired? Morong Ingluo was left in a state of bewilderment. The once drowsy Morong Zhantian within the ring also stirred, opening his eyes. A constitution is an inherent trait, its formation shrouded in mystery. A special constitution, if utilized properly, can greatly aid one's cultivation. The innate Tao body is a remarkable boon for cultivators, possessing a natural affinity for the principles of heaven and earth, resulting in fewer bottlenecks and enhanced combat prowess, far superior to ordinary constitutions like the charming physique. Yet, flawed constitutions are generally deemed irreparable. Even if repair is possible, it typically requires the intervention of a sage, for only a sage can command the essence of the Tao. Below the sage level, even the pinnacle of imperial rank would be unable to achieve such feats. Thus, upon hearing that a flawed innate Tao body could be restored, both Morong Ingluo and Morong Zhantian were astonished. Morong Ingluo felt her master's aura was enigmatic and formidable, while Morong Zhantian began to suspect whether the individual before them was a sage. Of course, I can restore your Tao essence. Chen Xuan smiled gently, his tone devoid of pressure. As for the two women still reclining in the room, he paid them no mind, neither scolding nor acknowledging them. After all, they were merely adhering to the highest court etiquette in their service to him. Although it was somewhat excessive, it was done with the intent to assist, not to cause trouble. As the leader of a sect, it would be unbecoming to chastise or threaten those who serve him. There is no need for him to adopt an imposing demeanor that would render him unapproachable. Within the confines of the bedroom, as the sounds of the two departed, Fenghua and Xueme, nestled beneath the blankets, found themselves at a loss for what to do. Sister, what shall we do now that the esteemed senior has left? Oh dear. Little sister, it appears that the two of us are destined to remain in this secluded palace in solitude for all eternity. Within the main hall, Chen Xuan and Morong Ingluo sat facing each other in a meditative posture, having commenced the process of restoration. His fingers gently tapped her forehead, harnessing the power of the emperor to fundamentally mend her constitution. The incomplete innate Tao body was a consequence of an inadequate Tao rhythm. Therefore, it follows that by supplementing the missing Tao rhythm, a complete innate Tao body could be forged. Master, I feel a bit itchy. Morong Ingluo quickly furrowed her brows, striving to endure the sensation. Chen Xuan, with an impassive expression, replied calmly, It is normal. Your damaged constitution is beginning to regenerate. It will soon be resolved. All right, then. After a brief pause, Morong Ingluo continued, Master, it seems I have entered a strange world. Everything around me is chaotic. That is expected, for your constitution is on the verge of completion. After another moment, she inquired, Master, is it not done yet? Almost there. Morong Ingluo opened her eyes at that moment. In an instant, her previously incomplete innate Tao body had been restored. A vague enlightenment regarding her cultivation seemed to elevate her understanding to an entirely new level. As if she had transformed into a different person, her pupils radiating with the essence of the Tao, an overflow of Tao rhythm, feeling the profound changes within herself. Along with an inexplicable comprehension of the principles of the Tao, Morong Ingluo was overwhelmed with excitement. It is truly restored. Just what kind of cultivation does Master possess? It is simply unfathomable. She hastily transitioned from a seated position to kneeling, her heart brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Master, for your benevolence. Rise. For you are now my disciple, and I shall impart all that I have to you. Chen Xuan, with a slight lift of his arm, conjured a tome that appeared before Morong Ingluo. The title read Chaos, Immortal Scripture. Upon seeing those 4 grand characters, Morong Ingluo's pupils constricted, and she was engulfed with exhilaration. The significance of the scripture was evidently profound. In her excitement, she bowed once more. Thank you, Master. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Chen Xuan replied with a gentle smile. Observing the filial piety and respect from his disciples brought him immense joy. For a teacher, witnessing the gradual transformation of their students is the greatest delight. Thus, Chen Xuan nodded slightly and remarked, let the elder from the ring emerge. Before departing, I shall assist you once more. The elder from the ring? Boom. At these words, Morong Ingluo stiffened, rooted to the spot. The elder, Morong Xianxian, hidden within the ring, was taken aback and instinctively retreated to a corner of the ring. Moments ago, he was contemplating whether the other party was a sage. Had he truly discerned his existence? In a flurry of thoughts, both of them scrambled to determine where they had inadvertently revealed themselves. Yet, after much contemplation, they could not pinpoint any such exposure. Therefore, Morong Ingluo feigned ignorance, asking, what elder from the ring? Master, what do you mean? I do not understand. It was not that she was unwilling to divulge information to Chen Xuan, but rather that the elder had expressly instructed her to keep his soul's existence a secret, lest it attract the attention of the Soul Palace and bring calamity upon him. Thus, she had not even mentioned it to her own father. Is it that you are unwilling? Chen Xuan continued, I had intended to resurrect the elder within your ring. If you are reluctant, then let it be. Chapter 034, The Morong Dynasty Submission and the Significance of 2 Training Quotas. Chen Xuan did not press the matter further, merely uttering a teasing remark. At this proclamation, before Morong Ingluo could respond, the elder Morong Xianxian could no longer contain himself and floated out. The immortal scripture, capable of obliterating a heavenly king, and the restoration of the innate Tao body conveyed unmistakably to Morong Xianxian the profound depth of this man's cultivation, undoubtedly a powerful sage. Moreover, the ability to detect even the soul concealed within the imperial garden was within reason. Perhaps he had been discovered upon their first meeting. Thus, upon hearing the word resurrect, he could no longer restrain himself and emerged voluntarily. If the other party intended harm, he would accept his fate. Conversely, he might gain a chance at resurrection. Having been discovered, he felt compelled to take this gamble. Soon, his transparent form manifested as an elderly figure, standing respectfully beside Morong Ingluo and humbly saying, I am the junior Morong Xianxian. I apologize for not presenting myself sooner. Please forgive me, esteemed elder. No harm done. I understand your concerns. Chen Xuan replied with a slight smile, raising his hand to reveal the lotus avatar and the blood fusion pill. Upon seeing these 2 items, Morong Xianxian's pupils widened in astonishment, and he felt a surge of excitement. The lotus avatar and the blood fusion pill. My heavens, he was overwhelmed, never expecting that the other party would be so generous as to produce items for restoring his physical form, especially such rare ones. This lotus avatar had the potential to restore him to his previous peak strength. The very notion was enough to stir the souls of all beings. Observing the materials for his resurrection, Morong Xianxian, suppressing his excitement, cautiously inquired, Esteemed elder, what is your intention? I find it rather uncomfortable for you to remain confined within the ring. This lotus avatar is an incidental acquisition of mine. Keeping it serves no purpose. So I gift it to you. Chen Xuan spoke nonchalantly, as if he held no regard for these items. In response, Morong Xianxian was utterly exhilarated and hastily asked, Such a treasure, I feel unworthy to accept. Is there anything you wish in return, esteemed elder? As the saying goes, heaven does not drop pies from the sky. And thus he continued to probe, uncertain of what demands might be placed upon him, for he wished to feel secure in his acceptance of such a gift. I have no demands. It is a gift, freely given. Ah, I see. But this is truly exceedingly generous. Realizing this, Morong Xianxian clasped his fists again, solemnly stating, I cannot express my gratitude for such a great kindness. I shall remember this favor, and should you ever require my assistance in the future, I would not hesitate to give my life. With that, he transformed into a streak of smoke and dove into the Lotus avatar. In life, he was a Heavenly King level cultivator. This Lotus avatar was also of Heavenly King caliber, allowing him to recover his previous strength without the need for arduous cultivation. Originally, he had planned to seek resources through Murong Ingluo to ultimately forge a body capable of attaining the spirit-gathering realm. Now, he could regain his original power in an instant, thereby saving the time it would have taken to cultivate anew. After all, nobody could guarantee that a return to cultivation would yield a smooth breakthrough. Such immense kindness warranted more than mere words of gratitude. Furthermore, with his descendants now allied with her sect, an unbreakable bond had been forged. Once I am restored, I shall become a vassal of the mysterious Cloud Sect to demonstrate my loyalty. With these thoughts in mind, the Lotus avatar began to morph into the likeness of Murong Zhantian. Soon, Murong Zhantian fully integrated with the Lotus avatar, subsequently consuming the blood fusion pill. In an instant, his soul fused completely with his physical form. The strength of the Heavenly King level surged throughout him, rapidly spreading to every corner of his being. But that was not the end. Once the essence of the Heavenly King fully enveloped him, it erupted forth, immediately radiating outward. Boom. The overwhelming aura swiftly enveloped the entire palace. Within the Emperor's chambers, Murong Fubo, unable to sleep, sat up abruptly upon sensing the sudden influx of Heavenly King energy. Exclaiming in shock, "A Heavenly King! Rustle, rustle!" From the corners of the chamber, 3 powerful guards emerged, vigilantly positioning themselves before the dragon bed. These 3 were precisely the formidable protectors Murong Fubo had summoned to guard against any potential assaults from the Northern King. Yet, should the intruder truly be a Heavenly King summoned by the Northern King, no number of guards would avail them. Fortunately, the aura dissipated swiftly, not lingering in the air. Sensing the Heavenly King's presence fade, Murong Fubo let out a sigh of relief, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The Murong dynasty, which has thrived for over 3 millennia, is a legacy that Murong Fubo fears may perish under his stewardship. "Your Majesty," a guard presented a towel to Murong Fubo, who, in a state of anxiety, received it to wipe the cold sweat from his brow, murmuring to himself, "I wonder if Fenghua and Shuiyue have caught the eye of the esteemed elder. That elder must certainly possess the prowess of a king. If only he could intervene." Resolving to dispel his worries, he decided against sleep and ventured outside for a breath of fresh air. In the palace of Murong Ingluo, observing Murong Zhantian's submission, Chen Xuan contemplated briefly before acquiescing. After all, an additional vassal could significantly contribute to the sect's growth. Previously, when he subdued the Yi family, due to their minor status and system rewards, he had not demanded tribute. However, this time, Chen Xuan intended to make an exception. The offerings, though not immediately useful to him, would be essential as the number of disciples increased. Thus, Chen Xuan nodded and stated, "Since your royal family is willing to align with my Piao Miao sect, we shall not treat you unjustly. I shall grant you 2 training slots, from which you may select 2 individuals to study within our sect. However, the chosen individuals will not be named and will not enjoy the privileges of regular disciples, only the rights to reside and cultivate within the sect." Upon hearing this, Murong Zhantian's heart leapt with joy. "Master, I shall take my leave to rest now." At this moment, Murong Ingluo also performed a respectful bow and withdrew, recognizing that it was already midnight and it would be inappropriate to linger further. Yes. The 2 turned to leave. After they had distanced themselves, Chen Xuan remained seated on the mat, extracting a realm advancement card. "This card should elevate me to the mid-level of the Emperor realm," he mused. In the Imperial Garden, Murong Fubo gazed up at the moon, his expression one of profound regret. His subordinates had just reported that nothing had occurred, exacerbating his already agitated state. The 2 women in his palace were the most beautiful concubines, yet their indifference left him powerless. Shaking his head, he turned to depart when suddenly a figure appeared before him. Startled, Murong Fubo instinctively recoiled, fearing an assault from the forces of the Northern King. The guards surrounding him tensed, brandishing their weapons protectively before him, demanding, "Who dares to intrude upon the palace at such an hour? How can the emperor of the illustrious Murong dynasty be so cowardly?" The elder figure stood tall, one hand behind his back, the other stroking his beard with an air of superiority. Upon hearing the reprimand and the self-identification as an ancestor, Murong Fubo was taken aback, scrutinizing the figure closely. To his astonishment, the elder bore an uncanny resemblance to one of his ancestors. "Who are you? Why do you look exactly like my ancestor?" "Haha. Nonsense. What do you mean by looking alike? I am your ancestor, Murong Zhantian." The elder laughed heartily, the wrinkles on his face twisting into a delightful array. "Impossible. My ancestor passed away over 1,000 years ago. How dare you insult my forebear? Seize him." Murong Fubo's expression darkened, fury boiling within him. Though the dynasty had diminished, the sanctity of his ancestors remained inviolable, especially that of ancestor Xiantian, the only royal power aside from the founding ancestor to reach the king realm. Receiving the emperor's command, the guards instantly conjured a massive hand to seize Morong Xiantian. With a dismissive smile, Morong Xiantian released his own formidable aura, instantly shattering the guards' assault and leaving them gasping for breath. Is that the aura of a king? Morong Fubo pondered, stunned. Are you truly my ancestor? Indeed. As he spoke, Morong Xiantian unleashed the unique techniques and aura of the Morong family. Recognizing the familiar energy, Morong Fubo was convinced of the elder's identity and promptly knelt before him, exclaiming, I, the junior Morong Fubo, pay my respects to ancestor Xiantian. Possessing the exclusive technique and being at the mid-level of the king realm, even if he were not truly his ancestor, Fubo would treat him as such. After all, such power could easily obliterate their dynasty without the need for deception. Rise. Morong Xiantian nodded in satisfaction and continued, Fubo, I am aware that the northern king has been causing you distress. However, I have returned, and the Morong dynasty shall face no more worries. Yes. Morong Fubo was filled with exhilaration and inquired, how did you recover, ancestor? Have you broken through once more? The mere thought of his ancestor achieving another breakthrough filled him with elation. After all, when his ancestor had been alive, he was at the mid-level of the king realm. If he had indeed advanced, he would surely be at the late king realm, or even on the brink of the emperor level. Such cultivation could restore the dynasty to its former glory. I forgot to mention, it was the Sect Master who revived me, the same one who is Yingluo's master, whom you have already met, Morong Xiantian explained. Furthermore, I have pledged allegiance to the Sect Master on behalf of the dynasty, and we are now a vassal force of the Piao Miao sect. You must remember to pay tribute annually. That person, Morong Fubo, was momentarily taken aback. What kind of master could resurrect an ancestor? The mystery surrounding Yingluo's mentor was profound. As he contemplated, a wave of Taoist energy emanated from the direction of the princess's palace, instantly capturing the attention of both Morong Xiantian and Morong Fubo, who reflexively turned toward the palace. There, ethereal symbols ascended, depicting the scene of a sage achieving enlightenment. In that moment, both were taken aback. This is the flow of Tao. This is a sage. They exchanged incredulous glances, confirming Chen Xuan's realm. A sage. Yes, a sage. The flow of Tao was indeed the manifestation of a sage's enlightenment. It turned out that this powerful figure was a sage, and they had firmly allied themselves with a monumental force. A living sage. Such an existence was beyond even the mightiest of powers. Overwhelmed with excitement, both rejoiced in their decisions, one grateful for submitting to such a formidable entity, the other relieved for having hosted the sage overnight and offering one of his concubines as a gesture of loyalty. Though the offer had not been accepted, it sufficiently conveyed his allegiance. Ancestor, this must be the Sect Master breaking through again. Should I go and congratulate him? As the manifestation of Tao faded, Morong Fubo could not help but seek his ancestor's counsel. After a moment's thought, Morong Xiantian replied, there is no need. It would be inappropriate to disturb the Sect Master's cultivation at this late hour. It is better to wait until tomorrow. Yes. It is too late. We shall go tomorrow. Suddenly, Morong Xiantian broached the subject of the training slots once more. 2 slots. Upon hearing this, Morong Fubo pondered before asking, Ancestor, are you certain there are 2 slots? Yes, 2 slots. Is there an issue? Morong Xiantian queried in confusion. There is an issue. Why not 1 slot or 3? But specifically 2. I feel the Sect Master must have a specific purpose. What purpose? Morong Xiantian was baffled, having failed to perceive any underlying meaning. Ancestor, let those 2 slots be for Fenghua and Shueyue. They serve the Sect Master today, so let them accompany him. Morong Fubo stated earnestly. You mean the 2 women from the Sect Master's bed? Are you certain he wishes for them to go? This time, it was Morong Xiantian who was perplexed, as he had not sensed any interest from the Sect Master toward them. Let them go. If the sect leader is not fond of it, it matters not, after all. There are merely 2 spots, and the leader surely will not concern themselves with who goes. Should the leader take a liking to it, then we may say we have accomplished yet another task for them. Morong Fubo articulated his analysis with such clarity that even Morong Xiantian found it exceedingly reasonable. Excellent. Let those 2 go. After a brief pause, Morong Xiantian added with satisfaction, you are indeed clever. I entrust the dynasty to you. I have full confidence in you. Thank you for the compliment, Ancestor. I shall personally inform Fenghua and Shueyue. Go ahead. However, although they are your consorts, they shall be entering the sect tomorrow. So be courteous when speaking with them. I understand. I shall take my leave. Chapter 036. Return to the sect, selecting divine abilities. Chen Xuan could not fathom how his intentions could be misinterpreted. He never anticipated the complexity of royal thoughts. Therefore, when he learned the following morning that Feng Hua and Xu Yue had been chosen as candidates for further training, he was somewhat bewildered. "The Emperor truly wishes for you both to train?" he asked, gazing at the two ladies who were busy preparing water for him, incredulous. "Indeed, sect leader. The Emperor informed us overnight. Moreover, he spoke to us quite courteously." The expressions of the two ladies were filled with joy, as if they had not felt such happiness in ages. Seeing this, Chen Xuan hesitated to press further. After all, they certainly lacked the courage to lie. Moreover, their smiles and the energy with which they worked suggested that this was the happiest day of their lives. Thus, Chen Xuan chose to remain silent, regardless of who went. They were going. Why must he interfere and cause disappointment? With this thought, Chen Xuan slowly rose from his meditative state. After using the realm enhancement card yesterday, he had now reached the mid-stage of the Emperor realm, qualifying him as an adult emperor. An adult emperor paired with supreme weapons was ever closer to being invincible beneath the immortal realm. Notably, during his breakthrough, he had intentionally suppressed his aura. However, the rapidity of his advancement caused some of the Tao rhythm to escape, which was how Murong Zhantian and Murong Fubo became aware. Fortunately, his three disciples nearby remained oblivious, as their realms were too low to perceive the escaping Tao rhythm. Returning to the matter at hand, Chen Xuan stood on the mat, preparing to put on his shoes. At that moment, Feng Hua and Xu Yue approached, interrupting his actions. One held a basin, while the other carried a damp towel, instinctively moving to wipe Chen Xuan's face. Chen Xuan understood this was the duty of palace maids, but he was unaccustomed to it. Reflexively, he grasped the towel to halt them, saying, "I can manage on my own. Furthermore, once you arrive at the sect, there will be no need to serve anyone. Just focus on your training." "Yes." The two ladies nodded. Chen Xuan took the towel to wipe his face. Just then, he felt a tickling sensation on the top of his foot. Looking down, he was astonished to see the two ladies assisting him in putting on his shoes. "Sect leader, please lift your foot," Chen Xuan thought. They truly are attentive to every detail. "Master, we are ready." Suddenly, his three disciples appeared at the doorway, their timing rather inopportune. Upon seeing the two beautiful ladies assisting with the shoes, they all instinctively turned away, as if embarrassed for interrupting their master's private moment, and promptly retreated. "Master, we shall wait for you outside." Chen Xuan's expression hardened as he warned, "If you dare to act recklessly again, do not blame me for expelling you from the sect." Hearing the sect leader's ire, the two ladies were startled and immediately knelt in supplication, pleading, "Please forgive us, sect leader. We shall not dare again." Noticing their fearful demeanor, Chen Xuan realized the impact of his words had been effective and replied coolly, "From now on, refer to yourselves as disciples. This shall serve as a warning. Rise." "Disciple thanks the sect leader for your mercy. Let us proceed." Chen Xuan maintained a stoic expression as he stepped outside. Upon exiting, he found Lin Fan, Yi Cheng, and Murong Yingluo waiting for him. In addition to his three disciples, Murong Laozu and Murong Fubo were also present. They bowed and congratulated him on his breakthrough, displaying even greater respect than the previous day, which emanated from the depths of their hearts. Chen Xuan nodded in acknowledgement, saying little. After bidding farewell, he waved his hand, and alongside his three disciples and two trainees, they soared into the air. "Report. Inform the Emperor. Inform the Ancestor. Spies have reported that the King of the North is making moves, gathering several sects to discuss rebellion." Suddenly, a guard knelt to report on the King of the North's movements. The Emperor furrowed his brow and turned to Murong Zhantian. "Ancestor, what shall we do? The King of the North cannot be restrained any longer?" "Ah, the King of the North is but a trifling matter. I shall go extinguish him." Murong Zhantian scoffed, taking to the skies without hesitation. Seeing the Ancestor's confident departure, Murong Fubo felt a surge of excitement and immediately began issuing orders to mobilize troops. With the Ancestor revived, the Murong dynasty feared no one. On the other side, Chen Xuan led the group through the skies, their swift flight causing the rivers and mountains below to blur by in an instant. Curious, Feng Hua and Xu Yue could not resist glancing down, immediately feeling their stomachs churn and dizziness wash over them. Noticing this, Murong Yingluo quickly advised, "Ladies, master flies swiftly. Do not look down." "Thank you, princess." The two ladies quickly closed their eyes to alleviate their discomfort, no longer daring to look around. However, this only deepened their admiration for Chen Xuan, their eyes shimmering with adoration. Chen Xuan paid them no mind, remaining focused as he flew straight ahead. With each passing moment, they soared past countless mountains and landscapes, their speed far exceeding that of mere teleportation. Soon, after a brief yet exhilarating flight, Chen Xuan and the group descended at the entrance of the Piamiao sect. The protective barrier surrounding them dissipated, and the group immediately erupted into chatter. "Senior brother, is this our sect? The spiritual energy is so abundant." "Sister, The environment here is beautiful, far surpassing that of the palace. Indeed, sister, I never knew the world outside could be so magnificent. Amidst their animated discussion, the newcomers, Murong Yingluo and the two ladies, were taken aback by the speed of a figure approaching. They realized he was at the condensation realm. Indeed, it was the condensation realm. Yi Junlin, who had remained at the sect in recent days, had surprisingly advanced from the peak of the Skyflight realm to the 4th level of the condensation realm. He greeted them politely and then assessed the 3 ladies of the Murong family. The 3 ladies, upon noticing his gaze, immediately became more reserved. Though he appeared to be merely a cleaner, he was undeniably a formidable presence at the condensation realm. In their dynasty, he would be regarded as a venerated figure. The Piamiao sect had a condensation realm expert sweeping the entrance. Their strength was truly formidable. Chen Xuan nodded to Yi Junlin and inquired as they walked. Everything is well at the sect, I presume? Yi Junlin respectfully clasped his fists. Everything within the sect is in order. However, these past few days, a peach blossom garden, a plaza, and a grand pavilion have appeared within the sect. I did not dare to disturb them. Chapter 037. Universal Techniques, bestowing the Lu God method. Those are the sect's concealed facilities revealing themselves. There is no need for alarm. You have worked hard guarding the sect these days. Please take a peach from the peach blossom garden as a reward for your diligence. Consuming one can extend your life by 1,000 years. Chen Xuan generously presented Yi Junlin with a peach from the garden. Upon hearing of the peach's effects, the eyes of everyone brightened in unison. Consuming one peach extends life by 1,000 years? Is this peach not a divine medicine? Its effects are astounding. In an instant, the crowd was filled with envy, especially Lin Fan and Yi Qingcheng, who were profoundly shaken. The sect was indeed powerful. The concealed formation has not yet entirely dissipated. Now, several treasure lands have emerged. One can hardly imagine what the scene will be like once the sect fully emerges into the world. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. Thank you for the generous bestowal, Sect Master. Yi Junlin expressed his gratitude with a fist clasp. Although he had already extended his lifespan for several years and no longer feared the consumption of his life force, the prospect of an additional 1,000 years of life is enough to stir excitement in anyone. By the way, these 2 are new disciples here for further training. Please arrange accommodations for them and inform them of the rules for advanced disciples. Suddenly, Chen Xuan pointed at the 2 young women, Fenghua and Shuyue. Yi Junlin once again clasped his fists in acknowledgement, then courteously greeted Fenghua and Shuyue. Even though the responsibility of training the new disciples rested on him, he too was an advanced disciple, feeling a sense of humility. Old man Yi Junlin, I have met you too, fellow Taoists. Fenghua, Shuyue, we have met you, Senior Yi. After the mutual greetings, Chen Xuan instructed Lin Fan. Lin Fan, the newly constructed pavilion within the sect is our library, housing countless rare books. Since there are few disciples at present, please take everyone inside to select a suitable cultivation technique. Also, do not forget to explain the background of our sect. Understood. Lin Fan replied with a clasp of his fists. Once all instructions were given, Chen Xuan nodded and proceeded alone to the main peak. As soon as Chen Xuan departed, Lin Fan resumed his role as the senior brother and led the group towards the library. Naturally, he did not neglect to introduce the sect's background. However, the manner of introduction remained the same. He spoke of how all disciples had been promoted to elders, how the elders were either in seclusion or wandering the world, and how the sect had just stepped into the world, crafting an image of the sect as extraordinarily mystical. The 3 newcomers listened with admiration and awe, feeling a profound yearning for the sect. As they spoke, they arrived at the library. Upon pushing open the doors, the sight of countless books and jade slips filled their vision. The shelves, densely packed, lined the walls and reached up to a height of 100 meters. With no stairs in sight, standing inside the pavilion, they gazed upward at the myriad treasures displayed on the walls, astonished. How high? Do we have to fly up there? So many. The sect's foundation is indeed profound. How long will it take to choose? In a moment of wonder, the group marveled at the vast collection. However, just as they were about to approach the shelves, 6 jade slips suddenly flew out from within, colliding directly into their arms. Huh? It's not us selecting the techniques. Rather, the techniques are choosing us? Instantly, the group experienced a new wave of astonishment and looked at the jade slips in their hands. Upon seeing what she held, Murong Yingluo could not contain herself and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, it's the ultimate technique, the 9 secrets of combat. The ultimate technique has chosen me. Senior sister, senior brother, what techniques did you receive? The 9 secrets is one of the most powerful ultimate techniques, and its combat technique can enhance one's battle power 100-fold. It is a formidable skill for challenging opponents beyond one's level." Thus, Murong Yingluo was overwhelmed with excitement. I have also received the ultimate technique, the solitary 9 swords. Lin Fan calmly stated. Once unleashed, it grants the ability to manipulate the power of time, which is the greatest enemy of every cultivator. Wow, mine is the ultimate technique. The embrace of the mountain. Yu Junlin, having examined the jade slip in his hand, jumped up in exhilaration. As an advanced disciple, merely being able to cultivate here was an immense honor. And he never expected the Sect Master would allow him to choose, and that he would be selected for an ultimate technique. This was overwhelmingly joyful, surpassing all the happiness of a lifetime combined. Seeing her ancestor ecstatic like a child, Yu Qiqing felt genuinely happy for him. When one ascends, their family rises too. She had found an excellent master, and her family would share in the blessings. She vowed to honor her master with utmost devotion, as such thoughts occupied her mind. Morong Yingluo turned to the 2 women, Fenghua and Shuiyue, as abandoned daughters of the emperor, lacking status within the sect, though they too beamed at the jade slips. They felt a tinge of loneliness for not engaging in conversation with anyone. Thus, Morong Yingluo took the initiative to ask, Your Highness Fenghua, Your Highness Shuiyue, which techniques were you chosen for? Princess, I too was chosen for an ultimate technique, called the Great Seduction Technique, which encompasses many alluring sub-techniques. Mine is also the Great Seduction Technique, Princess. The 2 women beamed with joy, their faces radiant. They did not feel embarrassed or displeased for not being spoken to. As for them, merely leaving the depths of the palace was a tremendous opportunity. Moreover, being selected for ultimate techniques was more than enough. Surprisingly, they are all ultimate techniques. Our sect is indeed powerful, Morong Yingluo remarked, her lips pursed in thought. Observing the excitement of the 2 women, she pondered and then said, From now on, in the sect, please do not call me princess, just call me Yingluo. Very well then, replied the younger sister, Shuiyue, after some contemplation. However, the elder sister, Fenghua, was more curious and asked, Will Yingluo still address us as your highness? Although they had entered the sect, in the imperial court, they were still referred to as consorts. Of course, our seniority remains. All right then, fellow sisters, we have selected our techniques, so let us proceed to cultivate. Seeing that everyone was satisfied with their chosen techniques, Lin Fan continued to arrange the subsequent matters. Yes, senior brother. After departing the library, the 6 individuals split into 2 groups. One group, consisting of formal disciples, headed to the main peak, while the other group of advanced disciples settled in a corner, officially commencing their lives within the sect. At the main peak, in the corner of the Sect Master's hall, Chen Xuan waved his hand and planted Lu Yu into the ground. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy began to visibly converge towards the charred willow tree. Lu Yu's figure reappeared upon the trunk. With arms outstretched, she resembled a child, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. After taking several deep breaths, she joyfully exclaimed to Chen Xuan, Master, the spiritual energy here is so abundant. I feel so comfortable. Lu Yu, this is the Piamiao sect. You must diligently cultivate here and strive to grow a new body as soon as possible. Additionally, I shall impart to you a technique known as the Willow God Method, which will allow you to thrive in adversity and restore yourself. With that, Chen Xuan touched the trunk, and a powerful technique settled into Lu Yu's mind. After comprehending the technique, Lu Yu excitedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you for bestowing the method, Master. Now, cultivate diligently. Once Chen Xuan had departed, Lu Yu immediately began to study the Willow God Method. In a short while, a tender sprout emerged from her charred trunk. She was overjoyed, quickly absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth, and the sprout grew longer and longer, gradually transforming into a vibrant green willow branch. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a piece of news from the 3 major super sects quickly spread across the 9 provinces. The news proclaimed that the 3 major super sects would join forces to attack the Piamiao sect. In an instant, every force, large and small, was shocked by the news. Have you heard? The 3 major super sects are uniting to attack the Piamiao sect. What on earth has the Piamiao sect done to provoke such a coalition? Do you know the last time the 3 major super sects joined forces? It was 2,000 years ago when they obliterated a force that had several late-stage imperial-level experts. Are you not aware of the Piamiao sect? Let me tell you, the Piamiao sect is formidable. Their methods far surpass that ancient force. Remember the secret realm? The 3 disciples of the Piamiao sect rampaged through it, killing tens of thousands of disciples. Wow, so fierce. Who told you that? Shima Yuan. I must tell you that there is another performance at the theater tomorrow, which narrates the tale of 3 disciples from the Misty Sect emerging from a secret realm, only to be confronted by the elders of the 3 great sects. Can you believe it? Is that truly the case? This is merely the tip of the iceberg. It is said that when those 3 disciples emerged and were obstructed by the elders of the 3 great sects, the Sect Master of the Misty Sect suddenly appeared. Perceiving that his disciples were being bullied, and with a single slap, he killed the elders of the three great sects. Rumor has it that he even proclaimed that the sect masters of the three great sects must personally visit the Misty Sect to bow and apologize. How humiliating. No wonder the three great sects are unwilling. However, it is indeed outrageous to think that one slap could kill three heavenly kings. Could it be that the sect master of the Misty Sect is at the emperor level? Don't listen to his nonsense. It was not one slap, but 3 slaps that dispatched the 3 heavenly kings, as they each provoked him individually, hence the division of slaps. It was either 3 slaps or just 1. I was there at the scene. No way, I was there too. Do you dare to bet? What shall we wager? Let us base it on the performance at the theater. The loser treats the winner to a night at the theater. Very well, I accept. When I win, I shall order the most exquisite courtesan and drain you dry. At the Wuji sect, on the Sect Plaza, 3 warships hovered in the air, filled with core disciples, top elders, and the Sect's foundational resources. 3 entire ships of formidable beings, along with the Sect's resources, were fully prepared for departure. As for the reason for bringing so many individuals, it is quite simple. They require manpower for resource plundering. They need hands to hunt down ordinary disciples. Indeed, they have already decided to leave nothing of the Misty Sect and have adopted a 3-fold strategy: annihilate, seize, and burn. They also aim to declare to the world the terrifying might of superpowers, while reminding everyone that superpowers must not be insulted, as they cannot be trifled with by any mere mortals, no matter how many are at the Emperor level. Sect Master, we are departing. Below the warships, the 3 Emperor-level leaders bid farewell to the Sect Master. They wished the 3 elders success in their endeavor to crush the Misty Sect. The Sect Master hurriedly clasped his fists in acknowledgement. The 3 of them, being the protective elders responsible for guarding the mountain gate, held noble status and immense power, all being formidable forces among the Emperor level. Thus, even the Sect Master must show them a degree of respect. Humph, the mere Misty Sect is hardly worth mentioning. We could conquer it without utilizing our resources. Upon this declaration, the 3 ascended into the air, taking their positions at the bows of their respective warships. Set sail. With a single command from the Grand Elder, the 3 warships began to move slowly, flying towards the wild state. Their speed gradually increased as they traversed the vast sky. At their current pace, they would reach the wild state by the next day at the latest. Simultaneously, the moment the Wuji sect set off, the Taiha sect and the Fatian sect also dispatched 3 warships each. These 3 super sects, located in the surrounding 9 states, varied in distance to the wild state, resulting in differing arrival times. Thus, prior to departure, it was agreed that the 3 super sects, with a total of 9 warships, would first convene in the wild state and subsequently set off towards the Misty Sect. Upon the release of this news, the nearby 9 states erupted into an uproar. Extra! Extra! The warships of the 3 super sects have all set sail. They will convene in the wild state. So soon? Quick! We must depart as well. Let us see if we can pick up some scraps. After the great battle, there will surely be significant spoils. All sects, mobilized to collect the spoils. Is the grand battle finally upon us? It has been ages since I witnessed a struggle between great powers. I cannot afford to miss this opportunity to observe the might of the super sects. The long-awaited Emperor-level battle. If I could witness it firsthand, it would immensely benefit my own breakthroughs into the Emperor level. I hope to arrive in time. Were those the warships of the super sects that just passed? How imposing. Once this battle concludes, I must join a super sect, even if it means becoming a mere servant. As the news spread, cultivators from the nearby 9 states began to mobilize. All who could make it were now heading towards the Misty Sect. Among them were sect forces, powerful solitary cultivators, onlookers, and learners, numbering countless. After all, this is a battle that occurs once in several millennia. Surely, there will be an Emperor-level clash. Witnessing such a battle would be of tremendous assistance for cultivators' futures. Therefore, no one is willing to miss out on such an opportunity. Meanwhile, in the Murong dynasty of the Wild State, upon receiving news of the impending assault on the Misty Sect by the 3 super sects, Murong Fubo was left in a state of bewilderment. Shortly after Chen Xuan and the others departed, he learned of the events occurring within the secret realm. He had anticipated that the Misty Sect might face conflicts with the 3 super sects, but he never expected it would escalate into a sect war. Moreover, a united front of 3 sects. The coalition of the 3 super sects means that even if the Sect Master is a sage, things would not fare well. But as a vassal force, should he offer assistance? In an instant, Murong Fubo found himself in a quandary. If he were to provide support, he would undoubtedly be a mere pawn. Yet, if he refrained, it would reflect poorly on his role as a vassal force. Furthermore, he would certainly be labeled as disloyal. Having just become a vassal, Failing to send aid during a crisis would easily invite criticism. With these thoughts in mind, he dared not delay and immediately sought counsel from the ancestor Zhantian. At this moment, Murong Zhantian had just returned from quelling the Northern King. Upon hearing Murong Fubo's news, he decisively made a decision. Assist. We must assist. As a vassal force. How can we stand idly by while the main sect is in danger? Moreover, the Sect Master has treated me well, bestowing upon me a physical form. This kindness is beyond repayment. Immediately summon all the cultivators at the condensation realm. We shall depart at once to support the main sect. Also, I will leave you a few to guard your home. The Northern King has been vanquished. Will 3 at the condensation realm suffice? At this, Murong Fubo was momentarily stunned. However, 3 at the condensation realm would be adequate to ensure the safety of the royal family. Even if the ancestor and others were to perish, they could safeguard the royal family's revival. Thus, stealing his resolve, he nodded. That will do. I will make arrangements immediately. Hurry. The warships of the super sects are swift. Otherwise, I fear we may not arrive in time. Murong Fubo promptly set about making arrangements. In no time, he gathered 9 powerful cultivators at the condensation realm to follow ancestor Murong Zhantian as they urgently set off for the Misty Sect. Simultaneously, the Yu family in the Wild State also received word of the 3 super forces dispatching 9 warships to attack the Misty Sect. Upon receiving this news, Yi Changxing was extremely anxious and promptly decided to support the Misty Sect. Although the strongest among them, Yi Junlin, had only reached the late stage of sky flight. They had already submitted and must lend their full support. Even if faced with a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, they would spare no effort, especially since his daughter and the ancestor were cultivating within the sect. Assisting the sect also meant assisting himself. Thus, Yi Changxing hurriedly summoned the family as powerful members to assemble. He left 4 initial stage Skyflight members behind to safeguard the family and protect the younger generations. As for the other Skyflight cultivators, he decided to take them all. Even though facing super forces, the cultivators at the Spirit Sea realm were weaker. Who says the weak cannot show loyalty? They aimed to demonstrate to the world that passion knows no bounds, and the weak dare to defy fate. In the family's martial arts arena, everyone was fully prepared for departure. Yi Changxing, accompanied by nearly 100 family members, bid farewell to the 4 selected elders. For elders, after we leave, the family will be entrusted to you. These 4 elders, though not the most powerful, were all notably the oldest, possessing rich life experiences. Patriarch, do you truly intend to take all the powerful members of the family with you? Will you not leave a few behind? Looking at the nearly 100 ready family members, the 4 elders' eyes brimmed with reluctance. No more to be left. With you all here, it is sufficient. I shall bring one more person. In this battle shall have an additional glimmer of hope. Yi Changxing's face was resolute. Upon hearing the concerns of the 4 elders, Yi Changxing hesitated for a moment, then could not help but glance at the eager clan members beside him. From their expressions, he discerned determination, fortitude, perseverance, and fervor, yet not a hint of cowardice. Having said that, he resolutely turned around and took the lead in taking flight. Let us depart. With Yi Changxing's command, nearly 100 clan members soared into the sky, heading straight for the mysterious sect. However, this group was primarily at the Spirit Sea realm, relying solely on sword flight. Nevertheless, this did not alter their unwavering resolve to follow their leader. As the Yi clan members ascended, the outside world erupted into commotion, especially among rival clans. When they witnessed nearly 100 Yi clan cultivators slicing through the sky on their swords, speculation began to swirl. What on earth was the Yi clan up to? What could they possibly intend with such a large number of people? Were they preparing for war? That seemed impossible, given that their ancestor was currently sweeping the floors at the mysterious sect. Have you heard? The Yi clan is heading to support the mysterious sect. They've taken all their strongest members. What? The Yi clan is going to support the mysterious sect? Are they out of their minds? In an instant, several nearby clans began to eye the Yi clan with suspicion. Within the mysterious sect, an atmosphere of tranquility prevailed. The disciples were entirely oblivious to the happenings outside. In fact, the battle vessels of the 3 major super sects had already entered the region of the Wild State early that morning, officially commencing their assembly, unbeknownst to anyone. Moreover, having acquired extraordinary skills, they had been practicing tirelessly through the night, leaving no time for rest, let alone news from outside the sect. That morning, as dawn broke, Fenghua and Xue Yue, under Yi Junlin's guidance, each wielded a broom and made their way towards the main gate, commencing their diligent work on their first day after joining the sect. Although the sect had no regulations mandating that disciples must work, the 2 girls, new to this environment, felt compelled to join in when they saw their fellow disciple, Yi Junlin, laboring. After all, whether at home or later in the palace, they had always adhered to the rules, never daring to overstep their bounds. Hence, upon witnessing Yi Junlin at work, they requested to join in the sweeping. Although the sect had no strict regulations for newly enrolled disciples, they feared that failing to conform to any unwritten rules might incur the displeasure of the sect leader or the elders and lead to their expulsion from the mountain. Despite having been there for only a day and a half, they had no desire to leave. Not to mention that a night of cultivation had allowed both of them to break through to the spirit sea realm. They cherished the sect's environment and the freedom it afforded them. They would gladly serve the sect leader as maids or servants, should such a request arise. Sister, this broom is too rudimentary. When we have the chance to go down the mountain, let us spend our own money to buy a few. No need to buy. Once we finish our work and have some time, we can refine the brooms ourselves. Indeed, the two girls followed Yi Junlin, swaying gracefully as they approached the entrance. It was not that they intended to walk in such a manner. Rather, years of etiquette and their natural grace led them to find this way of walking most comfortable. Soon, the three arrived at the main gate, exchanging laughter and conversation. However, upon lifting their gazes to the outside world, they were taken aback by the sight that greeted them. Chapter 040. The Mysterious Sect, a crowd of thousands in attendance. At this moment, outside the mountain gate, whether atop the hill, perched on branches, or standing on the ground, countless cultivators filled the area. The moment the three emerged, tens of thousands of eyes immediately turned towards them. What on earth? Why are there so many people today? Yi Junlin was momentarily stunned, taken aback. The two girls behind him were equally astonished, following quietly behind the elder, hardly daring to speak. An old man and two young girls appeared as if they were mere servants sweeping the mountain gate. Outside the sect, whispers began to circulate. Is this the mysterious sect? They only sent an old man and two young girls to sweep the mountain gate? How pitiful. Those two young girls are quite lovely. Just look at how they sway. TSK. I wonder if they will survive after the battle. It would be great if we could benefit from them. Shoo. Don't speak carelessly. The sect leader of the mysterious sect is a formidable emperor-level expert. Be cautious when discussing the mysterious sect. Why is the mysterious sect so quiet? Considering the time, the three sect's battle vessels should have completed their assembly by now. Are they not preparing for battle? Does the mysterious sect possess such confidence? Confidence, my foot. I seriously suspect that the mysterious sect's strength is merely inflated. I've been here since before dawn, and not a single disciple has entered or exited. They might not even realize that the attack is imminent. That is indeed possible. I arrived before dawn as well, and haven't seen a single person coming or going. But the spiritual energy here is abundant. It's an excellent opportunity for another round of cultivation. The crowd observed Yi Junlin and the two girls, murmuring in low voices. Yet, not a single person dared to approach or raise their voice. Even those who looked down on the mysterious sect understood that the sect leader could easily eliminate a king-level expert with a single strike. Otherwise, the three super sects would not have united to attack. Thus, despite their disdain, the onlookers could only whisper their opinions. Why, Yi Senior, should we continue sweeping? Faced with the tens of thousands of piercing eyes, Fenghua and Xue Yue whispered hurriedly behind Yi Junlin, their voices tinged with anxiety. It seemed they had never encountered such a scene and were somewhat intimidated. Yi Junlin remained composed, aware that he had not faced such a large crowd before. Yet his life experience taught him the importance of maintaining composure. Therefore, he feigned calmness and replied, "Sweep. No need to panic. Our sect has a strong background. Despite their numbers, they cannot provoke us." With that, he took the lead in sweeping. Seeing this, the two girls felt somewhat reassured and joined in the sweeping. However, being of lower cultivation, their attention remained solely on their task, oblivious to the discussions among the cultivators. In contrast, Yi Junlin, having lived for over 2 centuries, swept while discreetly listening to the conversations of the outer disciples. He quickly learned of the 3 super sects' joint campaign against the mysterious sect. In an instant, Yi Junlin's heart trembled, and his legs felt weak. Yet, he forced himself to remain composed, diligently cleaning the last corner. The gathered crowd began to admire him, and soon, a distant cultivator cupped his fist and cautioned, "Senior, the Wuji sect, Taya sect, and Feitian sect, the 3 super sects, are approaching your sect to initiate a sect war. Please take heed." Upon hearing this, the question arose, did the mysterious sect know, or not? Yi Junlin had no choice but to feign an air of calm, forcing himself to bow and say, "Thank you for the information. I am no senior, merely a servant sweeping within the sect. As for what you mentioned, our sect leader has long been aware. Those 3 sects are insignificant." Boom. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What? You dare to dismiss the 3 super sects as insignificant? They are entities all cultivators look up to. Is the mysterious sect so confident? Moreover, these words came from a mere servant. In an instant, The crowd was taken aback, all stunned by Yi Junlin's words, secretly analyzing the veracity of his statement. Just then, another person could not help but bow and declare, "Senior, it is said that the three sects are bringing 9 battle vessels, filled with powerful experts. Among them, there are 9 Emperor-level experts." As these words were spoken, the crowd collectively held their breath once more. Yi Junlin's heart quivered violently. 9 Emperor-level beings. Goodness. Have Emperor-level entities become as common as cabbages? How could there be so many all at once? However, the elders of the sect were either in seclusion or wandering the world. Would there be time to summon them now? The thought of this made Yi Junlin even more anxious. Although he had complete faith in the sect leader's words regarding the powerful members of the sect being in seclusion or on journeys, 9 Emperor-level beings were no trivial matter. Even if the sect had abundant strength, failing to prepare in advance would surely lead to peril. He must inform the sect leader immediately and urge him to awaken those who were in seclusion to face the impending challenge. Thus, Yi Junlin mustered his courage and stated, My sect possesses countless powerful beings in seclusion. A mere 9 Emperor-level entities are hardly worthy of concern. Boom. As these words left his lips, the crowd gasped in astonishment. They were further bewildered by the might of the Miao Miao sect. To dismiss such formidable foes as insignificant? The Miao Miao sect was indeed formidable. Amid the crowd's confusion, Fenghua, Shiwei, and the others had already been shaken to their core by the conversation. With Yi Junlin's reminder, they swiftly grabbed their brooms and hastened after him into the sect. From the outside, the entire process appeared devoid of any panic, which only deepened their suspicion regarding the true strength of the Miao Miao sect. However, they were unaware that once Yi Junlin and the others entered the sect, their previously measured pace transformed into a frantic sprint towards the main peak. Particularly Fenghua and Shuyue, whose faces had turned pale with fear. As daughters of the court, they understood all too well the dire consequences of defeat. To be reduced to playthings, subject to casual slaughter, was a common fate. Notify the sect leader. We must inform him at once. The two anxiously lifted their skirts, racing behind Yi Junlin. Sect leader! Sect leader! Something terrible has happened. Sect leader! The trio rushed to the main peak and began shouting at the entrance of the grand hall. Yet, at that moment, Chen Xuan was not within the hall. Not finding the sect leader, Yi Junlin and the others hurriedly dashed out again, only to encounter the startled trio of the Miao Miao sect. Ancestor! What is the matter with all this urgency? Your Highnesses, what has occurred? Yi Qiqing and Murong Ingluo emerged from their chambers, approaching with puzzled expressions. Qiqing, have you seen the sect leader? Our sect is in grave danger. Ingluo exclaimed. We are on the brink of war. Tens of thousands of cultivators have appeared outside. It is said that the 3 major super sects are coming for us. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the trio clamored to recount their findings from outside the sect. Their discussion even roused Lu Yu, who had been napping in a tree. Curious, she emerged from the branches and stood beside Lin Fan, listening intently to the unfolding explanations. Once the trio finished recounting their experiences outside the sect, astonishment washed over everyone. The 3 major super sects have united to attack us? They have already entered the region of the ancient wilderness? In an instant, the crowd fell silent. Indeed. Has anyone seen the sect leader? Hurry and report to him. If we delay any longer, it may be too late. Yi Junlin urged fervently. I saw my master heading towards the battle square. I will inform him at once. Lin Fan swiftly turned and made his way to the battle square. The women had no time to linger and hurried after Lin Fan. We shall go as well. The group departed in a grand procession, accompanied by a semi-transparent spirit. However, just a few steps into their journey, Chen Xuan's figure approached them. What is the cause of such haste? Chen Xuan inquired calmly, seemingly unaware of the turmoil outside. Seeing this, the group was in a frenzy, casting anxious glances at Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin immediately recounted everything he had seen and heard. After listening, Chen Xuan nonchalantly shook his head, admonishing, such a trivial matter. I have known of it for some time. Merely 3 small sects. Why the panic? Small sects? You call the 3 major superpowers small sects? The crowd was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Chen Xuan. Although their master exuded confidence, such audacity seemed excessive. After all, these were 3 major super sects, steeped in thousands of years of heritage and profound depth. In that moment, Fenghua, Shiwei, Yi Junlin, and Murong Ingluo were all filled with doubt. Even Lin Fan, the eldest disciple, felt that his master was overly confident. Only Yi Qiqing and Lu Yu believed wholeheartedly in Chen Xuan's words, one hailing from a millennium ahead, well aware of the sect's mysteries, and the other, a spirit of nature, blissfully unaware of the concept of super sects. In light of this, Lin Fan clasped his fists and asked, Master, how shall we respond? Simple. Did I not mention that the elders of the sect are either in seclusion or wandering? Since there is impending conflict, I shall awaken a few elders. Chen Xuan replied nonchalantly, silently instructing in his mind, system, use 3 non-combinable Emperor-level summoning cards. Ding. Summoning successful. The Emperor-level beings are in the process of being summoned. Ding. Please assign identities for the 3 summoned powerful beings to facilitate their swift integration into the sect. Let us designate them as inter-sect elders. Chen Xuan contemplated before arriving at a decision. After all, having an Emperor-level being as an inter-sect elder was quite reasonable. When the time comes, they could summon an Immortal to serve as the guardian elder. Furthermore, it is worth mentioning that Chen Xuan currently had no intention of summoning an Immortal, although he possessed an Immortal summoning card. Past experiences with Liu Yu had instilled a sense of caution. Should he summon an Immortal, the presence of Immortal energy might attract a Dark Sovereign, which would spell trouble. Therefore, he planned to gather several Immortal summoning cards and summon them simultaneously. By then, even if a Dark Sovereign were drawn to them, they would not fear. Now, with these 3 Emperor-level summoning cards, he could not combine them, so it was a perfect opportunity to summon them and have them assist with various tasks. Moreover, having capable subordinates would be advantageous for future endeavors. Ding. Identity engraving successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning 3 Emperor-level powerhouses. They are en route. Please be patient. As the word settled, 3 translucent figures of middle-aged men materialized in a corner of the sect. At first, the 3 figures appeared transparent and gazed at one another with bewildered expressions, seemingly understanding nothing. Yet, as their forms solidified, their gazes began to sharpen with clarity. Once their bodies fully coalesced, they recognized one another and exchanged nods before swiftly soaring toward the main peak, landing gracefully before the crowd in an instant. Upon seeing Chen Xuan amidst the throng, the 3 Emperor-level elders knelt on one knee and saluted respectfully, proclaiming, Subordinate Lu Tsang, Subordinate Lu Hai, Subordinate Lu Xiao, greetings, Sect Leader. Boom. The sight of their kneeling form instantly stirred a wave of excitement among the disciples. These are the elders of the sect? Their presence is so imposing. Just like our master, they are inscrutable. Yet, they appear quite youthful. How high could their cultivation be? Only 3 have emerged from seclusion. Could that be too few? Speculation filled the air. Chen Xuan raised his hand slightly, declaring, rise. Then, with a sweeping motion, a 100-meter-long dragon appeared on the ground. Beside the dragon lay a mound of enlightenment tea leaves, piled half a person high. Chen Xuan pointed to the dragon and the enlightenment tea leaves, instructing, prepare this dragon for later. It will be used to entertain our guests. Yes. The 3 respectfully rose and, with a wave of their hands, began to manage the dragon. Seeing this, Lin Fan could not help but inquire, Master, is it sufficient to have only 3 elders emerge from seclusion? Isn't that a bit lacking? I heard that the 3 major super sects have sent 9 Emperor-level beings. Moreover, they bring the full might of their sects. Indeed, Master. With war imminent. Will we have guests arriving? Are they coming to assist us? Yi Qingcheng curiously inquired, Disciple. The 3 elders I have awakened can each instill fear across the vast ancient continent, let alone the 3 supreme sects. Even the combined forces of the 3 sacred lands would not daunt our sect. Today, you shall witness the true might of our sect. So you need not tread lightly in the future, lest you bring shame upon us. Can a single one instill fear across the vast ancient continent? Not even the 3 sacred lands can intimidate us? My heavens! Master possesses such formidable confidence. The disciples were momentarily struck with awe at the terrifying prowess of the 3 elders. Their eyes sparkled with admiration. Even as they felt a twinge of embarrassment at their prior disbelief. They had never imagined that their sect was so powerful, dismissing even the sacred lands. They had thought that it would be a stalemate, with neither side fearing the other. Feeling a sense of shame, the disciples hurriedly clasped their fists and replied, Yes, we understand. Moreover, there are guests as I mentioned. They truly come to assist us. Though their aid may not be required, their long journey here reflects their unwavering loyalty. We shall treat them with hospitality. Come. The guests shall arrive shortly. With a slight smile, Chen Xuan turned to Feng Huashuiyu and said, You too. Go to the peach garden and pick some peaches. We shall prepare a fruit platter for dessert. Remember to choose the ripe ones. Yes. The 2 women promptly bowed and made their way to the peach garden. They were more than willing to heed the Sect Master's request, even eager to do so. Especially since they had learned the day before that consuming a single peach could extend one's life by a millennium. Perhaps today, they too would be fortunate enough to savor one. After all, with so few members in the sect, the kind-hearted and just Sect Master would surely not let them merely watch. In no time, the Piao Miao sect became bustling with activity once again. Chen Xuan led the disciples to the edge of the cliff, setting up pots and chopping wood. The three elders busied themselves with the dragon, immersed in their tasks. Soon, a rich aroma wafted through the air, enticing all the disciples and causing their mouths to water. The concerns about the external warships were completely forgotten. Yet, while they were carefree, there were those who were deeply worried. Outside the sect, in the sky, Xianxian and the others, after a day and a half of flight, were sweating profusely and dared not stop. Some disciples with lower cultivation levels were on the brink of exhaustion, gritting their teeth to keep up with the leading group. Chief, should we not take a moment to rest? The clan has been flying continuously for a day and a half. An elder in flight could no longer contain his plea upon seeing the weary clan members. Fourth elder, we are almost there, and time is of the essence. Xianxian felt sympathy for his kin, but did not allow them to halt. Instead, he pointed towards the distant mountains, exclaiming, clan members, hold on a little longer. The mountains ahead are the Miao Sect. We shall arrive shortly. Upon hearing their leader's call, the crowd looked up towards the peaks, where they could vaguely see the outline of the sect nestled among the mountains. Instantly, spirits were lifted, and they resumed their flight with renewed vigor. Master, we are fine. Let us quicken our pace. Yes, Master. We are almost there. We cannot falter at the sect's gates. Requests for increased speed arose from the group. Xianxian felt a surge of pride and nodded, saying, all right, let us hasten. Without hesitation, he carried the weakest clan member on his back and continued onward. Other clan members in flight followed suit, helping those who were feeble. In an instant, the clan felt a surge of emotion, their blood boiling with fervor, and they could not help but shout in unison, protect the sect. We shall not retreat. Protect the sect. We shall not retreat. The collective rallying cry resonated through the heavens, and their pace quickened even further, reaching the sect's gates in no time. However, at that moment, the gates were already surrounded by tens of thousands of cultivators. These cultivators looked curiously at the suddenly arriving group of 100, filled with questions. Xianxian ignored them, unperturbed, and led his clan to knock on the sect's great formation. Before long, the formation opened a gap, allowing them entry. Strange. They appear to be from the Yi family. I heard the Yi family had become vassals of the Miao sect. It seems they are here to provide support. A few in flight along with a group of spirit sea cultivators to assist. They must be seeking their doom. Their combined cultivation levels do not surpass mine. The notion of support quickly spread among the various mountain peaks, leaving many cultivators speechless. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, prompting everyone to look up towards the horizon. Another group was approaching. Upon raising their heads, a small contingent of merely 10 individuals appeared before their eyes. Yet, their presence was far more imposing than the previous 100. Consolidation Realm. They are all in the Consolidation Realm. Could this group also be here to assist? They seem to be from the Murong dynasty of the Wild State. Have they become vassals too? Did they not previously claim to be independent? The Consolidation Realm team appears to be entirely mid-stage. If they act in unison, they could easily crush any ordinary Overlord-level force. Yet, they face 3 major superpowers. Indeed, in ordinary circumstances, the Consolidation Realm can dominate, but before super sects, they are still insignificant. Wait, the leader seems to be at the Heavenly King realm. What? That elder is a Heavenly King? Finally, I have laid eyes on a true powerhouse. But one Heavenly King seems inadequate. The Heavenly King realm is indeed powerful, a leader among overlords, yet before super sects, they remain too weak. The crowd murmured about the Murong dynasty's team. Although the Heavenly King realm seemed unattainable to them, it was still nothing before the super sects. At that moment, Murong Zhantian and his team landed at the sect's entrance. However, this time, before he could knock on the great formation, it automatically opened a gap, allowing them to enter. Let us go. Murong Zhantian led the 9 Consolidation Realm cultivators, resolutely entering the sect. The onlookers outside were left in awe, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the 3 major super sects. When will the 3 major super sects arrive? I can hardly wait. It should be soon. I just received word that they will arrive in a few hours. I wonder what powerful figures the Miao sect will dispatch for their first battle. Dispatch? They might as well surrender or have already fled. After waiting so long, only a Heavenly King has appeared. How could they withstand the 3 major superpowers? True. Who wants to place bets? Will the Miao sect flee or resist valiantly? I am from the Treasure Pavilion, honest and fair. From the Treasure Pavilion? How shall we wager? Those betting on the Miao sect fleeing will receive 1-to-1 odds. Those betting on a valiant resistance lasting over an hour will also get 1-to-1 odds. 100-to-1 payout for those betting on the Miao sect winning. A 0.1 payout for those betting on their defeat. A 50-to-1 payout for a draw. Will anyone take the bet? The odds seem low. I will wager 500 spirit stones that the Miao sect has fled. I wager 3,000 spirit stones that the Miao sect can withstand an hour. I will put forth 300 pounds of divine essence, betting that the Piao Miao sect will win. Suddenly, a young man produced 300 pounds of divine essence. As the crowd around him turned in unison to gaze at him, he chuckled softly. Winning or losing mattered little. However, should he emerge victorious, 300 pounds of divine essence would transform into 30,000. Han Pao Pao, with a dismissive air, smilingly handed the divine essence to the attendant of the treasure pavilion. The attendant grinned, promptly producing a token for him to sign. Meanwhile, excitement surged through the various mountain peaks as people began to place their bets. Outside the mysterious Sky Sect, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively, with even a vendor setting up a stall to sell wares. Come and behold these exquisite spirit swords, freshly forged and just unearthed. And don't miss out on these broken crystal shards, fine materials for crafting spiritual artifacts. Passers-by, do not let this opportunity slip by. As the world outside began its betting, within the mysterious Sky Sect, the Yi family members were overwhelmed by the grandeur of the sect's environment upon their arrival. Their fatigue dissipated in an instant as they experienced the might of the upper sect for the first time, eagerly following their clan leader towards the main peak. However, at that moment, Morong Zhantian and his entourage trailed closely behind them, feeling the abundant spiritual energy of the surroundings. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for having sent Feng Wagweiyu to study instead of coming himself. This environment, this aura, this profound essence, one day of cultivation here equated to months in the outside world. Moreover, comprehension of the great paths could not be achieved solely through practice. If he were to cultivate here, he would undoubtedly reach the imperial realm. The mysterious Sky Sect truly possessed extraordinary strength. With this realization, Morong Zhantian gained a clearer understanding of the sect. The powerful companions at his side felt a surge of reverence, respectfully following him without daring to probe with their divine senses, for such a celestial realm must surely be guarded by unparalleled experts. Ancestor, there are people ahead. Suddenly, a subordinate trailing behind noticed members of the Yi family ascending the small path and quickly whispered a reminder. Chapter 043. This is not a peach, it's a sacred herb. Huh, could they be disciples of the upper sect? Morong Zhantian paused, glancing ahead at the Yi family members. He quickly quickened his pace and politely clasped his fists in greeting, saying, "Greetings, fellow friends. Might I inquire if you are disciples of the mysterious Sky Sect? I am a member of the Morong royal family, here to offer support. May I ask where I might join you?" Though he was here to provide assistance, he dared not harbor any arrogance. The young clansman he addressed was momentarily taken aback, then promptly looked to Yi Changxing, who was leading the way. "Ah, colleagues, it is an honor to meet you." Upon realizing they were fellow vassals, Morong Zhantian did not underestimate them. He immediately smiled and said, "Yi Daoyu. Since we are both under the mysterious Sky Sect, shall we proceed together?" "Certainly. Please." Yi Changxing clasped his fists and then walked side by side with Morong Zhan towards the main peak. Before long, the two groups ascended the numerous steps to reach the summit. However, upon witnessing the scene at the cliff's edge, Yi Changxing and Morong Zhantian were utterly flabbergasted. For there, at the edge of the precipice, Chen Xuan was cooking meat with a group of disciples. Yes, they were indeed cooking meat. As the impending battle loomed, they were brazenly preparing a meal. In that moment, those who had come to provide support began to question if they had arrived at the wrong sect. Even Yi Changxing and Morong Zhantian wondered if this was some sort of illusion. Just as they were in a daze, Chen Xuan's voice suddenly broke through their thoughts. "Since you have arrived, come over. Why are you still standing there?" His voice resonated softly. Yi Qingcheng, Morong Ingluo, Yi Junlin, Lin Fan, Feng Hua, and Xue Yue all turned to look at Yi Changxing and Morong Zhantian. Recognizing their kin, they greeted them warmly. "Father, the guests Master mentioned are you? Come quickly. Ancestor, you have come as well?" "Uncle Yi, Changxing, Morong Zhantian." The entire assembly paused in astonishment. They could not reconcile the harmonious scene before them with the impending battle. Moreover, it appeared they had not erred in their arrival nor entered an illusion. The sect leader was indeed real, as were their beloved Miss, the princess, and the ancestor. Not to mention those two ladies, elegantly dressed, with their long ribbons accentuating their graceful figures. They were certainly not illusions. In an instant, Yi Changxing and Morong Zhantian hastily moved forward, unable to remain idle any longer. Upon reaching a closer position, they first bowed respectfully to Chen Xuan. "Greetings, sect leader. Thank you for your hard work in coming from afar. Please allow your people to relax and rest momentarily. Have some fruit to tide you over. A meal will be served shortly." Chen Xuan nodded, pouring 2 cups of tea and gesturing for them to partake. "Thank you, sect leader." Upon seeing the teacups before him, Yi Changxing quickly clasped his fists, instantly recognizing the tea's quality. He waved a hand for his clansmen to rest, then seated himself, eagerly drinking from the cup. Chen Xuan raised a hand and refilled his cup. Yi Chaoxian consumed it all in one go. This left Murong Zhantian beside him in a state of astonishment, utterly baffled. How could one drink a mere cup of tea with such urgency? It's as if he has never tasted fine tea before. At that moment, Murong Zhantian shook his head secretly, deeming the Yi clan leader quite lacking in composure, devoid of any dignified aura. However, as he drew closer to the cup, the two leaves floating within suddenly caught his attention. In an instant, Murong Zhantian's pupils dilated instinctively. Enlightenment tea. His expression was one of utter disbelief. He then looked up at Yi Changsheng, who had already consumed 3 cups. Upon meeting his gaze, Yi Changsheng immediately beamed with a radiant smile. In that moment, Murong Zhantian finally comprehended why Yi Changsheng was so unconcerned about appearances. This was indeed enlightenment tea. How could he be so reckless? He realized he had foolishly sought to appear dignified, completely oblivious to the value of the tea. How foolish. The sect leader was a sage. The tea he offered must be exceptional. He should have anticipated this. What a loss. Murong Zhantian felt a pang of regret, hastily lifting the teacup to his lips, not daring to waste another moment. After finishing, he mimicked Yi Changsheng's demeanor, presenting his cup to Chen Xuan with a smile. However, as he smiled, the wrinkles on his face contorted in an amusing manner. Observing their naive behavior, Chen Xuan refrained from commenting further. After all, their willingness to offer support already demonstrated their loyalty. He continued to refill Murong Zhantian's cup. In that moment, it appeared as if Murong Zhantian and Yi Chaoxian were in a contest, each cup filled and immediately consumed without pause. Their clan members looked on in disbelief, questioning if their ancestral leader was indeed a genuine person. Was the sect leader's tea truly that delightful? Suddenly, those accompanying them felt embarrassed, awkwardly lowering their heads and discreetly picking at their toes. Just then, Feng Hua and Xu Yue, responsible for preparing the fruit platter, approached the two groups. Their voices soft as they said, "This fruit platter is a gift from the sect leader. Each person may have 2 pieces, so please do not fight over it." After placing down the platter, the 2 ladies swayed their hips and turned to leave. Yet neither group dared to gaze too long. Even if they were indeed stunning and graceful, they were still members of the upper sect, deserving of their utmost respect. The environment of the upper sect is so splendid. Why do they only treat us to peaches? It would have been better not to offer us anything at all, leaving us with some hope. Just 2 pieces per person? Has the upper sect fallen to such depths? Never mind, I'm a bit thirsty, so I might as well eat one, though I am reluctant. The people of the upper sect are all watching, so I shall take one. Opinions varied among the crowd, and in an orderly fashion. Each person took 2 pieces of the flat peaches. However, it wasn't long before someone couldn't contain their astonishment. What the heck? This isn't a peach, it's a holy elixir. Hiss. Indeed, it is a holy elixir. After just one bite, I feel as though my lifespan has been extended by 30 years. Chapter 044. Each person for their family. The 3 great elders of the mysterious sect take action. Boom. As the 2 who had eaten the peaches exclaimed, everyone was taken aback, turning to gaze at the peaches in their hands. Those who hadn't paid attention before suddenly realized that the peaches contained an immense life force. Could this truly be a holy elixir? What a powerful life force. Goodness. It is indeed a holy elixir, just as described in the texts. Hiss. The upper sect actually uses holy elixirs as fruit to entertain us? My heavens. This is a holy elixir coveted even by saints. A single bite extends life by 30 years. These 2 peaches could easily grant someone an extension of over 100 years. In an instant. Everyone from the Yi family and the Murong dynasty was astonished, glancing towards their respective family heads. They soon spotted their clan leaders and ancestors, each one holding a peach and devouring it with abandon, completely disregarding their image. Witnessing this scene, the crowd wasted no time and began stuffing their mouths, demonstrating a fervent eagerness to consume the peaches. In no time, the sounds of swallowing and exclamations filled the air. The Yi family members were relatively composed, as they were accustomed to such gatherings and did not place great importance on appearances. However, the attendees from the Murong dynasty, who were all formidable figures, showed no concern for their dignity as they devoured the peaches. But who could blame them? After all, this was a holy elixir. A single bite could extend one's life by 30 years. Even for those at the spirit gathering level, their lifespan was merely 300 to 400 years. 30 years was an incredibly precious treasure for them. It might even allow them to survive long enough to break through to the king level. Before long, the flat peaches were consumed, and everyone felt their lifespans increase by over 200 years. The excitement was indescribable. Some even lowered their heads to gaze at their feet, and those who were unaware might have thought they were deep in thought. Observant individuals quickly noted that they were searching for fallen peach skins. Upon spotting even a bit of discarded skin, they instinctively rushed to pick it up and stuff it into their mouths. As for their dignity, they had no intention of preserving it. Soon, everyone began to bend down in search of peach skins. In no time, the ground was cleared of any remnants. Just then, an exquisite aroma wafted from a large pot not far away, capturing everyone's attention. The crowd ceased their search for peach skins and followed the scent, spotting 3 middle-aged men standing before 3 large pots, tidying up. Upon noticing the onlookers, they called out, "Dinner is ready. Prepare your bowls." With a rush, the Yi family and the Murong dynasty members instinctively stood up and surrounded the large iron pot, although they were unsure of what was being simmered inside. After the holy elixir incident, they felt that whatever was in the pot would be equally exceptional. However, at that moment, Yi Changsheng and Murong Zhantian approached to maintain order. "What are you all arguing about? Stand in line." Such impulsiveness is utterly uncouth. Everyone form a queue. With the commanding presence of the 2 leaders, the crowd promptly lined up. Yi Changsheng and Murong Zhantian moved to the front, exchanged a knowing smile, and each took out their bowls, ready to serve themselves first. The 3 great elders of the Emperor realm stood expressionless, guarding a separate large pot, responsible for serving the Sect's disciples and others. The other 2, each wielding a ladle, served meat to those who came to assist. "Thank you, esteemed elders." Yi Changsheng and Murong Zhantian extended their bowls, exchanging polite pleasantries. Having engaged with them earlier, they were aware that these 3 were inner sect elders, so their demeanor was respectful. Lu Hai and Lu Xiao nodded impassively, filling each of their bowls generously. Upon seeing the heap of enlightenment tea leaves in their bowls, the 2 beamed with delight and eagerly moved aside to enjoy their meat. Others craned their necks to see the enlightenment tea leaves in their bowls, excitement bubbling within them. Some without bowls even took out basins. Before long, the entire cliffside was filled with tantalizing aromas, and everyone was feasting with abandon. As they ate, some individuals even experienced breakthroughs. "Wow, I've broken through. I've broken through. What kind of meat is this? It's all essence." Moments ago, I heard Qinxing and the others mention that this seems to be the meat of the 7-colored flood dragon, the mount of the grand elder of the infinite sect. The 7-colored flood dragon? No wonder a few bites led to breakthroughs. It turns out it's the meat of a great demon at the king level. Holy elixirs, great demon meat, enlightenment tea, all items they could never hope to consume in their lifetimes. Having tasted these delicacies, even if they were to die today, it would be worth it. Indeed, it is worth it, immensely so. To enjoy such treasures before departing this world is more than enough. Soon, we shall confront those 3 major sects. As they ate and conversed, their spirits were high. After all, the items they were consuming today were entirely beyond their reach in their lifetimes. Countless individuals had perished in pursuit of just one, ultimately dying without ever tasting it. Thus, to eat first and then perish was infinitely more valuable than those who had missed out. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan held a bowl, savoring the meat and soup, while Fenghua and Xianyue sat beside him. The 2 ladies, more reserved, did not eat standing or squatting, so the disciples willingly stood to allow them to sit beside Chen Xuan. However, their petite mouths could only take in small bites, which made Chen Xuan anxious. Consequently, he too stood up, moving towards Lin Fan, who was perched at the edge of the cliff with his bowl. The 2 stood together, gazing at the scenery beyond the cliff while enjoying their meat. Suddenly, as they ate, a swarm of small black dots appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be 9. Instantly, Lin Fan's pupils constricted, and he warned, "Master, could it be that the people from the 3 major sects have arrived?" Upon hearing this, everyone, with mouths full of food, looked up toward the sky. The 3 major sects. Have they finally arrived? The crowd stared intently at the sky, their hands moving swiftly to continue eating, preparing to dash up to battle. Yet at that moment, Chen Xian's words caused everyone to freeze in place. "Song Haishao, the 3 elders, the enemies are entrusted to you." Yes, the 3 from Song Haishao immediately clasped their fists in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback. Only 1 person was sent? After all, these were the 3 major sects. Could these 3 elders contend with the might of the 3 major sects and their 9 warships? Realizing this, Yi Changsheng and Murong Zhantian quickly clasped their fists and asked, "Sect Master, what about us? Shall we merely watch?" Upon hearing this, the crowd grew even more perplexed. Yi Changsheng and Murong Zhantian wished to inquire further. At this moment, Lu Xiao spoke with a firm and resonant voice. "You need not worry. Not only can my brothers handle them, even I alone am sufficient to resolve this. The Sect Master has instructed you to observe, so just do so. Older brother and second brother, you must not act. I will handle them alone." The last statement was directed at Lu Tsong and Lu Hai. "Haha, the Sect Master has entrusted us 3 with this task. 1 for each family." "Indeed, 1 for each family. No one is to quarrel or compete. Lu Cong and Lu Hai did not acquiesce to Lao San. Rather, they proposed a method of fairness. The disciples of the two clans were rendered speechless, particularly the three elders, whose expressions and tones conveyed an utter disregard for the three supreme sections. Witnessing this scene, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. With such confidence displayed by the elders, they felt little to worry about. In light of the sect's environment, it was entirely possible that these three inner elders were indeed top-tier powerhouses. At this moment, outside the sect, as the 9 warships drew closer, the intricate patterns on the vessels became vividly clear to the gathered onlookers. The sight of the ancient and formidable warships sent the observing cultivators into a frenzy. They have arrived, the warships of the 3 supreme sects. The excitement was palpable, for these ships were truly magnificent. Each inch of material was a treasure imbued with spiritual energy. It was astonishing how wealthy these sects were. The destruction of just one warship could likely yield countless spiritual artifacts. The underground cultivators were beside themselves with excitement, their gazes alight with fervor. However, at that moment, 3 figures suddenly soared from within the Miao sect, standing in the void and gesturing towards the approaching 9 warships. Elder brother, second brother. We agreed to 1 ship per family, no one hoarding all the spoils. Understood. 3 ships each. All right, let's wrap this up quickly. The 3 brothers exchanged banter, exhibiting no semblance of hostility towards the approaching vessels. Seeing this, the 9 warships immediately slowed their pace and approached with caution. Below, the cultivators were left dumbfounded, utterly perplexed. Was this the Miao sect's response? Just 3 individuals? It appeared as though the Miao sect had surrendered without a fight. What had they just said? 1 ship per family? Wrapping it up, they had anticipated a grand spectacle, having traveled all night. Only to witness this? What a waste of time. The Miao sect was not as formidable as they had imagined. Disappointment rippled through the crowd. Yet, suddenly, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy surged forth, causing the multitude of cultivators to shudder, silencing them as they looked up in awe. Above in the sky, the 3 elders of the Miao sect had raised their palms. Concurrently, 3 massive spiritual hands, larger than the warships themselves, began to take form with wild intensity. In that moment, the air crackled with spiritual energy, and a terrifying pressure emanated from the hands, as if they were descending from the heavens to suppress all defiance in the world. The overwhelming aura radiating from them seemed capable of making the very heavens tremble and all beings submit. This aura is terrifying. I feel as though these hands could annihilate the world. What cultivation level do these 3 possess? I feel my very soul quaking. Saints? At the very least. They are saints. I have witnessed saints in action, and they are even stronger than saints. The cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. In that moment, the world fell silent, and all was still. Only the 3 hands of annihilation loomed over the earth, descending with dreadful intent. The disciples aboard the 9 warships were thrown into chaos as they faced the oncoming hands, sensing the specter of death looming large. Even the leading elder of each warship felt their souls trembling, as if they were on the brink of death. Defend! One elder cried out urgently. Shouts of defense echoed from the other ships. Boom, boom, boom. 9 protective barriers sprang into existence. All disciples endeavored to channel spiritual energy into the defensive formations, bolstering the strength of the shields. Yet, the pressure bore down relentlessly, penetrating the barriers and weighing heavily upon every heart. Even the 3 hidden powerhouses within the ship's hold could not escape the sensation of terror, awakening from their slumber to witness the unfolding catastrophe. But before they could even release their divine consciousness to investigate, the 3 cataclysmic hands struck down with the force of thunder. Boom. The palms, composed of condensed spiritual energy, had not yet arrived, yet the pressure had already shattered the protective arrays fueled by countless strong warriors and the royal elders. In an instant, the 9 warships began to disintegrate. The disciples aboard were instantly liquefied. The formidable beings from the 3 supreme sects found themselves utterly powerless against the unrelenting pressure, vanishing into nothingness. Even the recently awakened powerhouses within the sect's legacy dissolved alongside their own divine sources. In a heartbeat, the powerhouses were taken aback, manifesting countless ethereal forms to resist the onslaught. But all their efforts were as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot, unable to mitigate the advance of the pressure. In an instant, the legacy's form began to twist and fade. Had the age of great conflict truly arrived? Was our sect facing annihilation? Alas, in a time of turmoil, no one escapes unscathed. It is fate. It is destiny. The legacies felt despair seep in, slowly closing their eyes, utterly surrendering to the inevitable. They were soon crushed into powder by the overwhelming force, dissipating into the void. Boom. The 9 warships were instantly reduced to nothingness. The sky once again revealed its vast expanse, devoid of the ship's presence. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the scene. Tens of thousands of cultivators stood frozen, gazing up at the empty sky. Had the three supreme sects truly been obliterated? Boom. The multitude erupted in chaotic disbelief. As they turned their eyes back to the three elders of the Miao sect, their expressions were now rife with profound reverence. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. Amidst the awe-filled gazes, a voice resonated from deep within the Miao sect. "Songhai, ye the orders of the three elders." In a flash, the three emperor-level inner elders turned to face the Miao sect, clasping their fists in respect and awaiting instructions. The Wuzhizong, Taya sect, and Feitian sect have launched an offensive against our Miao sect, instigating a sectarian war. I command you, obliterate the three sects without leaving a single survivor. Chen Xuan's proclamation rang out like thunder, echoing across the Miao sect. The multitude of cultivators was left in stunned silence. They had thought the sectarian war was over. But how could they engage when the three sects were separated by hundreds of thousands of miles? Confusion spread among the crowd. Just then, the ensuing scene would profoundly redefine their understanding of the true power of the Miao sect's elders. In the sky, upon concluding his order, the three elders stood tall, gazing toward the direction of the three supreme sects, and then, with a swift motion, they tore open the void. Instantly, the fabric of reality was rent asunder, revealing the territories of the three supreme sects. Witnessing this terrifying display, the hearts of the gathered cultivators collectively quaked. Without hesitation, the three elders stepped through the rift. The rift remained open. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, their eyes transfixed on the unfolding spectacle within the rift. Inside the rift, the three elders appeared outside each of the three supreme sects, each delivering a resounding strike against them. In an instant, the three supreme sects were reduced to nothingness. Particularly, the defensive formations of the supreme sects crumbled like parchment. Yet, many understood that the defenses of the three supreme sects were far from as fragile as they appeared. Even without intervention, they could not be breached by a single royal elder. If a powerful being took control, no one below the rank of saint could breach them. Yet, the entire sect vanished in an instant beneath a single strike. The might of the Miao sect's three elders was sufficient to turn the tides of battle. Before the gathered crowd could fully process the events, they were left staring skyward, questioning the very fabric of their reality, tearing through the fabric of space. Vanquishing superpowers with a mere flick of the hand. It seems that such formidable beings truly exist in this world. I had only heard of them before. But today I have finally witnessed true strength. Is this what it means to be a sage? Indeed, the power of a sage is beyond comprehension. The might of the Misty Sect is likely the foremost sect beneath the sacred lands. In a flash, the name of the Misty Sect resounded across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. Chapter 46. The Misty Sect shakes the 9 provinces, officially establishes its mountain and accepts disciples. Have you heard? The legendary hidden sect, the Misty Sect, has emerged. Indeed, I have heard. It is said that the Misty Sect has risen dramatically. Now, tales of the Misty Sect are performed daily in theaters across the land. Within a small family, the disciples gathered, engaging in casual conversation after their meal. Especially when the topic of the Misty Sect arose, many halted their cultivation, eagerly straining to listen. Yet, there were still some who remained engrossed in their arduous training, oblivious to the Misty Sect's existence. Can you keep your voices down? You speak as if you are incredibly powerful. Is the Misty Sect truly mightier than the superpowers? Do not disturb my training. I must prepare for the upcoming recruitment conference of the Wuzhizong in a few months. If you do not hasten your cultivation, you might not even qualify as a servant disciple. What? You still aspire to join the Wuzhizong? It has been destroyed. Impossible. How could the Wuzhizong vanish just like that? I know you are envious of me, but jealousy is futile. This time I am certain I will be accepted as a servant disciple of the Wuzhizong. Brother, the Wuzhizong is truly gone. Otherwise, why would we not be cultivating? Even if we wanted to, there is nowhere to go. It is true, brother. The Wuzhizong, the Taiha sect, and the Feitian sect, our surrounding 3 great superpowers have all been annihilated by the Misty Sect. Now, in our vicinity, the only super sect is the Misty Sect. No way. Is this for real? It cannot be. It is indeed true. It was said that in no time at all. Those who had never heard of the Misty Sect were left in shock. They fully grasped the might of the Misty Sect and the reality that the 3 great super sects had ceased to exist. This situation unfolded in every corner of the 9 provinces. The 3 great super sects had loomed over everyone like towering mountains. And now they were gone. No one could remain unfazed. Now that the sects have vanished, what is there to worship? Meanwhile, within the Misty Sect, the people were still indulging in the feast of dragon meat. However, the atmosphere was no longer tense and solemn. Laughter and joy filled the air. Burp. I am so full. I'm stuffed. After 3 days of feasting, we have finally finished this dragon. The Sect Master has been so generous, allowing us to feast on dragon meat for 3 whole days. I have forcefully broken through 5 minor realms and have now entered the Void Ascension realm. I have entered the Void Ascension realm as well. Haha. I am half a step into the Spirit Gathering realm. The descendants of the Yi family sat on the edge of a cliff, brimming with excitement. 3 days had passed since the great battle. They had spent 3 days consuming dragon meat. Out of nearly 100 who arrived, around 80 to 90 had entered the Void Ascension realm, with only a few less talented individuals remaining just shy of it. Even Yi Changsheng had reached half a step into the Spirit Gathering realm. This was all thanks to the Tao Enlightenment tea and the stewed dragon meat, along with ample natural spiritual energy and the thin barrier of the world. This journey had undeniably yielded bountiful rewards, bringing them one step closer to becoming a dominant force. If several elders could make further advancements and enter the Void Ascension realm, they would undoubtedly become a dominant family. Even if they were merely a small dominant family is still a dominant family. Yi Changsheng stood up and approached the forces of the Morong dynasty, smiling as he clasped his fists in greeting to Morong Zhantian. After just a few days of acquaintance, the two families had grown quite familiar. Moreover, after the battle, they had initially intended to depart, but the Sect Master had shown understanding and allowed them to finish their feast of dragon meat before leaving. Thus, they had remained until now. The Morong dynasty had also reaped substantial rewards, not falling short of the Yi family's gains. Among the 9 Spirit Gathering experts, half had entered the late stage of the Spirit Gathering realm. Morong Zhantian had even reached the 5th layer of the Heavenly King realm, not far from the late stage. His only regret was bringing too few people. If only he had brought more from the dynasty's Void Ascension realm, they could have added dozens of Spirit Gathering experts. Unfortunately, he had only considered those in the Void Ascension realm to be of little use at the time and did not bring them. Now, comparing with the Yi family, he felt somewhat inferior. However, being able to stay in the sect for 3 days was still worthwhile. Brother Morong, please. Brother Yi, after you. The two exchanged smiles as they walked side by side toward the Sect Master's hall. Within the Sect Master's hall, Chen Xuan sat cross-legged on the platform, quietly listening to the report from the inner sect elders. Most of the cultivators outside the sect had already departed, but there were still thousands lingering, eager to join the Misty Sect. In the 9 provinces, some eligible talents were making their way to the Wilderness Province, having heard rumors of the Misty Sect's emergence and its intent to recruit disciples. Furthermore, it was said that other provinces beyond the 9 provinces also had eligible cultivators rushing to join. Elder Lu Song stood within the hall, politely and meticulously reporting matters from the outside world. With the battle now behind them, Chen Xuan had assigned different positions to the 3 great emperors. Lu Song was appointed as the Grand Elder of the Inner Sect, responsible for teaching disciples and overseeing the affairs of the Opportunity Elders. Lu Hai was tasked with guarding the Scripture Pavilion as the Elder of Techniques. As for Lu Xiao, Chen Xuan had assigned him to guard the Peach Garden. After all, there were rabbits, foxes, and other small animals within the sect, and having someone to guard the place would prevent these creatures from snatching the peaches. With the 3 elders in place, Chen Xuan found his duties becoming lighter. Disciples who encountered difficulties in their cultivation no longer needed to seek him out. They could directly consult these elders. Thus, Chen Xuan now enjoyed a leisurely life, spending his days researching the techniques in the Scripture Pavilion, without a care in the world. After listening to Lu Song's report, Chen Xuan nodded thoughtfully and instructed, "Our sect has few disciples. Indeed, it is time to recruit new ones." He then declared, "You shall spread the word to the outside world, announcing that the Misty Sect has emerged and will commence recruitment in 1 month. All eligible cultivators are welcome to participate in the sect's recruitment test. This time, the test will not focus on talent, but rather on potential. Anyone with potential may join the sect for cultivation." Understood. Lu Song clasped his fists and turned to leave. However, just as he reached the entrance of the Sect Master's hall, he encountered Yi Changsheng and Morong Zhantian, who had come to bid farewell. The two greeted the inner sect elder with clasped fists. "Greetings, Grand Elder." Lu Song nodded and departed. The two then straightened up and continued inward. Having genuinely witnessed the prowess of the 3 elders, no one dared to underestimate them. Upon entering the Sect Master's hall, the two first paid their respects before expressing their intent to take their leave. Chapter 47. Millions of cultivators gather at the Misty Sect. The Soul Hall appears. Recruitment? An opportunity to join the sect? Boom. Both were taken aback, instantly filled with excitement. They had never anticipated that in coming to bid farewell, they would stumble upon such a fortuitous occurrence. This was a promise directly from the Sect Master, a guaranteed spot. Was this not a divine blessing? Upon realizing this, they were overwhelmed with joy and immediately clasped their fists, exclaiming, "Thank you, Sect Master." "Go." Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively. The two hastily performed another bow and took their leave. As the two families departed, news of the Misty Sect's recruitment began to spread like wildfire across the 9 provinces. Son, you must ensure you join the Misty Sect this time, even if it means becoming a servant disciple. This is the only super sect in our 9 provinces. Father, I will definitely join the sect. Son, go. Husband, to reach the ethereal sect, a distance of 30,000 miles, you must tread carefully on your journey. Young master, this spiritual elixir has been specially approved by the family head for you. Consume it promptly to enhance your cultivation and strive to enter the ethereal sect, becoming an inner disciple. Sister-in-law, the ethereal sect is currently recruiting disciples, not merely based on talent, but on potential. I wish to give it a try. Why not accompany me on this journey? As news of the ethereal sect's recruitment spread, a multitude of sovereign powers, families, dynasties, and rogue cultivators swiftly responded, making their way toward the sect. After all, the ethereal sect, having annihilated the 3 major super sects with an invincible stance, has become an unrivaled entity in the hearts of countless cultivators across the 9 provinces. Moreover, there are no other superpowers left in the 9 provinces, leaving no alternatives for those seeking to join. Consequently, upon the dissemination of this news, scenes of farewells became ubiquitous throughout the 9 provinces. Especially among the eligible cultivators from afar, many packed their bags and hastily set off for the wild state. Indeed, the reason Chen Xuan chose to establish the sect after vanquishing the 3 super sects is quite simple. Firstly, the system only provides coordinates for cultivators with a talent rating of 10 stars and above. He aspires to develop the sect into the foremost sect across the myriad realms, and relying solely on the system's guidance would be a futile endeavor. Furthermore, disciples below 10 stars also yield rewards, although lesser. These rewards accumulate and are not significantly inferior to those from 10-star disciples. Thus, seizing the opportunity to recruit disciples while the sect's fame resonates throughout the 9 provinces makes it easier to attract talented individuals. Once he gathers this wave of disciples, he will acquire countless summoning cards. An abundance of cards will synthesize numerous powerful beings, naturally strengthening the sect. Perhaps this recruitment will even attract disciples with 10-star talent. Therefore, establishing the sect and recruiting disciples is a foregone conclusion. At this moment, in the wild state, the ethereal sect, after several days of anticipation, the sect has already attracted millions of eligible cultivators. Some have come alone, while others are accompanied by formidable family guardians. However, with over 20 days remaining until the official recruitment begins, the sect has already amassed such a crowd. This clearly illustrates the overwhelming desire to join the ethereal sect. Master, the number of cultivators outside the mountain is increasing. Some have set up tents, others have excavated caves, and some have even seized the lair of a fierce beast, the black bear. Additionally, private duels have already erupted among the crowd. Should I intervene? Lutsong reported the situation outside the mountain in the main hall. Intervene, indeed. After all, they are here to join the sect. Warn them that any who dare engage in private duels will be disqualified from the examination and never be accepted. Chen Xuan said coolly. He imposed a strict ban on private duels. After all, where there are people, there are conflicts, and without stringent rules, managing such a vast crowd would be challenging. Understood. Lutsong clasped his fists and, bearing Chen Xuan's orders, ascended to the sky above the sect. As Lutsong appeared, the millions of cultivators below immediately looked up in unison. It's an elder of the ethereal sect. Look, it's the elder who acted last time. Is the examination going to commence early? Hush, stay silent. The elder seems to have something to say. Cease fighting immediately. The elder has arrived. Let us wait for his words before deciding who owns this cave. Instantaneously, millions of cultivators gazed upwards, eagerly awaiting Lutsong's pronouncement. Lutsong did not feign gravitas. Upon reaching the sky, he addressed the multitude below in a commanding tone. The Sect Master has issued a decree. All cultivators are forbidden from engaging in private duels. Should I discover any duelist, regardless of the reasons or outcomes, all will be disqualified from the examination and never accepted. Boom, boom, boom. His voice resonated like thunder, echoing through the heavens. The millions of cultivators heard him clearly. In an instant, some engaged in duels were so startled that they halted their actions, disqualified from the examination and never accepted. This meant they would never be welcomed again. Such a terrifying rule instilled fear in all. Consequently, those who were about to win immediately ceased fighting, swiftly helping their injured opponents, expressing concern. Brother, I apologize. This land belongs to you. I will not contest it. Please do not report me. It's all a misunderstanding, truly. We were merely old acquaintances sparring. Let us share this precious land. The duelists quickly reconciled, behaving as if they were brothers. After all, should one report the other, both would lose their chance to participate in the examination. They had traveled great distances, eager to join the sect, and would not risk their opportunities over trivial matters. Even those with deep-seated grudges refrained from causing trouble at this moment, fearing being reported and losing their qualifications. Seeing this, Song in the sky felt satisfied. However, as he entered the sect, he sensed something amiss, and his expression darkened, prompting him to head out again. Outside the sect, the millions of cultivators had settled into a state of peace. Yet at that moment, a youth suddenly appeared in the distance. Blood trickled from his mouth, and burdened with a heavenly ruler, he staggered toward the ethereal sect. Initially, the crowd assumed he was another cultivator come for the examination and paid him no mind. However, as three figures in black pursued him relentlessly, the crowd began to sense the gravity of the situation, especially as the trio drew nearer. Their attire became clear, cloaked in black hoods, obscuring their faces, wielding chains, emanating a sinister aura. Hiss! It's the Soul Hall, someone exclaimed suddenly. Instantly, the crowd erupted into chaos once more. Is it truly the Soul Hall? Why are they here? It seems they are pursuing that youth. What is the Soul Hall? I've never heard of it. Is it formidable? You've never heard of the Soul Hall? Do not dare to call yourself a cultivator. The Soul Hall is an undeniable transcendent power in our northern domain, a natural nemesis to souls, posing a threat no less severe than that of the sacred lands, existing solely to harvest souls. A power that harvests souls. This is my first encounter with such a thing. Could it be that the youth possesses a soul that has drawn the attention of the Soul Hall? The crowd buzzed with astonishment. After all, members of the Soul Hall are a rarity. Wherever they appear, powerful souls are sure to follow. In that instant, the crowd became intensely intrigued by the youth's identity. At this moment, the youth was still flying swiftly, now above the heads of the crowd. As he drew closer, they could see that he was gravely injured, yet somehow managed to sustain himself with some secret technique. Old medic, will the ethereal sect help us? Chen, neglecting to wipe the blood from his lips, desperately inquired while flying at full speed. I cannot guarantee it, but with three saints emerging from the ethereal sect, they should not allow members of the Soul Hall to act recklessly within their domain. Hurry toward the Sect Square. You are here to join, and I believe the ethereal sect will intervene. An aged voice resonated from the ring. But what if the ethereal sect chooses to ignore us? After all, I have yet to formally join. Chen continued to fly, albeit with grave concern. The Soul Hall was simply too powerful, a force that ordinary superpowers could hardly contend with. If they do nothing, I shall resign myself to fate. I will lead them away. You hide. With so many of them, they will surely not find you. Once you have entered the sect and achieved success, do not forget to avenge me. The old man's voice carried a hint of sorrow. Chen interrupted immediately. No, I will not abandon you. If it comes to it, I shall face death. Regardless, I have already proven myself at the Cloud Sect. I harbor no regrets. Chen's voice rang resolutely as he landed heavily on the sect square. However, due to his severe injuries, he found it difficult to regain control, causing him to skid across the ground for several dozen meters before finally coming to a halt. Before he could raise his head to seek help at the mountain gate, three powerful figures from the Soul Palace had already descended from the sky, surrounding Chen. Hand it over. The voice of the Soul Palace warrior was chilling, accompanied by an ominous echo. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the chain in his hand, menacingly advancing towards Chen. Chen's pupils constricted as he swiftly unfastened the kite yawn from his body, gripping it tightly with both hands, ready to retaliate with fury. But at that moment, the soul within his ring, unwilling to let Chen perish in vain, forcefully emerged, raising a hand to intercept the oncoming chain. Hurry, don't forget to take revenge for me. With that, he valiantly raised his hand to block the iron chain. Yet, as members of the Soul Palace, their weapons were designed to counter souls. In an instant, a plume of black smoke erupted from the old man's arm, followed by a piercing scream. Ah! Just as the cry escaped his lips, three more chains lashed out. These chains bore the power of the void, sealing off any chance for the old man to escape. Old man! Chen exclaimed in horror, but his weakened state rendered him incapable of providing aid. He could only watch with reddened eyes as the three chains advanced towards the old man. Fights are prohibited before the private disciple selection at the mysterious sect. Violators shall face execution without mercy. A booming voice echoed. The three chains hurtling towards the old man shattered instantaneously. The tense atmosphere dissipated on the spot. Swish. The members of the Soul Palace turned their gazes toward the entrance of the sect. There, a middle-aged man emerged slowly, with hands clasped behind his back. He stood tall and proud, his robes billowing without wind, seemingly merging with the very essence of heaven and earth. If one did not perceive it with their own eyes, they would hardly notice that another figure stood beneath the grand gate. Upon seeing Song, the Soul Palace warriors seemed to sense his extraordinary presence. their brows furrowing as one of them spoke darkly. Are you intending to interfere in the affairs of the Soul Palace? This elder has stated before. No private fights are allowed before the disciple selection begins. If you wish to brawl, take it elsewhere. Here, I shall oversee. Do you expect me to speak in vain? Lu Song explained expressionlessly, then his tone shifted as he coldly commanded, leave immediately, or face dire consequences. Boom. Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere thickened with tension, as every cultivator present held their breath. After all, this was the Soul Palace, an unparalleled force not to be trifled with. The elder of the mysterious sect dared to command them to leave? Even if this elder was a sage, the Soul Palace was no less than a holy land. Silence fell over the crowd, all eyes fixated on the scene. The members of the Soul Palace felt a weight in their hearts, having not anticipated being humiliated by a newly risen super sect. Yet, this super sect held 3 formidable figures, each not weaker than a sage, and had already spread beyond the 9 provinces. Even the Soul Palace members were cautious at this moment, especially since their weapons had already shattered. They knew they could not match the opposing force. So, the 3 paused for a moment, then issued a cold snort. Mysterious sect, we shall remember this. With that, they leaped into the air, preparing to depart. Though their words were laced with threats, it was clear they had conceded. However, this very threat displeased Lu Song. The mysterious sect will not tolerate any threats. With a wave of his hand, he conjured an invisible giant hand that instantly seized the 3 would-be escapees. In an instant, the 3 members of the Soul Palace were frozen in midair. Lu Song, expressionless, declared, "You threaten the mysterious sect and still wish to leave? The mysterious sect will not allow any threats. Detain them." With that, he clenched his palm. Boom. The 3 members of the Soul Palace were instantly crushed, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. In that moment, the entire scene fell into silence, the millions of cultivators present holding their breath. The sound of a pin dropping audible. Did he just kill them? He truly killed them. Gasp. The mysterious sect is formidable, even daring to slay members of the Soul Palace. Astonishing. The mysterious sect is becoming increasingly inscrutable. The crowd was filled with shock. Xiao Chun was equally astonished. The old man was utterly shocked. None of them had expected the elder of the mysterious sect to execute members of the Soul Palace so decisively. They had assumed the elder would merely drive them away. After all, while these individuals may not have been powerful, they represented the Soul Palace. Killing them meant incurring the wrath of the Soul Palace. An elder daring to oppose the Soul Palace was no trivial matter. At that moment, both the old man and Xiao Chen's admiration for the mysterious sect reached its zenith. Chapter 049. Another individual with over 10-star talent. Chen Xuan steps into the life-forbidden zone. Xiao Chen had originally only heard of the rise of the mysterious sect. Having learned that the Soul Palace had discovered the news of his soul, he sought to join the mysterious sect for training. Now, he was utterly captivated by the mysterious sect. Observing the elder who, without uttering a single word, turned to enter the sect, Xiao Chen found himself unable to express his gratitude in time. He could only excitedly declare to the old man, "Old man, I must join the mysterious sect." Watching the direction in which the elder of the mysterious sect vanished, the old man's eyes gleamed with intensity, and then, like a wisp of smoke, he dove into Xiao Chen's ring. In life, he had been a sage, and now, as a sage's soul, even if his soul's power was nearly exhausted, his life experiences remained. Just a glance revealed that Lu Song's power was extraordinary, far surpassing his peak. Moreover, the fact that he dared to offend the Soul Palace assured the old man that once Xiao Chen joined the mysterious sect, he would have a refuge, making him wholeheartedly supportive of Xiao Chen's decision. Additionally, joining the mysterious sect had long been a mutual decision between the two. However, this time, their commitment to joining the mysterious sect had deepened. Thus, in unity of thought, Xiao Chun promptly reattached the Kaitian, descended from the sect square, and sought a place to settle. Wherever he passed, the surrounding cultivators cast their gazes upon him. After all, at just over 20 years old, he had already reached the late stage of aerial mastery and had managed to escape from 3 members of the Soul Palace who far surpassed his realm. Such a youth promised an immeasurable future. Upon learning of his cultivation level, many could not help but cast admiring glances. Even some bold female cultivators and young ladies from prominent families approached him for conversation. "Friend, come this way. I still have room here." "Young man, this is a healing pill sent by my lady. She wishes to invite you for a discussion." "Young man." As he traversed the area, the suitors approached in droves. However, Xiao Chun politely declined each one, having turned down the advances. Xiao Chun found a towering rock to meditate upon, closing his eyes to cultivate and recover, while patiently awaiting the mysterious sect's opening for disciples. As time passed gradually, more and more suitable cultivators arrived to participate in the disciple selection. On the day of his arrival, there were merely 1 million individuals waiting. The area surrounding the rock he stood upon was still relatively sparse, allowing everyone ample space. Yet, after merely 2 days, the space around him became completely occupied by the influx of cultivators. A glance revealed that the mountains, trees, ravines, and boulders were teeming with people. The entire venue now boasted at least 7 to 8 million attendees, several 100,000 more than 2 days prior. And this was merely the 5th day since the mysterious sect had announced its opening for disciples. There were still 25 days until the mysterious sect truly commenced its selection. The crowd continued to swell. Indeed, this is excessive. To find a restroom, there are people everywhere. I had to go 200 miles to find a spot where no one was around. Running 200 miles to relieve oneself? This is absurd. I've never seen so many people before. This is what it's like when a super sect opens for disciples. However, the inaugural recruitment of disciples by the Misty Sect is destined to attract a multitude of individuals. Indeed, this is merely the beginning. When the day of recruitment arrives, it is estimated that over 1 billion people will gather. Such ferocity? In the past, even the most formidable sects attracted no more than 20 million disciples at most. Oh, that is true. At present, the Misty Sect stands as the sole superpower within the 9 provinces. While the outside world buzzes with activity, the Misty Sect remains a sanctuary of tranquility. Lin Fan, Yi Qingcheng, and Murong Ingluo dedicate themselves to rigorous training, seldom engaging in other activities. When not battling within the ultimate illusion tower, they are found meditating in areas rich in spiritual energy. Through their consistent and stable cultivation over this brief period, all 3 have achieved breakthroughs, reaching the late stage of the concentration realm, collectively surpassing Yi Junlin, who has cultivated for an entire lifetime, eliciting envy from him. Even Feng Weiyu, who daily sweeps with a swaying figure, has now entered the skyward realm while balancing play and training. These 2 ladies have become the only picturesque side outside the Misty Sect. Each dawn, numerous cultivators gather near the sect to gaze upon the 2 enchanting figures sweeping the grounds. Initially, onlookers were captivated solely by their figures and grace. But as they observed the rapid evolution of the ladies' realms, the Misty Sect grew even more enigmatic in the hearts of many cultivators. On this day, Chen Xuan stepped out of the Sect Master's hall to water the willow tree. At this moment, the willow had sprouted 7 or 8 tender shoots, and the charred trunk hinted at a revival of vitality, suggesting that it would not be long before it shed its blackened bark and experienced a complete rebirth. Chen Xuan intended to inquire about the willow's cultivation progress but discovered, upon probing, that it was not present within the tree, leaving him somewhat exasperated. Ever since arriving at the sect, the willow had often wandered away, playing and exploring after recovering from its injuries. Nonetheless, Chen Xuan chose not to pursue it. After all, wandering could serve to strengthen its spiritual essence. Ding! A genius with superlative potential exceeding 10 stars has been detected within the ancient divine vein of the eastern wilderness. The host is requested to proceed to recruit. Suddenly, while watering the tree, a notification from the system echoed in Chen Xuan's mind, causing him to pause momentarily. Another genius with superlative potential? And located within the restricted area of the eastern domain? What business does such a talent have in a forbidden zone? As Chen Xuan pondered, the system chimed again. Ding! The life of the genius is under threat. The host is urged to act swiftly. Hearing the system's urgent prompt, Chen Xuan reluctantly halted his watering. Though he was not anxious, it was prudent to act quickly to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. For this individual was a genius of extraordinary caliber. Presently, he possessed only one such genius, the willow, and desperately needed more. Lu Song, I am stepping out to recruit a disciple. Please take care of the home front. Chen Xuan conveyed a message to the Grand Elder before swiftly departing towards the ancient divine vein. The ancient divine vein, located millions of miles from the wilderness. Though merely a mountain range, it boasts a reputation surpassing that of sacred lands. This place is one of the most renowned life-restricting zones in the eastern domain, having existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Over these countless years, none who have entered have emerged, all transformed into mindless husks, ultimately vanishing within the forbidden realm. At this moment, a young girl was making her way into the periphery of the ancient divine vein, having already ventured 1,000 meters inward. Yet she moved slowly, each step seemingly burdened by immense suffering. Despite her desire to pause, a group behind her urged her on. Hurry! The curse's intrusion requires time. The slower you are, the quicker the curse invades. Outside the forbidden zone, a group of individuals from the primordial Holy Land fervently urged her on. Behind these exhorters stood several venerable elders, each exuding an aura of profound depth and unmeasurable wisdom. Among them, a dragon carriage was stationed, drawn by 2 azure dragons, carrying an elderly man who appeared exceedingly frail. His skin withered and emaciated, suggesting he was nearing the end of his lifespan. Yet, seated within the dragon carriage, surrounded by powerful guardians. His status and identity were nonetheless unmistakably asserted. However, the scene was not solely populated by those from the primordial Holy Land. Numerous cultivators also stood at a distance, including both elderly figures nearing the end of their lives and vigorous young disciples. Yet they maintained their distance, seemingly wary of the primordial Holy Land's members, particularly the gaunt old men, who appeared to be in mutual caution against one another. One more elder from the primordial Holy Land has succumbed to the ravages of time. It seems no one can escape its relentless passage. The aura emanating from this elder is terrifying. Could he be on the brink of becoming a saint? I wondered who it was. It turns out to be Chen Xuan, the elder who swept through hundreds of states in the eastern domain 3,000 years ago. If he can procure the sacred herb atop the mountain, he might indeed attain sainthood. Yet, he is certainly not there yet. What? The elder from 3,000 years ago? He hasn't achieved sainthood, yet he has lived for 3 millennia? He must be infinitely close to becoming a saint, supplemented by longevity-enhancing elixirs. It seems this time he truly cannot endure any longer, thus venturing into the forbidden zone to gather herbs. Little did he know that they had found a young girl capable of resisting the curse. How fortunate for Chen Xuan. The supreme bone is indeed a rarity. The essence released after excavation unexpectedly counters the curse of the forbidden zone. Yet, to excavate the supreme bone for exploration within the forbidden zone is an extravagant waste. If nurtured properly, the potential for ascension to emperor is immense. They are indeed quite extravagant. They cannot afford to lose the supreme bone. The young girl had her supreme bone excavated by her cousin. This cousin, possessing twin pupils, is a prime disciple nurtured by the primordial Holy Land. After the supreme bone was installed, the Holy Land inadvertently discovered the existence of this young girl, hence her role in scouting. However, the essence lingering from her supreme bone is nearly depleted. She surely will not reach the mountain's peak. What? Such a familial connection? Twin pupils, supreme bone. Heaven's mercy. If cultivated, this family could potentially gain 2 more saint-level powerhouses. To think they have destroyed one with their own hands. How lamentable. The primordial Holy Land is devoid of humanity. They have excavated the supreme bone, and with the wound still fresh, they expect her to scout. This is pushing her towards a path of demise. Shoo, do not speak carelessly. Be cautious of being overheard. The crowd murmured quietly. Meanwhile, some of the gaunt elders remained silent. As for the frail elder in the dragon carriage, is he the supreme elder of the primordial Holy Land? Nearing sainthood? This group is on the brink of death. Who would care about each other's identity? Thus, the members of the primordial Holy Land were on guard against these reckless old men. Even if Chen Xuan is unafraid of these individuals, what if, in a moment of negligence, they attempted to seize their prize? Moreover, as long as they can successfully obtain the sacred fruit, the primordial Holy Land will gain another saint. Therefore, to secure this fruit, they have dispatched over a dozen guardians, secretly carrying treasures of the clan, not only to deter these desperate old men, but also to assist the young girl at a critical juncture. This is to prevent a situation where they successfully gather the sacred fruit, but cannot bring it back. However, the clan's treasures would remain untouched until absolutely necessary. In an instant, all eyes were riveted on the young girl, each silently pleading for her to hasten her pace. Within the forbidden zone, as Scherlinger delved deeper, the essence upon her shoulders dwindled further. She understood that once the supreme essence ignited from her wound dissipated, she would be entirely corrupted by the curse, becoming yet another mindless husk within the forbidden zone. Yet, should she retreat, death would await her as well. Thus, she found herself trapped in a dead end. Was it truly destined for me, Scherlinger, to perish here today? Very well, I have already been rendered useless. Even if I were to survive, I would have no opportunity to avenge the betrayal against me. To be buried in this forbidden zone is acceptable. After death, I shall not be disturbed. A wave of desolation washed over Scherlinger as she stumbled forward, each step feeling precarious, as if she were on the verge of collapse. The onlookers outside the forbidden zone watched in horror, their hearts racing with trepidation. At last, after traversing a few more meters, the essence of her Tao completely dissipated. She could no longer withstand the strain and toppled sideways onto the grass. Thud! She fell heavily to the ground, feeling the world spin around her. In an instant, the curse-laden air surged into her body, and her consciousness flickered between clarity and chaos. Scherlinger had fallen. Had she ultimately succumbed to failure? If only she had known sooner that her supreme bone had been stolen. For so long, her essence had been waning, and she could not endure long enough to reach safety. In that moment, all who beheld Scherlinger lying on the ground outside the forbidden zone were filled with sorrow, especially the elder upon the dragon carriage. His countenance darkened, and an oppressive aura emanated from him, causing all who gazed upon him to feel an inexplicable weight in their hearts, as if they could scarcely breathe. Ah, such is fate, the elder lamented. Li Chuan, supporting himself on the dragon carriage, slowly rose, preparing to venture into the forbidden zone to collect the sacred fruit himself. Although he was on the brink of becoming a sage, countless individuals had entered the life-forbidding zone over the millennia, yet those who emerged were few and far between. Among them were sages beyond measure. Hence, upon witnessing the girl's collapse, Li Chuan did not feel overwhelming sorrow. He had already steeled himself for the perilous endeavor of challenging fate for a glimmer of hope. Success would lead to ascension as a sage. Failure would merely add another corpse to the forbidden zone. With resolute determination, Li Chuan staggered towards the forbidden zone. The descendants beside him, witnessing this, were overcome with grief and immediately knelt to bid farewell. As they watched their ancestor's faltering figure, tears streamed down their faces. Ancestor! Ancestor! Oh, do not go! Ancestor! Oh, please, do not depart! A chorus of lamentations followed Li Chuan, yet he remained expressionless, his steps unwavering. Ancestor! The descendants wept bitterly, tears flowing freely. But just then, Chapter 051, I bestow upon you the supreme law, allowing you to reconstruct your supreme bone. Is this the place? Chen Xuan descended at the edge of the forbidden zone, searching for his disciple with a sense of urgency. His distracted demeanor left those around him, men, women, and children, utterly bewildered. Who is this man? What is he doing? Li Chuan is about to enter. What trickery is this? Is he out of his mind, unable to sense the somber atmosphere? He has disrupted the solemn farewell. Amidst the confusion, Chen Xuan's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly spotted Scherlinger lying on the grass. So she is here. No wonder I couldn't find you. His face brightened as he strode directly towards Scherlinger within the forbidden zone. Instantly, the surrounding crowd was once again left in stunned silence. What? He actually entered? What is happening? Where did this man come from? Wait, he seems to be unimpeded. Is it true? Look, he is unaffected by the curse. Heavens! In that moment, all eyes widened in astonishment. Even Li Chuan, who had appeared resigned to his fate, found his pupils dilating in surprise. The protective elders and descendants rejoiced. Unaffected by the curse. Does that mean the ancestor need not enter? Oh, how wonderful! All eyes turned to Chen Xuan, eager for him to retrieve the sacred fruit from the holy mountain once he emerged. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan, sensing the multitude of gazes upon him, felt puzzled as to why they stared. However, the urgency to rescue Scherlinger took precedence, and he paid them no mind. Thus, he walked forward while checking Scherlinger's information. Name, Scherlinger. Realm, dissipated. Constitution, supreme body, the supreme bone born within her has been extracted, leaving her gravely injured. Potential, exceeding 10 stars. Background, born into the dominant Sher family, she possessed a natural supreme body. Later, her parents disappeared, and she devoted herself to training in search of them. Upon reaching the late stage of the Sky Command realm, she manifested a supreme bone. After news leaked, her uncle and aunt from the same clan drugged her and seized her supreme bone, leading to her cousin, who had entered the Taichu sacred land, obtaining heavy pupils along with the supreme bone, securing her future as an imperial candidate and becoming a key disciple of the sacred land. The Taichu sacred land subsequently discovered that the essence generated from Scherlinger's wound could resist the curse within the ancient divine vein and coerced her into the ancient divine vein to collect the sacred spirit fruit, extending the life of the nearly expired elder. The detailed information unfolded before Chen Xuan, leaving him momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated the tragic circumstances surrounding this girl. Her parents were missing, her supreme bone had been taken, and now she was being forced into collecting medicinal herbs. She had been exploited to the fullest extent. Shaking his head, Chen Xuan knelt beside her, gently placing his hand upon her, infusing her with the breath of the emperor, dispelling the curse within her. Upon entering, he had sensed the extraordinary nature of this place. The rules of heaven and earth differed slightly from the outside world, infused with an essence absent beyond, leading to the emergence of curses that protected this realm. However, these forces could not breach his imperial form, rendering him unharmed. Soon, the curse within Scherlinger was dispelled, eliciting a soft sigh from her lips. As her consciousness gradually returned to clarity, she slowly opened her eyes. Instantly, a handsome face came into view, rendering her momentarily speechless. Ahem! Now that you are awake, let us rise. Chen Xuan stood, offering a gentle reminder. Scherlinger jolted from her stupor, her cheeks flushing as she propped herself up on her arms and sat up. This scene caused those outside the forbidden zone to widen their eyes in astonishment. What? She has been revived? This sudden man not only resists the curse, but can also dispel the curses affecting others? Could it be that he possesses a constitution capable of confronting the forbidden zone? Such a constitution would grant him free access to the ancient divine vein, allowing him to freely harvest the sacred fruits within. In an instant, the crowd was abuzz, their gazes toward Chen Xuan transformed, as if he were no longer merely a person, but a priceless treasure. Within the forbidden zone, Scherlinger sat on the ground, instinctively glancing around. Yet, upon realizing she was still within the forbidden zone, her heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively looked up at Chen Xuan. This man is unharmed? Has he come from the Taichu sacred land to rescue me, enabling me to continue gathering herbs? Could he be one of the beings within the ancient divine vein? It is said that those who enter the forbidden zone first faint, eventually losing consciousness and becoming mindless husks, instinctively drawn deeper into the divine vein, never to return. Could it be that I have become one of those mindless husks, and he is here to lead me further in? With this thought, Scherlinger visibly shuddered, her fear intensifying. After all, those beings are truly terrifying. Even though many have never encountered the creatures within the forbidden zone, the mere thought of them sends shivers down one's spine, leaving one chilled to the bone. Are you here to take me away? Scherlinger stammered, her teeth chattering as she gestured towards the depths of the divine vein. Chen Xuan, it is evident that she has misunderstood. He also realized that she was referring to the ancient beings. As he probed the aura of the curse, he had already surveyed the entire forbidden zone and discovered the ancient beings that lay dormant within. However, it was evident that he was not one of those ancient creatures. He had no horns on his head and was not unattractive. How could he possibly resemble an ancient being? After feeling slightly speechless, Chen Xuan said earnestly, "Rest assured, I am not one of those hideous monsters. But why did you save me, and how did I awaken?" Scherlinger was still very concerned, especially bewildered as to who, besides those ancient beings and the mindless corpses, could remain unharmed within the ancient divine pulse. These curses are ineffective against me, and your body carries my essence. Thus they are also ineffective against you. Furthermore, I saved you because I wished to take you as my disciple. Seeing her fear, Chen Xuan had no choice but to offer an explanation. However, to prevent her from pursuing the matter further, he asked earnestly, "Are you willing to take me as your master? Allow me to lead you away from here?" Boom. Upon hearing these words, Scherlinger felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Take me as a disciple? Here? He came here specifically to take me as his apprentice? But her supreme bone had already been excavated. She had long been reduced to a waste. Staring up at Chen Xuan in bewilderment, she instinctively replied, "But I am already my supreme bone is gone. Do you still wish to take me as your disciple? Hee. You possess an immortal body, long sealed by the mortal realm. When the dust settles and light is born, illuminating mountains and rivers, a mere piece of supreme bone is of little consequence. Take me as your master, and I shall impart to you the supreme method, enabling you to reconstruct your supreme bone." Chapter 052. Taking a disciple in the forbidden zone. Chen Xuan's voice resonated in Scherlinger's mind like thunder, causing her entire being to tremble. I possess an immortal body, long sealed by the mortal realm. When the dust settles and light is born, illuminating mountains and rivers, a mere supreme bone is inconsequential. And you wish to impart the supreme method to me so that I may reconstruct my supreme bone? Boom. Scherlinger was suddenly filled with excitement. Her previously desolate heart and mind seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope rising anew. She immediately shifted from sitting to kneeling, prostrating at Chen Xuan's feet, exclaiming with fervor, I am willing to take you as my master." Disciple Scherlinger pays respects to master. Saying this, she bowed her head 3 times. The sound of her head hitting the ground left everyone outside the forbidden zone collectively dumbfounded. Yet, Chen Xuan paid no mind to their opinions, looking down at his bowing disciple with a hint of a smile. Afterward, he led the way out of the forbidden zone. However, upon seeing the guards outside, Scherlinger quickly grasped Chen Xuan's arm and cautiously said, "Master, shall we wait for them to leave before we go out? They won't let us pass." Hiki. The Taichu Holy Land, is it? Disciple, you have a backing now. Do you understand? Chen Xuan smiled lightly, stepping forward with pride. In that instant, Scherlinger felt a jolt within her heart. Chen Xuan's figure loomed larger in her eyes, akin to a mountain, or perhaps the sky, instilling her with immeasurable reassurance. Master. Her eyes misted over, fixated solely on Chen Xuan's silhouette. She hastened to catch up with his steps, closely following him. Today, I take you as my master. And I have no regrets, even in death. Before long, the two emerged from the forbidden zone. However, just as they stepped out, as Scherlinger had predicted, Chen Xuan was immediately obstructed by a group of elders from the Taichu Holy Land. One elder stroked his beard and, with a genial smile, clasped his fists towards Chen Xuan, saying, "Young friend, I have a favor to ask." "There's no time." Chen Xuan shook his head expressionlessly, outright refusing. Though these individuals sought to save their ancestor, compelling his disciple to enter the forbidden zone for their own gain was hardly commendable. Naturally, Chen Xuan had no fondness for them. Moreover, he had no intention of accommodating them. However, should they harbor any ill intentions towards him, he would not hold back. Hee. Young brother, this matter is something you must do. The elder maintained his smile, appearing amiable and kind, yet his words dripped with veiled threats. Subsequently, the other elders gazed at Chen Xuan with indifference, each speaking up in turn. Young brother, we are from the Taichu Holy Land. Do not fear danger. If you are in peril, we will intervene. Each of the white-bearded elders spoke a sentence, each laden with severe threats. This caused the surrounding cultivators to mutter in discontent. Always mentioning the Taichu Holy Land. Do they think everyone fears them? Humph. Harvesting 9 fruits? Weren't they content with merely 1 before? People are truly greedy. Upon encountering someone who can resist the curse, they wish to seize everything. Chen Xuan, however, remained expressionless, stating flatly, "What if I refuse?" Hee. Refuse? Then you shall not leave. Today, you must go, whether you wish to or not. In an instant, several elders unleashed their formidable auras, launching an assault towards Chen Xuan. Boom. A wave of pressure emanating from royal-grade experts surged toward Chen Xuan. Yet, the royal-grade pressure posed no threat to him. Chen Xuan slightly raised his hand to shield his novice disciple, then furrowed his brow as murderous intent surged within him. They dared to attack him first? It seemed there was no need to spare them any mercy. Seeking death, Chen Xuan's expression turned cold as he swiftly struck the elder with an open palm. In an instant, a palm strike coalesced and struck the elder's crown. Boom. The elder was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. For a moment, the surroundings fell silent, hushed into a profound stillness. Everything occurred too swiftly, so fast that the elder himself did not sense the impending danger. Grandfather, great-grandfather, third brother. As the blood mist was blown by the wind, splattering across the faces of the onlookers, they finally reacted, screaming in shock and swiftly assuming battle stances. Others held their breath on the spot, their scalps tingling with fear. Even the exceedingly aged elder seated in the dragon carriage could not help but lift his head, his eyes shining with intensity as he murmured to himself, "A saint." Boom. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped, especially those from the Taichu Holy Land, who instinctively recoiled. They could hardly believe the reality before them. A saint? This man is a saint. How could he be so young? Shock rippled through the assembly. Even Shilingo could not help but glance at her master's face, her eyes brimming with admiration. No wonder master was unafraid. It turns out he is a saint. Those who obstruct me shall perish. After eliminating the royal grade expert, Chen Xuan uttered with indifference, then led Shilingo forward. But just then, Li Churen from the dragon carriage spoke up once more, his voice frail. "You cannot leave." The crowd trembled once more, all eyes turning towards Li Churen. A saint cannot leave? This old fellow was merely infinitely close to a saint. Could he truly impede a young saint? Only a saint can stop a saint. Even one who is merely close to a saint cannot do so, unless he possesses a supreme weapon. Realizing this, several old-timers suddenly froze, all turning to gaze at Li Churen. Upon seeing Li Churen's calm demeanor, they could only believe their suspicions. After all, a being who is infinitely close to a saint and near the end of their lifespan could not possess such confidence. Heavens! It appears he has indeed brought the clan's treasure, the 7-star bell. Hiss. The 7-star bell? The legendary weapon that shattered a saint's soul with a single strike? Who would have thought this old fellow was so cunning? One thing I do not understand is, if he brought a supreme weapon, why did he not use it to clear a path earlier, instead of entering the forbidden zone alone? He must have brought the supreme weapon to prevent unforeseen circumstances. He would not dare to bring the supreme weapon inside, as the Holy Land's supreme weapons are mere unfinished products. It is an artifact forged collectively by formidable beings throughout the ages, and it is certainly not a creation of the great emperor's hand. It belongs to the realm of pseudo-ultimate weapons. Once it enters the forbidden zone, if it loses control, it will not automatically return. Who would have thought that the old rascal Li Churen actually had a hidden card up his sleeve? A pseudo-ultimate weapon is still a weapon that ranks just below the ultimate weapons. Indeed, it is said to be hardly inferior to true ultimate weapons. The eyes of the crowd sparkled with intensity as they surveyed the scene, searching for the whereabouts of the 7-star bell. Chapter 053, A Single Hand to Suppress All. Manifestation of the Forbidden Zone's anomaly. Amidst the chaos, Li Churen, with a composed visage, rose from the dragon chariot and lifted the yellow cloth draped behind him. In an instant, a massive bell was revealed. Upon seeing this bell, everyone's gaze was momentarily transfixed. Even Chen Xuan could not help but halt, turning his attention towards the 7-star bell. However, he quickly realized that this bell was not nearly as powerful as his Tai Wang sword. While it was indeed formidable, it paled in comparison to true ultimate weapons. Of course, it could still easily obliterate a saint. On the other side, Lichuan gazed at the bell with a face full of confidence. This bell was the sole pride of their sacred land, the embodiment of their collective faith. After all, the materials used to forge this bell had taken them tens of thousands of years to gather. Combined with the 7 special celestial origins left behind by the ancestral Great Emperor, it had taken generations of ancestors over 30,000 years to finally shape this ultimate weapon. The 7-star bell, although it did not originate from the hands of a Great Emperor, it still belonged to the category of ultimate weapons. As the chime resonated, saints retreated. With each of the 7 tolls, the ancient world trembled. Although they could not even trigger 3 tolls, the bell still possessed the power to suppress all enemies before them. Thus, they completely disregarded Chen Xuan. Clan members, together, let us channel the 7-star bell. Lichuan shouted, leading the charge to infuse spiritual energy into the bell. The other clan members followed suit. Buzz. In an instant, as they activated the bell, it erupted with its first resonant vibration. Boom. The sound reverberated as if it came from the heavens above, heavy and imbued with boundless pressure, instantly shattering the dragon chariot. Following this, an incredibly terrifying aura surged towards Chen Xuan, and the bell's toll resonated throughout the cosmos. Poof, poof, poof. In an instant, every cultivator in the vicinity spat blood. Regardless of whether they were ancient beings or hidden powerhouses lurking in the shadows, they were all struck and forced to spew forth blood. Some of the weaker cultivators even fainted on the spot, their fates unknown. And this was merely the residual might exuded by the 7-star bell. One can only imagine the magnitude of power that Chen Xuan would endure when faced head-on with the 7-star bell. Buzz. The sound converged upon Chen Xuan. Wherever it passed, the heavens and earth resonated. Yet Chen Xuan remained unfazed, showing no intent to defend himself, allowing the toll to crash upon him. Buzz. As the sound swept through, the myriad trees behind him were instantly reduced to powder, and the ground beneath him upheaved, displacing 1,000 meters of earth, along with the mountains behind him. Yet he remained as steadfast as a mountain. Even the stone spirit behind him remained unscathed. Hiss. He is unharmed. Good heavens. What level of cultivation is this? How can he withstand the 7-star bell's assault? In an instant, the surrounding crowd was astonished. The disciples of the Taichu sacred land also widened their eyes, utterly unable to believe the scene before them. Impossible. The toll of the bell causes saints to retreat. Could he be beyond the realm of saints? Clan members, continue to channel the 7-star bell and strike him down. With Lichuan's command, the people of the Taichu sacred land continued to infuse spiritual energy into the 7-star bell, preparing to unleash its second toll. This time, however, the build-up was longer, the charge more prolonged, and the power far greater than the first toll. Yet they remained unaware that Chen Xuan had already reached the stature of a great emperor. Not only could this group of old codgers not harm him, but even a multitude of saintly kings could not inflict a scratch upon him. The body of a great emperor, eternal and indestructible. Of course, while he felt no fear, Chen Xuan did not wish to remain idle and allow others to strike him. His expression remained unchanged as he slowly raised his hand, conjuring a massive palm of spiritual energy several hundred meters in size, aimed at the disciples of the Taichu sacred land. If they sought death, he had no need to hold back. Boom. The vast palm of condensed spiritual energy descended as if from the heavens, exuding an aura that suppressed all existence. In that moment, the disciples of the Taichu sacred land were all struck with astonishment. Before this hand, they, a group of royal-level powerhouses, along with an ancient being on the verge of sainthood, felt their insignificance, as if they were but a single grain of sand in the vast ocean, utterly helpless. Quick. Release. The emaciated Lichuan exclaimed in shock. Unable to continue gathering strength and time, he could only abruptly redirect his attack, unleashing the second toll of the 7-star bell against the incoming massive hand. Buzz. The 7-star bell trembled, and a muffled roar surged towards the looming hand. Yet that immense hand remained unaffected, maintaining its speed as it descended upon them. It was as if the toll of the 7-star bell had been rendered entirely ineffective. The Taichu sacred land shall not let you go. Boom. The hand struck down. The earth trembled. Instantly, all members of the Taichu sacred land were reduced to mere dust. In the entire scene, only the 7-star bell stood firm upon the ground. Witnessing this, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. No one dared to breathe. Their hearts quaked to the utmost. Not only had one hand annihilated all the formidable beings of the Taichu sacred land, but it also withstood the might of the second toll of the 7-star bell. Such terrifying prowess likely reached an unfathomable pinnacle. Under the awed gazes of the crowd, the stone spirit was left in a daze, her eyes wide as she stared at her master. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan remained calm, as though he had merely performed an inconsequential act. He raised his hand, drawing the 7-star bell before him. Although it was not a pure ultimate weapon, It still held some value. He would keep it. With a flick of his finger, Chen Xuan instantly erased all traces of souls within the 7-star bell before immediately placing it into his spiritual sea. This scene once again sent shockwaves through the crowd. For even saints could not place ultimate weapons into their spiritual seas. Although this was a pseudo-ultimate weapon, it was still beyond what a saint could achieve. Thus, upon witnessing this spectacle, all present revered Chen Xuan's strength, directly acknowledging him as a being beyond the saints. Simultaneously, in the Taichu sacred land, countless elders abruptly awakened from their secluded meditations, with some ancient beings suddenly opening their eyes wide, staring into the void and murmuring, "Not good. The traces of the ultimate weapon have been erased from our sacred land." Swish, swish, swish. Several elder figures at the saintly level vanished from their secluded spots and reappeared simultaneously within the main hall of the sacred land. Did you all feel that? Yes. The imprint is gone. It must be that rascal Charon who got into trouble. He took away the ultimate weapon days ago. Who possesses such audacity to dare strike against our Taichu sacred land? I shall accompany you. At the edge of the forbidden zone of the ancient divine vein. Disciple, let us depart. After securing the 7-star bell, Chen Xuan smiled gently at the stone spirit. Only then did she snap out of her astonishment. Gazing at her master's smile, she felt as though he could see through her thoughts, causing her to blush and shyly nod in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Chen Xuan merely smiled lightly. After all, what girl does not harbor romantic feelings? Especially after he had saved her. Not to mention, he was quite handsome. With a gentle smile, Chen Xuan raised his hand, preparing to lead the stone spirit away. But just at that moment, a radiant glow suddenly emanated from the distant mountaintop of the Forbidden Zone. Following that, a fine stream of spiritual spring water shot up several dozen meters high, casting a peculiar phenomenon of primordial chaos upon the mountaintop. Chapter 054, The Conspiracy of the Ancient Beings, the Primordial Chaos Sacred Water as the Lure. An anomaly? Primordial chaos unfolding. What kind of phenomenon is this? Could it be that a treasure is about to emerge? No, look at that water. Within it seems to contain the power of Tao rhythm. It resembles the manifestation of the chaotic holy water. Oh my, that is indeed chaotic holy water. But how could such a thing exist in the Forbidden Zone? It is an entity that has never been present in the entirety of the primordial ancient continent. It is a peerless treasure capable of healing the wounds of a sage. Is this truly chaotic holy water? An existence coveted even by sages? Gazing upon the phenomenon atop the holy mountain of the Forbidden Zone, the crowd was astounded, especially the gushing holy water, which left countless individuals unable to suppress their astonishment and longing. Chaotic holy water, which does not exist within the realms of the ancient, is said to be obtainable only beyond it, and is exceedingly rare. It is a divine water for healing the injuries of sages. Such a thing is capable of mending the wounds of a sage. When a sage is wounded, typical medicines are ineffective. They can only rely on their own recovery. Thus, this substance is something even sages covet. While it may not extend life, it can certainly be exchanged for treasures that do. Yet, it is truly perplexing why it would appear at the mountain's peak. Of course, though everyone was envious, none dared to venture forth to collect the water. After all, this is a place where even sages would meet their demise. Thus, all eyes turned to Chen Xuan, eager to see if this sage would dare to enter. It is understandable that he would not be interested in the life-extending holy fruits, being young and prudent. But what of the holy water? This could potentially save one's life in a critical moment. Under the gaze of the multitude, Chen Xuan slowly turned his attention to the summit. He sensed something extraordinary within the holy water. A portion of the Tao rhythm contained within it resonated with that of Linger on her shoulder. If she could absorb the Tao rhythm from this holy water, it would surely allow her to regenerate a new supreme bone. With a serious expression, she spoke earnestly. After all, having now taken a master, she saw hope for the future, and she did not wish for any mishap to befall her master because of her. Rest assured, my disciple, although you will grow on your own, the means to induce it is right before us. Why seek far when we can obtain it nearby? Come, I shall take you to fetch the water. With that, Chen Xuan raised his hand, and, taking Linger along, flew toward the mountain's peak. In an instant, the surrounding cultivators were astonished, for Chen Xuan truly took flight, and he was accompanied by his newly accepted disciple. Most astonishingly, he managed to soar within the Forbidden Zone, surpassing all their prior understandings of it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Xuan entered the mountain's summit. The summit was not a flat expanse but a concave depression. Upon landing, they would be isolated from all external observation by the protruding stone walls. Chen Xuan was not in haste, for the holy water would not flee. After landing with Linger, he began to observe, searching for the hiding place of the holy water. In the depression, at the center, there was a small hole the size of a thumb. The holy water gushed forth from within. Not far from the hole, there was a small pool of spring water, where a half-foot-tall sapling grew, bearing 9 holy fruits, though they appeared somewhat unripe. However, this spring water was extraordinary, thick and crystal clear, infused with boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was, in fact, the precious and rare divine source liquid. My heavens, it is divine source liquid. No wonder it can produce holy medicine. Upon seeing the pool of divine source liquid, Scherlinger was quite astonished. Yet soon, her attention was drawn to a dark and ancient cave entrance not far away. The entrance, ominous and peculiar in shape, resembled the gaping maw of a fearsome beast. Master, she began to speak, but was interrupted by Chen Xuan. Disciple, the holy water is within the cave. Let us proceed to collect it. Hiss. Master, surely that cave is not the lair of the legendary ancient creatures? Perhaps we should refrain? As she gazed into the abyss of the cave, Scherlinger felt a tremor of fear. Though she admired her master's strength, those were ancient creatures. If they truly stumbled into the lair of such beings, even 100 sages would not suffice. Do not fear, my disciple. They have deliberately released the holy water to draw us in. If we do not go, we would only disappoint them. Chen Xuan gazed at the cave entrance, his voice calm. Yet to Scherlinger's ears, his words sent a shiver down her spine, causing her hair to stand on end. Are you saying the holy water is a bait from them, meant to attract us? Her voice trembled slightly. Realizing that she and her master had been targeted by that group of beings, and all manner of terrifying legends flooded her mind. Indeed, let us proceed. Stay close to me, and all will be well. Chen Xuan smiled gently, then took the lead into the cave. As for those holy fruits, he intended to harvest them upon their exit. Although they were not fully matured, their efficacy was still considerable, suitable for future use. Watching her master's retreating figure as he entered the cave, Scherlinger finally gritted her teeth and followed suit. If death awaited, then so be it. After all, she was already destined for demise. Meanwhile, at the base of the holy mountain, a spacious area illuminated by embedded luminous pearls and gemstones. The space was neither too large nor too small, resembling a grand hall, yet it was riddled with caves. This place seemed to be the very center of all the caves. However, at this moment, in the center, against the walls, stood towering divine source stones, arranged neatly. Moreover, within these divine source stones were unique life forms, numbering over dozens. These beings bore a resemblance to humans, but had horns protruding from their heads. With skin that was parched and wrinkled, noses sunken, and ears pointed, they lay sealed like amber within the divine source, slumbering. Yet not all the ancient beings within the divine source were asleep. Several had already opened their eyes, exuding a terrifying aura. Particularly in the central area, there stood an ancient being that had emerged from the divine source. It was evident that the chaotic holy water had been released by it. Come. If the holy fruits cannot entice you, I do not believe the chaotic holy water can either. Hurry and enter, become our sustenance. It murmured to itself, fastening a gourd to its waist, then waved to lift the shattered divine source from the ground, wrapping itself anew. Its gaze turned towards several cave entrances ahead, slowly closing its breath. Like the other beings within the divine source, it fell back into slumber, yet it alone knew that it was merely feigning sleep, quietly awaiting the arrival of prey. However, it remained unaware that all of this had long been observed by Chen Xuan. Chapter 055, 18 Ancient Great Sages Awaken. Chen Xuan cuts through the life-forbidden zone. Traversing the winding cave, Chen Xuan guided Scherlinger to the interior cavernous entrance, a broad expanse. Is this all divine source? Such a vast divine source. Scherlinger, hiding behind Chen Xuan, suddenly caught a glimpse of the massive divine source stones against the wall. Her heart leaping in shock. Divine source, the essence of heaven and earth, condensed from the utmost spiritual energy of the sun and moon, existed only in the ancient past. When this spiritual liquid solidified, it formed the divine source stone. Its efficacy far surpasses that of spirit stones. It is one of the essential treasures for cultivators on their path. Moreover, due to the great changes in the world, the divine source liquid no longer manifests. Thus, no new divine source stones can be produced. Hence, all existing divine source originates from the ancient times. Therefore, upon seeing a divine source stone over a meter wide, Scherlinger was instantly astonished, quickly raising her gaze toward the divine source. Yet, what she beheld next startled her. An unsightly humanoid creature suddenly came into view. Her heart raced, and she instinctively grasped Chen Xuan's arm, frozen in shock. Although the creatures within the divine source lay, with their eyes tightly shut and motionless, an indescribable and terrifying aura seeped out, far more formidable than the elderly Chen, who had come perilously close to sainthood moments ago. Fortunately, she managed to bite her lip just in time, stifling a gasp. Yet, the sensation still sent chills coursing through her body. Are you afraid of it, my disciple? What is there to fear from an ancient creature? Chen Xuan remarked, glancing indifferently at the gourd hanging from the creature's waist before fixing his gaze upon its face. Indeed, it appeared to be in a deep slumber. However, this scene nearly terrified Scherlinger, causing her heart to race. She quickly stood on tiptoe and whispered, Master, please do not look at it. I have heard that staring directly at ancient creatures can awaken them. We must remain quiet and avert our eyes from any creature. Is that so? Chen Xuan's lips curled into a faint smile as he raised his hand to strike the divine source. Master. In an instant, Scherlinger was alarmed, her heart leaping into her throat. She never anticipated that her master would dare to strike the divine source. Could it be that he coveted such a vast source of divinity? But within it lies an ancient creature. Oh heavens! Master, are you courting death? In Scherlinger's astonished gaze, Chen Xuan's fingers drew ever closer. Just at that critical moment, the ancient creature within the divine source could no longer maintain its pretense and abruptly opened its eyes. Instantly, an overwhelming aura of terror filled the cave. It then twitched its flesh, manifesting a horrifying grin. Scherlinger's pupils constricted, startled into a reflexive jump, but she quickly covered her mouth, her heart pounding furiously. Master, she urgently whispered. Yet, Chen Xuan remained unperturbed, calmly addressing the creature within the divine source. Are you done pretending? Come out. With that, he flicked his finger suddenly. In an instant, the divine source shattered into fragments. The ancient creature lost its cover, exposed to the air. In that moment, it was momentarily bewildered. It not only failed to frighten its opponent, but this audacious human actually dared to pull it out? Such boldness! Observing the contrasting reactions of the master and disciple, the ancient creature emitted a chilling, deep voice sigh. Boom! The sound pierced like a demon's whisper, echoing into the ears of the master and disciple. In that instant, Scherlinger's eyes glazed over. Only Chen Xuan maintained clear eyes, his expression as stoic as ever. Indeed, not a benign entity. Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, sensing the curse power embedded in that voice. He immediately raised his hand to shield Scherlinger and then swung it toward the ancient creature's head. Boom! The ancient creature exploded, dark crimson blood splattering across the walls. Ancient creature, perished. Scherlinger, regaining her senses, stared in disbelief at the creature now reduced to a pulpy mass, then turned to her master, who remained composed. For a moment, she could not discern whether her master was too powerful or the ancient creature too weak. But at that moment, from within the divine source nearby, another ancient creature suddenly opened its eyes. Following it were the second, third, fourth, all the way to the 18th. 18 of the most ancient beings opened their eyes simultaneously, fixing their gaze upon Chen Xuan. Instantly, an aura even more terrifying than that of the recently slain creature enveloped the cave, causing the very earth to tremble and souls to shudder. No wonder even saints met their demise here. It turns out there are 18 ancient great saints hidden within. Gazing at the 18 ancient beings, Chen Xuan offered a cold smile, nonchalantly retrieving the purple gold gourd from the ground. Above the great saints, there are emperors. The 18 beings before him were all great saints, and not just any, but those at the pinnacle of their realm. However, they were not ordinary great saints. They were ancient great saints. Ancient creatures possess inherent strength, and the combat prowess of those at the pinnacle of ancient great saints is not much inferior to that of quasi-emperors. Should these 18 ancient great saints join forces, they might well contend with some newly ascended emperors. Of course, it would only be a contest of strength. Thus, this place has always been a forbidden zone for all life except emperors. Yet, this power remains insufficient before him, for he is not merely an emperor. He is a fully matured emperor, wielding an ultimate weapon, unafraid of any adversary in the world, let alone a mere group of ancient great saints, whom he could easily vanquish with a flick of his wrist. Of course, while he harbored no fear, Scherlinger behind him was already petrified, standing dazed and breathless. 18 ancient great saints at their peak. How could they not be more formidable than human great saints, drawing ever closer to the realm of emperors? My heavens! It is terrifying to realize that the ancient divine Vane's forbidden zone harbors such power, concealing 18 great saint-level ancient creatures. Such beings do not even exist in sacred lands. No wonder, since ancient times, no one except emperors has been able to traverse this forbidden zone freely. Surely, even the newly ascended emperors would struggle to completely overpower these 18. Under Scherlinger's tense gaze, the 18 ancient beings spoke. Damn humans! You have slain our guardian. You are capable of resisting the curse power. Even if you are a quasi-emperor, you will not escape this cave alive. Let your blood nourish us. Hee hee hee. 18 terrifying auras, all nearing quasi-emperor level, surged toward Chen Xuan simultaneously. Observing the dense curses entwined within these ancient great beings, Chen Xuan frowned, his garments billowing without wind, murmuring, "So, a horde of cursed creatures." Then, boom, Chen Xuan erupted with the aura of an emperor, instantly countering the 18 beings' overwhelming pressure. In that moment, all 18 ancient beings were taken aback, bewildered. An emperor? Impossible. All 18 ancient creatures trembled, astonished that their opponent turned out to be an emperor. They had assumed him to be at most a quasi-emperor. After thousands of years, another emperor has entered this place? In an instant. The 18 ancient beings were not only unafraid, but their eyes gleamed with fervor, filled with madness. Kill him. We must capture him, even at the cost of our lives. Starting with that girl. Kill. Instantly, the 18 ancient beings trembled, shattering their divine sources, and then they all lunged at Chen Xuan. In that moment, a terrifying aura erupted throughout the cave. It is uncertain what material this mountain is made of, but it remained unscathed beneath the overwhelming presence of countless powerful beings. Xianxiadrama felt a surge of fear, yet instead of grasping Chen Xuan's arm, she instinctively clutched at his sleeve. Faced with the sudden influx of terrifying pressure and the trembling Xianxiadrama beside him, Chen Xuan raised his left hand to grasp her wrist, while his right hand unleashed the ultimate weapon, the Taiwang sword. He regarded the multitude of ancient great beings with disdain, coldly declaring, "Even if I shield my disciple with one hand and wield my sword with the other, I shall slay you as one would butcher dogs. Today, let me eradicate you creatures and bring an end to the chaos of this forbidden zone." Boom. Chen Xuan raised his hand, releasing a sword aura that collided with the 18 advancing quasi-emperor auras. Instantly, the entire sacred mountain trembled, the sound echoing throughout, resonating for tens of thousands of miles. Chapter 056. Chen Xuan restores order to the forbidden zone. Another cycle begins. Boom. Outside the forbidden zone, all cultivators shuddered, simultaneously turning their gazes toward the sacred mountain within the forbidden zone. The sacred mountain trembles. Could it be that the ancient beings within the forbidden zone have awakened? Could it possibly be that young man who just annihilated Li Charan? Hiss. Has he engaged in combat with the ancient creatures? Good heavens. Is he truly that formidable? In an instant, all cultivators stood in stunned silence, their hearts overwhelmed with shock. But that was not the end of it. One thunderous roar after another erupted from within the sacred mountain, resonating across a vast expanse of 100,000 miles. Boom, boom, boom. The muffled sounds were akin to the bombardment of divine thunder from the heavens, causing countless elders from various sects and reclusive masters to lift their heads and gaze towards the direction of the forbidden zone. If they had previously thought the earlier sound was merely a figment of their imagination or an accident, the continuous series of booming sounds now unmistakably indicated that something was amiss in the forbidden zone. In no time, all cultivators within 100,000 miles of the ancient mountain were stunned. Even some timid commoners fell to their knees, trembling as they prayed to the heavens. Meanwhile, outside the forbidden zone, cultivators covered their ears amidst the cacophony of explosions, fleeing in haste. Yet, even so, the resounding thuds continued to weigh heavily upon their hearts, causing their bodies to tremble in response. Some cultivators of lower realms, despite having retreated and covered their ears, were still forced to spit blood from the overwhelming shock. Quickly. Move away. Do not get too close. Many cultivators were hurriedly escorted away by their elders. Those without guardians either gritted their teeth to flee or were rendered unconscious on the spot, completely oblivious to their fate. In an instant, all cultivators retreated 100 miles from the forbidden zone. How powerful, how terrifying. What manner of creatures reside within the forbidden zone? Goodness. Although the sounds did not carry any overwhelming pressure, they were still utterly alarming. Could it be that the 7-star bell of the Taichu sacred land is being activated? The might it exudes does seem somewhat reminiscent. Could it be that the young man can command an ultimate weapon? Such power appears to have fully unleashed the might of an ultimate weapon. Hiss. To possess such strength at such a young age. Could it be that someone is destined to attain the realm of emperorship? All eyes were fixed upon the sacred mountain of the forbidden zone, on reverence swelling within their hearts to an extreme. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds continued to reverberate. With each tremor, every cultivator felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. This is unbearable. If I continue to listen, my heart may burst. I must leave. Farewell. I cannot withstand this any longer. Before long, one powerful figure after another, unable to endure the vibrations, retreated. And shortly after their departure, the sacred mountain of the forbidden zone finally returned to tranquility. In an instant, the world fell silent. The skies above, once tumultuous, now appeared serene as if nothing had ever occurred. Had it ended? The crowd fixated on the sacred mountain of the forbidden zone, their faces etched with vigilance. hardly daring to breathe. Simultaneously, within the forbidden zone, in the cave of the sacred mountain, silence reigned. All ancient beings had vanished without a trace. Only a man stood upright, one hand holding a beautiful maiden, the other grasping the Taiwan sword, pointed diagonally towards the ground. Where the sword's edge pointed, dark red blood splattered, imbued with an eerie resonance of the Tao. Though lifeless, it remained terrifying. At this moment, the entire cave was strewn with dark red blood and the severed limbs of ancient beings, whether upon the rock walls, the transparent divine source stones, or the ground beneath them, and even within the walls that led to the exit. In stark contrast, Chen Xuan bore no traces of blood upon him. His garments pristine and unblemished, as if he had arrived unscathed. Especially as he gazed calmly at the scattered remains on the ground, his demeanor exuded an unparalleled nonchalance. Upon witnessing this scene, Xianxiaaudiobooks was instantly enamored, gazing longingly at her master's face, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. With a single sword, he had battled 18 saints, protecting her in peace. Such a master is truly rare throughout the ages. For a moment, she became somewhat entranced. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that Chen Xuan was not merely posturing but was deep in contemplation. Although he had vanquished the 18 great saints and the ancient beings within the divine source, the strange curse power and resonance within the blood and flesh eluded his understanding. The curse power within the blood was even denser by thousands or tens of thousands of times than that within the forbidden zone. Yet it was suffused with an eerie aura. After observing for a while, Chen Xuan found no discernible clues and shook his head in resignation. After all, the ancient beings in the forbidden zone had been completely eradicated. The curse power could remain as it was. At the very least, these ancient beings would not cause chaos again. Thinking this, Chen Xuan raised his hand to stow away the Taiwan sword and said to Xianxiaaudiobooks, "Disciple, let us depart." "Ah? Oh, okay, master." However, she suddenly seemed to recall something and pointed to a drop of divine source on the ground, asking, "Master, shall we not take these divine sources with us?" Chen Xuan replied, "I see you are quite the little miser." He shook his head and explained, "These divine sources have been tainted by curses. They can no longer be used. Come. The spiritual energy within our Miao sect is far richer than that of the divine sources." With that, he led the way out. Before long, the two reached the mountain peak. This time, Chen Xuan did not hold back, raising his hand to pluck 9 sacred fruits. Outside the forbidden zone, many cultivators had been waiting for some time. Seeing that there was indeed no further commotion from within, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the battle within the forbidden zone had concluded entirely. That young man must have perished in there. Who would have thought that, relying solely on a pseudo-ultimate weapon, he could contend with the ancient beings for so long before succumbing? If he survives, he will undoubtedly ascend to emperorship in the future. Alas, what a pity. Had he attained emperorship first and returned, perhaps he would not have met such an end. Ah, disperse, disperse. It was truly a significant regret not to witness this battle firsthand. Countless powerful figures shook their heads, preparing to depart. But just then, 3 terrifying presences suddenly emerged, abruptly halting everyone in their tracks. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the top-tier powerhouses of the Taichu sacred land. The 3 elders hovered outside the forbidden zone, gazing in with expressions filled with helplessness. Alas, we are too late. Those sounds must have originated from our sacred land's ultimate weapon, the 7-star bell. It appears it was buried alongside that individual within the forbidden zone. This cannot be. The ancient beings here cannot be eradicated. Even emperors can only pacify them for tens of thousands of years, but cannot completely eliminate them. Thus, we should not dwell on it. Yet without the ultimate weapon, our sacred land will descend into the ranks of ordinary sects. The leading elder shook his head in resignation before vanishing from sight. Chapter 057, New Rewards. 2 more emperors to come. Observing the powerful elder of the Taichu sacred land hastily arrive and depart, the cultivators were filled with emotion. Even some who had previously suffered oppression from the Taichu sacred land felt a surge of excitement. Reconstructing an ultimate weapon? That seems merely a fanciful dream. The emergence of the 7-star bell was entirely reliant on materials left behind by the former emperors of the Taichu sacred land, combined with millennia of collection. Now, with no emperors in sight, the mere sacred land cannot hope to gather the materials for an ultimate weapon. What a delusion. Such materials might not even be found by emperors. However, after a brief moment of joy, those who had been bullied fell into despair once more. For the Taichu sacred land still had a quasi-empress, Xiaoxiao. Yes, she was the one who extracted the supreme bone from Xianxiaaudiobooks, a naturally gifted genius with double pupils, also referred to as the quasi-empress by the Taichu sacred land. The reason for her title as quasi-empress is, of course, because although she is not an empress, she possesses dual abilities that rival an empress, the double pupils, and the supreme bone. The double pupils are inherently invincible, while the supreme bone is the embodiment of an innate emperor. These two unique constitutions render her unmatched in the world. The young girl, naturally endowed with heterochromia and further enhanced by the transplantation of the supreme bone, was deemed a rightful quasi-empress. Her path to becoming an emperor almost assured under the dual blessings of her formidable abilities. The recent loss of a supreme weapon from the Taichu sacred land inadvertently accelerated the cultivation of this quasi-empress. However, after a brief moment of elation, those present shook their heads in dismay and departed the scene. In a fleeting moment, the crowd dispersed. Although the intruder of the Forbidden Zone had perished, his legend would endure eternally. Meanwhile, within the depths of the Forbidden Zone, tranquility reigned supreme in the cave. As time passed, the blood on the stone walls began to shift, merging with other blood and climbing over the severed limbs, enveloping them entirely. In no time, hundreds of dismembered bodies were swathed in a dark crimson liquid, while the blood scattered around coalesced into numerous blood orbs. Gradually, the concentration of the blood orbs diminished, revealing a fresh, youthful ancient body flickering within. Unbeknownst to Chen Xuan, the curse's power continued to control them, ensuring they would never ascend to true emperor status. Within the Miao Miao sect, Stonelingo exclaimed, "Wow, is this truly the Miao Miao sect? The spiritual energy is so dense. It feels as though I have entered a paradise." Following closely behind Chen Xuan, she gazed around with childlike curiosity, her joy palpable. This place surpassed even the sacred land. Soon, the duo arrived at the main peak. Chen Xuan summoned the Grand Elder Lutsong. "Greetings, Sect Master." Lutsong promptly bowed. Chen Xuan nodded and addressed Stonelinger. "This is the Grand Elder of our inner sect. Accompany him to the Divine Techniques Pavilion to select your techniques, then return to the main hall to see me. I shall assist you in nurturing your supreme bone." "Understood." Stonelinger responded obediently, then respectfully greeted Lutsong. "Lingo pays her respects to the Grand Elder. Let us proceed." Lutsong smiled gently, leading the way with warmth towards the Divine Techniques Pavilion. Stonelinger, her eyes wide with wonder, hurried to keep pace with Lutsong. This was her sanctuary and training ground. Upon returning to his familiar stone bed, Chen Xuan eagerly declared, "System, activate the lavish disciple recruitment package." Ding. The lavish disciple recruitment package has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained one immortal summoning card. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Divine Source Convergence Array. Note, the Divine Source Convergence Array can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to form Divine Source Liquid. The host may place it in a suitable location to produce millions of pounds of Divine Source Liquid daily. Congratulations, host, you have received the Potential Testing Ladder. Note, the Potential Testing Ladder has 999 steps, each representing different levels of cultivation potential. The closer one is to the summit, the higher the potential. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Supreme Divine Weapon, the Mother and Child Heart Mirror. Note, the Mother Mirror can induce illusions, confronting one with their deepest fears, rendering them unable to discern reality. The Child Mirror can manifest scenes within the illusion for observation. Congratulations, host. You have received materials for an Imperial Weapon, the Innate Primordial Heavenstone. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one Cultivation Enhancement card. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Eternal Battle Body. The Eternal Battle Body, born for battle. As long as one possesses an invincible spirit, they can contend against all foes, growing stronger with each challenge, becoming unbeatable. Congratulations, host. You have received a special bonus reward, 2 Emperor Summoning cards. Special rewards cannot be synthesized. In no time, a cascade of rewards was credited. Especially with the fusion of the Eternal Battle Body, Chen Xuan felt an overwhelming surge of battle intent ignite within him. His combat prowess multiplied exponentially. Moreover, he sensed that this was merely the superficial effect of the Eternal Battle Body. The hidden potential within this physique was boundless, poised to erupt with each confrontation. This Eternal Battle Body seems even more formidable than the Supreme Body. Chen Xuan marveled. Subsequently, he took out 2 special Emperor Summoning cards and activated them directly. The special summoning cards were unique rewards that could not be synthesized and were of no use if left unused. With the imminent commencement of disciple recruitment, it was high time to bolster the sect with additional elders. Ding. Summoning of powerful Emperor-level beings in progress. Please assign their identities. Inner Sect Elder. Ding. The summoning of Emperor-level elders is successful. They are en route to the host. Please be patient. Simultaneously, 2 terrifying figures materialized in a corner of the sect, newly inscribed. Their bodies emanated a faint yet terrifying aura, immediately capturing the attention of the 3 Grand Elders, Song Haishao and his companions. However, As Chen Xuan had already pre-assigned their identities, the Grand Elders merely regarded them as sect elders and did not pursue them. As the two figures appeared, their gazes met before they soared towards the main peak. Their presence inevitably drew the attention of other disciples. In no time, Lin Fan, Yu Qiqing, and Murong Ingluo curiously followed suit. Upon reaching the Sect Master's hall, they encountered Lu Yu, who emerged from a tree. Lu Yu stood with them at the hall's entrance, peering inquisitively inside. Within the hall, the two newly arrived Emperor-level beings turned their backs to the disciples, courteously clasping their fists towards Chen Xuan. Subordinate Wang Zhuemo. Subordinate Wang Mietian. Greetings, Sect Master. They simultaneously knelt before Chen Xuan, acknowledging the vast disparity in their statuses. The disciples at the hall's entrance widened their eyes in astonishment. Indeed, they are sect elders. Have two more elders emerged from seclusion? Their attire matches that of the other three elders. Is this due to the upcoming disciple recruitment, prompting the elders to assist? It appears these two elders may not be any less formidable than the three. Goodness, could they possibly be two super powerful beings? Our sect is astonishing. The group huddled at the doorframe, whispering among themselves. Even Lu Yu, filled with curiosity, mimicked their stance, her head peeking over the doorframe, all four heads aligned neatly. Chapter 058. The Powerful Supreme Law. Chen Xuan enters the late Emperor stage. In the hall, observing the newly arrived Emperor-level beings, Chen Xuan felt somewhat speechless. Wang Zhuemo? Wang Mietian? It seems the system names them truly at random. After summoning Song Haishao and his companions previously, he now summoned Wang Mietian and Wang Zhuemo. However, their names at least sounded far mightier. Chen Xuan nodded and said, "Rise." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a black stone floated before the two, the innate primordial stone, a reward from the system. Now, the sect is on the verge of expansion. Utilize these materials to forge some sect tokens. Both elders and disciples shall possess them. Off you go. Understood. We take our leave. Wang Zhuemo and Wang Mietian promptly accepted the primordial stone and respectfully bowed before departing. At the entrance of the hall, Lin Fan and the other disciples greeted the newly emerged elders. Greetings, elders. The two elders nodded and then proceeded to leave, heading off to craft the sect tokens. Seeing this, Lin Fan and the others prepared to disperse. However, just then, Chen Xuan's voice resonated from within the hall, causing them to pause in surprise. Disciples, I have recruited a new junior sister who is currently selecting techniques in the library. If you have no pressing matters, you may go and meet her. The gentle voice echoed, and the group was momentarily taken aback. Another junior sister? Yes. They immediately set off towards the library, curiosity piqued to meet their new junior sister. Inside the library, Stonelinger, having traversed the sect's facilities and spiritual energy, was left in awe, overwhelmed by the wonders surrounding her. Particularly enthralled by the Grand Elder's descriptions of the sect's illusion tower, the library's functions, and the remarkable features of the combat arena, she was utterly captivated. Thus, at this moment, upon entering the library and being chosen by a particular cultivation method, she found herself open to many new possibilities. As she gazed at the tome in her hands, her pupils slightly contracted, and she could not help but recite the words inscribed upon its pages. Celestial Scripture. Supreme Law. The supreme law spoken of by her master turned out to be the Celestial Scripture. How utterly astonishing. Scherlinger was overwhelmed with excitement. She had only heard of the Supreme Bone, never the Supreme Body, and certainly not the Supreme Law, having previously assumed her master was referring to some sacred or imperial texts. Thus, upon discovering it was a celestial scripture, she was left in awe, eagerly flipping to the first page to delve deeper. The text on the first page sent tremors through her heart. As the Supreme Body, one shall suppress all enemies. Boom. Scherlingo's heart raced wildly. Was the Supreme Body truly so formidable? It was said to suppress all foes. Could it be that her cousin's unique eyes were inferior to her Supreme Body? Brimming with excitement, Scherlingo hastily continued to read. Soon, she was utterly astounded by the content of the Celestial Scripture. For according to its teachings, the Supreme Body could indeed suppress all adversaries and was the strongest within the same realm. The scripture recorded that its founder was also a Supreme Body, one who had reached the pinnacle of its potential. This individual, at the saint level, had single-handedly battled 3,000 saints and pushed back 800 states with ease. After ascending to the throne, he reached the zenith of imperial power, confronting darkness at the peak of his reign. Ultimately, he fought against the Black Immortal, achieving a stalemate and solidifying his status as the foremost being beneath the Immortals. Hence, the scripture boldly proclaimed, as the Supreme Body, one shall suppress all enemies. Furthermore, within the Supreme Law, there was another phrase spoken by the Supreme Body at the height of its power: I am invincible beneath the Immortals, and for those above. It is a one-for-one exchange. Indeed, such audacity. This was the essence of the supreme body. Consequently, upon reading these passages, Scherlinger felt her heart tremble with admiration for her sect and her master. She excitedly tucked the supreme law away and pushed open the library door, ready to seek out her master. However, just as she opened the door, 4 figures appeared at the entrance, one of which was a spirit. In that instant, Scherlinger was taken aback, for upon her arrival, there had been only a solitary elder guarding the entrance. Now, 4 figures had suddenly emerged, all gazing intently at her, leaving her feeling quite uneasy. Instinctively, she glanced at the elders seated nearby. The elder smiled warmly and said, "They are your senior brothers and sisters. Go and greet them." Upon hearing the term senior brothers and sisters, Scherlinger sighed in relief and hurriedly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, elder." At that moment, Lin Fan and the others approached, extending their greetings. "You must be the new junior sister." "Hello, I am Lin Fan." Following suit, the other 3 young women introduced themselves. "I am Yi Qingqing." Yi Qingqing nodded expressionlessly, exuding a demeanor of authority. "I am Murong Ingluo." Murong Ingluo smiled so broadly that her eyes nearly closed. "I am Lu Yu." Lu Yu also introduced herself elegantly before breaking into a smile. "Junior sister, have you chosen your cultivation method? Next, shall we head to your residence to cultivate, or take a look at the illusion tower? We can guide you," Lin Fan said cheerfully, embodying the role of an amiable older brother. Scherlinger felt somewhat overwhelmed by the attention and looked at her other senior sisters, who were all watching her intently. In that moment, she felt immensely honored and quickly replied, "My master instructed me to select a cultivation method and seek him out. He must have further arrangements for me." The group smiled slightly and then made their way toward the main peak. Lin Fan led the way, with the 4 young women following closely behind. Particularly enthusiastic was Murong Ingluo, a lively and vivacious traveler, who immediately struck up a conversation with Scherlinger, asking all sorts of questions until she uncovered Scherlinger's story. Upon hearing that Scherlinger had her supreme bone extracted and was subsequently cast into a forbidden area to gather medicinal herbs, her senior brothers and sisters became incensed. Liu exclaimed, "How could there be such a wicked person? It is simply outrageous. Driven by jealousy, they have harmed others. If I encounter that individual, I shall certainly teach her a lesson." Yi Qiqing added, "Cultivation is inherently reliant on oneself. That Xiaoxiao is far too greedy and is destined to go nowhere. Rest assured, junior sister, if we come across her again, we will avenge you and poke at her unique eyes." Lin Fan chimed in, "Indeed, from now on, we are all one family. If you encounter any difficulties, come to us, and we will unite our efforts." "Thank you, senior sisters." "Thank you, senior brothers." Seeing the concern in their eyes, Scherlinger felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Then, with determination, she declared, "I will personally exact my revenge." "Yes, we believe in you. Go for it. You have us by your side." The group chatted merrily as they proceeded toward the main peak. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the sect leader, after sending away his disciples, Chen Xuan promptly retrieved a realm enhancement card to utilize. He was currently at the mid-level of the Great Emperor rank, classified as an adult Great Emperor. This card could elevate him by 1 minor realm with each use. This time, it would undoubtedly allow him to reach the late-stage Great Emperor level. The mere thought of this filled Chen Xuan with excitement. The late-stage Great Emperor was truly a formidable being of immense power. Accomplishing this with just a single card was astonishingly effortless. Moreover, with his myriad enhancements, such as the Eternal Sword Body, Eternal Battle Body, and Extreme Dao Weapons, he believed that upon becoming a late-stage Great Emperor, there would be few rivals beneath the Immortals. Ding! The infusion of power commenced. Boom! The realm enhancement card vanished, and an overwhelming force surged into Chen Xuan's body, catalyzing the further evolution of his flesh and blood. The imprint of heaven and earth deepened, the rhythm of Dao circulated, and the energy contained within each drop of blood and flesh surged anew, as if each droplet had undergone a second creation, encapsulating a miniature universe. Moments later, the breakthrough concluded. A late-stage Great Emperor, seasoned Great Emperor, emerged, perfectly harmonized. Chen Xuan slowly opened his eyes. 2 beams of chaotic extreme light burst forth, seemingly capable of piercing through heaven and earth, transcending both past and future. So, this is the late-stage Great Emperor? Indeed powerful. Compared to the previous adult Great Emperor, the difference was akin to that between a grown man and a child. With such strength, confronting that group of ancient beings would require nothing more than a mere glance. Suddenly, Scherlinger, accompanied by her fellow disciples, arrived at the Grand Hall's entrance, clasping her fists in anticipation of a summons. Chapter 059, Bathing in Sacred Water, Scherlinger reforms the Supreme Bone. Yes, Scherlinger immediately stepped into the Grand Hall, with the other disciples following suit. However, Chen Xian's next words left them all feeling helpless. Lin Fan, Yi Qi Qing, Murong Ing Luo, Lu Yu. Oh. She turned on her heel and walked toward the sacred tree of her true form. The other three exclaimed, indeed. She is a tree, not a single thought in her mind. The three of them sighed in resignation, though they too were curious about their master's intentions when he spoke. They had no choice but to depart. In an instant, the area outside the grand hall fell silent once more. Inside the grand hall, Shilinga felt a touch anxious as she approached Chen Xian and softly said, Master, I have been chosen by the supreme law. Chen Xian nodded as if this were to be expected, then beckoned toward the grand hall's doors. Instantly, the palace doors closed, and the candles within the hall ignited, illuminating the space anew. Witnessing this, Shilinga was momentarily taken aback and queried, Master, why did you close the door? To spare you from embarrassment. Chen Xian replied with a faint smile before directing his gaze toward the floor beside Shilinga. The floor began to indent, forming a pool. Next, Chen Xian produced a purple-golden gourd and began pouring in the chaotic sacred water. Before long, the pool was filled to the brim with the chaotic sacred water, and an extraordinary scene of primordial chaos was reflected upon the ceiling. Disciple, enter and absorb the sacred water. I shall protect you. The sacred water is sufficient to inspire the emergence of a new supreme bone within you. Having completed all preparations, Chen Xian stowed away the purple gold gourd and gradually closed his eyes, resembling a meditative monk. At this moment, Shilinga comprehended the reason behind her master's decision to shut the door. He intended to take a bath. She bit her lip while gazing at the pool brimming with sacred water. Although her master had already closed his eyes, she couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush. After all, for someone of his caliber, even with his eyes closed, he could perceive everything. Yet, he was her master, the one who saved and protected her. She would not hesitate to sacrifice her flesh, even if it meant offering her heart and liver. With a resolute demeanor, Shilinga reached for the belt at her waist. Just then, Chen Xian's voice echoed softly, infused with curiosity. What are you doing removing your clothes? Shilinga responded, puzzled. How can I bathe in the sacred water without undressing? And why close the door if not for that? She looked at Chen Xian, bewildered, only to find that he had opened his eyes, seemingly perplexed by her actions. Master, I am undressing to bathe in the sacred water, she stammered, momentarily taken aback as she offered her explanation. Chen Xian rolled his eyes and clarified, who said you need to undress to bathe? You can simply jump right in. Just jump in? Shilinga was momentarily stunned. However, she was still puzzled and reflexively asked, but you closed the door. I closed the door to prevent you from feeling embarrassed when you're all wet. In that instant, Shilinga finally grasped his implication. Her face turned crimson, and she wished to find a crevice to hide in. She quickly lowered her head, too embarrassed to meet anyone's gaze, and murmured, Disciple, I understand. Then go ahead and enter. Chen Xian closed his eyes once more. With that, Shilinga suppressed her shame, removed her shoes and socks, and stepped into the sacred water. She then seated herself facing her master, gazing at his serene countenance. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she asked softly, Master, is there something wrong? Chen Xian, still in meditation, replied, Speak. Which is more formidable, the innate double pupils or the supreme body? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Chen Xian. For this was crucial to her quest for vengeance. Although the texts had already provided an answer, she trusted her master more. Both are formidable, yet the supreme body is even more powerful. The innate double pupils lead to invincibility. But if the double pupils are invincible, why is the supreme body more powerful? Shilinga's heart raced, and she quickly pressed for an explanation. Haha. Boom. At this revelation, Shilinga was momentarily stunned. At the end of the celestial path, who stands as the summit, witnessing the supreme become naught? So, the supreme body is that extraordinary? She inhaled sharply, feeling reassured. Thus, if she trained earnestly, she need not fear that Shi Yaoyao. With this thought, she closed her eyes and began to absorb the chaotic sacred water with all her might. Observing her, Chen Xian smiled slightly. Though his prior statement held truth, it was incomplete, for there lay another truth behind it. At the end of the celestial path, who stands as the summit, witnessing the supreme become naught. The supreme gazes upward towards the pinnacle, and therein lies eternity. Soon, energy from the sacred water was gradually absorbed by Shiling. Simultaneously, the area on her shoulder where a bone was missing began to resonate with Tao rhythms anew. Before long, a brand new bone was outlined. Yet this was merely the beginning. The Tao rhythms continued to circulate, burrowing into the supreme bone, urging it to grow. However, this time, her supreme bone seemed to radiate an extraordinary aura, gradually awakening. Chen Xian furrowed his brow, fully attentive. The supreme bone grew larger, beginning to connect with her skeletal structure. Yet at this moment, Scherlinger's rate of absorption of the sacred water did not diminish. Rather, it intensified, frantically penetrating her supreme bone. Suddenly, Scherlinger frowned and exclaimed, "Master, I feel quite uncomfortable. My shoulder itches. It seems something is trying to emerge." Hearing her cry, Chen Xuan's brow relaxed. His expression brightened as he reassured her, "Do not worry, my disciple. Your innate divine powers are activating. You are awakening the innate divine powers within your supreme bone." "What? Innate divine powers?" Boom. Scherlinger was jolted, instantly filled with excitement. With her supreme bone, she had naturally heard the legends surrounding it. Innate divine powers, those are the abilities contained within the supreme bone, transcending ordinary skills. But aren't they supposed to be activated only after reaching a high level? Yet here she was, activating them prematurely. This sacred water is indeed extraordinary. She was eager to discover what divine power would awaken. Scherlinger was overwhelmed with exhilaration and gritted her teeth to endure. The color of the sacred water began to clarify, but her discomfort intensified. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she threw her arms wide and cried out, "Ah!" Boom. In that instant, her hair danced as if caught in an invisible wind, and a radiant beam of light erupted from her supreme bone, shooting directly towards Chen Xuan. Chapter 060, Activating the Celestial Calamity Light, an endless source of divine energy. This beam of light appeared to originate from the heavens, imbued with a vast destructive aura, seemingly intent on annihilating everything in existence as it surged towards Chen Xuan. His eyes brightened as he beheld this radiant light, feeling exhilarated. The innate divine power of the supreme bone, the celestial calamity light, is reputed to possess the capability to obliterate all. Truly, she is a disciple of exceptional potential. Having just reformed her supreme bone, she had activated the celestial calamity light. This is indeed a portentous sign. Chen Xuan, unhurried, released a hint of his aura, effortlessly shattering the beam of calamity. While he could easily dispel this light, it did not imply that the light was feeble. The celestial calamity light derives from the great calamity above, capable of annihilating all things. The light she had just unleashed was emitted from the supreme bone, without any prior training. Even so, it could effortlessly pierce the unprotected body of a king realm cultivator. Though lacking defenses, the physical strength of a king realm cultivator rivals that of low-grade divine weapons. Standing still, they are impervious even to those of the sky sovereign realm. One can only imagine that after proper cultivation, this calamity light could indeed obliterate everything. Simultaneously, after releasing the calamity light, Scherlinger felt an overwhelming weakness and began to collapse into the water. Chen Xuan waved his hand, lifting her onto his bed. At that moment, the pool vanished, and the grand hall's floor was instantly restored. "Master, I feel so exhausted." She lay weakly on the bed, gazing at Chen Xuan with weary eyes. "That's to be expected. The celestial calamity light is immensely powerful. You should use it sparingly in the future. Here, take this sacred fruit. It will aid your recovery. Once you regain your strength, practice the supreme technique." "Thank you, Master." Scherlinger expressed her gratitude hurriedly before weakly nibbling on the fruit while lying on the stone bed. Observing this, Chen Xuan slowly made his way towards the exit of the grand hall. The doors opened automatically as he approached. After leaving the hall, Chen Xuan began to wander within the sect, searching for suitable locations to produce divine energy. Although the sect was rich in spiritual energy, the environment could not be squandered. As more disciples joined, provisions for them would naturally be necessary. This would facilitate their external cultivation or accelerate their training. Moreover, he had just acquired the divine energy array, capable of continuously producing divine energy liquid. Not only would this benefit the disciples' cultivation, but it could also serve as a valuable resource. After all, divine energy liquid is currently one of the most precious commodities in the ancient wilderness continent, sought after by all cultivators. Equipped with the divine energy gathering array, the sect effectively possessed a money-making machine, the only one of its kind on the entire continent. It was an exhilarating prospect. Before long, Chen Xuan arrived at a secluded corner of the back mountain, ultimately deciding to establish the divine energy array there. He then took out the grand formation and tossed it. The divine source grand formation landed and took shape. In an instant, spiritual energy began to surge, coalescing into ethereal mist. This mist gathered to form dense spiritual clouds. Some of these clouds hovered midway, some ascended to the zenith, while others only reached the ankles. This was due to an excessive divine source liquid produced within the clouds, which hindered their elevation. The higher the spiritual cloud, the less divine source liquid it contained. Conversely, the lower the cloud, the more liquid it harbored. As large swathes of spiritual clouds floated, a thick fog began to envelop the entire mountain, saturating the atmosphere with spiritual essence. Boom. Soon enough, two clouds collided, causing the divine source liquid to spill forth, resulting in a silent rain of divine source that nourished the earth below. It turned out that the production of divine source liquid occurred in such a manner, far quicker than the ancient times when it dripped drop by drop. Truly, this system-rewarded formation exhibited formidable efficacy. Chen Xuan smacked his lips in satisfaction and then exited the mountain. Upon reaching the entrance, he raised his hand to erect a massive stone, standing it beside the entrance, and inscribed several grand characters upon it. Divine Source Mountain. Gazing upon his proud creation, Chen Xuan slowly departed from the place. After his departure, the Divine Source Mountain continued to gather and form spiritual clouds over time, colliding and dispersing. Within a mere few days, thousands of spiritual clouds took shape within the mountain. Many pressed down to just 3 inches above the ground, easily reachable for the extraction of divine source liquid. Furthermore, to prevent an overflow of divine source liquid, Chen Xuan specifically assigned tasks to the 2 enchanting women, Fenghua and Shuyue. Their task was to collect the source. Indeed, the 2 women, with their alluring physiques, were far too conspicuous, sweeping at the gate all day. During his occasional observations of the outside world, Chen Xuan had repeatedly detected some lecherous cultivators lurking outside the sect, watching the 2 women while secretly engaging in indecent acts. Thus, he promptly reassigned their duties. Since they were fond of work, it was only fitting to change their environment. Consequently, Chen Xuan directed them to the Divine Source Mountain each day to gather the overflowing divine source liquid and store it in the warehouse. Naturally, as they were cultivators, they should not be overburdened with labor. Chen Xuan was not stingy. Having assigned them work, he ensured they received corresponding rewards, unrestricted access to divine source liquid, along with a generous supplementary supply. The 2 women had no objections to this, especially since they were not accustomed to exposing themselves by sweeping. They eagerly set out to collect the source on the very day they received the news. The beauty collecting the source was a delightful sight. In the days that followed, everyone busied themselves with their tasks. The warehouse began to fill with divine source liquid. With the abundance of divine source liquid, the disciples' cultivation steadily advanced. Notably, the progress of Shirling was remarkable. Ever since she awakened her supreme bone and activated her innate powers, her cultivation surged at an astonishing rate, and her transformation was increasingly pronounced. Particularly after studying the supreme techniques, as her cultivation grew, her confidence swelled, and her domineering aura became increasingly prominent. Additionally, during matches with her senior sisters or when facing crises in the illusion tower, she would confidently declare, "I am of the supreme body, destined to crush all foes." Upon uttering this, she would unleash her internal potential, fighting with ever-increasing valor. As she matured and grew stronger, her demeanor underwent a radical transformation. Now, merely standing there would evoke an aura that discouraged any confrontation, as if she were naturally imbued with regal authority. A mere glance from her could instill terror in the timid. This completely altered everyone's perception of her as fragile, and they began to regard her with newfound respect. At this moment, the day for opening the mountain and accepting disciples drew ever closer. Within the grand hall of the sect leader, Wang Zhuemo and Wang Mietian appeared, bearing the completed sect tokens. Sect leader. The sect tokens have been crafted, including those for inner and outer elders, inner and outer disciples, among others. Additionally, we have created corresponding badges that can be worn on the chest for quick identification of one's identity, eliminating the hassle of rummaging for tokens. Chapter 061. A month later, the sect examination officially commences. Oh, let me have a look. Chen Xuan lifted his gaze slightly. Wang Zhuemo immediately presented the sect leader's token and badge with both hands. The token was small, only palm-sized, inscribed with the words sect leader on the front, and Piao Miao sect on the back. The badge was even smaller, only thumb width and half a finger long, featuring a clasp on the back for easy attachment to the chest, also bearing the inscription sect leader. Upon seeing these items and assessing their sturdiness, Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Sect leader. These items are infused with primordial stones, offering formidable defense that is nearly indestructible. Moreover, due to the special properties of the primordial stones, they can record the unique aura of each disciple. Even if the token is lost, one can still identify the bearer as a disciple of the sect through their aura. Wang Zhuemo explained with a smile, lacking the demeanor of a great sovereign, reminiscent of a meritorious minister awaiting commendation. You two are quite thoughtful. Chen Xuan nodded, then infused his aura into the token. Thank you for your praise, sect leader. Both men clasped their fists and bowed. All right, if that is the case, distribute them. Additionally, make some more to be given to new disciples when they arrive. Chen Xuan affixed the sect leader's badge to his chest and waved his hand at the 2. They promptly bowed and exited. Once outside the grand hall, they immediately delivered the tokens to Lu Yu, who was nearest. Lu Yu. This is the identity token issued by the sect leader, representing your status within the sect. Please keep it well. Lu Yu's trunk had already sprouted several willow branches, her once jarred body now bursting with verdant vitality. Upon hearing the elder speak, she immediately manifested from her trunk, saying, "Thank you, elder. Here, I've placed it on your branches." Wang Zhumo placed the larger and smaller tokens on Lu Yu's trunk, then went off to distribute them to others. The 3 elder disciples of the Songhai sect and the 4 other disciples each received their tokens in turn, even the miscellaneous elder Yi Junlin, as well as Fenghua and Shuyue, who were collecting the source on Divine Source Mountain, received their tokens and badges. However, the badges for Fenghua and Shuyue were inscribed with the words "Progressing Disciple." "Sister, this little trinket is quite beautiful. Little sister, we now have status. Let us work hard and ensure we're not driven down the mountain." The 2 women stood amidst the swirling mists of Divine Source Mountain, their figures ethereal, holding the sect tokens with radiant smiles on their faces. Although they came to Divine Source Mountain daily to gather the source, the abundant spiritual energy allowed their cultivation to progress even more rapidly than when they were outside. Even while working, they found themselves breaking through. They had no desire to descend the mountain. Outside in the world, at the entrance of the Piao Miao sect, as the time for the sect's opening drew nearer, the number of cultivators arriving for the sect examination increased exponentially. Especially as the day approached, the influx of visitors surged, soaring into the tens of millions daily. With nearly 100 million cultivators arriving in recent days, this led to a throng outside the Piao Miao sect, with the crowd becoming increasingly congested, leaving no space even to set foot. From atop the sect, one could see at least several 100 million cultivators congregated at the mountain gate, filling the entire chaotic ancient mountain range. The scale of this gathering was so vast that many cultivators had never witnessed anything like it in their lifetimes. Goodness, there are far too many people. Whoa, here comes another wave from above. My dear brother, could you kindly assist me in locating a restroom? I find myself in desperate need, a mere 200 miles away. Is it not possible to endure a little longer? The testing is set to commence in just a few days. Alas, I can bear it no longer. I have already held on for half a month. The days of hardship drag on interminably, each moment a torment amidst the countless cultivators enduring their trials. Yet time, paradoxically, flies by. As we endure, we eagerly await the day of the founding of the mysterious sect. On this momentous day, all the elders and disciples of the mysterious sect gathered in the grand hall of the Sect Master, adorned with their sect insignias, awaiting Chen Xuan's address. Are we all prepared? Chen Xuan adjusted his insignia and looked sternly at the assembly. Inside the hall, the crowd lowered their gazes to their insignias and simultaneously clasped their fists in salute, affirming, "We are ready." Excellent. Let us proceed. It is time to establish the sect and accept disciples. Chen Xuan nodded and led the way, followed closely by the 5 inner door elders, with the 5 disciples trailing behind. Lastly, the refined Feng Wagweiyu and the auxiliary elder Yi Junlin followed suit. The group exited the grand hall of the Sect Master and took to the skies, soaring towards the entrance of the sect. As they made their appearance, an uproar erupted outside the sect, filled with excitement. Look, they have arrived. The mysterious sect's disciples are emerging. Swiftly, word was dispatched to the young lady 300 miles away. The mysterious sect is about to commence accepting disciples. Uncle, everyone is awake. You must hurry and fly up. The mysterious sect is likely beginning to accept disciples. Xiaochen, wake up. I apologize, but I shall postpone my sales until I have joined the sect. In an instant, millions of cultivators became invigorated, all turning their gazes toward the plaza in front of the mysterious sect, scrutinizing the insignias to discern the identities of those present. After all, aside from Song Haishao, Feng Wagweiyu, and Yi Junlin, most others were unfamiliar faces. Particularly striking were the Sect Master Chen Xuan and his several charming disciples. Yet, among them, the most captivating was Lu Yu, an ethereal being seemingly composed of pure spirit, exuding an extraordinary aura. That woman appears to be a spirit. Good heavens, it truly is a spirit, and her insignia suggests she is a direct disciple. How formidable is the mysterious sect to accept spirits? Truly inclusive? Yet, she must still be human. No wonder they dared to disregard the Soul Palace a month ago. It turns out they have spirits among their ranks. This spirit is exceptional. Her spiritual essence extraordinarily pure. If the Soul Palace were to learn of this, it would spell trouble. Humph, the mysterious sect clearly does not fear the Soul Palace. They are unafraid to accept them. I must join the mysterious sect. Is that youthful figure the 108th Sect Master of the mysterious sect? So young. I have heard he single-handedly defeated 3 Emperor-level cultivators. Truly a sect of recluses, it seems they have few disciples. I wonder what the criteria for acceptance are. Look, ancestor, that is our family's elder, indeed. The auxiliary elder. The millions of cultivators were filled with excitement. Observing this, Chen Xuan slightly raised his hand. summoning the testing celestial ladder. In an instant, a resplendent white jade ladder, soaring 999 tiers high, manifested before them. Chapter 62. All ascend the celestial ladder. Xiao Chun and Han Pao Pao. The ladder towered majestically, composed entirely of white jade, with 999 steps that seemed to touch the heavens. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the ladder, the millions of cultivators fell silent, their attention riveted upon it. At this moment, Chen Xuan spoke. This is the testing celestial ladder, the first test to gauge your potential. Cultivation talent is merely one aspect of a person's potential. A low talent does not equate to a lack of potential. As long as you can ascend the ladder, you may still become a disciple of our sect. Moreover, this ladder comprises 999 tiers, corresponding to 10-star potential. Those who reach the summit shall possess 10-star potential and may choose to become a direct disciple of the Sect Master or select any inner door elder as their mentor. Those who ascend between the 9th and 900 tiers will possess 9-star potential and may become inner door disciples, personally instructed by an inner door elder of their choosing. Contingent upon the elder's consent, reaching between the 69th and 699th tiers will yield 8-star potential, qualifying one as an outer door disciple. Mentored by an outer door elder, anyone who successfully navigates the celestial ladder will automatically enter the second stage of the temperament test, provided one's temperament is sound. They may directly join the sect. Chen Xuan's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of every cultivator, akin to the sound of a drum. Initially, he had intended to employ different methods to assess the disciple's potential, yet he never anticipated the emergence of the potential testing celestial ladder and the heart-reflecting mirror. Upon hearing this, the millions of cultivators erupted in a frenzy. One test? This seems rather simple. What on earth is the potential testing celestial ladder? I have never heard of such a thing. Is potential more important than cultivation talent? If 10-star potential corresponds to 10-star talent, the mysterious sect's acceptance criteria appear rather high. After all, 9-star talent is already legendary. Moreover, it seems 9-star potential is even more challenging to attain than 9-star talent. 9-star talent allows entry to sacred lands and the title of Holy Son. Yet here one can only become an inner door disciple? Which is more formidable, 9-star talent or 9-star potential? Regardless, the testing ladder shall not impede my progress. Han Pao Pao. You are swift. I hope you don't fall behind. As the crowd discussed the testing ladder, each harbored distinct thoughts and intentions. Observing this, Chen Xuan immediately declared, "Commence." Boom. With his words, the cultivators erupted into chaos. Countless cultivators, prepared in advance, leaped into the air the moment Chen Xuan finished speaking, charging toward the first tier. Charge. Forward, we shall not relent until we reach the summit. Let us go, brothers. Press on. Haha. I possess 7-star talent. I shall forge ahead. Sister-in-law, please stay safe. I shall go. Uncle, please be careful. Do not act recklessly and hurt yourself. In an instant, thousands of cultivators sprang into action, racing toward the testing celestial ladder. Fearful that if they flew too slowly, they would be left behind. Meanwhile, in the plaza of the sect, Lu Song arranged a row of tables and chairs, respectfully inviting Chen Xuan to take his seat. Chen Xuan did not depart the scene but nodded and took his place at the head, observing the testing process. This testing will span 7 days, and as the Sect Master, it is imperative for him to make an appearance. He may not attend thereafter, but it is essential for him to be present on the first day. After all, he is the Sect Master. Shortly after Chen Xuan settled in, others took their seats in order and began to watch intently. At the testing celestial ladder, thousands of cultivators simultaneously reached the first step and began to leap with all their might. Yet, before the ladder, no matter how high their cultivation, they could only ascend one step at a time, unable to leap over tiers. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands had scaled several steps, their speed astonishing. Meanwhile, those who arrived late could only scramble upwards in a crowded manner. Fortunately, the ladder was wide enough to accommodate millions of cultivators on each step. Though it felt congested, it would become increasingly spacious further up. My lord, look. The young master has surged to the front. Wonderful, wonderful. We shall feast tonight. My lady, look. The young lady is also among the leaders. Oh my darling. I am utterly thrilled. You must persevere. Your Majesty. The young prince has ascended. Though he did not reach the top ranks, he has climbed over 30 steps, qualifying for the second tier. The young prince shall surely enter the mysterious sect. How splendid. I am the sovereign, shall have a worthy successor, provided he is accepted into the Misty Sect. I shall immediately release his beloved. In an instant, countless families accompanying their children were filled with exhilaration as they witnessed their offspring leading the charge. However, joy was not universal. Some families, unable to locate their children or witnessing them lagging behind, erupted in furious complaints. Where has my son gone? Why can I not see him? My lord, look below. Good heavens, what a useless wretch. Is this truly my progeny? While others have nearly reached the 100th step, he remains stuck at the 10th? For heaven's sake, he can't even keep up with the pace. The scene was one of utter chaos. Although some had already ascended beyond the 100th step, throngs of cultivators continued their fervent rush towards the first tier of the testing ladder. Given the sheer number of participants, many found themselves distanced from the goal. Among them was Shen Ping. As he observed a youth surging ahead towards the 200th step, he felt a sense of urgency. However, his sister-in-law was merely an ordinary person, and being too close posed a risk to her and her daughter's safety, as it was a final request from a dear friend. Thus, he was reluctantly forced to maintain a distance. To his dismay, this distance proved disadvantageous. By the time he arrived at the first step, others had already reached above the 600th step. The 600th step marked the minimum entry requirement for the Misty Sect. At that moment, countless individuals gazed upwards. Look, is that not the youth previously pursued by the Soul Palace, Xiaochen? He has surged to the front. Goodness. Miss, look. Young Master Xiaochen has claimed the first position. Princess Xiaochen has indeed chosen wisely. He is extraordinary. Oh, who is that behind Xiaochen? He's also remarkably swift. Suddenly, another individual emerged, rapidly closing the gap with Xiaochen, capturing countless gazes. The arrival of this newcomer was particularly captivating. He is about to catch up with Xiaochen. How impressive. Good heavens, another genius has appeared. Wait, is that Han Pao Pao? The one who usually dashes away at the slightest hint of danger? Incredible. How does he possess such potential to run so swiftly? Han Pao Pao? The one whose misfortunes befall any sect he joins? Is that him? At that moment, the crowd was left astounded. Chapter 063, A Race to the Top. Shen Ping and Wu Da. This was merely the inaugural disciple recruitment of the Misty Sect. The sheer number of participants was astonishing, and the presence of so many top-tier geniuses surpassed everyone's expectations. Particularly, the two individuals leading the charge had created a substantial gap between themselves and the other cultivators. Moreover, Han Peopeo's infamous unfortunate disposition was well known. Wherever he went, calamity followed. Several of his masters had perished. No sect dared to accept him. If he were to join a sect, would misfortune not follow them as well? One could only hope that the three inner elders of the Misty Sect could withstand such a fortune. Surely they would be able to. Those three elders could effortlessly rend the void and annihilate three sects. Their strength was formidable. Let us hope. Alas, this Han Pao Pao is a harbinger of misfortune. May the Misty Sect be able to quell his bad luck. Otherwise, should my kin be selected, I fear my family may also suffer misfortune. Some who knew Han Pao Pao exchanged worried whispers. Meanwhile, atop the ladder, Han Pao Pao surged forward with increasing speed. In no time, he caught up to Xiaochen. At this moment, Xiaochen, bearing the heavenly measuring ruler, was still focused on his sprint. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt a jolt of surprise. Internally, he mused, indeed. This recruitment by the Misty Sect has attracted a multitude of talents. But the first position shall be mine. With that thought, he hastened his pace, instantly creating a competitive chase with Han Pao Pao, propelling them both upwards and leaving all others far behind. The crowd was left in utter astonishment. Everyone was unable to contain their excitement. At this moment, the two were already racing past the 700th step. It was noteworthy that not a single individual had yet achieved entry to the 600th step, and those reaching 500 were exceedingly rare. The two geniuses had established a distance of 200 steps from the rest, demonstrating their immense potential. It was evident that among those accepted by the Misty Sect, only the extraordinary would prevail. Miss, young Master Xiaochen has been overtaken. What shall we do? Princess, Xiaochen has fallen to second. I believe he will reclaim first. Fear not. Young Master Xiaochen is composed and steady, unlike that other individual who is solely focused on speed. I trust young Master Xiaochen will surely become first. Some of the elder female cultivators, accompanying their families, stood at the base of the ladder, gazing up and fervently praying for their white knight, Xiaochen. However, joy was juxtaposed with despair. Many cultivators on the ladder were hindered by their own potential, struggling to ascend further. Why can I not progress beyond the 230 steps? I possess a 3-star talent. Yet, I am stuck at 230. Even the abandoned child of a neighboring family has reached the 300th step. No, I cannot give up. I am exhausted. I have reached the skyward realm, maintaining a leading position among my peers, yet I cannot advance further. Is 550 steps my limit? No, I refuse to accept this. With my 7-star talent, I shall not concede defeat. Sister, do not mind me. You must ascend. The hopes of our family rest upon you. Quickly, strive to enter the Misty Sect. 599 steps. Just one more. If I can reach the next step, our family shall be secure. My lord, my lord. The young master has ascended to the 600th step. He is the third to do so. Ah, my son has secured a place in the Misty Sect. How marvelous. How wonderful. Ha! At this moment, as the testing progressed, both those atop the ladder and those below were wholly invested and exceedingly anxious. Especially those who had reached the 600th step, whether family or the individuals themselves, were overwhelmed with excitement. Yet, at that moment, a figure surged through the crowd, directly stepping onto the steps beyond the 600th. Unceasingly, he surpassed cultivators above the 600th step, continuing his swift ascent. 601 steps. 602 steps. 603 steps. With each step taken, he outpaced 1 or 2 cultivators. In the blink of an eye, he became the third in the entire gathering. Upon witnessing yet another youth emerge, the crowd was once again astounded. Goodness! Another genius. Look how effortlessly he moves. Who is he? It is Xianxiaaudio. Oh my goodness! It truly is Xianxiaaudio. I cannot believe he possesses such potential, ascending beyond 600 steps. I thought he would drop out. Elder. Is this Xianxiaaudio the same Shenping? Indeed, sister-in-law. It is brother Shen. He has now reached 650 steps. Oh, how delightful. Uncle. Have you finally secured qualification for the Misty Sect? Daughter, look. Your godfather has obtained a place in the Misty Sect. When you grow up, you too shall join the Misty Sect. I understand, mother. With godfather in the Misty Sect, we need not fear being bullied. Moreover, I will certainly join the Misty Sect to support you and avenge father. The mother and daughter embraced, weeping with joy. Friends accompanying them were at a loss for words. Yet as they witnessed Shenping's rapid ascent, their desire to protect the mother and daughter intensified. As the saying goes, one attains enlightenment. And even chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Now that a good friend had joined the Misty Sect, his status would naturally rise alongside it. It is imperative to safeguard the sister-in-law of Xuan, allowing him to focus on his cultivation. As he silently resolved this, all eyes turned towards him, particularly noting Shenping's solitary yet determined figure, whose unwavering speed stood out against the towering staircase. Moreover, as they ascended the ladder, both Xiaoqin and Han Paopao felt increasingly strained, causing their rapid progression to falter and granting Shenping an opportunity to pursue. Whether it was due to the differences between potential and talent tests or perhaps the proximity to his sister-in-law, Shenping found himself invigorated after each encounter, deepening his understanding of cultivation. Now, nearing the 700th step, he felt remarkably at ease. Perhaps this time he could defy fate, ultimately rising to become an inner disciple of the Misty Sect. Go, Shenping. Entering the sect is the pathway to greatness. With fervor, Shenping motivated himself and surged forward. However, just a few steps into his charge, another figure appeared in the cleared space, becoming the fourth contender and sparking a wave of astonishment. This individual moved with greater speed than Shenping, rivaling the initial prowess of Xiaoqin and Han Paopao. Clad in simple garb with a compass at his waist, he appeared youthful, yet exuded an air of gravity that made him inscrutable. Yet, some recognized him immediately. By heavens! It truly is him. Is he this formidable? It's Wu De, indeed, exclaimed the crowd in disbelief. How could it be him? I must eliminate him for daring to plunder my ancestors' tomb. He has desecrated my ancestors' burial goods. Instantly, those familiar with Wu De erupted in fervent outcries. Chapter 064. Ascending the 900th step of the ladder, an astonishing physique. Among the throng, an elderly eunuch was overwhelmed with excitement, momentarily forgetting his surroundings. But he is already qualified for sect entry, Your Majesty. This is merely the first challenge. A second awaits. If he succeeds in entering the sect, let it be. If not, let him be dismantled and fed to the dogs. Indeed, Your Majesty is wise. It is exhausting to have such a servant with no initiative. Similar scenes unfolded in various corners of the crowd. Some who were unfamiliar with Wu De merely asked curiously, only to be met with irritation from those around them. From what I hear, that person enjoys grave robbing and has offended many. Yes, he is indeed a grave robber. The last time I went to burn paper for my father, he suddenly crawled out from my father's grave, scaring me to death. Now I can't even stand. Surely, you are not just referring to burning paper. Well, yes, but I also brought along 2 concubines for a camping trip. Camping at the grave? Is that really the focus? The key issue is that he was digging up my father's grave. Brother, can you not grasp the central point here? Who would have thought he would gain entry into the Misty Sect? What shall we do now? The grudge of grave robbing is unforgivable. I wish a bolt of lightning would strike that Wu De dead. My brother merely threatened him, and as a result, 3 ancestral graves were excavated. It infuriates me. Me too. I had a minor dispute with him at a tavern and tried to drug him to embarrass him, but he ended up disturbing my great-grandfather's grave. Now my father is searching for him everywhere. Who would have thought he would come here? Others who had suffered similar grievances seemed to find solace in shared suffering, gritting their teeth as they lamented their misfortunes. However, many remained unfamiliar with Wu De, regarding him instead as a gifted individual, speculating on how far he would ascend the ladder. On the ladder, Wu De pressed onward, drawing ever closer to Xinping, oblivious to the curses directed at him from below. Of course, knowing would not matter. He had been a grave robber his entire life and had long since ceased to care. Moreover, it was not his intention to invade others' tombs. His very being was marked by an innate extreme constitution. Yes, the extreme physique. While rare among men, it existed, and he was a unique case. The manifestation of this extreme within him rendered him irresistibly drawn to, making him yearn to delve into graves. Yet, he could not resist. The sensation was utterly euphoric. He believed nothing in the world could bring as much joy as entering a grave. As for the resentment of others, let it be. After all, he only dug where others sought him out. All actions are governed by cause and effect. Thus, with these thoughts, Wu De reached Xinping's side. After exchanging glances, Wu De greeted him first. Greetings, fellow cultivator. I am Wu De. We shall be fellow disciples henceforth, so do look after me. I shall await you above. With that, he quickened his pace, overtaking Xinping to claim the third position. Xinping, watching Wu De's figure recede into the distance, gritted his teeth and hastened his own speed to give chase. Meanwhile, below the ladder, observing the four figures advancing ahead, the crowd could not help but express their admiration. These four were truly exceptional. Even the fourth contender had surpassed the 800th step. It seemed they were destined to become inner disciples. Sister-in-law, look. Shen Dao Yu has entered the 800th step, just 100 steps away from becoming an inner disciple. Wow, that Han Pao Pao has reached the 900th step. How impressive. The first inner disciple has emerged. Miss, young Master Xiao has also ascended to the 900th step. How remarkable. Wow, the second inner disciple has come to light. The pace of the two behind seems to have slowed. I wonder if they can reach the inner door. Hey, another has entered the 700th step. Sigh. My son is undoubtedly talented, sought after by countless sects, yet he struggles to climb past the 600th step. Master, it's bad. The young master was bitten by a demon snake while he was relieving himself. In the plaza, upon learning that someone had reached the 900th step, Chen Xuan, sipping tea, lifted his gaze slightly. Below the 900th step, only Wu De and Xinping remained, steadily advancing past the 800th mark, occupying the third and fourth positions respectively. Such a remarkable sight piqued Chen Xuan's curiosity, prompting him to open the information panels of these four individuals for a closer look. Name, Xiao Chen. Physique, no special physique. Purely reliant on talent. Realm, sixfold sky of air control. Potential, currently being tested. Click here for early viewing. Experience, a youthful genius mistakenly thought to be a waste due to his encounter with the spirit of a medicinal soul within a ring, leading to the annulment of his engagement. Out of frustration, he vowed a 3-year pact, subsequently cultivating successfully with the spirit's guidance, fulfilling his promise. Now, having completed his vow, he is on a journey to restore the corporeal form of the medicinal saint, leading to a soul leak and pursuit by the soul palace, resulting in his flight. Name, Han Pao Pao. Realm, fivefold sky of air control. Physique, body of misfortune. Potential, currently being tested. Click here for early viewing. Experience, left home at a young age, joined a sect to cultivate. Narrowly escaped after being turned into a human pill by his master. Stumbled upon a fragmented celestial artifact, the green bottle, which launched his rise. However, due to his misfortune physique, calamities follow him wherever he goes, most notably affecting his sect and master. Just months ago, he obliterated his sect, leaving no survivors, and began a life of wandering. Name, Wu De. Realm, fivefold sky of air control. Physique, extreme body. Potential, currently being tested. Click here for early viewing. Experience, born with an extreme constitution, irresistibly drawn to the most of objects. He delights in grave robbing, sleeping in tombs alongside corpses. In such places, both his cultivation and insights flourish exponentially, leading to rapid progress. Name, Xinping. Realm, second sky of spirit sea. Physique, dual cultivation body. Potential, currently under testing. Click here for an early preview. Experience, from a young age, I comprehended the truths of life, acting with caution and never succumbing to temptation. After years of secluded cultivation, I emerged following a grievous injury sustained by a neighbor during a treasure hunt in a secret realm, entrusting my wife and children to him. Thus, I left my sanctuary, bringing my fellow cultivator's family to seek refuge. Note, dual cultivation physique activates automatically upon the first cohabitation, with subsequent partners diminishing its effect by half. The more partners, the weaker the effect. My physique is now activated. Soon, for detailed pieces of information appeared before Chen Xuan. After perusing these revelations, he fell into silence. The absurdity of the top 4 was truly staggering. Chapter 065. The emergence of the top 4 and the commencement of the heart testing. The top 4. each more outrageous than the last. Even Chen Xuan was taken aback. The body of misfortune and the extreme Ying body were one thing. Given the formidable strength of the Miaoliao sect, he was unfazed by such calamities. Even tomb raiding seemed trivial. Yet, the final contender, Shenping, possessed a dual cultivation physique. Each instance of cohabitation augmented his understanding now. That was indeed preposterous. Could one not become invincible simply by indulging in slumber? As the top 4 prodigies emerged, only Xiao Chen seemed ordinary in comparison. Chen Xuan silently rubbed his forehead and shifted his gaze towards Xiao Chen, eager to discern the extent of this disciple's potential. As for the clickable preview, he felt disinclined to engage. The results would soon be unveiled. As Chen Xuan lifted his gaze, the individuals on the heavenly ladder became increasingly frantic, as if under scrutiny, desperately scrambling upwards to showcase their prowess, particularly at the pinnacle. Xiao Chen had already ascended to the 990th floor. However, at this juncture, he felt an immense resistance. Each step was an arduous endeavor. Yet, he pressed on, especially invigorated by the sensation of Chen Xuan's gaze upon him. Was the Sect Master astonished by my potential? No, not enough. I must ascend further. Striving to astonish the Sect Master, to make my name, Xiao Chen, resonate throughout the world. Nailing Yin, did you not look down upon me? Today, I shall demonstrate that I can not only surpass you, but also achieve renown across the globe. Just 9 more floors to the summit. I must reach the pinnacle. With a mighty shout, Xiao Chen lifted his leg and ascended another step. Boom. Below the heavenly ladder, countless individuals trembled anew. Another step gained. My goodness. Miss, look. Young Master Xiao has ascended another step. Sensing the attention from below, upon reaching the 991st floor, Xiao Chen continued his ascent. Boom. 992. Boom. 993. Boom. 994. Boom. Boom. Before long, Xiao Chen's progress halted at the 998th level. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not breach the final layer. Am I destined to remain at the 998th floor? Xiao Chen murmured, contemplating another attempt, but Elder Yu swiftly interjected. Enough. Xiao Chen, this testing ladder exerts tremendous pressure. Merely reaching this height is commendable, and a heart of invincibility is far more significant than potential. Do not act impulsively. A heart of invincibility surpasses potential. Upon hearing Elder Yao's words of reassurance, Xiao Chen recognized their validity and relinquished his pursuit of the final step. Potential, while it may bind one's future, does not signify that mortals cannot defy the heavens. It is the unwavering heart that holds the utmost importance. With this realization, Xiao Chen turned gracefully to face the multitude below. In that instant, his long hair danced in the wind, and his elegant figure evoked a renewed uproar from the crowd. Wow, so handsome. Young Master Xiao. Countless enamored maidens gazed at him with adoration. Even without reaching the final step, he remained a prince charming in the eyes of many. At this moment, witnessing Xiao Chen's still figure, not only did the crowd below erupt in excitement, but even Han Paopao, Wu De, and Shen Ping, who had also reached the 900th floor, were struck with astonishment. 998 floors. How swift. Although all 3 had surpassed the 900 floor mark. Only upon entering did they grasp the magnitude of the pressure, which intensified with each ascent. It was almost more formidable than a Kuan. This testing truly gathered the gifted. With such high standards, for individuals had surpassed the 900 floor threshold. However, I, Han Paopao, rely solely on my speed. I too shall claim first place. In that moment, Han Paopao steeled himself, clenching his fists to unleash his hidden potential, striving to surge upwards. Instantly, Wu De, trailing behind Han Paopao, was taken aback. They had just managed to catch up. Yet, the other was off again. What the? Concealing strength. If that is the case, then I shall not hold back. Boom. Wu De also clenched his fists, propelling himself with all his might. In no time, the two transformed into racing champions, unwilling to slow their pace. Moments later, they each found themselves halted at the 997th and 95th floors, respectively, securing 2nd and 3rd place. Unable to ascend further. This is where I must stop. Han Paopao at the 997th floor turned to face the multitude of cultivators. Wu De slowly turned as well. Thus, the top 3 were firmly established. In an instant, the crowd erupted into another wave of astonishment. Unable to ascend further. My heavens, they managed to climb that high. 3 of the top 4 had come to a standstill. The last contender, however, remained uncertain if he would surpass them. Uncle, go for it. Fellow cultivator Shun, strive hard. You must surpass them. Countless onlookers directed their gazes toward the still climbing Shenping. Shenping, sensing the attention, took a deep breath and continued his ascent with unwavering calm. He could not rush. The pressure here was tremendous. Any sudden exertion would result in being pushed down, so a steady and measured approach was the best course of action. He advanced steadily, unhurried. 960, 970, 980, 990. Finally, Shen Ping's figure halted at the 990 floor, unable to proceed further. Recognizing his limits, he turned without hesitation, accepting the 4th position with composure. In that moment, the 4 inner disciples stood out prominently. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The 5th place contender remained stuck at merely 700 layers, unable to advance. The gap between the top 4 and the 5th was over 200 layers, showcasing the terrifying disparity. Observing the halted top 4, Chen Xuan on the main seat felt a tinge of disappointment. With so many participants, not a single one reached the 10-star potential. Although Xiao Chun was incredibly close, he still fell short. This indicated that 10-star potential was indeed rare. I hope that in the coming days, a few 10-star talents will emerge. Chen Xuan pondered silently, then gestured to Lu Cong to indicate it was time for the next test. Lu Cong nodded and announced loudly, "All cultivators above 600 layers. Please register your personal information in order of layers, and then participate in the 2nd phase of the heart testing. As long as the heart test is passed, one may enter the sect." Boom. With these words, all who met the criteria surged towards the plaza to register, while some individuals still contemplated whether they could ascend to greater heights. The thought of needing to climb several hundred levels to reach the inner gate dissuaded them from continuing their arduous journey. They thus turned to join the queue for registration. After all, enduring a few levels was manageable, yet attempting to conquer hundreds was merely a delusion. Ultimately, a few extra levels would not alter their status as outer disciples. In due course, a throng gathered harmoniously, led by Xiaochen, Han Paopao, Wu De, and Shen Ping. The 4 of them strode forth like triumphant heroes, their heads held high under the gaze of countless onlookers, eliciting an atmosphere rife with envy and admiration. Chapter 066, The Mother-Child Heart-Testing Mirror, The Embarrassed Cultivator. Out of billions of cultivators, only 4 attained the qualification to enter the inner sanctum, a testament to the stringent standards of the mysterious sect. How infuriating. Why can't I even ascend to the 100th level? My talent should suffice. If these 4 succeed in joining the sect, they will undoubtedly emerge as formidable figures with boundless prospects. It is imperative to cultivate a favorable relationship with them. Indeed, I have heard that Yu Qingxing from the Yi family has joined the sect for over a month and has already reached the later stage of concentration. It is said that she is on the verge of becoming a celestial king. How terrifying is that? Is it true? Absolutely. The speed of her breakthroughs is astonishing. It's incredible. I am utterly envious. As the crowd gazed upon the individuals who had qualified for the outer gate, their expressions were filled with longing and jealousy. These were the ones who had successfully logged over 600 levels of the celestial ladder. Although logging 600 levels allowed for entry, there were merely over 100 individuals who achieved this feat. Out of billions, only a scant 100 or so reached the 6-star potential, with most being 6 stars and only a select few attaining 7 stars. The odds are staggering. Though merely outer disciples, once they join the sect, these individuals will undoubtedly evolve into dominating figures. At this moment, in the courtyard before the gates, tables and chairs for registration were set up in front of Chen Xuan. Lu Hai was responsible for registering the inner disciples, while Lu Xiao took charge of the outer disciples. Lu Cong was assigned to accompany Chen Xuan, standing guard and providing explanations. Meanwhile, Wang Zhuemo and Wang Mietian were tasked with overseeing the 2nd phase of the temperament test. Additionally, Chen Xuan's direct disciples and miscellaneous disciples were responsible for maintaining order and providing guidance. In short, everyone had their roles to fulfill. Everyone, this way, please. At that moment, Lin Fan arrived with Yi Qingsheng, Murong Ingluo, Lu Yu, and Shiling all adorned with true disciple badges, leading Xiao Chun and the others towards Lu Hai. Xiao Chun, Han Paopao, Wu De, and Shen Ping were individuals of exceptional temperament, each possessing their own pride. However, upon seeing the inscriptions on the badges and sensing the profound aura emanating from these true disciples of the mysterious sect, they were taken aback and instinctively subdued their arrogance. What a powerful aura. It surpasses even my deceased master. The true disciples of the mysterious sect are indeed formidable. These senior sisters appear younger than me, yet their depth is unfathomable. They are undoubtedly masters of the concentration stage. The mysterious sect is truly not to be underestimated. Although they are of similar age, they are as different as a sparrow is to a swan, or as stars are to mere grains of sand. The 4 exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation, and respectfully clasped their fists in gratitude. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters. After expressing their gratitude, they approached Lu Hai with utmost courtesy, bowing in respect. We pay our respects to the elder. One by one, please. What is your name? How old are you? And where do you hail from? Lu Hai greeted them with a warm smile, leaning over the table with a brush in hand, exuding the demeanor of a kind elder. Though his demeanor was more amiable than that of the senior brothers and sisters, they dared not underestimate him. for he was a being capable of obliterating a super sect with a mere wave of his hand. I am Disciple Xiaoqin, age 23, from the current realm. And you? I am Disciple Han Pao Pao. Aged before long, the registration of the 4 inner disciples was completed. The process also served as a means of mutual introduction regarding their identities. Subsequently, under Lin Fan's guidance, they approached Wang Zhumo and Wang Yetian, awaiting the forthcoming temperament test. However, as they stood in a line, gazing at the vast emptiness around them, a sense of unease and tension washed over them. After all eyes were upon them, these esteemed figures. While they were regarded as geniuses in the outside world, within this realm, they felt as though they were insignificant. Fortunately, the registration of outer disciples proceeded swiftly. Shortly, the over 100 outer disciples, having completed their registration, gathered under the guidance of the elder Yi Junlin and Feng Huashuiyu, aligning themselves with Xiaoqin and his companions, with the presence of others. The 4 felt a slight easing of their anxiety. Once everyone was in place, Wang Zhumo, with a stoic expression, produced a mirror and tossed it into the air. Instantly, the once 1-foot mirror expanded into a colossal device that enveloped all disciples within its gaze, reflecting their images. Over 100 individuals curiously looked up at their reflections, bewildered by the nature of this temperament test. At that moment, Wang Zhumo spoke calmly. This is the mother-child heart-testing mirror. It allows you to enter an illusion, revealing your thoughts and actions within. Those whose temperaments are deemed unqualified will see their reflections darken. The darker the image, the more flawed the temperament. When the test concludes, those whose images remain unchanged may enter the sect. Are you ready? After this explanation, the crowd paused, clearly astonished, especially those with ulterior motives, who began to hastily devise solutions. Yet there was little time for contemplation as others with impure thoughts shouted in unison, "We are ready." Good. Let us begin. With these words, the disciples scarcely had a moment to prepare as Wang Zhumo infused the mirror with his essence, instantly activating it. In an instant, darkness enveloped the vision of all disciples, casting them into their respective illusions. One individual with impure thoughts found himself within the dilapidated mysterious sect, gazing upon crumbling walls, injured disciples, and the corpses of fallen elders, immediately succumbing to nefarious intentions. The mysterious sect has fallen? What fortune! Let me see if there are any valuables to seize and escape. As his thoughts turned into action, his reflection in the mirror darkened immediately. Especially when he encountered a male disciple of lower cultivation attempting to obstruct him, he wasted no time binding the individual, preparing to strip him of his garments. At that moment, his reflection morphed into a pitch-black figure. Meanwhile, his true self appeared as if possessed, with vacant eyes and a twisted grin, exclaiming, "What a splendid figure! Do not move, I shall be swift," and at once he heard a bit. Witnessing this scene, Wang Zhumo's expression darkened. Those eliminated or their families were left speechless. This was merely the beginning. Yet he had already descended into such depths of depravity. How poor was his temperament? And what was that about a splendid figure? What was he doing in the illusion? While the crowd was left bewildered and perplexed, Wang Zhumo, with a glance that could pierce the air, effortlessly cast him from the square, remarking coolly, "Inadequate." A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. All eyes turned towards the fallen individual, their expressions a mixture of surprise and curiosity. The disciple, caught in a moment of embarrassment, had awakened just as he was expelled from the illusion. Realizing that it was all a mere phantasm, overwhelmed with shame, he covered his face and fled. Chapter 067. Within the illusion, what constitutes a pitiable affair? As he dashed away, the surrounding cultivators were consumed by curiosity, unable to restrain their inquiries. "Friend, what did you do in the illusion? Your reflection was as dark as coal. You mentioned something about speed. What was that all about? Brother, could you elaborate? I mean no offense, merely curious." Alas, he dared not respond. Who knew if the disciples from the mysterious sect had witnessed his actions in the illusion? If it became known that he had bullied a fellow sect member, he would be utterly humiliated. Even his friends would shy away from him. As he vanished, the crowd shook their heads, turning their attention back to the spectacle, for many others were exhibiting even stranger reactions than the previous disciple. "Haha, my lord, I've stolen the great void technique. Thank you, my lord. What a pitiful sect, devoid of treasures. Huh, an enemy approaches? No, I must flee. Please, don't kill me. I speak the truth. I am an undercover agent. I surrender. I will reveal the location of the mysterious sect's treasures. Spare me. What of my fondness for men? I acknowledge that peeking at my fellow brothers in the bath was wrong, but we are all men, so what does it matter?" Soon, one by one, figures began to darken. The cowardice and treachery of other factions became glaringly evident. Some family members, witnessing their kin's disgraceful behavior, felt a surge of indignation. Particularly Chen Xuan. Though unperturbed, he found the events unfolding within the illusion utterly exasperating. Unlike others who could only deduce a person's actions from their words, Chen Xuan could see clearly what everyone was doing in the illusion, as he held the sub-mirror of the mother-child heart query mirror before him. The mother-child heart query mirror. The mother mirror illuminated the crowd, while the sub-mirror displayed the contents of the illusion. At this moment, the sub-mirror lay on the table before Chen Xuan, showcasing the scene of the disciple peeking at his fellow brother in the bath. In the mirror, at the water's edge, stood a youth beneath the moonlight, splashing water onto his chest. The cascading droplets formed a breathtaking image of a handsome, young man bathing. Meanwhile, the peeping disciple hid behind a nearby tree, his eyes wide with desire. Yet he was soon caught by an elder, leading to his embarrassing justification. Lord Sect Leader, perhaps we should view something else. Lu Song, standing beside Chen Xuan, couldn't help but darken in countenance and awkwardly interject. After all, compared to the disciples who betrayed their sect, this was far more excessive. With the voyeur expelled, Chen Xuan promptly shifted the mirror's focus to the inner disciples. As future members of the inner circle, their character was worth examining. Soon, the illusion of Xiaochen appeared in the mirror's realm. In the vision, a woman led a group of powerful beings attacking the mysterious sect. Xiaochen had become a core disciple, surrounded by the corpses of fellow sect members. Yet he stood resolutely at the mountain gate, sword in hand. Nailin Yin, if you wish to breach the mysterious sect, you must first step over my dead body. Kill. Within the illusion, Xiaochen steadfastly defended the mountain gate, undeterred. Seeing this, Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction, murmuring to himself, this young man possesses integrity. He is a talent worth cultivating. He then redirected the mirror to Han Pao Pao. As the scene transitioned, Han Pao Pao's surroundings materialized. In the illusion, Han Pao Pao, severely injured, was carrying a fellow elder of the mysterious sect while fleeing, pursued by a throng of cultivators. Hurry, Han Pao Pao. The mysterious sect has been annihilated. Surrender now. You cannot escape. Hand over the elder of the mysterious sect, and you may be spared. Master, let me go? I will hold them off for you. You must escape. I shall ensure the mysterious sect is revived. No, I have lost too many masters. This time, I will not abandon anyone. Ah, little green bottle. Aid me. Boom. A small green bottle flew from his waist, expanding into a gourd-like form, lifting the two of them away. What kind of weapon is this? Lu Tsong furrowed his brow, fixating on the small green bottle in the mirror. It appeared to be akin to a legendary broken celestial artifact. Yet its aura was utterly depleted, rendered completely useless. Chen Xuan also observed the small green bottle for a time, ultimately drawing the same conclusion. Regardless of whether it was a celestial artifact, the small green bottle was indeed worthless, its material and effects diminished. Hence Chen Xuan felt no inclination to pursue it further, and continued shifting the scene. The vision swiftly transitioned to Wu De. In the illusion, Wu De found himself amidst a grand tomb, prying open a coffin to loot. However, as he lifted the lid, the sight within startled him. What in the world? Why is it our sect elder? How could our elder be buried here? He stood there, bewildered, eyes gleaming with greed at the treasures within the coffin, yet he refrained from touching them, closing the lid once more. I apologize, elder. I meant no harm. Though I enjoy tomb raiding, I would never desecrate the grave of a family member. Rest peacefully. I shall seal the entrance for you. Observing Wu De's reaction, Chen Xuan nodded approvingly once more, then redirected the mirror to the last disciple, Shen Ping. In Shen Ping's setting, a picturesque valley filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers flourished. Prominently displayed was a badge indicating that this was the mysterious sect. Within the illusion, Shen Ping was entwined with a stunning woman of exquisite beauty. Uncle, how can you bully me so? What if my husband finds out? Sister-in-law, your husband has already passed. He entrusted me with your care. I have honored his dying wish by raising his daughter. Surely he would understand from the depths of the underworld. Indeed, without you, our fates would have been as tragic as any other woman's. For the sake of our daughter, I believe my husband would not mind. As they exchanged tender words, an unfamiliar figure suddenly appeared, pointing accusingly at Shen Ping. Halt. Shen Ping, how dare you insult my wife, after I regarded you as a brother? Today, I shall slay you and annihilate everyone from the mysterious sect. Friend, please allow me to explain. Wait, how did you enter the mysterious sect? Shen Ping stood frozen, perplexed. His sister-in-law, agitated, stepped in front of Shen Ping, exclaiming, Husband, if you must kill someone, let it be me. I willingly surrendered to my uncle to find a protector. Over the years, he has raised our daughter. Without him, we would have faced unimaginable suffering. Friend, I regret to inform you, but having trespassed into the mysterious sect, I must take you into custody for the elders to deliberate. However, I shall intercede on your behalf. In the illusion, bizarre events unfolded. No matter what transpired, Shen Ping's character remained commendable, demonstrating loyalty to the sect. As for his entanglements with his sister-in-law, Chen Xuan chose to remain indifferent. After all, everyone has their own choices. Thus, after witnessing the illusions of the four inner disciples, Chen Xuan slightly reclined, leaning back in his chair. However, he did not dwell on it for long. His direct disciples, on the other hand, were utterly bewildered. Although Shen Ping in the mirror did not appear darkened, it still led to misunderstandings among them. Especially among the female disciples, their gazes increasingly regarded Shen Ping as perverse. Sister-in-law? Fellow Taoist? My heavens, what a tangled web of relationships. In a moment, Yi Qingcheng, Murong Ingluo, and Shi Linger could hardly bear to look. Only Lu Yu, perplexed, asked, what on earth did he do? Why does his sister-in-law as husband want to kill him? The crowd fell silent. Eventually, it was the more open-minded Murong Ingluo who whispered something. Yet upon hearing it, Lu Yu became even more confused, continuing to ponder, what is a matter of compromise? Chapter 068. A plethora of gift packs received. Mass synthesizing summoning cards. The crowd exchanged glances, rolling their eyes in unison. This time, even Murong Ingluo felt embarrassed to explain to Lu Yu. She certainly could not divulge the solution to trigonometric functions. Otherwise, Lu Yu might very well inquire about what a trigonometric function is. Soon enough, as the temperament test progressed, another darkened cultivator was expelled. Only 105 individuals remained on the scene. Yes, precisely 105, out of billions of cultivators. Merely over 100 were selected, including 4 from the inner sect. In an instant, the remaining individuals awoke from their illusions, observing the empty spaces beside them. They secretly felt alarmed. After all, they had all come to formally apprentice, not expecting that among them were indeed a few with impure intentions. Esteemed disciples, you have successfully passed the temperament test. Congratulations on officially becoming disciples of the sect. Proceed to collect your sect tokens. The voice of Wang Zhu Mo immediately awakened the disciples lost in their thoughts. As they regained their composure, joy quickly replaced their confusion, and they excitedly queued to receive their tokens and badges. With the collection of the tokens and the infusion of their essence into them, Chen Xuan's mind was flooded with prompts from the system. Congratulations, host, for receiving a luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack X1. Congratulations, host, for receiving a luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack X1. Congratulations. Congratulations, host, for receiving a regular disciple recruitment gift pack X1. Congratulations, host, for receiving a regular disciple recruitment gift pack X1. Congratulations. Before long, all disciples acquired their identities as sect members, and Chen Xuan received 105 disciple recruitment gift packs. Indeed, the unrestricted recruitment of disciples was extraordinary, with gift packs arriving in droves. However, it remained uncertain if the ordinary and luxurious gift packs contained any treasures. With such thoughts in mind, Chen Xuan prepared to open the packs. At that moment, Lu Cong suddenly reported, Sect Master, Yi Changxing and Murong Zhantian are still awaiting your summons. Pointing to the 2 individuals standing at the front row outside the sect square, he continued. The 2 stood at the very front, surrounded by a throng of clansmen, squeezed into a space with no room to maneuver. Yet still managed to present Chen Xuan with a courteous, albeit awkward, smile. Observing their demeanor, Chen Xuan lightly beckoned with his finger, instantly pulling the 2 from the crowded throng. I have met the Sect Master. They hurriedly bowed, their faces adorned with expressions of flattery, drawing immediate attention. Although the second round of tests had concluded, and Chen Xuan had previously promised Yu Changxing and Murong Zhantian that during the mountain opening for recruitment, they could offer their clan members a chance to cultivate in the sect, the tests still needed to be conducted. However, a slight leniency would be granted. With the opportunity at hand, it was also a good time to inquire and address this matter. Thus, Chen Xuan calmly asked, how many from your 2 clans have been selected? Even the elder of the Yi clan, Yi Junlin, and Yi Qingqing wore expressions of helplessness. After all, this generation of the Yi clan had indeed not been particularly outstanding, with only Yi Qingqing being a person of remarkable talent. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that the Yi clan had pledged their loyalty early on, gaining the Sect Master's favor, which was an immense honor. Then I shall grant you 5 slots. Bring forth the 5 with the highest potential for registration and testing in the outer sect. Chen Xuan nodded, designating 5 slots. Then turned to Murong Zhantian. You shall have 5 slots as well. Go choose your people. Chen Xuan nodded again, upon hearing that both were granted 5 slots. Yi Changxing and Murong Zhantian were overjoyed. After all, that was 5 slots. Out of billions of cultivators, fewer than 100 were selected. Not to mention 5 slots. Even a single slot would be a tremendous blessing. Having 5 slots for their family was enough to propel their clan to greatness. Thus, the 2 hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Sect Master. We take our leave. With that, they excitedly turned to select their candidates. This scene immediately stirred a great uproar among the billions of cultivators. Why were they granted slots? It was unfair. Who are they, after all? Why this preferential treatment? Hush. Do you not understand? Those two are vassal forces of the Piamiao sect. They once came to aid during the 3 sects' assault on Piamiao sect, fully prepared to sacrifice their lives. Do you think these slots were given without reason? Oh, in that case, I have nothing further to say. After all, it was at the cost of their entire clan's lives. That cannot be. Our family is also willing to become vassals. Heh. They have family members within the sect as direct disciples. Do you think anyone can just become a vassal? Ah, so there are requirements for vassals, I see. As this explanation spread, countless dissatisfied individuals had no choice but to resign themselves to acceptance. After all, there is gain with loss. Such is the principle of the ages. As the two departed, Chen Xuan resumed his tranquil posture in the chair, awaiting the conclusion of the tests while quietly opening the disciple recruitment gift packs. After all, it was high time the sect welcomed more members. System, open all ordinary disciple recruitment gift packs. Ding. All ordinary disciple recruitment gift packs opened successfully. Congratulations, host, for receiving 101 Heavenly King summoning cards. Due to the current low level, a maximum of 2 synthesizations is allowed. Congratulations, host, for receiving 1010 strands of Xianwang primordial qi. This qi is formed from the sedimentation of the chaos of heaven and earth. Incredibly heavy, a single strand can distort the void, making it an exceedingly scarce refining material. Congratulations, host, for receiving 1010 sacred washing marrow pills. Anyone below the saint level can wash tendons and marrow, expelling impurities from the body. Congratulations, host, for receiving 101 sacred grade warships. Immunizes against all attacks below the saint level. Congratulations, host, for receiving 101 ordinary sacred weapons, including blades, spears, swords, halberds, staves, and other random sacred weapons. The system continuously provided prompts regarding the acquired items. However, after the system concluded with the sacred weapon rewards, there was silence. Chen Xuan patiently waited a while longer, and upon seeing no further updates from the system, he inquired with curiosity, "Is that all?" Ding. That is all. Chen Xuan, indeed, that is all. These rewards, aside from the summonable cards that can be synthesized, only the Xianhuang primordial qi holds some value. As for the other rewards, they are essentially of no use. For instance, the warships are merely ornamental, generally unnecessary. Even the sacred weapons, even if they are the most ordinary, the new disciples would struggle to wield them. Even the direct disciples currently find it challenging to fully utilize the sacred weapons. While the saints look down upon ordinary sacred weapons, neither here nor there. As for the washing marrow pills, even if they are of sacred quality, they are fundamentally beginner's items. Only those with low cultivation levels have a surplus of impurities within their bodies. As cultivation rises, the impurities are refined away. Who would need washing marrow pills then? It seems the items I can utilize will still need to come from the direct disciples. Chen Xuan shook his head, accepting these rewards with good grace, and then continued. System, synthesize all 100 Heavenly King summoning cards. Chapter 069. The Outer Sect Elders are all saints. The first day of establishment perfectly concludes. Ding. 100 Heavenly King summoning cards have been successfully synthesized. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 Emperor summoning cards. Would you like to summon? The system's prompt echoed. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan replied, continue synthesizing. Ding. 10 Emperor summoning cards have been synthesized successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Saint summoning card. Would you like to summon? In no time, 100 Heavenly King summoning cards transformed into a single Saint summoning card. Though the quantity had significantly diminished, the quality had immensely strengthened. After all, a saint is capable of traversing the entire continent. Thus, Chen Xuan continued, summon him. Assign him as an Outer Sect Elder. Ding. Identity assignment successful. The Saint Elder is being summoned. Ding. Summoning complete. He is on his way to the host. Please wait a moment. As the system's notification rang out, a middle-aged man of slightly advanced years materialized within the sect. Upon his arrival, he immediately made his way towards the square at the entrance. In an instant, all disciples present in the square, as well as cultivators outside, turned their curious gazes towards the newly appeared elder. After all, this middle-aged man donned the elder's garb, albeit distinct from that of Lu Song and other elders, and he was notably older. Subordinate pays respects to the Sect Master. The Saint Elder knelt before Chen Xuan, bowing deeply in reverence. Boom. The crowd erupted in astonishment. They were struck by the sheer authority of Chen Xuan's position. Many sect leaders, although nominally at the top, still required the elders to deliberate on significant matters. The act of kneeling in homage unequivocally signified Chen Xuan's dominance within the Piamiao sect, commanding absolute control over the elders. whose words were law and whose authority was unchallenged. Well, as an outer sect elder, you shall be responsible for the matters concerning the outer disciples. Proceed to take charge. Chen Xuan nodded slightly, issuing his command. The saint elder immediately bowed again, heading towards the assembly of outer disciples. In an instant, the outer disciples grew tense, hastily standing upright. While the elder displayed utmost reverence towards the sect master, he remained an outer sect elder, a status which naturally set him apart from the disciples. No one dared to underestimate him. Upon the saint elder's arrival, all present promptly clasped their fists in salute, exclaiming, "We greet the elder. From now on, I shall oversee matters within the sect. After the examinations conclude, I will arrange your training." The saint elder nodded. With a grand gesture, he instantly gathered the 101 outer disciples behind him. The entire assembly of cultivators trembled at once. Particularly, the newly arrived outer disciples felt their hearts quiver. Wow, how powerful! What is this technique? Could he truly be a saint? Unthinkable. A saint serving in the outer sect. Is the Pamyo sect truly this formidable? What kind of power did the 3 inner sect members possess who previously annihilated 3 sects? Surely they must be stronger than the outer sect elders. Could they possibly be at the Saint King level? That can't be. The Saint Kings are beings that may not even possess a holy ground. Even if they do, they are likely sealed and barely alive. How could they appear publicly? Heavens! The Saint Elder kneels before the Sect Master. The Sect Master's authority is astonishing. No wonder only those who reach the pinnacle may serve beneath him. I finally understand. In an instant, the admiration for the Pamyo sect surged among countless cultivators, elevating the sect's mystique to new heights, nearing that of a holy ground. However, it was evident that they were all mistaken. The inner sect elders were not Saint Kings, but rather emperors, and fully matured ones at that. While the outer sect elders were indeed saints, they were merely half a step away from the Saint King realm. Yet, this half step was still sufficient. After all, an ordinary saint can traverse the continent. A half-step Saint King can easily glide through the cosmos. This summoning of a saint allowed Chen Xuan to comprehend the specific realms of the summoned beings. In simpler terms, the higher the cultivation of the summoned individuals, the younger they appear. Conversely, the lower the cultivation, the older they appear. The Emperor's summoning cards yield adult emperors, appearing middle-aged. The Saint summoning cards yield seasoned saints. Those nearing the Saint King level, though also middle-aged, they exhibit more signs of aging. If this pattern holds, any future celestial beings summoned would undoubtedly appear youthful or even in their prime. Yet, Chen Xuan was indifferent to their age. After all, they were merely subordinates. Whether young or old was inconsequential. Thus, Chen Xuan remained unfazed, reclining comfortably in his chair, proceeding to open the luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack. System. Open all luxurious disciple recruitment gift packs. Ding. The luxurious disciple recruitment gift pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 8 Saint Summoning cards. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Sect Facility Alchemy Tower, manifested within the sect, enhancing alchemy success rate by 50%. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Sect Facility Weapon Pavilion, manifested within the sect, capable of storing and nurturing weapons. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 40 top-tier divine weapons, stored within the Weapon Pavilion, including all previous divine weapons. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 40 tons of thunder cleansing water, infused with endless rules and Tao rhythm. Consumption enhances one's comprehension. Congratulations for acquiring 4 soul melting pills of saintly quality, a flawless elixir stabilizing the soul and corporeal form, allowing perfect harmony between the two. The continuous rewards entered Chen Xuan's system space. Chen Xuan glanced at them, feeling somewhat disinterested. They still lacked anything truly exceptional. However, they were indeed superior to ordinary gift packs. As for the Saint Summoning cards, he chose not to use them further. Now possessing 8 Saint Summoning cards, combined with the 6 he had previously amassed, he now had a total of 14. He could synthesize 4 emperors. Yet, since the disciple recruitment test had just commenced on the first day, he decided to wait until the recruitment concluded before synthesizing summons. He would see if he could recruit a few more to complete a set of emperors for summoning. With these thoughts, time flowed steadily, and soon the sun began to set. However, during this interval, no new cultivators ascended to the 600th level. Observing this, Chen Xuan waved his hand, instructing Lu Tsong to conclude the day's testing. Upon receiving the order, Lu Tsong immediately stood and announced, "The time has come. Today's testing is over. Those who have yet to ascend may do so tomorrow. If you fail to ascend and leave voluntarily, be warned that attempting to ascend again will result in backlash. The consequences will be borne by you." After speaking, he waved his hand to retract the testing ladder. Subsequently, Chen Xuan rose, flanked by numerous elders. guiding the newly admitted disciples back into the sect, leaving behind billions of cultivators, forlorn and discontented, standing in the gusty winds, wishing to purge their lingering heartache. Chapter 070, Exceptional Benefits and Welfare, the Piaomiao sect's outer sect disciples as holy sons of the Holy Land. As Chen Xuan and his entourage entered the sect, the plaza in front of the sect returned to tranquility. Billions of cultivators were left in tears, pounding their chests in despair. Ah, how disheartening. This was not the outcome I desired. You said you would never leave me, never abandon me. Humph, if I am not welcomed here, there will surely be a place for me elsewhere. My lady, young Master Xiao has entered the sect. Let us depart. No, let us wait a bit longer. He hasn't left my message talisman. Sister-in-law, Daoist Chen has entered the sect. How wonderful. You now have someone to rely on. In an instant, among the billions of cultivators, some wept bitterly, some simmered with dissatisfaction, some gazed longingly into the distance, while others brimmed with anticipation. Those who wept were the cultivators who had not met the requirements. Those simmering with dissatisfaction were those who had failed the aptitude test. The longingly gazing were the blossoming maidens, and the expectant were their close relatives. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, as time passed, those who departed did so, and those who waited remained. The 7-day test has just commenced on its first day. Those who departed were quickly replaced by newcomers. Everything appears to be as usual, merely with a change in the protagonists. Within the Piaomiao sect, as disciples entered the sect, the dense spiritual energy immediately stirred the hearts and minds of all the disciples. They had neither seen nor even heard of a place with such abundant spiritual energy. The rumors from the outside world were indeed not exaggerated. The Piaomiao sect is a hidden super sect, its power immeasurable. Consequently, after entering the sect, over 100 disciples became exceedingly cautious, closely following the elders. Even the 4 major inner sects dared not overstep their bounds. Chen Xuan walked at the forefront, analyzing subsequent matters with Lu Cong as they proceeded. After all, he would not be present for the upcoming mountain opening test, and these matters were to be handled by the elders, necessitating some arrangements. The sect's cultivation facilities, the allocation of divine source liquid, etc., could be distributed according to the differing identities of inner and outer disciples. The finest divine weapons in the armory could also be allocated to the elders in need. Ordinary divine weapons could be awarded based on performance, as well as various sect materials such as pots and pans, sect attire, alchemical materials, crafting materials, spiritual tools, and soul tokens. The specifics were left to one's discretion. Remember, always procure the best. Spend freely on divine source liquid. Do you understand? Lu Cong quickly clasped his fists in acknowledgement. Very well. Then proceed with the arrangements. You shall lead the mountain opening test tomorrow. With that, Chen Xuan swiftly vanished from sight. Now is the perfect time to digest this experience and devise even more powerful divine techniques. After all, possessing the most comprehensive collection of books, containing many mysteries that even emperors pondered throughout their lives, if he were to end up comprehending the same as other emperors, wouldn't that be a disgrace? Thus, progress is inevitable. Moreover, procurement must also be addressed. Although he found little value in the items from the gift package for ordinary disciples, even the most basic items were burdensome. For instance, even the most ordinary divine weapon could only be wielded to its full potential by a king. Additionally, while any elder could concoct ordinary elixirs using recipes from the library, the lack of materials necessitated procurement. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly refine immortality elixirs or peaches of immortality, as it would likely result in dire consequences for these young novices. Consequently, procurement is essential. After watching Chen Xuan disappear, Lu Cong pondered briefly before turning to halt the advancing crowd. The Sect Master has entrusted me with certain matters, which I will now convey to you. Listen carefully. Observing the inner sect elder preparing to speak, the disciples immediately stood at attention, anxiously straining to hear. Seeing this, Lu Cong got straight to the point. Firstly, the Sect Master has decreed that since you are newcomers, if you have family or unresolved matters outside the sect, you may take 1 day to address them at any time during the 7 days of mountain opening and disciple recruitment. Secondly, once you have entered the sect, you are forever a member of the Piaomiao sect and must never betray it. Fellow disciples must aid one another, and fighting is strictly prohibited. Violation of these rules will result in severe consequences. Thirdly, all cultivation facilities within the sect are available for unrestricted use. Outer disciples may select one divine technique and one celestial or imperial scripture, subject to their luck. Inner disciples face no such restrictions and may choose freely as long as they can comprehend them. Furthermore, all techniques and divine methods are forbidden from being shared outside the sect. We are all aware of these necessary rules, so I will not elaborate further. However, should anyone breach these rules, you know the consequences. No sect will show leniency. Fourthly, Our sect will distribute a certain amount of divine source liquid each month for your cultivation. We hope you will cultivate diligently and contribute to the sect. Do you remember? Yes. The crowd exclaimed in unison, filled with excitement. After all, the elders' words resonated deeply within them, as if they were in a dream. They were well aware of the rules and would naturally not dare to violate them. Thus, upon hearing the elder's narration, not a single person harbored doubts. What truly thrilled them were the cultivation resources mentioned by the elder. Celestial scriptures, imperial scriptures, divine techniques, source liquid. My goodness, what kind of divine sect is this? The resources just described are treasures even the Holy Lands covet, items that cannot be easily obtained by even direct disciples. Yet now they could acquire them with ease. Does this not imply that they possess resources superior to those of the true disciples from the Holy Lands? Outer disciples of the Xianxiao sect equate to true disciples of the Holy Lands? No. True disciples of the Holy Lands could not enjoy everything, at most. They would have access to only a portion, and only outstanding disciples might fully enjoy it, with the sect heirs being the exception. Thus, it could be said that outer disciples of the Xianxiao sect are akin to heirs of the Holy Lands. Or perhaps, the cultivation resources they enjoy surpass even those available to the heirs. In an instant, the crowd was overcome with excitement, silently clenching their fists and vowing to cultivate diligently in service to the sect. No mountain or sea could stand in their way. Very well. The other elders will now arrange your accommodations. For leave requests, consult your respective responsible elders. After saying this, Lutsong departed. After all, he had to oversee the mountain opening test during the day and manage procurement as well. Thus, the elder was rather busy. Following Lutsong's departure, the other inner and outer elders began to arrange accommodations for the disciples. Inner and outer disciples resided separately. The inner disciples were accommodated halfway up other peaks, while the outer disciples settled in the corners at the foot of the mountain. Nevertheless, everyone was thrilled. For even in the corners, the spiritual energy was equally abundant. Some individuals even broke through while relocating to their quarters. The shock of this experience resonated powerfully within the hearts of many disciples, igniting their aspirations for the future. Upon entering their accommodations, some disciples immediately sat cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation. Many disciples were so eager that they could not bear to seek leave to bid farewell. As soon as someone mentioned they would say goodbye to their family, others rushed to ask them to convey messages. Although this was somewhat awkward, they genuinely did not wish to leave this paradise. If they stepped out even briefly, they feared they might miss an opportunity for a breakthrough. Thus, many began to send messages through others, seeking out those who had to depart personally, even offering treasures and elixirs from home in exchange for a simple message. Those needing to leave did not refuse, accepting no benefits and readily agreeing. And then, as the evening approached, they bid farewell to the elders and exited the sect. Among them was also Shen Ping. Sister-in-law, I'm coming out now. Chapter 071. Sect Procurement, Treasure Pavilion, 10th Elder Luo Fei Xuan. Before departing, Shen Ping took the initiative to approach the other three inner sect brothers to convey messages for them. However, Xiaochen, Han Pao Pao, and Wuda were all lone wolves, naturally having no messages to send. Furthermore, seeing him so courteous only increased their fondness for him. Since the three brothers had no messages to relay, I shall take my leave. Shen Ping politely cupped his fists and departed the inner sect under the watchful eyes of the three. At this moment, outside the sect, the sun had set and twilight fell. As the onlookers watched one disciple after another donning the sect identity badges emerge, their families were filled with excitement. Haha, look. My son has put on the outer sect badge. He is now a disciple of the Xianxiao sect. Yes, that is my son. Son, I'm right here. Your Highness, look. The princess has come out. In a moment of excitement, the families of the disciples eagerly gathered to bid farewell, creating a heartwarming scene. Son, haha. I'm right here. Why are you in such a hurry? How long has the elder asked you to come out? Surely a little while won't be an issue. It's not like a day can cause any significant delay. Your selection into the mysterious sect brings me joy. At last, a formidable figure has emerged from our lineage. Just wait and see who dares to bully us in the family now. Dad, you don't understand. The sect's environment is akin to a paradise. Some disciples have even made breakthroughs while walking. Moreover, I've been relaying messages for my fellow disciples. You can just go in and see for yourself. By the way, who is a family member of Wang Defa? The last statement was directed toward those nearby who were hesitantly inquiring. Upon hearing about the sect's exceptional environment, the crowd collectively gasped in disbelief. Yet, this was not the time for astonishment. Soon, several individuals approached, excitedly exclaiming, Fellow cultivator, I am a family member of Wang Defa. May I ask why he has not come out? One after another, the disciples shared emotional farewells with their families, proclaiming the might of the mysterious sect, which resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. At this moment, while farewells were exchanged, Xianping joined his sister-in-law. She held her daughter's hand, gazing anxiously at the disciples bidding farewell to their loved ones. "Mother, why hasn't my godfather come out yet? He wouldn't abandon us, would he?" "Of course not. Let us wait a bit longer." "Yes, fellow cultivator Shun is not that kind of person," explained a companion nearby. Observing this, Xianping could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, I'm here." "Uncle." The woman was taken aback, then filled with joy, immediately embracing Xianping. "Sister-in-law, let us go. I'll take you to the city. You can settle quietly outside the mountains, and I can visit you often." "Fellow cultivator, thank you ever so much for looking after my sister-in-law. We must have a drink later." "Haha, of course it's on me. Let us go." The companion chuckled and promptly followed Xianping and the others, leaving the farewell scene to assist in settling his sister-in-law in the city. Meanwhile, Lu Tsong, having arranged matters for the disciples, then turned his attention to the elders, ensuring they continued their respective duties without disruption, while the subsequent recruitment test would see fewer attendees. He then made his way to the storage room, taking some divine source liquid before hastily departing the mysterious sect to a transcendent force known as the Treasure Pavilion. The Treasure Pavilion, one of the prominent powers in the eastern wilderness, boasted an existence nearly as ancient as that of the Sacred Lands. Governed by an ancient family with numerous shops spread throughout the region, alongside 10 branches for overall management, making it the largest procurement store for cultivators in the eastern wilderness. Given the Sect Master's directive to procure high-quality items, Lu Tsong wasted no time and headed straight to the branch of the Treasure Pavilion. Upon learning that a member of the mysterious sect's inner circle had arrived, the branch manager greeted Lu Tsong with the utmost courtesy, serving him the rare treasure tea, and personally sought out the elder in charge of the branch. The Treasure Pavilion's 10 branches each had an elder overseeing operations. With the mysterious sect's formidable reputation, having vanquished 3 sects and produced a saint, the Treasure Pavilion's 10th branch was well aware of the mysterious sect's fame and did not dare to be negligent. Elder Luo, a member of the mysterious sect's inner circle, has come to procure resources. Moreover, it's the individual who recently obliterated a super sect with a mere wave of his hand. One of the attendants reported respectfully to a woman intently studying a wall adorned with beautiful portraits. Upon hearing of the arrival of the saintly elder from the mysterious sect, Elder Luo paused her examination and slowly turned around, revealing a face strikingly similar to that of the portrait, though she lacked the haughty demeanor portrayed therein. "Am I gazing at my own likeness? This depiction seems intentionally altered," she mused inwardly, though her external demeanor remained composed, her respect for the occasion evident in her posture. Despite being a member of an ancient family, the manager understood the potency of Elder Luo's position, recognizing that her strength and status far surpassed his. Thus he could not afford to be anything but respectful. "The saint of the mysterious sect has arrived?" Elder Luo was momentarily taken aback. The manager, equally astonished, understood that while the mysterious sect had recently begun recruiting disciples, the resources within the sect were remarkably abundant. Such a statement almost sounded like boasting. Did they truly possess nothing but treasures? After a brief moment of confusion, Elder Luo resolved to personally receive the visitor. After all, the esteemed identity of the guest warranted her presence, and the procurement from a super sect would amount to a significant business transaction, deserving of her utmost attention. "Lead the way," she instructed. "Certainly," the manager replied, promptly guiding her toward the main hall. In the main hall, Lu Tsong sat composedly, untouched tea before him. Upon noticing the graceful Elder Luo, he offered a slight smile and clasped his fists in greeting. "I am Lu Tsong, Elder Luo. Your presence is greatly welcomed." Though he was a late-stage royal, nearing the semi-saint level, he still referred to her as a junior in deference to her esteemed status. "There is no need for such formality, Elder Luo." Lu Tsong gestured dismissively, his expression neutral, not lingering on her beauty. As both were exalted beings, they placed little significance on mundane matters. Elder Luo remained unperturbed, glancing at the untouched tea, thinking that perhaps he did not recognize its origin. She politely elaborated, "Elder, this tea is known as 3-leaf sacred tea, harvested once every 3,000 years from the sacred isle of the Eastern Sea. It greatly benefits those at the saint level. Would you care to try some?" "Huh, mere refuse. Drinking it would insult my palate." Lu Tsong replied candidly, without any semblance of politeness. Elder Luo was momentarily taken aback, while the manager internally scoffed, thinking, "Refuse? This is a rare commodity even among saints. It was only presented to you because you are a saint of the mysterious sect. Perhaps you didn't recognize it, and now feel embarrassed to drink it." However, Elder Luo shared the same sentiment. Yet, Lu Tsong seemed to perceive their thoughts. To prevent being looked down upon during the procurement, He casually plucked out the 3-leaf sacred tea and discreetly took out 2 pieces of enlightenment tea leaves, stating, "Forgive me. I only drink this." With that, he placed the leaves into his cup and covered it to steep. Instantly, both Elder Luo and the manager's eyes widened in shock as they exclaimed, "Enlightenment tea. I only drink enlightenment tea. Anything else will cause me to cough." Lu Tsong stated matter-of-factly, his expression unchanged. Internally, however, he reveled in the moment. Realizing why many enjoyed showcasing their superiority, there was indeed a certain pleasure in it. Of course, he could not be blamed for his display. The extensive nature of his procurement necessitated a show of strength. For only then would the other party be inclined to reveal their treasures. Although the resources he sought were considered low-level for the Qingyao sect, the term low-level was relative. For outsiders, these resources remained exceedingly luxurious. Thus, he had no choice but to resort to such measures, inadvertently showcasing the financial prowess of his sect. "Indeed, your sect possesses remarkable strength. May I inquire what materials you intend to procure?" Luo Feishuan couldn't help but exclaim, beginning to believe the reports from her superior. After all, enlightenment tea was an incredibly rare commodity. Aside from those with extraordinary power, even ordinary forces, including saints, found it difficult to acquire. Unlike the 3-leaf holy tea, which served only saints and had limited utility for others. Furthermore, his casual display of the enlightenment tea leaves served only to further validate the depth of his resources. "Elder Luo, you are too kind. My procurement this time is rather straightforward. Although these are low-level resources, they cannot be of poor quality. Please prepare them according to the standards used by the Holy Land." However, upon hearing this, both Luo Feishuan and her superior were once again taken aback. According to the resources utilized by the Holy Land? My heavens! You must be unaware of the exceptional quality of the materials used by the disciples of the Holy Land. Each disciple consumes a significant amount monthly, utilizing nothing short of extraordinary items that are quite costly. Esteemed Elder, the variety of resources employed by the disciples of the Holy Land is vast and exorbitant, including soul tokens, garments, weapons, elixirs, medicinal herbs, equipment, and talismans, among others. Moreover, elixirs and weapons are precious items. Do you truly require each and every one of them? Luo Feishuan inquired, her disbelief palpable. Yet, Lu Tsong's subsequent words left her utterly stunned. "Who said I wanted to procure resources according to the scale of the Holy Land's disciples?" Lu Tsong raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly skeptical. In an instant, Luo Feishuan was taken aback, rendered speechless. Had she misheard? Was it not just mentioned that you intended to procure resources according to the Holy Land's standards? I did not say according to the Holy Land's disciples, but rather according to the standards of the Holy Land saints. This is the bare minimum. The items used by the saints of the Holy Land must be available to our outer disciples. As for our inner disciples, we shall procure according to the specifications used by the elders of the Holy Land. Boom. With this proclamation, both Luo Feishuan and the Treasure Pavilion's supervisor were left in shock. Outer disciples procuring according to the standards of the Holy Land saints, while inner disciples followed the specifications of the Holy Land's elders. Had the Qingyao sect gone mad? Or was this elder insane? The resources employed by the saints were exceedingly precious. Even the clothing and artifacts they wore were of the highest caliber. The weapons utilized were top-tier spiritual tools. Even the Holy Land could not allocate such resources to every disciple. Was the Qingyao sect truly so affluent? Surely, they were not jesting with them. Both were momentarily silent. Observing their reaction, Lu Tsong spoke nonchalantly. "What? Is there a problem? Money is no obstacle. I shall pay with source liquid." He waved his hand, revealing a pool of divine source liquid. Instantly, Luo Feishuan and her superior sprang to their feet. Their understanding of the Qingyao sect's resources transformed entirely. This was divine source liquid. Not only was it used for cultivation, but it also served to seal foundational resources. It was a rarity throughout the entire ancient continent, coveted even by the Holy Land. The Qingyao sect was actually willing to trade with divine source liquid. Truly extravagant. Without a second thought, Luo Feishuan gestured grandly, accepting the divine source liquid with enthusiasm, then politely continued, "Esteemed Elder, how many resources do you intend to procure? After all, the resources used by the Holy Land saints are treasures, and if the quantity is substantial, we may need to gather them from headquarters. For the procurement of source liquid, even if it meant selling top-tier divine weapons, the Treasure Pavilion would comply. Thus, regardless of the items the other party wished to purchase with the source liquid presented, she could take charge. Let us begin with 5,000 sets of spiritual garments and 3,000 sets of top-tier spiritual weapons. Additionally, let us acquire as many medicinal herbs and equipment as possible." Upon hearing Lu Tsong's specified quantities, Luo Feishuan and her superior were once again left dumbfounded. 5,000 sets of spiritual garments, 3,000 sets of top-tier spiritual weapons. While it may not sound excessive when measured against the standards of the saints, it was indeed substantial. Furthermore, the resources for the elders were included, and many items would certainly be difficult to gather in such quantities. Seeing their astonishment, Lu Tsang smiled slightly and continued, "These are merely the deposits. Once the items are assembled, the Qingmiao sect will settle the remaining amount. Additionally, I understand that you may struggle to gather everything, but whatever you can manage will suffice. Oh, and please ensure there are various styles of garments, with clear indications of rank. Whatever you can manage will suffice." Upon hearing this, Luo Feishuan, without hesitation, excitedly agreed, "Very well. We shall accept this order at the Treasure Pavilion. I will immediately contact headquarters and the various branches to gather the resources." "Excellent. Then I shall take my leave. Here is my communication talisman. Should any issues arise, please contact me." Lu Tsang nodded, tossing a talisman before rising and stepping away, vanishing in an instant. As she watched Lu Tsang depart, Luo Feishuan felt a surge of excitement and promptly instructed her superior, "Contact headquarters and the various branches immediately." Yes, the superior hastily complied. Meanwhile, Luo Feishuan sat in her chair, eagerly inspecting the divine source liquid. Upon seeing the divine source liquid peacefully nestled within her spatial ring, she could hardly believe her fortune, suppressing a smile of delight as she gazed in the direction where Lu Tsang had vanished, her face alight with joy. For cultivators, divine source liquid was a rare resource seldom encountered. However, for top-tier forces, it was a precious treasure that preserved their foundational strength. Countless extraordinary forces within the Holy Land spent considerable resources each year to obtain divine source liquid. Therefore, acquiring a substantial amount for the Treasure Pavilion would undoubtedly be a significant accomplishment for the ancient family backing it. This exchange with the Qingmiao sect for divine source liquid would surely grant her access to the Treasure Pavilion's divine soul-stabilizing elixir. She hoped that this elixir would finally sever the haunting voice within her mind. Luo Feishuan clenched her fist, murmuring to herself. Chapter 073. The number of registrants continues to rise, and merchants are profiting immensely. Luo Feishuan's excitement stemmed primarily from the painting she had just seen. Even more astonishing was her realization that among those captivating figures, she had discovered one that bore an almost identical resemblance to herself, prompting her to illustrate the figure based on her subordinate's report. Upon seeing the drawing, her subordinate had excitedly affirmed it was indeed the person in the painting. This revelation led her to believe that the voice echoing in her mind was anything but simple, and she dared not venture to the place the voice indicated. Although she was at the later stages of the Emperor's realm, nearly touching the threshold of semi-sainthood, she remained cautious. For only she knew the enigmatic power the voice held over her. She could not rid herself of that persistent sound, let alone follow the voice's guidance. Yet, despite her reluctance to heed the call, the voice grew increasingly compelling, often luring her away from her branch without her conscious consent. This left her in a state of profound fear. The ancient family behind the Treasure Pavilion possessed the divine soul-stabilizing elixir, known for its ability to sever ties with external spirits. Thus, she had long harbored the desire to acquire this elixir from the Treasure Pavilion to sever her connection with the voice. Initially, she had contemplated relinquishing her freedom to join the ancient family to obtain the elixir. But now, with divine source liquid at her doorstep, such sacrifices were unnecessary. After all, joining the ancient family meant she would be bound to them for eternity, forced to serve others without the possibility of dissent. Such a fate was too bitter to accept. Suddenly, the superior, who was in the midst of contacting the various branches, excitedly reminded her while holding the communication talisman. "Yes, you may leave." Luo Feishuan's eyes brightened as she approached the communication talisman, secretly preparing her proposal for the elixir. Meanwhile, in the outside world, as unsuccessful cultivators departed from the Qingmiao sect, the sect's reputation began to experience a new wave of expansion, one that followed another in rapid succession. Especially the position of the outer sect elder, who is said to be a sage, instantly reverberated across dozens of states. Additionally, whispers about the sect's environment spread like wildfire. Tales of a paradise where spiritual energy is rich beyond imagination, and the essence of the Tao permeates the air, leading to spontaneous breakthroughs, became almost mythical. This stirred the hearts of even those cultivators who were previously indifferent or too distant, compelling them to journey to the wasteland state for the sect entrance examination. Have you heard? The Misty Sect is a realm of immortals, with the essence of the Tao flowing throughout the sect. Of course, I have heard. It is said that just yesterday, those newly admitted disciples broke through upon entering the sect, and by the time they reached their quarters, they had ascended several realms. Is it truly that exaggerated? What you say is utterly ridiculous. What is this? The outer sect elder is a sage, and the inner sect is led by a sage king. I even heard that some disciples managed to break through while asleep. You think that is something? I heard of disciples breaking through while in the restroom. I can't chat any longer. The ship to the wasteland state is about to depart. And I need to register. What? Didn't the interstate ship just leave yesterday? How can there be another one today? You're unaware, aren't you? Because of the Misty Sect, there's a ship to the wasteland state every day. Though the price has increased a bit. I'm leaving. Incredible. I'm going too. As the news spread, it reached far and wide. On the second day after the Misty Sect's establishment, the news had already reached beyond the 9 states, with ships arriving one after another in the chaotic ancient mountain range where the Misty Sect is located. Yet, despite this, many were unable to secure passage, causing a frenzy. Witnessing this scene, some smaller sects with battleships could not help but be tempted to transport people. Without hesitation, many small forces immediately procured their own ships to begin transportation. Even those without ships sought to borrow from friends, all for the sake of earning spirit stones. Friends, we have a ship to the wasteland state. It may be slow, taking 3 days to arrive, but who wants to go? The price is only half that of the overlord forces. I'm in. I want 3 tickets. I'm going. In an instant, countless cultivators surged forth, filling the ship to capacity. Similar events unfolded simultaneously across dozens of major states surrounding the wasteland. Especially for those sects that had declined to the point of having only one ship, they were now reaping substantial rewards. The disciples of the sect leader were all smiles, taking turns to operate the ships. They truly achieved a profitable venture. However, this also led to a new surge of applicants at the Misty Sect, with registrations overflowing once more. Particularly on the 3rd day of the recruitment event, as outside ships arrived in succession, more individuals disembarked, once again filling the chaotic ancient mountain range. Even those slower, smaller sects utilized the funds from ticket sales to procure supplies in advance, preparing to profit here. Unfortunately, those smaller sects that considered themselves exceptional were overestimating their abilities. Local smaller sects had already anticipated this idea. This time, the local sects did not let opportunities slip away. They organized their disciples to set up stalls and sell goods. After all, no one would be interested in picking up scraps. Selling goods was far more practical. Fellow cultivator, are you here to participate in the examination? How about a top-grade fortune pill? I assure you, after consuming it, your fortune will soar, and you might successfully enter the sect. The Moonwheel sect is having a clearance sale. Potions, spiritual herbs, we have everything. The local sects were selling with great enthusiasm. Some even went to the extent of opening public restrooms because they didn't want to leave after selling out their goods. Thus, the sect leader established several public toilets. The Xiaoyao sect's public restroom charges 1 spirit stone per use. Stay as long as you wish. This bizarre scene instantly attracted the attention of countless cultivators. Some lower-level cultivators gathered, clutching their stomachs, though they were taken aback by the price. 1 spirit stone for a restroom visit? Why not just rob it? Hee. If you think it's expensive, you can hold it. 300 miles away, there is no one. You can go there. Rest assured, this is our elder's magical artifact, and we will reclaim it afterward. A magical artifact of an elder? Impressive. Take my spirit stone. I'm going too. Count me in. Chapter 074. The recruitment ends, the emperors gather, and sages abound. Peculiar happenings unfolded in every corner of the chaotic ancient mountain range. If not for time constraints and space limitations, many would have even considered opening inns here. The influx of people was astonishing, easily reaching tens of millions. Every day, new arrivals came while others departed. This led to the local smaller forces in the wasteland state reaping great profits, all wearing smiles. Many forces, having earned money, quickly began to formulate expansion plans. Of course, they might profit, but the Misty Sect will never incur losses. As days passed, the Misty Sect welcomed a fresh batch of disciples daily. However, the numbers remained modest, averaging just over 100 new disciples each day after 7 days. Soon, it was the final day of the Misty Sect's recruitment. That afternoon, following the last batch of disciples' entrance, Lutsong officially announced the conclusion of this recruitment event. Upon hearing this, the defeated cultivators outside the Misty Sect left in disappointment. It's over. So many came, yet only over 100 were accepted each day. The recruitment standards of the Misty Sect are stricter than those of the Holy Lands. I want to return next time. Low-grade spiritual weapon? Is it true, Master? Thank you so much, Master. I am deeply grateful, bowing in thanks. Master, everyone has left, but we still have items unsold. Should we sell them at a low price? After all, they are not worth much. All right, clear them out at a discount. Hurry and shout it out. Once we sell out, let us head to the Apricot Spring Tower for a good time. I heard several female cultivators have arrived there. Excellent. I love sponsoring female cultivators. It feels rewarding. The great host of cultivators gradually departed from the Misty Sect. Thus concluded an extraordinary feast. Meanwhile, atop the peak of the Misty Sect, Chen Xuan sat upon a massive stone, still deducing his divine powers, while Luzong respectfully reported the results of the recruitment event. Master, this recruitment lasted 7 days. We have recruited 12 inner sect disciples and 1,010 outer sect disciples. I am aware. Upon hearing this figure, Chen Xuan remained calm, not even opening his eyes. After all, news of the recruitment had spread across the nearby 9 states, with over 10 billion disciples tested. If they couldn't recruit even 1,000, that would indeed be unusual. He then calmly inquired, how did the procurement of resources go? You may leave. Chen Xuan nodded, his figure remaining still, resembling an immortal seated atop the mountain. Yes, I take my leave. Luzong clasped his fists and departed. In the blink of an eye, the peak returned to tranquility. System. Open all recruitment gift packs. Once Luzong left, Chen Xuan opened his eyes and eagerly opened all the gift packs. Ding. 899 ordinary recruitment gift packs, 8 luxurious recruitment gift packs. All opened successfully. Please check. Host. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 899 king summoning cards. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 16 sage summoning cards. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 8 ancient divine weapons. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 10 ordinary divine weapons. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 10 advanced divine weapons. Soon, a cascade of substantial rewards was credited, although the types were few. The quantities were impressive. Moreover, there were some ancient divine weapons included, which are mightier than supreme divine weapons, wielded only by sage kings. In response, Chen Xuan felt a measure of satisfaction, particularly with the summoning cards he had gathered in abundance. Among them, he possessed 899 king summoning cards, plus the one remaining from before, totaling 900. Additionally, there were 16 saint summoning cards, combined with the 8 from Xiaochen and others, along with 6 from his direct disciples, summing up to 30. Furthermore, he had 6 Emperor summoning cards and 2 Immortal summoning cards. This time, he could finally engage in a comprehensive synthesis. The strength of the sect would once again see a significant enhancement. With a hint of excitement, Chen Xuan silently commanded, System. Synthesize all the powerful summoning cards. Ding. Synthesis complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 90 sovereign summoning cards, which can be synthesized once more, and 3 Emperor summoning cards, which cannot be synthesized further. Soon, the first synthesis was complete, transforming 900 king summoning cards into 90 sovereign summoning cards. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xuan continued, proceed with the synthesis. Ding. Synthesis complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 9 saint summoning cards. Following this synthesis, Chen Xuan summoned without a second thought. After all, with an increase in disciples, the elders must also be augmented accordingly, utilizing the 9 saint summoning cards and the 3 non-synthesizable emperor summoning cards. All summoning cards would automatically align with the status of elders based on strength. Ding. Summoning successful. Identity inscription completed. The elders are en route. Please wait a moment. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the mysterious sect, terrifying auras began to materialize. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the silhouettes of 9 saints and 3 emperors coalesced from the void. Upon successfully gathering, they wasted no time and all moved in unison towards Chen Xuan. Subordinates, pay homage to the Sect Master. As they reached behind Chen Xuan, they knelt in unison to pay their respects. Seek Luzong for your assignments, you may proceed. The 12 powerful figures immediately clasped their fists in acknowledgement and retreated, their demeanor reflecting profound reverence. If this scene were to be witnessed by the outside world, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves across the continent. Emperors gathering, saints in clusters. Who would dare to disregard Chen Xuan? Such profound depth alone was enough to awe the heavens. Seated upon a great stone, Chen Xuan remained composed, continuing his intricate calculations of divine powers. With the increase in elders, he had no cause for concern. Even if the sky were to fall, he would remain unperturbed. With 10 mature saints and 8 seasoned emperors, it was not merely the ancient continent they could sweep aside, but an entire expanse of the starry sky. Thus, he refrained from utilizing the 2 immortal summoning cards and the 6 unsynthesized emperor summoning cards in his possession. After all, with just 4 more unsynthesized emperor summoning cards, he could forge another immortal. And immortals were essential for guarding against the dark sovereigns. He felt it prudent to amass a few more before he would feel secure. Chen Xuan closed his eyes once again, delving into a profound state of contemplation. Regardless of the shifting stars and the passage of time, he remained steadfast as a mountain. Chapter 075. Arrival of cultivation resources, shocking Luo Feishuan. As time gradually passed, The myriad divine techniques within the library were seamlessly absorbed by Chen Xuan. A formidable, unparalleled divine technique was quietly evolving within him, within the mysterious sect. As days swiftly slipped by, the newly arrived disciples began to break through at an astonishing pace. Their advancement was akin to riding a rocket, achieving in a single day what would take others a year outside. Moreover, this rapid progression did not lead to complacency. Rather, it inspired even greater diligence. All because within the sect there was a master brother, Lin Fan, whose breakthroughs were even swifter. Indeed, it was Lin Fan, at just over 20 years of age. He had reached the threshold of Half-Step King realm. Moreover, he had entered the 6th level of the ultimate illusion tower for cultivation with this Half-Step King prowess. It is important to note that only genuine kings could access the 6th level. Yet he, merely at Half-Step King, had gained entry, instantly becoming a monumental figure looming over all. Even the 12 inner disciples regarded him as a target of admiration. This led many disciples to remain entrenched within the ultimate illusion tower, fervently cultivating. On this day, within the 6th level of the ultimate illusion tower, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupted within the tower. In an instant, both disciples cultivating inside and those outside preparing to enter raised their heads, expressing shock. Especially Xiaochen, Han Paopao, Wu De, and Xinping. Though there were 12 inner disciples in total, these 4 had become as close as brothers, seldom apart. Dubbed the 4 outstanding youths of the inner sect by others. At this moment, Xiaochen could not restrain his astonishment, exclaiming, "What a terrifying aura! Could it be that Brother Lin Fan has broken through to king? Well, so soon? My goodness, this is astonishing. Just a few days, and he has reached king? Heaven above. He has completely transformed my perception of cultivation speed. Indeed, no direct disciple is without merit. It's rumored that those senior sisters are also nearing the Half-Step King realm. How terrifying!" With admiration etched on their faces, the 4 made their way towards the cultivation tower. But at that moment, Elder Lutsong's voice suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. "The sect's garments have arrived. All disciples and elders, please come to the sect square to collect them." Upon hearing this, the 4 inner disciples paused in their tracks, momentarily taken aback. "Brothers, the garments have arrived. Let us hurry to collect them. I've heard the quality is superb. They were procured from the treasure pavilion. Items from the treasure pavilion are sure to be exceptional. Let us go. The sect has treated us so well, providing us with such resources. We must hurry before it's too late." In an instant, everyone surged towards the sect square. Even the elders stationed at the peach orchard and the library made their way there. After all, with the Grand Elder's command, everyone responded without delay. At the sect square, Luo Feishuan had already arrived. At this moment, she was utterly astonished by the sect's environment, gazing around in a daze. Though she had long heard tales of the mysterious sect being a paradise, she had previously dismissed them as mere exaggerations. Yet upon her arrival, she realized those rumors were indeed true. Moments after her arrival, she felt an inexplicable urge to shatter the barrier of the late monarch level and step into the half-saint realm. Had it not been for her errand to deliver items, she would have already seated herself to cultivate. Furthermore, since entering the mysterious sect, the haunting voice in her mind had completely vanished. It was noteworthy that this voice had even resisted the calming effects of the holy grade tranquility pill. Here, it had disappeared entirely. If she remained here, would she no longer have to worry about the allure of that voice? This thought filled Luo Feishuan with astonishment. After all, that voice had been terrifying, and with time, her resistance to it had waned. Though she had recently exchanged for a tranquility pill from the ancient family behind the treasure pavilion, it had proven ineffective in silencing the voice in her mind. This had nearly driven her to despair. However, if she stayed here, not only would she be free from the voice's influence, but her cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate. Even if she could not resist the voice's temptations in the future, her strength would ensure she faced no dire consequences. Thus, with this realization, the notion of joining the mysterious sect immediately sprouted in Luo Feishuan's mind. "Elder Luo, I have reviewed the resources, and there are no issues. Here is the final payment. Please verify." At this moment, Lu Song emptied the resources from the spatial ring given to him by Luo Feishuan, forming several small mounds. He then handed over another spatial ring containing the source liquid. He was quite pleased with Luo Feishuan's performance during this procurement. Initially, his vague descriptions had led to the abundance of resources now at hand. For instance, the sect's garments, though many did not meet Lu Song's standards, consisted of a variety of ordinary spiritual treasures. However, the styles and quantities more than compensated. A total of 10 designs, all crafted by formidable artisans, with the least being of the spiritual treasure grade. The materials used are impervious to water and fire. Providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, they are imbued with formations that can both defend and autonomously gather spiritual energy to mend the physical body. Moreover, Even if damaged, there is no cause for concern, for they possess a self-repairing function. Additionally, there are numerous high-grade spiritual tools and exceptional spiritual artifacts. Each individual can be allocated several pieces. Thus, Lutsong was quite satisfied. He promptly revealed the quantity of divine source liquid proposed by Luo Feishuan. However, this time, Luo Feishuan did not accept. Instead, she lowered her tone and adopted a fawning demeanor, saying, "Senior, I only require half of this divine source liquid." Wasn't this amount predetermined by you? Why now only half? Lutsong was taken aback for a moment, but quickly comprehended her intentions. Responding nonchalantly, "Is there something you wish to request?" Nevertheless, this amount of divine source liquid is trivial to our sect. There is no need for you to barter with it. Upon hearing this, Luo Feishuan felt a tremor within her heart. Realizing that the other party did not wish to haggle, thus she subtly declined. However, she never anticipated that he regarded such a substantial quantity of divine source liquid with such indifference. After all, this was a considerable amount. Contemplating this, she felt even more humbled. Pursing her lips, she humbly said, "Senior, I do not dare to make any demands. I merely wish to obtain a position within your esteemed sect, even as a menial worker." Seeking a menial position? To exchange several portions of divine source for a mere servant role? Upon hearing this, Lutsong was slightly taken aback. Although divine source was of little significance in the eyes of a great emperor like him, it was an exceedingly precious commodity to other factions. To barter such a valuable item for a servant position? It seemed rather reasonable. After all, even he, as a great emperor, coveted such a celestial realm, not to mention a mere practitioner below the sage level. Moreover, a late-stage royal level practitioner would indeed be qualified for such a role. Additionally, among the outer disciples, there were numerous female disciples. Currently, the sect was entirely composed of male elders. Any confidential matters those female disciples had would be difficult to discuss with the elders. If a capable female servant were to assist the elders, it would certainly prove quite convenient. However, he could not make a decision unilaterally. So he tossed the ring over and said calmly, "This matter requires consultation with the sect leader. If the leader consents, then it is settled." Boom. Upon hearing this, Luo Feishuan instantly became exhilarated. She promptly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Yes, thank you, senior. I am truly grateful." Saying this, she hurried to the piles of resources on the ground, eagerly beginning to sort through them, diligently demonstrating her worth. Chapter 076. Chen Xuan's talented divine ability. The Hand of Heaven. Although she had yet to become a servant, this was a rare opportunity to showcase her abilities. However, while Luo Feishuan was industriously working, the elders arriving to collect resources began to filter in, each greeting Lutsong in turn. Noticing the gathering crowd, Luo Feishuan curiously looked up. Yet, upon seeing Luo Feishuan, the elders were perplexed and began to inquire, "Elder, is this not a disciple of our sect? I have not seen her before." No. She is an elder from the treasure pavilion, here to deliver resources. It seems she wishes to work as a servant in our sect. I have yet to consult with the sect leader, but she has already begun working voluntarily. So that is the case. She appears quite diligent. Oh, by the way, the disciples are arriving soon. You should distribute the resources to them and send the excess to the warehouse. All right. Yes. Upon hearing Lutsong's words and catching the gaze of several elders, Luo Feishuan's face flushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, she did not dare to voice any complaints. Offering a smile to the elders looking her way, and then continued to focus on her work, even though a group of older men stood around. She was the only woman squatting under the sun sorting items. Her strength and status afforded her no sense of impropriety. Yet, it did feel a bit peculiar. Soon, waves of disciples began to arrive one after another. The crowd in the square grew larger. Upon seeing the piles of resources, the disciples could not help but stare, whispering amongst themselves. Except for Yi Qingsheng, Murong Ingluo, and Sherlinger, who appeared unperturbed, the others were filled with excitement. For among those amassed resources, any single item would be a treasure to them. High-grade materials fashioned into spiritual treasure garments, superior spiritual tools, spiritual treasure shoes, spiritual treasure belts. My goodness, should one don these, they would undoubtedly rival the saintly son, because the saintly son of the Holy Land merely wears high-grade spiritual garments and wields exceptional spiritual tools. Such splendid items, I wonder if we, the outer disciples, could receive even the most modest spiritual garment. Probably not. Those spiritual treasures are surely meant for the inner disciples. It would be fortunate if we could obtain a pair of spiritual treasure belts and a low-grade spiritual tool. So many styles, especially the skirts for female cultivators. They are beautiful. There are long skirts and short skirts. Indeed, inner disciples might each receive several sets. I don't seem to see any ordinary clothing. Could it be that none have been prepared for us outer disciples? Or perhaps our clothing has yet to be brought out? Sigh. How envious I am of the inner disciples. The outer disciples murmured amongst themselves, their eyes sparkling with envy. Little did they realize that all those spiritual treasures were indeed prepared for them. Direct disciples came to collect their resources, each receiving 10 sets of exquisite spiritual garments and a weapon from the armory. Soon, the elders began distributing the resources. The first to receive were the direct disciples, and all the garments given were of the highest quality, inciting envy from both inner and outer disciples alike. Even the well-traveled Chen Xuan and his companions could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. Yet, Yi Qingcheng, Murong Ingluo, and Shi Linger remained expressionless, utterly unfazed. Their calm demeanor commanded immense respect from the other disciples. Elder, my brother Lin Fan is still cultivating. May we collect on his behalf? At this moment, Yi Qingcheng proactively offered to take on the task. Naturally, the elder did not refuse and directly handed Lin Fan's resources to Yi Qingcheng. After distributing the resources to the direct disciples, the elder continued, Inner disciples, step forward to collect. Each will receive 8 sets of high-grade spiritual garments and 1 exceptional spiritual tool. Boom. Upon hearing this, all 12 inner disciples erupted with excitement, eagerly stepping forward. The remaining disciples watched in envy as their faces turned a deep shade of purple. High-grade spiritual garments, exceptional spiritual tools. They could easily rival the saintly sun. Soon, after the inner disciples had collected, numerous outer disciples gazed longingly at the other spiritual garments. For there were so many spiritual garments here, yet no ordinary clothing. Perhaps some were meant for them. Thus, as everyone awaited with bated breath, the elder finally called for them. Outer disciples, come forth to collect. Each will receive 3 sets of ordinary spiritual garments, 2 sets of high-grade spiritual garments, and 1 high-grade spiritual tool. Wow! All the outer disciples gasped in astonishment, eagerly rubbing their hands together, ready to queue for their turn. 2 sets of high-grade spiritual garments and 1 high-grade spiritual tool. Although they could not compare to the saintly sun, they were certainly not far off. Moreover, these were all equipment, not even counting cultivation resources. If cultivation resources were included, the saintly sun would pale in comparison. Therefore, no one was not excited. Being an outer disciple at the Miao Miao sect was far superior to being a saintly son at the Holy Land. Everyone eagerly rubbed their hands together, filled with exuberance. Of course, the inner disciples and servants received their share too. Everyone within the sect was entitled. Soon, all resources were distributed. With the different garments, it became easier to distinguish between inner and outer disciples and elders, eliminating the cumbersome need for name tags. It was indeed exceedingly convenient. Elder Luo, come with me. At this moment, Lu Tsang interrupted Luo Feishuan, who was busy gathering the remaining resources. Only then did she pause her tasks, excitedly brushing aside her scattered hair, and rose to follow Lu Tsang towards the main peak. At this moment, Chen Xuan was still seated in meditation atop the summit. Upon arriving at the pinnacle, Lu Tsang instructed Luo Feishuan to wait in place while he went to report. Luo Feishuan stood there, brimming with anticipation, her gaze fixed on the figure atop the giant rock. Upon catching sight of the young man's silhouette, tall and upright, her heart raced, and she instinctively clenched her fingers. Is this truly the master of the Miao Miao sect? What an imposing figure. I am so nervous. Despite being at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm for several centuries and possessing the power to command the elements in the outside world, she could not quell the anxiety of meeting the sect leader. This was the invisible pressure that came with the reputation of the Miao Miao sect. Just then, as Lu Song stood behind Chen Xuan, poised to offer his report, Chen Xuan suddenly opened his eyes and pointed skyward. Instantly, he captured Luo Feishuan's attention, compelling her to glance upward in response to his gesture. Boom! A tremendous and overwhelming aura erupted from Chen Xuan's hand, instantly dispersing the clouds that blanketed the sky. The azure heavens shattered, revealing a vast, bottomless black void that exuded an ancient and heavy presence. In an instant, daylight turned to night, and people within a radius of 10,000 miles involuntarily gazed skyward, collectively gasping in shock. Has the sky truly fractured? As countless individuals stood in astonishment, a colossal hand slowly emerged from the shattered void. With its appearance, an aura capable of annihilating all things permeated the atmosphere. The ruptured space accelerated its disintegration, resembling a massive black hole expanding uncontrollably, devouring everything in its wake. This enormous hand descended from the heavens, exuding the power to obliterate all existence. Even from thousands of miles away, countless powerful beings trembled in fear, sensing that a mere touch from this hand could render the earth into nothingness. Even those ancient beings residing in distant sacred lands felt their souls shudder in terror. The mere manifestation of this hand shattered all spatial constraints, evoking exclamations of disbelief. How powerful must that hand be? The black hole appeared to transform into a vacuum, although no aura emanated from it. The oppressive weight of the hand could still be felt, pressing down upon the void. A single movement could threaten even the mightiest of saints. What on earth is this? Countless ancient and powerful beings quaked, as if witnessing the arrival of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, within the Miao sect, all elders and disciples turned their gazes toward the main peak. They had long been aware that the sect leader was engaged in profound contemplation atop the summit, and this formidable aura seemed to emanate from him, leading them to immediately think of Chen Xuan. How extraordinary is our master! The hand he conjured has collapsed the very fabric of space. If it were to move, we would surely vanish along with the earth. The sect leader is truly an exceptional emperor. The mere appearance of this hand has shattered all opposing forces, transforming the sky into utter void. While we, too, as emperors, possess such capabilities, we fall far short of the sect leader's prowess. In that moment, both disciples and elders alike were utterly captivated by Chen Xuan's display of power, especially Luo Feishuan, who stood frozen in awe. She had previously believed the Miao sect to be formidable, yet she had not anticipated the sect leaders might to reach such heights. Now, Luo Feishuan was taken aback. Her mouth agape, her eyes vacant, unable to believe what she was witnessing. Her heart trembled, her limbs quaked, and she felt utterly lost. Overwhelmed by Chen Xuan's display of strength, the convergence of myriad extraordinary techniques into such a singular manifestation was truly remarkable. Merely condensing a hand could shatter the vast expanse of the sky, and yet he had only infused a fraction of his power. If he were to unleash his full strength, the sheer mass of that hand alone could obliterate countless stars. Atop the giant rock, Chen Xuan murmured to himself, surprised that the body he had been refining for days was so powerful. What divine calamities, what sword intent, all paled in comparison to the absolute weight he commanded. Wherever the hand passed, space crumbled, reverting to a vacuum. What shall I name it? This hand appears to originate from the heavens above. Perhaps I shall call it the hand of the heavens. Yes, the hand of the heavens it shall be. Soon, Chen Xuan bestowed a new name upon his conjured technique. The immense hand dissipated, and the shattered void began to mend, albeit at an excruciatingly slow pace, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. It appeared as though the sky had been punctured by a gaping hole over 10,000 miles wide. If left to repair at its current rate, it would take an eternity. Thus, Chen Xuan raised his hand once more, swiftly sealing the breach in the sky. In an instant, upon witnessing this, every member of the Miao sect sighed in relief and resumed their activities, though their curiosity regarding Chen Xuan's strength only deepened. At this moment, Lutsong, who had remained silent, finally dared to speak, bowing respectfully. Master, Elder Luo Feishuan, the 10th elder of the Treasure Pavilion, at the peak of the Emperor Realm, wishes to join our sect as a servant. I have come to seek your guidance. Upon hearing Lutsong's report, Chen Xuan turned slowly, his gaze falling upon the distant, anxious figure of Luo Feishuan. Noticing her unease, Luo Feishuan quickly lowered her eyes and bowed, saying, I am Luo Feishuan, the junior, and I pay my respects to the sect leader. Observing Luo Feishuan's apprehensive demeanor, Chen Xuan took a moment to appraise her. Mature, poised, she appears obedient and rather impressive. Moreover, the sect is indeed in need of female elders, something Lutsong had mentioned to him. The female disciples often faced issues in their cultivation and hesitated to approach the male elders for guidance due to embarrassment. Given that he had yet to summon a female elder from the numerous summoning cards he possessed, Chen Xuan found himself in a bind. Therefore, upon encountering Luo Feishuan, he did not outright refuse her request, instead asking gently, why do you wish to join our sect as a servant? After a brief moment of hesitation, she resolved to speak candidly. Your sect's environment resembles a paradise. I have long been troubled by an inexplicable voice in my mind, feeling an impending crisis. I wish to join the sect to hone my abilities. If granted entry, I vow to serve diligently without complaint. Luo Feishuan laid bare her concerns and expressed her loyalty, understanding that to join the sect, she must be forthright. Given the sect leader's evident strength and character, she felt assured he would not harm her. A mere Emperor Realm practitioner, without cause. Thus, when revealing her secret, she was prepared to be completely transparent. A voice in her mind? Upon hearing her declaration, Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback before promptly accessing Luo Feishuan's personal information. In an instant, a panel materialized before him. Name, Luo Feishuan, fragment of the soul of the Emperor Ningyue. Realm, late Emperor Realm. Physique, none. Potential, 9 stars. Background, the late Emperor Ningyue, unable to break through to the peak of the Emperor Realm, approached the end of her lifespan. She fortuitously discovered the 9 Turns Immortal Sutra, glimpsing a path to survival. To live a second life, she underwent a bodily dissolution, her soul fragmenting into 9 remnants for rebirth. Luo Feishuan is one of these 9 remnants. Note, upon the awakening of the primary soul, By consuming the remaining 8 fragments, one can defy fate and live a second life, restoring one's cultivation and regaining a lifespan of 10,000 years, once again pursuing the path to immortality. This path of the clone once inadvertently devoured the soul fruit, replenishing the remnants of the soul, thus forming a brand new and complete divine consciousness. Soon after, upon reviewing the information from Luo Feishuan, Chen Xuan comprehended the situation. In simpler terms, it concerns a late-stage female emperor named Ningyue, who, in the twilight of her life, found herself unable to perceive the path of immortality. However, by chance, she acquired a celestial scripture and, in pursuit of a second life, she performed a disintegration ritual, dividing her divine consciousness into 9 parts for reincarnation and recultivation. Seeking to live anew, the quest for a second life is a dilemma faced by many emperors, thus it is not surprising. Luo Feishuan is indeed one of the 9 reincarnated divine souls. The voice she heard must have been the main soul urging her to seek it out, only to be devoured in return. Chen Xuan had previously encountered similar instances in the infinite library, yet he had never imagined he would face such a situation himself. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He regarded not even the most formidable of emperors, let alone a mere reincarnation. Thus, Chen Xuan promptly revealed Luo Feishuan's identity as one of the reincarnated souls. You were once a great emperor, who, in pursuit of a second life, disintegrated yourself into 9 remnants of the soul for reincarnation and recultivation. You are one of these 9 remnants. And the voice in your mind should be that of your main soul awakening, attempting to summon you, to devour you and absorb your essence to complete itself and live again. Boom. Upon hearing these words, Luo Feishuan trembled, utterly bewildered. Chapter 078. Chen Xuan acts to sever the divine soul. The 2 saints of the soul palace arrive. A great emperor reincarnated, one of the 9 remnants of the soul, summoning her to devour her. My heavens! How could such a terrifying event occur? What would happen if she were devoured? Would she cease to exist entirely? In an instant. Luo Feishuan's heart raced with anxiety. Having diligently cultivated for many years and possessing considerable talent, she had steadily advanced despite lacking extraordinary encounters. Now, to learn that she was merely a remnant of someone else's soul, destined to be devoured, left her in shock. After all, she was still young, having yet to experience life, and had spent her entire existence in arduous cultivation, having finally become a formidable emperor and ascended to the upper echelon. How could she resign herself to becoming someone else's sustenance? Fortunately, by chance, she had encountered the Misty Sect and discovered a sanctuary within its confines, a place where she could resist the allure of that voice. If she could not find refuge within the Misty Sect, she feared it would not be long before she was completely ensnared by the voice of the main soul in her mind, leading to her demise. With this thought, a profound dread enveloped Luo Feishuan. Confronted with the choice of life and death, no ordinary person could maintain a tranquil heart. In her desperation, she knelt upon the ground, fearfully imploring, "Senior, please accept me as your disciple. If I cannot remain within the sect, I fear I will soon be completely bewitched by the voice in my mind. I shall serve the sect diligently and faithfully." As she spoke, Luo Feishuan bowed deeply, presenting herself in a posture of utmost humility, akin to a desperate child. Observing this, Chen Xuan offered a faint smile and replied, "To join my sect is to become one of us, forever bound by loyalty. Are you certain you wish to join?" "Yes, I am willing. I swear by the Tao to never betray the Miao sect." Luo Feishuan quickly raised her hand, forming a gesture to pledge her oath to the Tao, committing herself without a moment's hesitation. Witnessing her sincerity, Chen Xuan no longer questioned her resolve and nodded, saying, "Then you shall enter my sect. I shall lend you my assistance. Let me sever the connection you have with your main soul." With that, Chen Xuan raised his hand and drew a line towards Luo Feishuan. In an instant, a surge of imperial essence surged forth, penetrating her divine consciousness. Feeling the immense power of this essence, Luo Feishuan dared not move, allowing it to enter her soul. A shudder coursed through her body, eliciting a soft gasp. Subsequently, the imperial essence completely severed all connections between her soul and the outside world. All repercussions of the divine soul were utterly erased, and the unseen passage was abruptly sealed. Henceforth, she could no longer receive the alluring whispers from her main soul. Simultaneously, in a remote mountainous region of the eastern domain, a woman bearing a striking resemblance to Luo Feishuan suddenly opened her eyes and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Pfft, how strong. It actually severed the connection between the main body and the clone. Humph, what of the severance? The main body can still merge with the other clones. Once I regain some strength, I shall proceed to assimilate you. As for the one who dared sever the connection between the main body and the clone, I shall ensure you suffer 1,000 tortures." The woman, resembling Luo Feishuan, bore a cold expression, her demeanor radiating arrogance. After a moment of murmuring to herself, her gaze shifted to the corner of the cave. There lay two unconscious women, identical in appearance to her, discarded upon the ground. "Let me devour you both first." Ningyue slowly rose and approached one of the figures, launching herself at her. In an instant, the two began to merge, ultimately transforming into one being. Soon after, a pure and holy aura began to pervade the cave. Wherever this aura passed, all beings bowed in submission, and the beasts worshipped. Within the Piamiao sect, Luo Feishuan sensed a distinct absence in her divine consciousness. Her excitement surged, the innate connection she once possessed. She had sought to understand with the wisdom of a saint in the treasured hall. However, even saints could not decipher its nature. Yet, Chen Xuan not only recognized her as one of the remnants of the fragmented soul at a glance, but he also effortlessly severed that connection with a single gesture. "Thank you, Sect Master," Luo Feishuan exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude as she knelt upon her legs, continuing to bow in appreciation. As she bent down, her form inadvertently presented a captivating silhouette, though no one was there to admire it. Chen Xuan maintained his composure, his gaze unwavering, and gently lifted her from the ground with a slight wave of his hand. "Rise, as our female elders are currently in seclusion, although your cultivation is slightly lacking. There is no need for you to serve as a mere errand worker. Remain in the outer sect as a temporary vice elder. Assist the righteous elders in resolving the cultivation issues of the female disciples. Should you achieve a breakthrough to sainthood, you will be promoted to a formal elder." Boom. Upon hearing this, Luo Feishuan trembled once more. To serve as a vice elder in the outer sect? Achieving sainthood would grant her the status of a formal elder. Indeed, the outer elders of the Piamiao sect were all saints. The rumors from the outside world proved to be true. She had perhaps joined a force far more formidable than the ancient aristocratic families. Thus, Luo Feishuan's excitement reignited, and she hurriedly bowed. "Thank you, Sect Master. I shall not disappoint your expectations." After speaking, she cast a slightly anxious glance at Chen Xuan. After all, it was somewhat peculiar to be sent out so soon after joining the sect, which might raise suspicions. However, Chen Xuan paid it no mind, casually stating, "Go ahead. Such trivial matters do not require my report. Just consult Elder Lu Song." "Understood. I take my leave." Luo Feishuan secretly sighed with relief as she performed her farewell. "I shall also take my leave." Lu Song likewise clasped his fists and departed. Upon exiting the peak of the main mountain, just a few dozen units of source liquid. "Consider it your salary for the past few months. Keep it for yourself." Lu Song smiled lightly, producing two identity tokens, one large and one small. And with a flash of his figure, he vanished, leaving Luo Feishuan in a daze. She stared in astonishment at the token in her hand, reading the words Vice Elder of the Outer Sect, her excitement reaching new heights. Truly, it was a powerful sect. A few dozen units of source liquid serving as her salary for several months. She had thought these were treasures of the Piamiao sect. No wonder they were so affluent. It turned out to be merely the salary of an outer vice elder for a few months. Gazing in the direction Lu Song had disappeared, Luo Feishuan clutched the identity token, her reverence for the sect soaring to unparalleled heights, filling her with visions of her future life within the Piamiao sect. She felt an overwhelming eagerness to step into the role of vice elder. At present, the most pressing matter is to deliver the source liquid to the treasure pavilion and subsequently sever ties with them. With this thought in mind, she stowed away her command token, fixed her gaze on the direction of the main gate, and with a single step, left behind a fleeting shadow. Soon, she arrived at the square outside the gates of the Misty Sect and soared into the air, hastily flying toward the treasure pavilion. However, as she flew, several figures swept beneath her, heading toward the Misty Sect. At first, Luo Feishuan paid them no mind, but soon she encountered several small groups brushing past her, their conversations revolving around the Misty Sect, causing her brow to furrow as she abruptly halted her flight. "Quickly, if we delay, the Misty Sect may be annihilated. Yes, we must hasten, or we might miss the opportunity. I heard the Soul Palace is deploying the two saints of Xianming." Chapter 079, Stop Searching. This pile of dust is the two saints. The Soul Palace is sending the two saints of Xianming. How could this not be serious? It is said that the Misty Sect boasts several saints. Several saints? That must be a fabrication by the Misty Sect. Do you believe that? Indeed. Moreover, the saints of Xianming from the Soul Palace are not like ordinary saints. Together, they can overpower multiple saints without faltering. Even regular sacred grounds would not dare to confront them lightly. The Misty Sect, if they possess saints, would likely have to yield. Exactly. I have long maintained that the Soul Palace would not let the Misty Sect off the hook, especially since there are disciples of the soul within the Misty Sect. The Soul Palace is an arch-nemesis to all souls. Look, they have arrived. If the Misty Sect lacks saints, they will surely be destroyed. If they have saints, they must surrender the soul to show submission. In any case, this time, the Misty Sect is finished. Enough talk. Let us hurry. If we delay further, we shall miss the spectacle. After their discussion, the cultivators immediately quickened their pace, vanishing in an instant. The two saints of Xianming, here to seize souls. She quickly deduced that the Misty Sect was under the scrutiny of the transcendent force of the Soul Palace. The sect was encountering a grave crisis. Naturally, she could not remain indifferent. Should they strike suddenly, with no defenses in place, the damage would be inevitable. Thus, Luo Feishuan, in a state of urgency, increased her flying speed to its utmost. At this moment, outside the Misty Sect, a number of cultivators had gathered, perched upon distant mountain peaks or suspended in midair. Just as they found their footing, two dark figures suddenly materialized in the square before the Misty Sect, both cloaked in black robes adorned with countless strange patterns and lines. They exuded an eerie aura. They have arrived. The two saints of Xianming from the Soul Palace. At this time, the crowd atop the mountain became agitated. Their eyes fixated on the saints of Xianming as they whispered among themselves. True saints in action. We shall finally discern whether the Misty Sect possesses any saints. Is this what a legendary saint looks like? Why do they seem so sinister? Those from the Soul Palace are neither wholly righteous nor entirely wicked. And having long been in contact with souls, they are rather abnormal. Sure, do not speak. Look, someone from the Misty Sect is coming out. Under the gaze of the crowd, without waiting for the saints of Xianming to make their move, an elder adorned with the insignia of an outer sect elder stepped out from the Misty Sect. The elder, wielding a broom, calmly addressed the two saints of Xianming. What brings you here? So it is merely a sweeping outer sect elder. Listen well, we are the saints of Xianming from the Soul Palace. You of the Misty Sect have slain our soul-reaping envoy. Immediately summon your Sect Master to provide an explanation. It would be best to hand over your sect's female soul and the soul within Xiaoqin's ring, or else do not blame us for flattening your Misty Sect today. The saints of Xianming scoffed, completely dismissing the outer sect elder, directly demanding souls and issuing threats. However, due to other saints being occupied in different regions, time was temporarily on their side. Later, news spread that the Misty Sect had emerged with a soul of extraordinary purity, far surpassing that of an ordinary saint. The Soul Master could no longer contain his impatience and desired to send others to capture the soul. Yet, considering the Misty Sect's apparent disregard for the Soul Palace, daring to slay their soul-reaping envoy, and reportedly possessing saints, the Soul Master restrained his impulses. The two of them, the most powerful saints within the Soul Palace, also regarded the Misty Sect with disdain. Even if it was said that the Misty Sect possessed saints, they were unfazed. After all, their strength far exceeded that of ordinary saints. Even if they could not defeat them in a confrontation, they could simply seize the souls and depart. Such had always been the modus operandi of the Soul Palace, to capture any soul in sight. However, their words failed to intimidate the outer sect elder of the Misty Sect, who merely frowned slightly at their audacity. Such arrogance to insult our Sect Master. You seek death. Without granting them a chance to respond, the outer sect elder raised his hand, conjuring two terrifying giant hands that swiftly ensnared the saints of Xianming. This left the saints bewildered, unsure of how the confrontation had escalated before they could even finish speaking. But before they could resist, the giant hands firmly bound them. Then came a thunderous explosion. Boom. The two saints of Xianming were instantly crushed to dust, scattered across the ground. The saints of Xianming had perished. In their final moments, they could not comprehend how the confrontation had turned so swiftly, nor could they muster any resistance. It was known that their physical forms were immensely powerful. Even an attack from a similarly ranked saint could not easily shatter their bodies. Alas, they had met their demise, with no opportunity to ponder such matters. Meanwhile, on the distant mountaintop, countless onlookers were left in shock by the outer sect elder's abrupt display of power, particularly upon witnessing the dust scattered on the ground. Gasping in disbelief. Goodness, they were crushed to death. An accomplished saint. Truly a formidable force. How terrifying. The Misty Sect is formidable indeed. The rumors were not unfounded. They crushed even saints to dust. The outer sect elder of the Misty Sect is not only a saint, but at the very least an accomplished one. Let us flee. Do not linger. We may be implicated. Withdraw. Quickly. In an instant, the once calm cultivators atop the mountain were filled with dread. Initially, they had hoped to witness the downfall of the Misty Sect or to observe a battle between saints for educational purposes. But they never expected the saints of the Soul Palace to perish so decisively. If the Misty Sect disowned their thoughts, they would surely be obliterated. Thus, the crowd hastily turned and fled, vanishing without a trace. The outer sect elder of the Misty Sect paid them no heed. Calmly approaching the spot where the saints of Xianming had been reduced to dust, methodically sweeping up their ashes, it seemed he wielded the broom solely for the purpose of collecting their remains. Of course, he only intended to prepare for the burial of the two. never intending to initiate violence from the start. However, he had not anticipated their audacity. Merely two slightly powerful saints, not even accomplished saints, dared to approach and insult his sect master, threatening to flatten the Misty Sect if he did not eliminate them. How could he hold his head high within the sect in the future? Thus, he acted without mercy. Who dares to insult? Why insult the sect master? I would be remiss not to kill you for your audacity. While the outer sect elder muttered to himself, sweeping the ashes, at that moment, a voice interjected, "No need. The people of the Soul Palace have already come." Seeing it was the newly arrived Luo Feishuan, the outer sect elder offered a faint smile. "What? They have come already?" Luo Feishuan was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of alarm as she anxiously scanned her surroundings. Her worried demeanor left the outer sect elder somewhat speechless. Considering the new deputy was indeed strikingly beautiful but overly dramatic. Nevertheless, taking into account her cultivation level, he could understand her concern. Thus, while continuing to sweep, he calmly explained, "Do not search further. This pile of dust is the two saints. I am merely tidying up." Chapter 080. The Soul Hall revives the ancestor in advance. Wang Zhima points to the sky. Boom. Upon hearing these words, Luo Feishuan trembled all over, rendered utterly dumbfounded. She gazed at the dust on the ground, bewildered. Killed? Killed. Indeed. The saint of the Soul Hall showed disrespect to the sect leader and deserved death. The outer elder nodded calmly. Luo Feishuan exclaimed, "They truly killed them. How could they disrespect the sect leader? This execution is rather decisive. Those were two saints." Her pupils constricted as she cautiously surveyed her surroundings. But there were no traces of battle. Could it be that the inner elder intervened, or perhaps the sect leader acted personally, using overwhelming power to obliterate the adversaries? At this thought, Luo Feishuan shuddered again. The mysterious Sky Sect is far more formidable than she had imagined. Moreover, this incident subtly reminded her to be more mindful of her words and actions in the future. She feared that a misunderstanding might lead to her own demise at the hands of the sect's powerful members. Realizing this, Luo Feishuan immediately composed herself. Feeling relieved that she had always been cautious in her speech and actions, she then politely clasped her fist to the outer elder and said, "Elder, since the matter has been resolved, I shall take my leave." Indeed, the outer elder nodded. Only then did Luo Feishuan depart with composure. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that she had been overly concerned. Firstly, the sect leader and the inner elders would not eliminate their own members over trivial matters. Furthermore, it was not the sect leader or the inner elder who acted, but rather the outer elder she had just spoken to, a half-step Saint King. If she had known that even the outer elders of the mysterious Sky Sect were half-step Saint Kings, she would likely have questioned her very existence. After all, they were akin to adults fighting children. But perhaps it was for the best that she remained unaware. Otherwise, she would be terrified and excessively cautious in the sect, afraid to even greet others. Meanwhile, in a grand state of the eastern region, within the headquarters of the Soul Hall, the Soul Master stood in the dim hall, leaning against the door, gazing up at the statue of the Soul Hall's ancestor. At that moment, an elder from the Soul Hall hurriedly arrived, holding two shattered soul tokens, urgently reporting, "Soul Master, it is grave. The tokens of the two saints of the underworld have shattered." What? The Soul Master was taken aback. Instinctively turning to face the elder, his gaze instantly clouded with gloom upon seeing the broken tokens. The mysterious Sky Sect is unexpectedly powerful, capable of slaying even my hall's two saints. Do they truly think my Soul Hall's members are so easily vanquished? If that is the case, we must hasten the revival of the ancestor, he murmured in a low voice, as if emerging from the depths of the nine hells, imbued with a chilling aura. Upon hearing the term ancestor, the reporting elder's scalp prickled, a chill running down his spine. He dared not speak, trembling inwardly. Is the Soul Master truly about to revive the ancestor of the Soul Hall? The ancient continent is on the brink of upheaval. As he trembled, the Soul Master spoke in a deep voice. "Listen well. Immediately summon all saints and gather all accumulated souls to awaken the ancestor in advance. It is time for the ancient continent to change." Yes, the subordinate trembled throughout, promptly setting off to gather all powerful beings for the preparations at the altar to revive the ancestor. Within the mysterious Sky Sect, Lute Song, having received the report from the outer elder regarding the slaying of two saints from the Soul Hall who sought war, did not take it to heart. Killing merely two saints was insignificant. The subsequent handling of the Soul Hall's provocation and the insult to the sect leader required the sect leader's personal decision. Thus, Lute Song promptly made his way to the sect leader's main hall, reporting the matter to Chen Xuan. Upon learning that the saints dispatched by the Soul Hall not only sought souls but also insulted him, Chen Xuan immediately proposed a more decisive course of action. The Soul Hall must be eradicated. Chen Xuan stated flatly, directly announcing the death sentence to the Soul Hall. Yes, I will attend to it right away. Lutsong respectfully nodded and turned to leave. Their calm dialogue seemed as if they were not deciding the fate of a colossal transcendent force, but rather that of an inconsequential entity. Elder Zhimo, the sect leader has decreed the annihilation of the Soul Hall. You shall handle it. On his way down the main peak, Lutsong directly transmitted a message to another elder, Wang Zhima. Understood. Without even opening his eyes, Wang Zhima, deep in meditation, expanded his consciousness, rapidly covering millions of miles around the mysterious Sky Sect in search of the Soul Hall's location. After a moment, his consciousness enveloped a vast portion of the eastern region. At this time, his eyes slowly opened. Found it. With that, he tore through space. Arriving in the sky above the Soul Hall, gazing at the vast and ancient structure of the Soul Hall, Wang Zhimo raised a finger, pointing at the headquarters of the Soul Hall. Heaven-piercing finger. Boom. A torrent of annihilative light converged at Wang Zhimo's fingertip, instantly expanding into a finger 100 miles wide. With a gentle flick, that enormous finger, radiating destructive brilliance, shot towards the Soul Hall headquarters. Within the Soul Hall headquarters, the revival of the ancestor was already underway. In a vast square, there lay a circular altar with a diameter of 100 meters. Atop the altar rested an uncovered coffin, within which lay the Soul Hall's ancestor. A corpse that had been dead for tens of thousands of years. Though deceased for millennia, the ancient corpse was merely skin and bones, its flesh having not decayed. Appearing as a gaunt figure, the coffin lay peacefully in the center of the altar, resting atop a multitude of intricate grooves. Countless members of the Soul Hall, holding numerous clay jars of various sizes, poured souls into the grooves on the altar. The souls were drawn into the coffin. Simultaneously, the Soul Master, accompanied by the remaining 3 living saints of the Soul Hall and nearly 100 royal-level powerhouses, began to leap around the altar, their movements synchronized, hands raised, forming a circle, while they chanted ancient and weighty incantations. As they sang and danced, the ancient and heavy coffin suddenly shook violently, followed by a deeply weathered aura emanating from within. This aura seemed to be imbued with the sediment of time, evoking a sense of the relentless passage of years, as if merely inhaling its essence could turn one's lungs to ash. Upon witnessing this, the leaping members were not frightened. Rather, their faces gleamed with joy. There is movement. This signifies success. They knew that the ancestor within the coffin had once been a great sage from tens of thousands of years ago. Should their revival succeed, the entire ancient continent would undergo a radical transformation. Furthermore, the souls they offered had been refined. Once the ancestor awakened, he would be influenced by the souls, falling under their control. This meant that the Soul Hall would gain a terrifyingly powerful subordinate at the great sage level. The mere thought of such a being drove them into a frenzy. Thus, they quickened their leaps, intensifying their whispered incantations. A terrifying aura began to emanate from within the coffin. The emaciated corpse within seemed to respond to the call. A flood of memories from tens of thousands of years ago surfaced in the ancient corpse's mind. Who has awakened me? The ancient corpse slowly opened its eyes. However, as it began to comprehend its surroundings and realized it had been revived, a finger 100 miles wide of extreme light abruptly caught its gaze. In that instant, the ancient corpse's pupils constricted in shock, rendered speechless. What in the world? The Emperor's heaven-piercing finger. Who has awakened me? Chapter 081, Rooting Out the Problem. The Divine Void's secret realm opens early. At this moment, the ancient corpse was bewildered. It had not yet fully regained control of its body. The magnificent aurora, vast as 100 miles, surged towards them, causing the ancient corpse to abandon its resistance and close its eyes once more. In that instant, everyone felt the radiant light above, momentarily halting their movements in bewilderment as they gazed skyward. The aurora approached with increasing intensity, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that seemed to engulf them, making their hair and garments sway without wind. Soon after, the highest point of the tower began to crumble, dissolving into nothingness, followed by the tower itself, the surrounding buildings, and the very ground beneath them. In an instant, everything collapsed and vanished under the aura's influence. Run! Soul Master! Cried several saints, their eyes filled with terror as they fled in all directions. However, their escape was futile, just as they lifted their feet. The celestial finger descended with a resounding crash. Boom! The sound reverberated through the heavens and echoed down to the depths. The former Soul Palace was obliterated, transformed into an unfathomable abyss stretching for miles. The Soul Palace had been annihilated, and all perished without a sound. Even the hidden essences within the palace did not awaken, ascending alongside the ruins. Gazing at the abyss that spanned miles, Wang Zhumo remained expressionless, slowly turning away atop a distant peak. As he did, a spatial rift reopened. Just as he prepared to depart, 2 figures, a young man and an elder, suddenly appeared on the other side of the mountain, soaring towards the remnants of the Soul Palace. Boom! Upon hearing the thunderous sound, the young man lifted his eyelids, expressing dissatisfaction. I knew they would resurrect the ancestor. My father has lost his mind as well. However, upon hearing his subordinate's reverent tones regarding the ancestor's resurrection, he became increasingly agitated. The elder dared not retort, nodding in agreement. The two then accelerated, crossing over the mountain to reveal an expansive view. Yet, what met their eyes was not the familiar Soul Palace, but an unfathomable chasm. Staring at this scene, both men were left dumbfounded. What the hell? Where's the Soul Palace? Where's my home? Did we take a wrong turn? Impossible. I've traversed this path for decades without error. The young man, Soul Z, appeared bewildered. His subordinates trembled in fear, staring into the abyss, their voices quivering as they exclaimed, Lord Soul Z, the Soul Palace is gone. What? My home is gone. Soul Z was momentarily taken aback before fully grasping the situation. They had not taken a wrong turn. This was indeed his home. But how could it have vanished? Where was his father? Where were the powerful beings of the family? A chill ran through both men as they hastened towards the abyss. Yet, before they could descend, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended, reducing the two airborne figures to mere blood mist. The Soul Master and his loyal protector met their silent demise. In the wake of their departure, the messengers arrived joyfully, carrying vessels containing souls. However, upon witnessing the transformation of the Soul Palace into a chasm, they too were left in shock. I didn't take a wrong turn. This is the Soul Palace. Where is the Soul Palace? Could it have been destroyed? Impossible. Who could destroy the Soul Palace? Was it a relocation? But I never received any notice of a move. Even if the Soul Palace intentionally forgot me, surely they wouldn't forget everyone else. The returning soul catchers circled the abyss in confusion, searching for clues. Gradually, more and more soul catchers returned. After much investigation and inquiry, they were reluctantly compelled to accept the grim reality. The Soul Palace had indeed ceased to exist. Furthermore, reports from distant residents revealed that the palace had vanished following a deafening explosion, accompanied by the appearance of a colossal finger in the sky. A finger? The realm that once housed the Soul Palace had been utterly transformed into an abyss? There could be no doubt. The Soul Palace had been obliterated. Yet, they struggled to fathom who could so swiftly annihilate a bastion of heritage that had endured for millennia. Staring at the desolate expanse, the crowd was left utterly bewildered. Some cultivators, who had grown up within the Soul Palace, wept in despair. How could the Soul Palace simply vanish? What will we do now? Indeed, all they knew was soul catching. Without the Soul Palace, where could they go? Oh no, with the Soul Palace gone, what use is this soul to me? Crack, crack. The sound of shattered pots echoed repeatedly as the released souls fled in terror. While some mourned, others began to seek alternative paths. One particularly quick-witted man hastily pursued an old cultivator who had recently joined their ranks and was now preparing to leave. Elder, please don't depart. I have something to discuss with you. Elder, take me with you. I possess 180 shards of divine essence. I'll give them to you. Alas, young friend. I apologize, but I have nowhere to go. The elder replied regretfully. I plan to wander. With the Soul Palace's destruction, the remaining cultivators scattered in disarray. The news of the Soul Palace's obliteration spread rapidly as the crowd dispersed. After all, it was a transcendent force that had endured for thousands of years. Its sudden annihilation naturally drew the attention of various holy lands, ancient clans, and transcendent sects, igniting a wave of commotion among the top powers. What? The Soul Palace has been destroyed? The elders gasped in disbelief. But the Soul Palace is formidable. Could it be that a transcendent sect wielding a supreme weapon struck? However, even a transcendent sect should not be able to achieve such a silent obliteration. Merely the appearance of a finger, and the Soul Palace was no more. Rumors had circulated that the Soul Palace had recently clashed with a reclusive sect known as the Misty Sect. The two saints of the Soul Palace had been slain by an elder from the Misty Sect. Reports also indicated that several saints had emerged from within the Misty Sect. Even if it were the Misty Sect, how could they extinguish the Soul Palace, which possessed such profound depth? Should it truly be the Misty Sect? It would only imply that this sect was far more powerful than we could have ever imagined. They must not be underestimated. If it isn't the Misty Sect, then who could it be? The ancient continent has grown increasingly chaotic. Within the transcendent sects, the news of the Soul Palace's destruction spread like wildfire. The Soul Palace has been destroyed. Is it related to the Misty Sect? I never expected another force to emerge that rivals us. It matters not. For countless millennia, as the sun and moon traverse the skies and the stars shift, even ordinary holy lands have risen and fallen, yet the transcendent sects have endured eternally. What is our foundation? Though supreme weapons and profound heritage serve as our support, what we truly rely on is our ability to read the situation. It is about retreating when at the peak and seizing the moment when others falter. As long as we do not harm the true inheritance, nothing else matters. Indeed, the Misty Sect should be monitored, but there is no need to concern ourselves further. In an instant, the news of the Soul Palace's destruction echoed throughout the eastern region. After all, the fall of a force that had long stood atop the pinnacle of the eastern region had a tremendous impact on everyone. This was especially true for the scattered cultivators beneath the Holy Lands, who became the topic of idle chatter. Meanwhile, the strength of the Misty Sect began to resonate throughout the entire eastern region. This was a resonance that echoed across the entire eastern region. It is worth noting that only forces as extraordinary as the Soul Palace could achieve such notoriety. Even superpowers that had birthed saints could not reach such heights. However, the fame of the Misty Sect did not last long. Soon, an even greater event overshadowed it: the early opening of the Divine Void's secret realm. Upon this news breaking, all cultivators in the eastern region were instantly shaken. Chapter 082. The direct disciples of the Heavenly King, Lin Fan and Yi Qingcheng, achieve enlightenment simultaneously. Have you heard? The Divine Void secret realm is set to open early this time. What? Is this the realm that only opens once every 1,000 years? And only those under 100 years of age can enter? Goodness. Is that true? I've just turned 99 this year. I'll be able to attend. It is indeed true. Some have already sensed the emergence of the passage, expected to open in 3 days. I can't believe it. It's opening early. This is wonderful. I'll finally have a chance to partake in a great event. It is said that each time the Divine Void secret realm opens, the scions of various holy lands and ancient families will make their grand appearances. This time, it promises to be an era of fierce competition among heroes. No. This is not merely an era. It is rumored to be a grand age of contention. Some divine bodies, secretly nurtured by the Holy Lands, have boldly declared their intent to sweep through the Divine Void secret realm and emerge victorious. The news of the Divine Void secret realm has spread like wildfire throughout the Eastern Domain, particularly among the scions and divine bodies of the major Holy Lands, all of whom have expressed their intention to enter the realm. This has only heightened the fervor surrounding the secret realm. However, such excitement is quite normal. For the Divine Void secret realm is one of the most coveted treasures for millions of cultivators in the Eastern Domain. This realm does not exist in any physical location on the continent. It is a spiritual world accessible only through the mind, impervious to the physical body. The emergence of this realm is also quite legendary. It is said that an emperor, at the age of 99, traversed the void and discovered the existence of the realm with unparalleled mastery, thereby opening the passage to the secret realm, which descends once every 1,000 years. Whenever the secret realm appears, all cultivators under the age of 100 and above the spiritual sea realm within the Eastern Domain can sense its presence and meditate to traverse the void, entering the Divine Void secret realm through the passage. Although it is a spiritual world, everything within is materialized upon entry. The realm is home to numerous fierce beasts, divine abilities, techniques, legacies, and various rare treasures that nourish the spirit and soul. Moreover, all sensations within the realm are utterly real, and while one cannot die, sustaining injuries or experiencing spiritual demise within the realm can inflict significant harm to the soul. A severely wounded soul would struggle to advance further in the future. The functionality of the Divine Void secret realm is somewhat akin to the ultimate illusory tower of the mysterious sect, albeit the illusory tower poses no dangers and lacks any resources. Thus, when the news reached the mysterious sect, Chen Xuan promptly issued a directive to his disciples. The outer disciples should focus on their cultivation and refrain from entering the Divine Void secret realm. Other disciples, however, were free to choose, but those wishing to venture into the realm must report to an elder. Upon hearing this announcement, the outer disciples of the mysterious sect had no objections. In fact, they felt somewhat relieved. After all, only those at the spiritual sea realm could traverse the void, which is the minimum threshold for entering the secret realm. The Divine Void secret realm beckons cultivators from the entire northern domain, and even if they could gain entry, their current strength would only allow them to be part of the lower tier, with opportunities far inferior to those afforded by remaining within the sect to cultivate. Furthermore, the sect boasts the illusory tower, abundant spiritual energy, and superior resources. Thus, for those with lower cultivation levels, staying within the sect is undoubtedly the fastest path to advancement. Of course, the inner disciples and direct disciples are different. With their generally high levels of cultivation, they naturally wish to hone their skills. And since the sect imposes no restrictions, many have begun to consider venturing into the secret realm. On the eve of the realm's opening, within the inner sect, Xianxian summoned the other 11 inner disciples. As the sole individual to have reached the pinnacle of the 998th level of the heavenly ladder, his strength had advanced swiftly, making him the big brother of the inner sect with considerable authority. Addressing his fellow disciples, Xianxian broached the subject of the Divine Void Secret Realm. Brothers, the Divine Void Secret Realm is set to open tomorrow. While you have all been engrossed in your cultivation, none have mentioned venturing into the realm. Shall we embark on this journey together? Why not? Let's go. Han Paopao was the first to express his agreement. Would have followed suit, stating sure. But I wonder if there are any graves within the realm. I've been cooped up in the sect, and though my breakthroughs have been swift, my hands are itching for action. Then let us heed the elder brother's call. I shall join as well. I will go too. I have heard that many scions of the Holy Lands will be there, and it would be splendid to witness their grandeur. Together, the 12 of us might truly make a name for ourselves. Several of the remaining 8 also voiced their agreement, except for a few whose cultivation remained at the Skyward Realm, who remained silent. Among them, Shenping was particularly pensive, silently contemplating beneath the table. Observing this, Shenping spoke, Elder Brother Xiao, Elder Brother Will. I am still in the Skyward Realm while you are nearly all at the Spirit Refinement Realm. Perhaps it would be prudent for me to abstain from this venture. Shenping was known for his caution. Even though the Divine Void Secret Realm does not permit physical entry, the risk of spiritual injury remains, especially since his cultivation had yet to reach the Spirit Refinement stage, prompting him to err on the side of caution. Thank you, Elder Brother. Excellent. I shall break through to the Spirit Refinement Realm tomorrow. Several others nodded in agreement. With this, Shenping cast aside his reservations and consented to join the expedition. Despite his cautious nature, he recognized the importance of unity within the sect. Very well. I shall devote myself to cultivation and ensure that the 12 of us venture forth together. Agreed. We, the 12 inner disciples, must not bring shame to our master. We shall make a name for ourselves within the Divine Void. Let us strive diligently. Meanwhile, atop the main peak, the direct disciples were also preparing to enter the secret realm, albeit in 2 groups. Murong Yingluo and Shilinger would enter first, followed by Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing. This arrangement arose from the continuous growth of their cultivation levels. Upon learning of the imminent opening of the secret realm, they had initially planned to enter together. However, at this crucial moment, both Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing underwent profound realizations, one grasping the essence of sword intent and the other awakening a divine talent, akin to Shilinger's celestial calamity light. As of now, both have yet to emerge from their states of enlightenment. Consequently, Murong Yingluo and Shilinger resolved that if the secret realm opened the next day and their elder brother and second sister had not awakened, they would enter first. After all, with one at the king stage and the other at the 8th level of spirit refinement, they would represent formidable power within the realm. Even the scions of the Holy Lands would find it difficult to reach the king stage before turning 100 years old, even former renowned scions. After a century of cultivation, would at most attain the early king stage. As the Divine Void Secret Realm approached its opening, countless cultivators across the eastern domain prepared themselves diligently. Some scattered cultivators even concealed their physical bodies 300 meters underground, wary of potential ambushes from enemies during their entrance into the realm. Simultaneously, powerful beings from beyond the domain began to arrive in the eastern domain, eager not to miss the opportunity presented by the Divine Void Secret Realm. However, due to the time constraints and the realm's premature opening, many factions were unable to arrive in time. Thus, this iteration of the Divine Void Secret Realm would undoubtedly become a stage for the cultivators of the Eastern Domain. In this era, the cultivators of the Eastern Domain are both fortunate and unfortunate, for this generation seems to possess an abundance of talent, hinting at a revival of the prosperous cultivation era reminiscent of ancient times. On this night, millions of cultivators stood ready, and on the following day, the Eastern Domain was unusually quiet. As dawn broke, a passageway leading to the Divine Void Secret Realm quietly opened, and countless cultivators immediately connected with the realm and entered within. Within the main peak of the mysterious sect, Lin Fan and Yi Qingqing sat cross-legged, their eyes tightly shut. A figure imbued with the essence of swordsmanship, accompanied by an aura of temporal chaos, embodies the scene. It appears that brother Lin Fan and sister Qingqing will remain in their meditative state for the time being. Linger, let us proceed inside. Observing the two in their moment of enlightenment, Murong Yingluo spoke from the corner. Indeed, Shilinger nodded in agreement, and the two, in unison, closed their eyes to seek the wondrous passage. Soon, their consciousness intertwined, guiding them through a slender channel into an entirely new realm. They transformed into 2 luminous orbs, swiftly descending into the depths below. At that moment, the ground beneath had already amassed a boundless congregation of cultivators. Countless luminous orbs surrounded them, falling in tandem. With a swift motion, as the light points touched the ground, they solidified, assuming their original forms. They appeared indistinguishable from the tangible world. Yet, They were acutely aware that all beings here were manifestations of spiritual energy, appearing vividly real, entirely unlike an illusory realm. Wow, this feels astonishingly real. Ouch, that stings. This is a truly immersive experience. If one were to perish here, would the body meet its end? It is said that dying here could severely injure the soul. Even injuries that do not heal can lead to profound damage. This place is indeed remarkable. The body feels slightly more sensitive, allowing for easier comprehension and breakthroughs than in the outside world. Upon landing, Murong Yingluo and Sherlinger overheard the excited discussions of those around them. Though sensitivity was heightened, the speed of comprehension could not compare to that of the Miao Miao sect. It felt somewhat disconcerting. For instance, Sherlinger was acutely aware of the sensation of Murong Yingluo holding her hand, a feeling that seemed to touch her very soul. Sherlinger felt a shiver run through her body, uncomfortable yet intriguing. However, Murong Yingluo, unfazed, began to playfully squeeze her hand, exclaiming, "Linger, your hand feels so delightful." Sherlinger replied, "Fourth sister, the sensations here are more intense than in the outside world, and I find it a bit overwhelming." She felt somewhat embarrassed. "That's all right. I am also getting accustomed. But as long as we hold hands, it will become familiar. With so many people around, if you were to get lost, I would have no way to report to Master." Murong Yingluo did not let go, instead leading her to the edge of the initial area. As they passed, the gazes of those around shifted, lingering on the two. Though all were cultivators, there was a clear disparity in numbers, with men vastly outnumbering women. Moreover, the two ladies were exceptionally beautiful, causing many cultivators to exhibit sparkling eyes. Some even stealthily followed in their wake. This made Sherlinger frown, preparing to confront them. Yet, Murong Yingluo, understanding human nature well, discreetly squeezed her fingers and whispered, "Do not concern yourself with them. If they dare to follow, simply eliminate them. There is no need for unnecessary actions." "Very well." Sherlinger nodded and continued to be led away by Murong Yingluo. However, just as they had taken a few steps, a sudden flash of white light appeared, and dozens of figures emerged on the ground. Observing these newcomers, the surrounding cultivators hastily cleared a path. Those who could arrive in such a group were typically significant talents from major factions, accustomed to being protected during their trials. Ordinary individuals would not dare provoke them. Moreover, the newly arrived figures were astonishingly all women, sensual women at that. Their revealing attire left little to the imagination, every movement seemingly threatening to expose more than intended. Among these women stood a young man clad in a yellow robe. He appeared pale and frail, clearly worn from exhaustion. Nonetheless, no one dared to underestimate him. It was not merely due to his strength, but because of the yellow robe he donned. It is well known that the shade of yellow in royal attire varies by the level of the dynasty. The more powerful the dynasty, the deeper the hue. The young man's robe exhibited a richness and color characteristic of a super dynasty's garb. Hence, no one dared to approach, fearing trouble. As they cleared space, the group of women began to engage in increasingly outrageous behavior. The scene left onlookers in utter disbelief. Their long-held values were shattered by such surreal spectacle. A palanquin constructed from women's bodies. The audacity of those from a super dynasty to partake in such antics? Wait, are they using so many women as a palanquin? Am I dreaming? The strength of these women is not to be underestimated. I cannot see through any of them, and yet they have been reduced to mere bearers. The crowd was left in astonishment. They even overlooked the previous exquisite figures. Although the appearances of these women could not rival those of the earlier two, their provocative attire and outrageous actions captured all attention. Over 20 women formed a human palanquin. Not only the inexperienced cultivators, even disciples from other super factions would be rendered speechless by such a spectacle. After all, the display was undeniably ostentatious. Especially as the palanquin was finally assembled. The scene was indescribable. Thighs served as armrests, soft curves as backrests, a human canopy shielded from the sun. The women's garments draped down, functioning as sheer curtains, partially obscuring the interior, preventing total exposure. Though the gossamer fabric could hardly conceal anything, the allure it exuded was irresistible. Onlookers were left dumbfounded. Incredible. I must inquire. If hypothetically one wished to procure a palanquin such as this, how many spirit stones would it require? Spirit stones? Acquiring them is feasible, but one would need to capture a few lower-ranked female cultivators and train them well. But alas, should I attempt to capture female cultivators? Righteous individuals would surely come to their aid, and I could not dare. Without an enticing background and unwilling to capture anyone, I am left with no options. Sigh, how I envy that. Surrounding cultivators expressed a mix of envy and confusion. More so, they were struck with awe and trepidation. To wield such power over subordinates, one must possess a heart of steel. Thus, no one dared to exhibit disdain. Before long, the palanquin was entirely assembled. Of the 30 women, only 8 remained, for stood at the ends of the long poles, while the other 4 positioned themselves at the windows of the palanquin. "Your Highness, please ascend the palanquin." The guard by the window bent down and pulled aside the sheer curtain, revealing the lavish interior. The frail young prince, with an expressionless visage, slowly lifted his leg to step upon one of the women's backs, entering the palanquin. "Your Highness, which direction shall we take?" the guard inquired, leaning close to the window. The prince glanced around, his gaze immediately fixating on the retreating figures of Murong, Ingluo, and Shiling. In an instant, his eyes widened, pupils dilating. The silhouettes and movements of Murong, Ingluo, and Shilingo captured his full attention. That direction. He pointed towards the diminishing forms, a slight smirk gracing his lips. "Understood. Lift the palanquin." The guard nodded and promptly issued the command. In an instant, the 4 women hoisting the palanquin lifted their poles, racing towards the direction of Murong, Ingluo, and Shirlinger. Though they ran, their speed increased exponentially, and before long, they were airborne, soaring higher and higher. As they ascended, more individuals began to take notice of their presence. Some even recognized the identity of the palanquin. "Oh no, that is the palanquin of the prince who commands 3,000. All his guards are women, and it is a human palanquin." Indeed, as the rumors suggested, the grand prince of the Diyu dynasty, Yu Sanxian, has made his appearance. The Diyu dynasty, a superlative empire with a lineage spanning tens of thousands of years? Astonishing. Is it truly him? Who dares to enter the secret realms accompanied by such a multitude of women? Yu Sanxian? The name rings a bell. Yet I cannot recall the details at this moment. Could he be the infamous figure who cannot live without women, who sleeps wherever he goes, and once claimed to have entertained over 3,000 ladies? Indeed, it is he. Despite his pallid complexion, it is rumored that he possesses remarkable prowess. Every woman in his vicinity, from formidable bodyguards to delicate maidservants, has fallen under his spell. Incredible. A feat of over 3,000. What an enviable background. Meanwhile, I struggle to find a companion. How can a mere super empire boast such magnificence? Little do you know, this super empire is unlike any other. They possess sages. Yes, it is said that Yu Sanxian is an extraordinary talent of their dynasty, his fame rivaling that of the holy sons of sacred lands, perhaps even surpassing them. Should he rise successfully, he shall undoubtedly elevate to a transcendent power, standing equal to the ancient clans and common sacred lands. Unbelievable. Yu Sanxian appears to be heading towards those 2 lovely maidens. His penchant for beauty will surely bring them trouble. Let us observe the prowess of such a remarkable talent. I shall accompany you. In an instant, several daring cultivators took to the skies, following Yu Sanxian from a distance, too intimidated to approach closely. On the mountain, Murong, Ingluo, and Shilingo had just taken flight when they sensed pursuers behind them. As they descended, the sedan chair carried by 4 women also came down at an angle. However, upon seeing that the so-called chair was composed of women, both frowned in unison, feeling a wave of disgust. Indeed, they were being pursued. Yet they had not anticipated the extravagance of a sedan chair made entirely of women. As the mountain winds blew, the delicate veils of the women danced, exposing the towering caves and gorges to the open air, which made Murong, Ingluo, and Shirlinger feel as if their eyes were being scorched, as if tainted. Nevertheless, having women as a sedan chair is somewhat acceptable. After all, some powerful figures exhibit even more bizarre eccentricities. It is said that certain individuals keep numerous female cultivators nearby, doing nothing but allowing them to consume their phlegm. Yes, you heard that correctly. They euphemistically call it the beauty spittoon. As the name suggests, it is a spittoon made of beautiful women. They claim to abhor spitting indiscriminately, deeming it too filthy, and insist on spitting into the mouths of their lovely attendants. This is especially true for those influential figures who refrain from eating and relieving themselves. In some secular kingdoms, where cultivators lack the power to fast for extended periods, there are even those who employ beautiful maidens as tissue paper. Thus, the strong reign supreme. Countless individuals on the ancient continent shout about defying the heavens without realizing how many dragon slayers ultimately become dragons themselves. Boom. The sedan chair alighted. Yu Sanxian slowly extended his finger to part the thin veil before him, his gaze fixed upon Murong, Ingluo, and Shirlinger, filled with admiration, as if marveling at the wonders of womanhood. Observing this, Shirlinger furrowed her brow once more, puzzled, and asked her 4th senior sister, "What does he want with us?" We seem not to know him. Although they were of similar age, Shirlinger evidently had far less experience and did not comprehend what might unfold when a woman catches a man's attention. Thus, upon hearing Shirlinger's inquiry, Murong, Ingluo shrugged and instinctively explained, what else could he want? Surely he seeks to explore the trigonometric functions. Trigonometric functions? Scherlinger was taken aback, clearly bewildered by this unfamiliar term. What are trigonometric functions? She inquired with curiosity. However, Scherlinger possessed significantly more understanding than Luyu and did not press further. So Morong Ingluo leaned in to elucidate the concept of trigonometric functions. Once Scherlinger grasped the meaning, her face flushed crimson, and she shyly stammered, "Fourth sister. How can you say such things? It's so embarrassing. What's the harm in discussing it?" Morong Ingluo rolled her eyes, yet it was still somewhat awkward for Scherlinger to continue the conversation. However, their hushed whispers caused Yu Sanqian within the sedan to frown. Feeling a surge of displeasure, he had been staring for quite some time. Not only did they appear unafraid, but they also dared to disregard him? Such insolence was intolerable. Yu Sanqian furrowed his brow, tightening his grip on the armrest, causing the sedan chair to emit a muffled groan. Yet he paid no heed to the chair's discomfort. Fixating on the two maidens, his voice cold as ice, "Submit to me, or perish." Chapter 085. Turn to mud. Thousands of cultivators contend for the beauty sedan. Submit to me, or perish. Boom. Upon uttering these words, the onlookers surrounding them could not help but shudder. Were they truly about to take action against these two goddesses? How infuriating. My goddess. Alas, sometimes, being beautiful is indeed a curse. Although the spectators were discontent, none dared to step forward. Some who accompanied women even discreetly distanced themselves, fearful of attracting Yu Sanqian's attention. After delivering his proclamation, Yu Sanqian relaxed against the human chair, awaiting their ascent into the sedan. What if they refused? He had encountered many who resisted over the years, yet the outcome remained the same. Who had not faced dire consequences for their descent but ultimately submitted to the sedan. The process was inconsequential. He only desired the result. With that, the four maidservants surrounding him swiftly reached for Scherlinger and Murong Ingluo, not waiting for their consent, intent on forcibly pulling them into the sedan. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding cultivators could only sigh helplessly. How outrageous. How could such shameless individuals exist? While the Holy Sons may possess significant backgrounds, they are merely reckless. This individual is entirely unreasonable, infuriating everyone. I hope nothing befalls the two goddesses. Wait, why do these two women seem utterly unperturbed? Are they truly prepared to surrender? Wait, I just recalled, the one who appears a bit more enthusiastic is a direct disciple of the Piamiao sect. I encountered her in the Rule's secret realm. A direct disciple of the Piamiao sect? Indeed, the Piamiao sect has been quite prominent lately, yet they cannot possibly rival Yu Sanqian. Yu Sanqian is a formidable cultivator at the 6th level of the Spirit Concentration Realm. Hiss, the 6th level of the Spirit Concentration Realm? How terrifying. Indeed, this is a top-tier genius. Achieving spirit concentration at such a young age of 20 or 30 is nothing short of astonishing. Terrifying. The two women from the Piamiao sect are doomed. So they are from the Piamiao sect. I sincerely hope Yu Sanqian can eliminate them. After all, this is the realm of the Divine Void, where numerous spirit concentration cultivators reside beneath the age of 100, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The four maidservants descended, approaching Murong Ingluo and Scherlingo from four corners. Yet, with one being a time traveler and the other a supreme body, both possessed indomitable spirits. How could they surrender? Seeking death, Murong Ingluo raised her hand and struck at the four. Boom. In an instant, the four women exploded midair, transforming into a rain of blood. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers collectively gasped in shock. Hiss. So powerful. Did she just kill them with a single blow? Those four women seemed to be spirit concentration cultivators as well. My heavens. Was she not in the Void Flight realm? In just over a month, she could strike down 4 spirit concentration cultivators with a single palm? Impossible. This cannot be. In an instant, the crowd was filled with astonishment. They never expected that 4 spirit concentration female cultivators would meet such a grim fate at their first encounter. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Especially considering her youth. The last time she appeared, she was still in the Void Flight realm. Hence, it was no wonder everyone was left in shock. Even the esteemed Yu Sanqian, seated within the palanquin, straightened slightly upon witnessing the gruesome transformation of his maid into a crimson mist. It was not astonishment that coursed through him, but rather a thrill of excitement. With a voice resonating with approval, he declared, "Excellent. You two are indeed worthy of becoming my new attendants." With that, he lunged forward, bursting from the palanquin to seize the two maidens. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, were collectively taken aback. Incredible. Yu Sanqian is taking action himself. Although he was a formidable figure at the 6th level of concentration, capable of contending with those in the advanced stages, the fate of the two maidens seemed sealed. Indeed, the talent surpassing that of the Holy Sun was no mere boast. It was astonishing to witness such a thrilling scene on their very first day here. The crowd was captivated, their gaze fixed intently on the unfolding drama. Truth be told, many felt a twinge of disappointment as they watched two stunningly beautiful maidens being taken by another man. Yet, in the face of Xianxian, they were powerless to intervene. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Xianxian's massive hand surged forth. However, Murong Yingluo and Shi Ling'er regarded him with indifference. After all, a mere 6th-level practitioner was hardly a cause for concern. They had descended to gauge the intentions of the onlookers. If they sought to impose violent calculations, their response would undoubtedly be lethal. Before Shi Ling'er could act, Murong Yingluo raised her hand, manifesting a formidable mountain imprint directed at Xianxian. In an instant, a translucent mountain, accompanied by a deafening roar, descended rapidly. Though not large, it bore a striking resemblance to an actual mountain, imbued with immense weight. As it thundered down towards Xianxian, caught unprepared, Xianxian hastily unleashed his full power against the descending mountain, but even as it loomed above him, the mountain did not waver an inch. With a tremendous crash, it slammed into the ground, sending tremors through the earth beneath them. The spectators gasped in astonishment as they beheld the spectacle. Incredible! It has been subdued. Not even a series of divine techniques could shatter it. What a powerful manifestation. Is this not the mountain imprint? When did it become so formidable? The crowd collectively held their breath, watching the dust-laden ground. Even the 4 women who had borne the palanquin turned their gazes toward the swirling dust, yet their expressions remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation, having been tamed. Soon, as the dust began to settle, the scene became clearer. Xianxian lay crushed, reduced to a mere puddle of mud, unmistakably deceased. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. By the heavens, he has become mere sludge. That woman, Murong Yingluo, is truly fearsome. To die within the secret realm of divine void, Xianxian's spirit must be heavily injured. His future is surely bleak. They shook their heads, recognizing the tragic fate that awaited a genius of such caliber, who, if unimpeded, could have risen to the ranks of a common saint. Now, with his spirit gravely wounded, the best he could hope for was to become an ordinary saint. The outcome was indeed lamentable. Suddenly, the 4 women who had carried the palanquin, seeing Xianxian's remains dissipate, charged towards Shi Ling'er and Murong Yingluo. Murong Yingluo frowned at their reckless approach. Initially, she had considered sparing them. However, since they sought their demise, she had no obligation to play the savior. With a swift motion, she unleashed a strike that engulfed them in a mist of blood. As for the remaining palanquin, it showed no sign of avenging its fallen master. Observing this, Murong Yingluo deemed it unnecessary to linger, taking flight alongside Shi Ling'er. Once the 2 maidens departed, the surrounding cultivators could no longer restrain themselves and surged towards the palanquin, clamoring, "That palanquin is mine. Do not dare to snatch it. Seek your doom. Thunderous hand. Sweeping leg. Brothers, let us unite. We shall share this palanquin, lest we be outmatched." In an instant, countless individuals raced towards the palanquin, engaging in a fierce struggle for possession. Those who were oblivious to the situation stood there, bewildered. "Ah, you are unaware, are you? Xianxian's palanquins are all comprised of tamed female cultivators. Without his command, they consider themselves mere objects. Even if you were to harm them, they would not react, let alone flee. Thus, if anyone manages to seize one, they can utilize it at will, and the maidens will not resist.